Welcome on into Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms EU edition, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm Marckiemoo. I am with Jiro, and we have a lot of really good players in this event ready to show it out.
Most definitely. We have quite the stacked bracket, as you just said. We got Jester, we got Saphir, we got Munir, we got Rain, we got Fezaro even, which is, a newer face in top 8. And I'm very glad to see, a crazy Yumiko player that I'm very scared to face in queue myself.
Yeah, for sure. And, we've had a lot of big names in this event this weekend. We had names of like Acno, we had Frydasol as well. We have Met, who won, I believe, the EU event for Brawl League yesterday too. But we don't see him in top 8. We see Acno is playing random only, so he's out. Fry just lost, I believe, to
Vax.
Lost to Vax because of that mess up there. And then I believe we have Amit down the loser side, actually beating Vax to go further in the loser side. So we got a lot of interesting things happening. Basically, players like Fezaro beat Bamia. We had Delta beat Pierchi. A lot of interesting upsets to kind of see in this bracket. And I can't wait to see how things go out. But this was all BO3 before this, before top 32, and top 32 is BO5. So a lot of these players in top 32 are going to be best of 5 sets, double elim, and then at the end of the event, grand finals will be like a grand finals reset if the person from the elimination side kind of wins that matchup. But
yes,
we'll go into a little bit more. You guys will see that as we go forward. But one of the players that we wanted to, kind of talk about, I think you wanted to talk about a little bit, Jiro, as we're getting into this, was going to be Rain.
Yes, I mean, Rain. What an absolute unit of a Romanian player. And I'm very proud myself as a Romanian to finally see, because we have pretty good players overall, like in the ELO, for example. We got 2600s, we got all that, but man, Rain is just a step above, most definitely, and has been an absolute highlight, even like, I don't know, for the rest of the year, to be honest. Besides the CEO, he couldn't make it, but what can you do? I bet he would do would have a great performance there as well.
Yeah, for sure. And going into this event as well, I mean, he's has that history, and going to this event, he beat Amit 3-0 to get into the winners quarters as well, to face Munir a little bit later. So I mean, he beat the Brawl League champion from yesterday. So Rain's definitely doing pretty well so far going forward. And then we'll definitely see how he does going forward with that. But some other players, that we gotta bring up. I mean, we have Jester in here that I wanted to bring up too. I mean, he's back in playing. I do know that his PR was kind of wonky. It's probably because he kind of, I think,
he probably messed up
there. But he hasn't played a lot of events from what Pro Stats says. And last event that it says he played was Trial of Scald. So he's playing now. We'll kind of see how he does going forward. And I think he beat Fry in the winner side of the bracket as well. And now he's facing Saphir as well, going into these quarterfinal matches as well.
Yeah, and honestly, a very exciting matchup to see. Got Jester and Saphir, they just have this familiarity with each other, right? When it comes to just lance prowess and axe prowess. So I'm very curious to see what's gonna happen in that specific. Like, it's all about the prowess, in my opinion, in that specific clash of axe, just masterclass.
Yeah, for sure, and we'll see a little bit of that going into the quarterfinals there as well. And we've also had Marker come in and beat Acno winner side. Now, granted, Acno was playing random, but Marker did go ahead and beat them. They also beat Aquino, and they're going to be facing Jal in the first match on stream here in a little bit. And No, I want to see how Marker does. I know Marker for being pretty good at the game, and he's on the winner's side quarters. He has Akno Seed, so we'll see if he brings that fade out a little bit. And I mean, the last event that is reported that he played was the Middle East Winter Championship as well. So he was playing Middle East, but he's now back on EU. What I'm seeing.
Yeah, back home, as people would say, back home to maybe get the gold here. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Marker is an absolutely insane player on the side. Once again, another guy that I do not want to meet in the queue, but I did learn a lot from. And yes, indeed, very exciting to see him top 8 against Zhao, by the way. Very interesting.
Yeah, so we'll see how Zhao does against him. I know Zhao's a pretty powerful player as well. And then also, one more player we'll bring up before we get into our quick predictions really fast. Bizarru, Seed 14, yes. A player that I know pretty well. I have a lot of the EU players. Beats Bamia 3-2. And with Bamia being 3rd seed, he takes that seed and will be facing Delta here in a little bit. But I mean, that's a pretty big deal for Bizarru, isn't it there, Juro?
Yeah, I would agree. That's probably the biggest upset of the day. I'm not gonna lie. Like, so far, Bizarru, don't get me wrong, an absolutely great player. A great streamer, by the way. Make sure you follow him. An absolute just great guy overall. And yes, his Yumiko is definitely a sight to see. Definitely exciting to see in this upcoming matchup as well. And yeah, I'm very curious as well. I mean, Delta, an absolutely crazy strong player as well. Definitely not to be undisputed, but still, that upset. I don't know, it feels like Bizarru is definitely locked in today. Hard to
I definitely agree as well. And it's funny because Bizarru, the past 2 events that we've had for Moose Wars, he's done very, very well in. And it's kind of like this EU Moose Wars goat that's been popping up, and his style is very unique, and he's been very kind with everyone too. So I'm glad to see him get into this winner's quarterfinals there. We'll see him against Delta here in a little bit, but that was a pretty big upset. I'm very happy to see it for Bizarru. I'm sure we'll see Bamia a little bit later in the loser side as well. And also, just a quick shout out before we get predictions, because I know we're getting close to time. Delta beating Pirchi 3-1 to get into quarters against Bizarru. So that's also a pretty big deal as well. And, Preya's still out. Ransom's still out, right? So for Pirchi, he had those opportunities, but Delta kind of out-prioritized him, it looks like, from what we're seeing. So we'll see how it goes. But with that being said, though, Juro, we got to talk about our predictions for this event. And I got to say, it was pretty difficult, wasn't it?
It was, because there's so many talents clashing together here. Again, a very stacked bracket. We got some new faces as well with Bizarru in top 8 finally. We got, Saphir, which is my my predictions for 3rd place. Saphir. Why 3rd place, though? Because... we got Rain, we got Munir, we got such scary opponents for Saphir. Like, yeah, he's very good, don't get me wrong. He has a crazy lance, he has a crazy axe. But is it enough to beat Rain, for example? Because that's my 2nd prediction. That's my 2nd place prediction.
Oh, okay. So you have Saphir being 3rd, and then you have Rain being 2nd. Okay.
Yes.
And
who else? Tell me, AJ, who else could it be than Munir, my EU GOAT? I've been his fanboy ever since I saw his absolutely just skyrocket of skill and just prowess and aggression. I'm a big fan of aggression when it comes to this game. So obviously for me, he's at the top. And not just that, he's not just biased. I really think he is at the top of the mountain here in the EU, at least so far.
Yeah, and I can definitely understand that too. And predictions were really hard, and with my predictions, with what I kind of got into it, I saw Monir and Rain were facing each other in the winners quarters. I saw Bizarru and Delta facing each other. I saw Dejesser and Saphir facing each other, and Marker and Zhao. And I separated the bracket And I'm like, okay,
Right.
so based on Marker and Jal, Digester, and Saphir, who would get into the upper finals? And it's kind of hard for that. So when I looked at it, I'm like, okay, maybe Saphir, maybe Marker, we'll have to kind of see. But looking on the elimination or in the other side of quarters, you got Monir and Rain, right? And I'm like, who will win out of that set? And I was thinking Monir is going to win that set. So I put, since Rain has to go in the loser side and make that run, I have Rain as my third place pick. So that was because he has to run right into Monir and go through the elimination side. So I think Rain definitely has a possibility of getting top 3. Realistically, he can win, but he has to face, Monir right off the bat. So we'll kind of see how Rain does with that. For my second place, based off the upper part of the bracket, I have to give it to Saphir because I don't know how Digester and Marker are going to do today, along with Jal. I really don't know. I think Saphir is like more of a proper pick for me going forward with that. And Saphir's done really well in Moose Wars events as well, and I recognize them. So I'm going to put Saphir because that upper bracket, I'm putting him as my second. And then for first, I have to agree with you. I have to agree with choosing Monir for first. I mean, when we look at EU and from other regions' points of view, we've seen Godly, we've seen Monir. Those are the two main players that we see do really well from EU. And, you got players like XJ, Cool J, etc. that are coming to lands and doing well, but the main two are Monir and Godly. So, Monir being here and playing, I have to put him as my first place pick. Do I think there could be a lot of upsets because of what we've seen today? Yes. But we'll kind of have to see. Based off of what I see, you kind of have to go with it. So
yeah, I mean, solid predictions. I'm not gonna lie, AJ. You're definitely in tune with EU. Definitely seems so. But I also took, elimination bracket as like kind of a demon run, right? Like that's why I took Rain as well in my predictions, combined with Munir, because I believe that Rain can go back to Grands if he loses this.
I definitely think he can too, and it also depends on what Bam is going to do. He's got to go through that elimination bracket. I know we're seeing players like Dark come in and go crazy on the elimination bracket. I mean, went to Game 5 against Monir. So this is going to be interesting. It's going to be a very cool bracket for EU. But with that being said, though, what we are going to go ahead and do, we have our next matchup coming up on stream. We're going to go and get straight into it. It's going to be Marker going against J4 or Jal right now. And we already got Jal in the room. Marker's going to be hopping in shortly. And we'll kind of see where, Marker and Jal are at against each other. Facing, we'll see how they're playing today and see how they do. And we'll go ahead and update all that. But I'm actually going to pull the stats up between these players real quick. And I believe actually Marker has a match over Jal in Game 5. The last time they played against each other was Charles Scaldi, which is back in April 2024.
Yeah.
And I believe Marker won on Rayman and Fate. So we might see that Fate pick come out again. But Jal might be playing that Terrace. We'll kind of have to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jal is locked in on the Teros. I haven't seen him on anything else really that much. I mean, at this point, we've been surprised before this weekend. We've seen Dusks, we've seen all kinds of crazy picks that we would never expect. We've seen the Sidra from Use, for example. Like, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Can we just, yeah. But it seems like, no, EU keeps it classic, keeps it with their mains, keeps it with what works. And we're going to see Marker on the Fate and Jal on the Teros, on the level 100 Teros, specifically.
Yeah, so he's got a lot of experience with that Terrace. He's got the DreamHack avatar equipped as well. And, that, I believe, if I'm pulling up stats here a little bit later, I believe he did go down the DreamHack as well and play. So, with that being said, we're going into game number 1, Juro, between Marker
we go.
and Jal.
Here we go now. Already Marker on the orb. Nice. I let him to downlight just to get some more damage. Nice. Oh my god. What the? Okay. I did not expect this sort of aggression already against Jal. Maybe this is just the sort of confidence that Jal is missing against Marker. Marker seems to have it. AJ, like, jeez.
Yeah, Marker's been doing pretty... Marker's been doing very well at using that orb in the gameplay. We saw this a lot in South America yesterday as well, where, you know, these players were doing really, really well at adapting with the speed and orb and stuff like that. But now we're kind of seeing Jal in the 180 damage range, dark red, Marker having a KO opportunity. Ghoster's going for a ground pound, but wanting to be risky a little bit to get this first KO.
Yeah, I mean, why not? At this point, you got this crazy lead. You got Jal in deep red, pretty much where you want him to be for a Starlight Seer on the orb with the gravity cancel. And now, probably, yeah, still staying on the orb, just sticking to what works. I definitely agree with Marker's choice. Okay, just never mind, tossing it into Jal's face and back on the side. Okay, nice highlight, reverse end light into the other end light. Sayer. Okay, yeah, it feels like the confidence right now on Marker is palpable. His Jal.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of control coming in from Marker. You're seeing Jal come in and try to do that KO with the hammer. Hammer's been a very viable option during this patch. And now we're kind of seeing Marker coming with the neutral air. Jal trying to get the KO option with a side air, but Marker with a sidelight. Misses that recovery, gets a sidelight again, throws the weapon around. Sidelight comes in.
Doesn't KO though, and somehow Jal makes it back, but to no avail. Just getting Sidelight Seared again. I feel like we're gonna say that a lot in this set.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I think that's because of where it's at. And Jal coming in with that down signature as well, with the axe as well, and trying to get that remove that one stock lead there. But J44L, thank you for the correction, Monir. Just trying to come back a little bit.
Okay, J44L got it. Honestly, I'm embarrassed. I should have known this. Come on, I'm from this region. But you know, it happens. Okay, nice triple light coming out from Marker. Getting some more bits of damage, near recovery. There we go. I mean, that's pretty much what you need on site, especially when you got this sort of advantage. Nice. They're coming back to the stage. Interesting choice, perhaps opting for some sort of string simply to style Starlight Seer, though coming out from more. That's definitely optimal. They're almost catching J44L off guard. GC Starlight Seer again, and a pretty prominent 2-stock for the first match for Marker.
Yeah, Marker's doing pretty well right now. I mean, we're seeing a lot of him being very comfortable with that orb. A lot of sidelight side areas. That's what he's been pretty much knocking out on. I think a lot of that is due to the way Jal or J44L is approaching him, and he's trying to be aggressive with that axe. And Marker is just taking advantage of that close aggression and that close movement. Yeah. And Marker just landing these attacks because of how aggressive J44L is. So if you're J44L, your goal is to kind of sit back and try to use that hammer and that axe range to your advantage.
Yeah, I would even argue that Marker's aggression was simply just overall better and more sharp, as you said, especially in movement. And now, okay, finally got a weapon. I didn't think he would go for it there. I thought he would just go and scrap on an arm, but man, he's just scrapping on the side. Ground pound coming out. This is pretty much flawless stock situation. 70 damage now, though, on Marker from Jal. Trying to get something. Oh, wow. Very good side sig. That's such a committal option there. Okay.
Yeah, definitely very committal there. And now you're seeing Mark with the sidelight going back over that orb, trying to do some sidelight siders again because it works. Don't want to swap off with something that does not already work. And we're seeing Marker come in with some dares, trying to keep him off ledge. J44L now with that hammer, trying to get some attacks, missing a couple different ones. And Marker now takes that neutral control. And you know, you're seeing Marker just get that side air, and now unarmed picks up that scythe and probably will try to get a sidelight into a tries to go for a weapon throw instead. Picks up orb again, and I think we're gonna see a sidelight sider again.
Sidelight sider again, okay, but immediately shut down. I saw with the gravity cancel, but what an air into recovery to retaliate that stomp away from J44L. And now Marker with a very solid lead, especially again on the site. This is what you want, because you can keep having those end lights, AJ, that stage control, even though as soon as I say that, this might be Caster's curse, because now a down air could be detrimental. Neutral sig almost hitting for J44L. Covering back to the stage. Nice air with the pivot off that platform, trying to get the second Sayer on Hammer. Stomp Sayer will definitely do it for Marker's third stock.
Yeah, now things are becoming a little bit more even between J44L and Marker. You know, last game, Marker was just doing really, really well at controlling that neutral. But now you're seeing J44L just take that center control and make it a little bit more even for themselves. But Marker takes that back, keeps J44L in the air, and lands that fantastic ground pound KO after putting all that pressure onto the second stock.
You have so much pressure now. Yeah, it feels like Marker is just so comfortable in this matchup overall. Not just against Soros, but against J4's. Just, I can't even call it aggression, but just option choice. It's so interesting to see Silite Cerno coming out, almost connecting with that downlight as well, pivoting over the wall almost. Silite Sarah again. No, I don't. Honestly, it feels like J4 is just struggling against Orb, and I don't blame him. Orb is an absolute monster of a weapon.
Well, especially right now too, with where it's at, and you know, it's that true combo is just doing very, very well.
Yeah.
Oh, Marker coming in with that overall control, getting that weapon throw KO, and is now up 2 games over J44L, and you know, this might set the pretense there for Marker going into the rest of this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have it in my predictions, but maybe I should have had. And again, I know how crazy Marker is, but I did not expect this sort of just crazy aggression that works. That's the thing, AJ. When aggression works, it works in this game. But that's the thing, it's so hard to do, especially against such a neutral heavy weapon such as Hammer. You got that Stomp Stairs that they will immediately shut you down, especially if you catch those landings, but it seems like J44L just cannot catch those at all. Marker's just floating around him, as you can see right now.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of floaty gameplay coming in from Marker, and he's also taking that neutral and that platform control very well. It's kind of making J44L kind of give that up, and if you're J44L, your goal is to go ahead and take that away from Marker so he doesn't do that damage build up and get that control.
Yeah, Silite Sarah once again coming out, just building up more and more damage with no response almost. Side sig, again, a very committal choice for J4. Okay, nice here though. Wow, that reaction time from Marker on the spot dodge on the weapon throw was absolutely ridiculous. Now trying to just camping. Yeah, just trying to camp. I mean, it works. Silite Sarah, yeah, if you don't hit the down air, he's definitely gonna jump on top of the stage and try and get something going on, but J4 just can't, man. It feels like Marker is definitely on top of things in this entire set so far.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of control coming in from, you know, Marker, and I think if you're J44L, you just have to take that neutral control, and I don't know if you can do that, because look at the overall scythe gameplay from Marker at the moment. It doesn't matter what weapon Marker's playing, he's just out prioritizing his options.
Yeah, definitely out prioritizing, and okay, finally getting those solid hits that you need on Axe, AJ. Those down there's trying to be a bit more aerial, a bit more floaty as well. Like, it feels like Marker took advantage of how grounded the GC Silite into recovery finish from Marker to end that second stock away from J44L. And yeah, it's looking absolutely dire, AJ. I don't know, man.
It's looking very dire right now, and we're starting to really see that. J44L trying to do something with that hammer, but he's just having a rough time against the aggression. Does get that signature KO, does tunnel a little bit, but he is down at 1 stock still, and he's got to be very wary.
Yeah, he got that mental reset. Taunt, you know, you sometimes got to have it, especially in this sort of situation, if you can afford it, that is. If you get punished by it, well, yeah, you're cooked. But it feels like Marker kind of respects, and also at the same time really doesn't when it comes to this orb gameplay. And they're into Silite Sarah coming out. Okay, nice retaliation from J4. Whoa, we're doing the wrong cashew GC neutral sig. Okay, Silite Sarah. Nice. Okay,
Marker just has. He's very confident with his gameplay, and I think I think it's a little bit too much. And I think Jarl's gonna go ahead and, or J44L has to get this KO. He does. It's 1 stock all, but if Marker keeps acting like he just did on the second stock, J44L is going to punish that hard.
Yeah, I mean, he has to do something. Ooh. Again, he's gonna send him to elimination bracket ASAP. It feels like, okay, hold on. He's getting some sort of downloads on those nairs. Yeah, Marker's definitely a bit more jumpy now. Gonna get it there and probably end the stock. He makes it back to the stage with 3 exclamation marks somehow. Okay, touching back to the wall, trying to get it there. Marker. He's getting overzealous, AJ. I definitely agree with that. He's trying to get that Silite Seer finished, but he just can't. J4 with the gravity cancelled. Silite Seer and the taunt to finish it off. Man, what a sweep. 3-0 sweep.
Very, very good job coming in from Marker to go and beat J44L the way that he did. I mean, it was a very dominant game where we saw J44L coming back towards the end, and I think a lot of that was because Marker was being overzealous, and because Marker just got that fantastic second stock KO. Then you see J44L get that side sig and taunt around and try to do something, but overall, I mean, we just saw Marker really be dominant, and it didn't even look like it was an upset. Marker was seeded 32 and J44L was seeded 8 because Marker's PR is 104 and made it look like, you know, that wasn't, it should be way, way higher.
I mean, I don't know, you probably might be convinced after this set, AJ, because Marker, in my eyes, he's like top 10 PR in EU right now, arguably.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that after that. I mean, he just beat seed 8. So we'll definitely see what happens with him going forward, but we got to go ahead and figure out his opponent going forward. And we are going to be having Dejesser go against Saphir in our second matchup on stream. And the winner of that will face Marker, but we got to have that matchup. How do you feel about this set overall there, Jiro?
Again, I would argue that it's probably the most toss-up set, like, from this entire top 8. Why? Because, as I said, it's a clash of talent. It's a clash of similar playstyle as well, in my opinion, from what I've seen from both as well, at least. And yeah, I'm very curious of the outcome. Honestly, I don't really have any sort of prediction because it can go definitely in any side. So, I don't know. I guess we're just gonna see. Because Saphir's already locked in, Jesser's already locked in, and as you can see, AJ, this is what I was talking about. This is a mirror match. And this is like the definition of a mirror match. I don't know if they can see, but yeah, we're seeing the double Ulgrim.
For me, it's like the best representation of a EU. Is the
most
Ulgrim.
Accurate, I would argue. Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not ready for this. I don't think I ever will be, but we're getting straight into game number 1 between these guys.
Me neither.
Saphir, a fantastic player. Same thing with Dejesser. Let's see what happens in game number 1.
Yeah, and here we go. Miami Dome for game number 1. Interesting choice for Lance. I really thought they would go for some, you know, some Small World's End, but no, Miami Dome. I guess, I don't know. This is a very odd choice, in my opinion. Okay. Highlight there. Ground pound coming out with the weapon throw. Choice run in. Stocks fast. Saphir barely with the downlight ground pound there. That would have been definitely a KO, I'm pretty sure, AJ.
He dashed before the ground pound option, too. I think unintentionally, because...
Yeah.
I mean, but here's the thing. Dejesser's coming back really well.
Yeah. Again, war of attrition here, absolutely. Look at the damage. Probably, I mean, pretty much even Steven here. 151 to 137. And yeah, nice there though, coming out from Saphir, just getting him to 169. That's pretty much KO percent if he gets one more end light, and that's indeed it on Miami Dome. Now back swapping on the Lance. Definitely, in my opinion, Saphir's more comfy choice. What a recovery. Wake up from Jesser though. Okay.
Oh, okay.
As well coming out.
Oh, nice dare coming for the Dejesser. Nice neutral light as well, and it's 2 stocks all at the moment. The Dejesser's down 60 damage, but I mean, it's not that big of a deal for these players to come back. because they have such high damage weapons, the lance and the axe. And Silent comes in from Digester, dared by Saphir, missing that down signature.
Silent Nair as well. Ooh, he went for the Silent and Light there. I'm pretty sure that was a misinput. I do that a lot because I'm not that good on axe. I do like Silent and then Light instead of the Nair. Obviously, that's a true combo. And that's a confirm. Nice and Light. Okay, yeah, this is just End Light War, AJ. I don't know how to cast this. Oh, but what a ground pound coming out from Jester, getting that stock lead. Not that much of a lead, but still nonetheless a healthy lead in this sort of matchup where like any percent of damage matters.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think Saphir has a really good chance to get this KO option, but it depends on what the Jester does with this damage lead over him.
Yeah, exactly. This is also a war of stamina. I have to agree as well. Like who pumps the brakes first in this sort of like just mirror match? Nice and Light though to equalize the stocks again. And as you said, the comebacks are real. And it's probably gonna be the same thing the entire set, just back and forth, taking stocks away from each other. But I don't know. Again, this is the most toss-up set we're gonna have today, bar none. Like, look at this. Look at this amount of damage, just trying to equalize each other. It doesn't feel like there's dominance in, like, neither of the players.
I mean, this is relatively close at the moment. I mean, they're basically exchanging damage at this point, but
yeah,
I mean, 20 damage difference between the two. Both players are on their final stocks, trying to get the advantage in game number one. Falling neutral from Digester, picks up that lance. Neutral comes in. Saphir moving around a little bit, trying to figure out what options they have. Easy downlight recovery on arm from Saphir, picks up that lance. We have a KO opportunity for both players. Who's going to take it? Neutral from Saphir, and that neutral light alone goes ahead and gives Saphir game number one of this BO5 set.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot faster of a match than I thought, AJ, especially when it comes to double Ulgrim. But maybe simply because they just know each other so well. They must have definitely sparred so much and just played against each other and figured each other's strengths and weaknesses. Yeah.
To be honest, I'm glad it was fast. Because usually these guys are like, with players that ditto like this, where they have double Ulgrim, and with the nature of Ulgrim, a lot of players tend to be a little bit more parry. And usually, especially in a ditto, they're even more parry. So usually I'm used to seeing 6 to 8 minute games with players that tend to do stuff like that. And I don't think anyone's insanity would have been around, even the players.
Yeah. And it seems like they're staying Umami Dome, but it seems like Jester, as you know, Caster's Curse keeps happening, showing some sort of dominance here. On the axe at least, against the lance. But again, I probably shouldn't say those things because look at the damage. They're already pretty much even. Nice Nair though coming out from Saphir, just trying to get some more damage. Staying a bit more grounded. Jester. Okay, Silent Nair once again. True combo. Down air as well. Into recovery read. Reading him his landing back on the stage. Okay. More neutral. Trying to get the reversal on that Sair though, AJ. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting set.
A lot of back and forth, both in the red. Saphir with the GC neutral, KOs the Jester, and he will go down into his second. But we'll definitely see. I mean, nice neutral light coming in, nice double jump.
Oh my god!
Saphir coming in, surprising all of us and reading all of those jump and dive reads from the Jester.
Yeah, man, that was pristine lance right there, and honestly, this is exactly what I expected from Saphir specifically. I knew that the Jester has some sort of lance as well, but Saphir, you know, AJ, his lance can be absolutely scary, especially when he learns your habits of jumps, but what a clash! To get that third stock away from Saphir. Definitely lucky coming out from Jester. But man, he needs to do something quick. He needs to get into the 5th gear or something.
Definitely
Nair, double Nair.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh my god, nice read on that ground pound as well. Reading the down air. Oh, the neutral 6 pot dodge read coming out from Jester, and he's definitely getting into gear 5 here, trying to end Saphir's second stock. Can he do it though? Enlight, yeah, he's in KO percent. All that Saphir needs is just literally like an Enlight, Lance, and on. Oh, and Cider is definitely gonna do it as well. Very nice. 2-stock coming out with Fritz Saphir, including a clip, which we are very grateful for. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we were able to see kind of more, you know, dodge reads coming in for Saphir. I mean, he just read him, double jump into a dodge, and just Saphir read it perfectly. And with that Lance, he was able to come back. So very, very nice job. And we're going into game number 3 with Saphir up 2.
Yeah, he's up 2, and he's looking honestly more and more fierce as this set is going on. That's the scary part, and that's why I'm scared of Jesser right now. Because I don't know if he can pull it off anymore. Small World Zen changing the scenery at least.
Changing the scenery in his character too.
Yes.
Choosing Terrace.
Going to the Roman Reigns, yeah, exactly. I barely noticed it. Because it's honestly similar. They have a similar design when it comes to Ogrim and Teros, or at least the Roman Reigns against the Ogrim, or maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just.
Oh! The Jester with the grab pound weapon throw and takes that lead over Saphir, and that hammer pick definitely was a good choice from them.
Yeah, that was so good, and it feels like Jester's definitely having some comfortable spots here on the hammer against Saphir. Oh! Double recovery coming out. Edgeguard situation, ground pound, no more options left, and that's a 0 to that right there coming up from Jesser on the hammer.
Yeah, now Saphir coming in with that 2-piece there, trying to bring it back, but the Jesser is kind of being like, hey, let's just go with it. And I think Saphir's like, yeah, no, I can't do much. Oh, he does come back. Oh, it's the reversal against that combo by the Jesser off that ledge, and the Jesser now down in the second.
Yeah, and man, again, such a momentum shift coming up from this Teros from Jesser, right, AJ? Like, I did not expect this. I really thought that Ogrim would definitely do it. Nonetheless, but no, Stomp Seer coming out, sliding behind Saphir there. Jesser being very slick on this hammer. I'm very surprised. Nice there, nice there though coming out from Saphir, trying to get finished with the downward recovery. Still has some options left. Dodge left, makes it the touch, but the egg drop all the way from the sky on the lands, equalizing stock Saphir in a very cheeky manner as well.
Yeah, that was a pretty good way of doing that there, coming in from Saphir. He might be able to reverse 3 to Jesser already, but the Jesser with the axe down sig does not KO him. And Saphir trying to go and keep the Jesser in the air so he can do some more damage build up. The Jesser now with no weapon gets weapon start by Saphir, now having the axe. Let's see what he can do. Can he make sure the Jesser gets KO'd? He gets a 2-piece weapon throw as well. Backward neutral coming in. Can he get the reverse 3 though? Weapon throw lands. Oh, we might have a KO option by both these players. Going back, left, right, and center. Neutral misses. Stomp misses. Silent neutral lands. It's down to both of these players are down to the wire.
Alright, so Street Fighter neutral here in the last moments of this match. Stomp Seer though coming out, rejecting the reverse 3. Jesser somehow makes it out alive in this set with the Teros pick.
I'm not gonna lie, if I was a Jesser, I'm happy. You know, like, imagine getting reverse street against Saphir off that ledge. And the Jesser did so well in the first 2 games, but Saphir just came back with a vengeance. But as we go into this next game, you know the Jessers understand that Saphir has a little bit of a read.
Yeah, that was such an intense match. Definitely a mood changer from the first match, right? I would agree with that, because, man, they just went into gear 5, but like both of them, not even just Jesser. And I expected that from Jesser. Once you're 2-0 in a loss, you gotta do something else. And this Teros pick definitely seems worthy of Saphir right now in this set. Going back to Small World's End for game 4.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see what happens going forward in these games here, because this is a pretty decent deal here for the Jesser, who doesn't want to go into the elimination side of the bracket if he can avoid it. And same thing with Saphir, but Saphir showing dominance. Even with the unarmed gameplay, getting that confirmed with the unarmed dare. And now the Jesser's down into that second, and Saphir's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, that down there on the unknown definitely took a toll on Jesser's mental. I mean, 78 damage, okay, getting him back to the 100s, but is it enough though? Nice ground pound, just stalling in the air to get more credit. Some neutral as well going on. Nice Sunlight though. Silite Nair into the neutral save, but he didn't fast fall into a Jesser. That was a high IQ move. Most definitely. Now staying a bit more grounded on the hammer, and I definitely agree with that. Gonna get the Sarah as well. Recovery, nicely dodged. Cider though, coming up from Saphir, and now it's a 3-stock situation for Saphir, AJ.
Yeah, already going into this, and you know, this, I wonder if this could be another situation like last game where the Jester's gonna be able to kind of come back. You know, it's kind of being that flip version of last game, realistically, where Saphir was able to do this reverse 2 and almost get a reverse 3 on the Jester, but a jump sider comes in from the Jester. Saphir is down into that second stock, and Saphir now on a clean stack. We'll see what he does here. He picks up the axe, but it's axe v axe. The Jester looks like he's having a little bit of a lead with it so far. Yeah,
and it feels like the War of Attrition here is definitely won by Jesser until Caster's Curse just happens, and I just cannot say ever anything and to confirm it because Saphir's gonna shut me up, getting those dares as well. Nice dares. Okay, nice weapon throw to shut down that momentum. Nice Sarah as well coming up from Jesser, going back to the second axe. Down like ground pound though, into recovery coming out from Saphir. Now pretty much even damage, 125 to 128. Naring Jesser away, Saphir into the side sig whiff stomps here. That could be brutal. And the recovery. Nice. Equalizing stocks, Jesser. He's still breathing in the set, AJ. I cannot believe it.
He is, but he's trying to do what Saphir couldn't do last game. Can he do it? Misses that ground pound though. While the see.
Okay, Silite Nair though coming out from Saphir. Optimal damage. Cider just barely not enough, like probably a few pixels away from the kill zone. And now, oh no, man. Jesser needs to do something quick. And Life will definitely do it. The 3-1 from Saphir against Jesser. What a performance from both, honestly, though.
Yeah, very nice job coming in from Saphir. Kind of showing that the dominance overall with his character pick there, saying he was the better Ulgrim and made the Jesser go over the Taros. And even, you know, with the first game being, or the first game that the Jesser played Taros going into his favor, Saphir was able to adapt very well and be able to turn things into his favor to go forward in the bracket.
Yeah, it just feels like he had just to adapt a bit to the Taros pick, right, from Jesser. And after that first match, it was like, yeah, I got it. I got the download. It's not that hard. And he definitely didn't look like it for Saphir there. Very, very good 3-1. Definitely a statement in this top 8.
Well, for sure, and I mean, it shows why Saphir is where he's at in the PR leaderboard as well. And, you know, I think we can definitely see more from the Jesser going in the elimination side. It depends on who he's really facing. I think he's actually got to face, was it Ahmet as well down there? So we'll kind of have to see how he does. But overall, the good gameplay from both players. But, you know, Saphir was able to adapt the most, so. With that being said, though, I mean, those were some good matches so far. Pretty dominant games, I would say, from, you know, we had from Marker against J44L. Saphir, you know, having a little bit of a rough time against the Jesser for one game, but was able to adapt well. We are going into our next matchup here when we come back, which is going to be Monir versus Rain, which is going to be very, very interesting to kind of see. So, is there anything that you want to say, though, Jero, before we go to a quick 3-minute ad break for Twitch?
Nothing much. Just stay locked in, okay? Monir versus Rain, you don't want to miss that at all. No matter what community tournament or what tournament, like this is one for the ages, chat. So stay locked in, and we'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everyone. Very short break indeed. And welcome back to the Clashing Kingdoms Moose War EU side for 1v1s here. My name is Jiro to that, alongside my man here, AJ, the GOAT. And we have a very interesting set coming up. It is going to be Munir versus Rain. I'm very excited. I even almost fumbled that entire intro because of it. But it is fine. We're moving on. I'm just very excited. I just get giddy when I see that set. Okay, I'm sorry.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that there as well. And you know, we are feeling the way that we are because this is going to be a very powerful set. Both Monir and Rain are very powerful players within their own right, and you know, these guys are going to be going at it, and this is just the winners quarterfinals of this event too. And you know, they're trying to prove their skill sets in the EU bracket of this event.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, bro, I'm so excited because Munir, as I said, is my #1 prediction for a reason. He's an aggressive player, which I love to see. I mean, Rain, I kind of have to side with Rain just simply due to our nationality. But
okay,
man, like, again, these are like my two forces clashing together as well, right? I got Munir, I got Rain. Very exciting nonetheless.
Well, if you're gonna go with Rain, I'll go with Monir. Okay, because Monir is every lane I go to. Monir is been so open and so supportive of the events and just making sure that he does well. And you know, I'm glad to see him play. He just actually faced J44L in ranked just a second ago before this set, and now players are going into the first matchup here, and it's gonna be really cool to kind of see how these players do.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I'm so glad to see both of these two just go at it together, because we're seeing the Nimue pick from Munir, aka the Dusk. What's your thoughts on that, AJ?
I think it's pretty cool. You know, I like seeing Munir kind of mix things around a little bit. It's level 27 as well, and you know, I know Rain for that Val, so we'll see, you know, how this new pick from Munir really does. I think it has a lot to do with that orb. I think orbs is such in a good spot right now, like we saw in South America, and even some in the EU event coming in from Marker. So we're going game #1 on Demon Island between Monir and Rain.
And here we go now. Already Munir on the first spear pick, but not too far behind. Rain as well on the sword, and already slashing through Munir a bit with 65 damage. Nice there as well. Just trying to come back to the stage. No! My god, that near into recovery for Munir was really scary. All the way up there on Demon Island. That can KO absurdly fast. The Pogo Sticks! Quadruple! The neutral six!
Coming in from Monir, that quadruple dare GC neutral, landing on the Rain, and that is the way you start that game, and now he's putting pressure in with that orb.
Yeah, I mean, now is the time to add pressure, and honestly, this is the kind of player Munir is. Once you get that momentum, he's just gonna run you over. Downsig as well, almost no options. He tries to go for the risky GC Silite on the unarmed there, gets Silite steered away, and now Rain has a chance to fight back, and he does, with the classic Vowel fall off on the wall with the side sig.
Yeah, now we got Monir with a fantastic signature KO as well. An entire stock lead over Rain. And this is a big deal for, you know, Rain, right? I mean, he's got this level 100, you know, Val, and Monir's only got this level 27 Dusk. You know, and that's a pretty big deal for Rain, considering the differences there. But Monir is just so comfortable with that spear. He's not really playing a whole lot of orb. He's just going at it.
Yeah, because I was about to say, honestly, AJ, Spear is under the radar a bit, especially with these Dusk picks. Bro, Spear is strong, even in 1v1s right now. I would argue that it's almost stronger than the Orb. What a nice weapon throw to shut that second stock down from Munir. Rain, showing some signs of life, but it might be a little bit of too little too late here. Unless, yeah, neutral sig. Yeah, that's it. The neutral sig pick up all the way across the stage on the top. Munir takes game 1 convincingly with a full stock lead.
Yeah, it's overall pretty good spot right now for Monir, and you know we gotta consider too, like Spear was that's the most recent land for 1s and 2s. Spear won.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
So I think for Monir, he's like, okay, Spear is a good spot. I like where Orb is currently at. Let's see how this Dusk goes, and we're going into the second game, and we'll see what happens.
We'll definitely see what happens here. Nice Nair though to start things off from Rain. The second Nair as well. Now back on the sword Silight. Trying to, I think now is gonna be some sort of a dominant play, and whoever dominates first, right? It's gonna be a attrition of dominance here, because Munir and Rain are both, or like both can be very aggressive. Like for example, look at that neutral sig placement, absolutely perfect from Munir with the recovery as well. Down sig choice there, perhaps a misinput, or maybe he just expected a dodge in there or a dash in.
He probably expected that dash in. But now we're seeing Monir kind of getting that jump sider there on Rain. Rain trying to get a silent recovery, lands it, but since it's on Demon Island, it does not KO.
Definitely doesn't KO. 191 damage though. Probably a Spear Sarah is definitely gonna be enough. And yes, indeed, Munir is fishing for it, almost getting it pixels away. Great spacing though, coming up from Rain. Down there with the unarmed. Some crazy offstage going on, but Munir makes it all the way back to the stage. Now back on the orb. Try to get the side stick as well. Gets the cider though, and gets the first KO in this game too.
Yeah, so Monir is really low on that first stock. He's going to do damage buildup, but Rain's going to come back with that sword neutralite to make it a little bit better for himself here. And you know, Rain doing a lot better than the first game, but has a little bit of way to go to go ahead and get a huge advantage. He is going to get down that route though with all these gauntlet attacks, but Monir now with orb, triple neutral air lands, and you're going to see him try to land it again, and Rain starting to expect it at this point is getting the punishes.
Yeah, because that's the thing. It's a very good counter orb for gauntlets because you got those Nezars, you said. If you're gonna want to keep jumping with those Silights or like get those Silights punished, but D-Light recovery. Speaking of aerial movement, coming out from Rain, taking that stock off the top from Munir, and now Munir on one stock situation. Rain's definitely gonna add some more pressure on the gauntlets. Munir got the spear, nice there. Get back on the stage, trying to get the Silight, but now Silights are coming out from Rain. Just trying to get some more credit on the second stock.
Yeah, he's trying to do something here. We're kind of seeing Rain, you know, take this lead here with stride, and neutral air into GC. Neutral light misses that side signature with gauntlets, misses the ground pound, misses the side air. Munir is coming back, misses his own signature. Rain with a GC silent recovery lands, and Rain takes game number 2, which is her name.
Yes, and it's an equalizer in the set for Rain. Yeah, a lot better played in the gauntlets department, I would say, from Rain. Just a lot more pressure, and honestly, that's what you need against such a player as Munir, where it all counts when there's momentum and you got those orb strings and just the orb oppression. You gotta fight it with fire. Like, you gotta fight fire with fire, in my opinion. At least for Rain, because Rain can definitely do it that way.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. Now we're going into this game number 3 situation with the sword gameplay from Rain and the spear gameplay from Monir. That neutral signature doing 43 damage on the Rain, getting that little damage build up there with that spear. Rain gets the follow-up option, but both players are just exchanging. Rain tries to go in for a risky ground pound. Monir with a spear recovery cider, leaving Rain into the air off that ledge. Nice spear recovery from Monir, removing Rain's weapon. And Rain with a double neutral, it picks up gauntlets and it has the neutral control.
Yeah, neutral control, but Rain is not that far behind. Gets the cider now. It's got situation. Another cider that's definitely gonna do it. Even if he dodged back, he had nothing else left, and Rain somehow sneaks in the lead. Okay. Side sig perfectly dodged there by Rain with the GC Silite recovery as well, just to add more damage and salt to the wound. Sarah though to retaliate from Munir on the orb Silite. Sarah tries to get the KO, but Val's defense will say no to that. 183, 210 damage will definitely do it on the spear recovery. Now equalizing stocks, Munir staying on the spear comfortably.
Yeah, for sure. Right now we got, you know, Monir trying to stick with that spear, trying to keep Rain in the area here a little bit. Sidelight into Dare. Tries to go ahead and get that downlight as well. Recovery comes in. Sidelight. Oh, misses neutral air. Rain with the punish. Monir
Yeah, with a neutral air on his
own.
own into the end light. Yep. And now down Sig. Interesting choice. I thought he expected a spot dodge with a Sair there, but no. Nicely done by Rain. Another end light, and it feels like Rain is definitely locked in and wants to take the lead in this set, because a 2-1 stock situation for Rain, getting that side Sig across the stage. And yeah, this is a very healthy lead. Munir definitely needs to, I don't know, step it up. Definitely in movement. It feels like Rain has a sharper movement, just going around him so well with the gauntlets. Nice Nair as well. Adding more damage and light. Weapon throw. Recovery. Probably go for the second one. The GC downlight into the recovery. Perfectly executed by Munir to equalize the stocks, AJ.
Yeah, it's equalized in stocks, but it's not equalized in damage. So for Monir, his main goal is to use that orb to get that damage build up and not run into the movement of Rain. But Rain has launched Monir into the red, gets that neutral air, tries to get that Silent recovery, but gets punished for it. Oh, Rain, it's Sweat Beads. Silent comes in, doesn't get the recovery, gets the spear. Monir now has it. Silent coming in, trying to get the KO option. Silent air into weapon throw, into a GC neutral signature. That is the way you reverse that game.
Yeah, what a reversal. Yeah, what a reversal coming up from Munir. I really thought Rain got that one in the bag, but that neutral sig, you just cannot understate it. It's such a good neutral sig, and the more I see the Dusk, the more I'm scared of Dusk to see him in the kill, because we're probably gonna see him a lot. We're probably gonna see a lot of Dusk. You know, once a character settles into the meta, people are gonna play it. So yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. Gonna be real.
Hey, but we'll kind of see what happens. We're going into game number 4. I want to see what Rain can do to make it go into game number 5. And he realistically had it, but he just had a rough time of the aggression coming in from Monir.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. The war of attrition when it comes to aggression. That's why I'm so excited about this set in general. Like, oh, and speaking of aggression, that was the exact opposite right there from Munir. Perhaps just trying to fish for a weapon toss. Weapon grab. Sair and light. Down 6, side light. Okay, now they're just trying to scrap, get even here on the damage. Weapon throw coming in, and light immediately punished by Rain. Pogo sticks coming up at the second one, not connecting, trying to get the side sig. Down light there. Trying to get some sort of edge guard going, and light now trying to maybe go back off stage, but no. Rain respecting this spacing here from Munir. Yeah, very intense match so far. Oh, the weapon throw, is it enough? It is. To just bait that dodge away. That recovery simply wasn't enough aerial movement to get back on the stage, and now Munir once again on the back foot against Rain.
Yeah, now we're kind of seeing this situation where, you know, Rain has a little bit of a lead, but Monir has the spear, gets that recovery, neutral air into Dare, coming in from Rain, trying to get a damage buildup, gets that 2-piece, tries to get side air. Monir with that punish, misses the weapon throw, but the GC down to land, making it 2 stocks all right now.
Yeah, that was a nice down heavy right there coming out from Munir on the unarmed. Now back on the spear though. Trying to probably just get some momentum back, but it seems like Rain is running away with it. Now back on the sword though, let's see. We've seen Rain on the gauntlet so far, so this might be good for Munir, but no, downlight Sair coming out. Are we gonna see the side sig? I think that's what Munir was baiting there while staying on the wall. Nice Nair coming out with the weapon throw. Up Nair. Munir once again with almost no options left, but it seems like just Rain likes to respect Munir's spacing and just lets him come back to the stage. It feels like Rain is a lot more comfortable when it comes to on-stage play instead of off-stage. Oh my god! The Nair read into the gravity cancel Silite Sair. Wow. What a way to take the lead.
Yeah, this is a pretty big deal there from Renier to go and bring that back into his favor. But if you're Rain, you need to get this KO option. I think he knows that. All right, a little bit. Oh, silent down lane recovery comes in, and it's one stock all between both of these players. Who's going to be making this into their favor? Is Rain going to make it go into game number 5? Will Monir win over Rain 3-1?
I mean, it's honestly looking like neither of those things. The grab pound! Down like grab pound, but no! It bounced onto the stage. That's so unlucky coming out from Munir. He definitely thought that's gonna KO the GC downlight into the recovery, to the neutral sig pickup on the spot dodge. Munir gets a 3-1. Oh my god. What an ending.
What a way to do that as well. I mean, you really saw that gameplay coming in from Monir, and you know, Rain was doing well. They went down to one stock all, but he was just down to that duck neutral signature. I think Rain would have done a little bit more damage build up, but look at that control. So very nice job coming in from Monir, and you know, he's going further into the bracket, but Rain was keeping it on his toes.
Yeah, dude, like this was so close. And again, I feel like he is like Rain is motivated on the elimination side now, and he's just gonna run all the way, probably to just fight Munir again. Munir showing pretty solid, but nonetheless, Rain had some times where he definitely had the lead in terms of just mental movement and overall execution when it comes to his weapons. But yeah, we'll see what happens, man. It's definitely exciting. And speaking of exciting, we have the People's Champion. That's how I'm gonna call him right now in this bracket, because it feels that way. Pizarro versus Delta.
This is gonna be a good one, man. I really can't wait to see these guys play. You know, I'm a fan of Pizarro, and I mean, he's representing Legion as well, and you know, we've been having a lot of their players here and doing very well there. So we'll see how Pizarro does. He's a close EU friend of mine, and we'll see how he goes against Delta, who has been doing pretty well as well.
Yeah, I mean, even in the Brawl League tournament, he has been doing pretty well. And yeah, this might not be just anything different. Even though, yes, Pizarro is definitely a scary Yumiko. Like, look at this! The aggression on the bow is crazy. The down air as well! That's an almost flawless stock coming out from Pizarro. What a way to start this top 8 for himself.
That's a huge deal for him, too. He wants to make sure he goes ahead and takes this lead with stride, and that's one way of doing it. Pizarro going nuts.
Yeah, Pizarro is going crazy on the unknown as well. That spot dodge into the downlight recovery, that was pristine, man. Okay, sidelight down sig. Do you see that trap? That's so genius coming out from Pizarro. You just cannot jump through it. You probably have to dodge through it, and if you do, you will probably get downlight seared. So that's such a good trap. That's actually genius.
Yeah, that's definitely a genius thing from Pizarro, and now we can see a Stomp Cider coming in. We got Pizarro trying to get his KO option. Delta barely able to touch that ledge, almost gets KO'd.
Okay, Cider with the weapon toss, just to equalize stocks, but Delta's definitely playing with the back foot. 164 damage to his name. Pizarro looking very confident, so confident even that was a very interesting down heavy there to protect the weapon spawn. Okay. Oh, downlight recovery is gonna do it off the top. Perfectly optimal there from Pizarro on the bow. And now swapping back to some hammer action, AJ.
Yeah, a lot of hammer action coming in from Pizarro, and it's such a powerful place, and we're starting to see that coming in on this final stock on Delta, with Delta already being in the 70 to 80 damage range, now being in the orange. You're seeing Delta do a little bit of neutral platform control with that sword, but he's missing a couple of these different attacks, and Pizarro is able to take advantage of that with that two-piece, and gonna try to go for a KO option.
Yeah, definitely trying to find some KO options now, and I mean, I don't blame him. Look at the damage difference and look at the stock difference, the overall advantage. And now on the hammer, all the way across the stage with the Yumiko side sig. That hits both ways, by the way. What a way to take game 1, AJ.
Yeah, what a game to take game number 1 with that very dominant gameplay with the bow and that hammer from Pizarro, the dare KO on the first stock. Then we had Delta go ahead and make things even. But looking back to the replay, the second KO was a downlight recovery. And then going in with that hammer towards the end, hitting that lovely Yumiko signature. That was just a powerful way of doing it.
Yeah, honestly, a statement from Yumiko's, Pizarro's Yumiko here. Yeah, I almost said the opposite thing. But yeah, now look, GC stomp into Nair, just getting so much damage already and so quick. You know, it feels like Pizarro's a lot more aggressive in this tournament than he usually is while he's just playing overall in ranked or on his streams. I love to see it. Maybe this is the, let's say, the counterplay that you need against Delta. Who knows, maybe, you know, something we don't. The down sig was definitely gonna get punished by a Sair. The second Sair coming out now. Delta definitely in the lead, and what a ground pound to end Pizarro's first stock there.
Yeah, and that's a big deal there for Delta as well. He's able to take that neutral control away from Pizarro, and I think Pizarro, you know, went in with that bow initially, but he's been using that range control very well with that hammer, and he can't really swap all of it right now. He needs to get this KO option, misses that Yumiko signature. Just going to try to go for some sort of option here against Delta, misses that falling side air. Delta with a GC downlight recovery. He's able to get a little bit of neutral, but Pizarro says otherwise and gets that three-piece combo. Does not KO though, and a falling side air will go and KO and make it 2 stocks all.
Yeah, nice start coming out from Pizarro to equalize stocks with not that much damage on his name, which is good. Now back on the bow, trying to get the down sig, but immediately shut down by a Sair and a Nair. Tries to go for the second one. Delta. Okay, respecting his spacing now. Trying to feel each other out. Sidelight coming out from Pizarro. Just trying to get some more damage, but the neutral sig scooping him up. Trying to go for it for the second time. Down sig coming out from Pizarro as well. It feels like they're just tossing options here and see what works.
Yeah, they're kind of going a little bit back and forth between both these players. You're seeing Pizarro realistically starting to do some damage build up back, but now you're seeing Delta trying to get this hammer neutral air KO and misses. Weapon throw misses, GC downlight scored, recovery will go and land, and Delta having a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, good lead to have. Very good lead to have, I should say. I shouldn't underestimate it. Delta now on 2 stocks, while Pizarro is starting to bleed on his first stock here. Excuse me, last stock. Okay. Whoa, interesting ground pound. I'm pretty sure he wanted a D-Sig instead of that. That's just a classic misinput there at times.
Oh, he got the ledge on that one too.
Yep. I don't know. I'm not sure if down sig is the answer here for Pizarro. Nair coming out from Delta, just building up damage slow and steady. I mean, this is the way down, like ground pound with the gravity cancel into the Sair. Okay, Delta, you're scary on the sword.
Well, it's very crazy in the neutral control in the center as well. We're not, you know, we're seeing Pizarro try to approach it with hammer. It's not working. So I think, you know, he might have to go back to that bow. We'll have to kind of see, but Delta does take that game into their name, making things 1 stock all, and you know, Delta adapted pretty well.
Yeah, pretty well is an understatement. I mean, jeez. Like the ground pound reads as well at the like next to the wall there. It feels like he's in Pizarro's head right now.
I don't think he's in his head. I think Pizarro kind of just went in with the same signature with hammer and was expecting a signature KO, but they have so many recovery frames Delta was able to punish. So for Pizarro, he's probably gonna go back to that bow, and we'll kind of see how that turns out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if the aggression from game 1 might be the answer here, but okay, downlight and light. Getting some damage for himself as well, but Delta retaliating with some damage. Sidelight. Okay. Yeah, no, see, as you can see, like, Delta's trying to be a bit more aerial because those signatures are so scary from Yumiko. And even the stomps there, right? You got the Sidelight and Light Nice coming out from Pizarro. Trying to go for the scoop downwards with the recovery there. Hey, wow, what a gravity cancel side stick to read that jump off of Delta. And now Pizarro is in a pretty healthy lead.
Yeah, Fizaru definitely doing pretty well, but he's got to be careful of the ranges coming in from both of these players. Falling Cider lands from Fizaru. Weapon throw lands. Tries to get a KO option. Oh, Stomp Cider comes in. It doesn't KO though.
It doesn't KO, but the gravity cancel down like will definitely help Fizaru. Thank you, Delta, for doing that and just SDing like that. That was a very nice service for Fizaru right here. Okay, and Light. Ooh, trying to go for the N-Sig instead of the Silite. Confirmed. That was interesting. Oh, I'm pretty sure that was another misinput. That down sig, I don't think it would have hit in like any other reality. Let's be honest. Nice neutral sig though coming out from Fizaru. GC down Light. Barely whiffed. Nicely dodged by Delta. Now Delta trying to get some sort of edge guard going on, trying to end Fizaru's third stock, but it feels like Fizaru's just blowing around Delta so well now in terms of neutral.
Yeah, he's using his movement options pretty well, and as I say that, Delta comes in with that sword combo, weapon throw KO, but you know, Fizaru is moving around a lot better, you know, kind of adapting to what Delta's style is, but we'll see what happens. I mean, now we're starting to see it mix up a little bit from Delta with these sword attacks coming out of nowhere.
Yeah. Very clean aerials there on the sword, but that neutral sig will immediately shut down that second stock away from Delta. Now Fizaru in the lead himself. Okay, Stomp, Scoop, recovery, weapon throw, tries to go for the cheeky Nair as well after, but nicely spot dodged by Delta. Now back on the hammer himself, trying to go for the sword instead. Downline recovery, whiffed terribly there. Oh man, I feel bad as a sword player. That's terrible. Especially in this sort of situation where you're just one stock off the mark. Stomps there. Down like ground pound. Yeah, very well done by Delta there to equalize the stocks.
Yeah, now we're seeing Delta doing some sword gameplay, getting a neutral control away from Fizaru. Fizaru now taking it a little bit, trying to use its signature. Delta taking it back right now, and Fizaru just trying to use a hammer silent neutral light to lead into different attacks, but now we're seeing Delta still dodging away, getting around it a little bit, but runs right into that signature. Now Fizaru having that overall momentum control, tries to land that signature, misses the dare, and Delta with the counter, but it wasn't a big enough counter because we're seeing Fizaru having that neutral again.
Yeah, now we're seeing the last few seconds of this set here. Perhaps for Delta, but no, tries to go again for the cheeky down like ground pound Sair, but it doesn't work. Stomp Sair immediately shut that down with the momentum. Recovery coming out from Fizaru, does not hit it though. 180 damage, the Yenle is definitely gonna do it for Fizaru. Getting that third game locked and loaded in a 2-1 situation against Delta.
Dude, look at these replays overall, man. I mean, we saw these players go back and forth, and initially I thought this was going to go into Delta's favor. Fizaru got that down sig into, or down sig into neutral sig, and then we see Delta with the GC down like ground pound, but then going down to this final stock, it came down to the amount of pressure Fizaru put onto Delta, and he ran right into that neutral light. He got that KO. So going in game number 4, if there's another situation like that, Delta's got to be very careful with how they deal with the pressure.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. A little bit of hammer coming in from Fizaru.
Yeah, nice stomp. Oh, with the recovery. No, the ground pound missing, but the recovery.
The reversal.
Fizaru immediately.
Dude, Delta trying to do the reversal, and then Fizaru said no you and got him with his own, with the ground pound to come back. And now Fizaru is up one entire stock over Delta. He was trying to be risky because he knew his situation.
Oh my god.
But Fizaru taking full advantage of the pressure that he's got on the Delta. Delta definitely feeling it, and Fizaru's momentum is going clean.
A nice highlights. Oh my goodness, highlights Cider there. I don't even know what I just said, but that was just crazy coming out on the hammer from Fizaru.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh, Delta went too far down with that ground pound. Fizaru getting this punish.
Scoop.
If you're Delta, you're not doing a ground pound ever again in this game. You really can't, because it's risky, and Fizaru is able to get some punishes. Now we're starting to see Delta trying to get this neutral light. Oh, Fizaru missing the signature. Delta with the one light attack, but Fizaru with that falling neutral air. And Fizaru's
and as
up
you can
two
see,
stocks.
Yeah, and as you can see, like, Delta's trying to play a bit more careful now, but that was too little too late. Pizarro got such a huge lead now, missing the stomp into the stair with the gravity cancel there. Yeah, it feels like Delta's mental is crumbling against Pizarro, and I don't blame him. I mean, that ground pound, that's ridiculous, man. Downlight into Sair there. Excuse me, down into Sair. Nice weapon throw.
That was a clean weapon throw KO as well onto Pizarro, and he just got that cleanly. So now we're seeing Pizarro come back, but Delta just trying to do damage build up. Pizarro says otherwise, gets a stomp. Sire misses that down sig.
Oh, down sig barely whiffed there. Stomp recovery, not enough. Trying to get it with the weapon throw. Oh, he wanted the down heavy there so hard with the down light. Gravity cancel, but it doesn't matter. Side sig all the way across the stage. Pizarro takes it.
Yeah, Pizarro doing a phenomenal job against Delta. Pizarro, the people's champion, coming in here and beating Delta 3-1 to go further into this bracket. An amazing combo from Pizarro overall. It's all due to this pressure coming in from Pizarro, and Delta just had a rough time against it.
Yeah, man, what an incredible set, to be honest. Such hammer masterclass coming out from Will, but especially Pizarro, as you saw. Such good gravity cancel combos and such confidence, might I add, in this top 8. Such confidence. Honestly, he feels like a menace so far.
Yeah, without a doubt, and I definitely think we'll probably see a little bit more from Delta a little bit later on the stream, but I mean, we saw some really good gameplay so far in our upper quarterfinal matches. I mean, we saw Marker go against J44L, Saphira against the Jesser, Monir against Rain, and Pizarro against Delta in the upper quarterfinals. And those are some really cool sets. Monir Rain was fun to watch. Same thing with Pizarro and Delta. You know, we've had some really good sets here. So with that being said, though, Juro, it is our time to swap out, unfortunately. However, we are not done sets. We are swapping casters because we have the upper semifinals and then the losers top 8 coming up next. So make sure you guys stick around for those. We got Marker against Saphira, Monir against Pizarro. Oh, that's gonna be a good set for sure. So
yeah, that's definitely
gonna be good.
Yeah, that's definitely exciting. Thank you again for having me, AJ. An absolute joy as always. And hey, you're gonna see me a bit later today for the NA side. So
yeah, and speaking of the NA side, I mean, we're doing 2 events today, Juro, right? We're doing EU and we are doing NA, and EU is going on right now, and we're in the top sides of these brackets. But if you guys want to play North America's event, the event is still available. Go to moosewars.com. Registrations close at 1:55 p.m. So you better fucking show up if you're going to play in NA, right? Registrations close 5 minutes before the event starts. Come on now. Make sure you guys go and sign up for that. And you guys can have a chance of being featured on the stream and face some of the best players in North America as well. But with that being said, though, you and me, Juro, will be back a little bit later for those NA casting blocks, but we have to transition over to some amazing casters as well. And with that being said, we will be right back after a small break. We're going to go and have Marker Saphira when we come back.
Thank you.
Never stop dreaming. Never stop dreaming. Never stop dreaming. Never stop, never stop, never stop, never stop. stop dreaming. Never stop dreaming. Never stop. Never stop dreaming. Never stop. Never stop dreaming.
Give Hello, Internet! Welcome to Moose Wars, the only show on the internet that is willing to bring you non-stop Brawlhalla action all year round, no matter the weather. With me, I am joined by my great friend, Tripped Up, your second favorite bunny. I myself am Graffiti, your third favorite bunny. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, it's looking like a good matchup today in this tournament. I'm very, very excited. We've got some crazy top 8 action. Like, I saw Fizaru is in here, and I believe he has, like, the highest individual XP on a legend in the entire game. I don't know if that's true, but he's got to be close if it's not, because, I mean, he's like 8 million, close to 9 million on the Yumiko. That is some insane dedication.
So, in case you are either just joining now, or if you need a quick little refresher, that is all good. We got you. Earlier in the stream, during winners quarterfinals, we had Marker 3-0 J4, we had Saphir 3-1 Jesser, we had Monir 3-1 Rain, and we had, just like you said, Fizaru 3-1 Delta. Those were all very fun sets to watch. We also have a few players coming through lower bracket. These players are going to be Delta, Borgir, Rain, Shadra, Amit, and Bamya, and whatnot. We need a little bit more time to let lower bracket catch up, so that's why we're going to be starting with winner's bracket. The 4 players left we have in winner's bracket. There's how many dozens, hundreds of people who entered here, and only 4 players left in winner's bracket. Those players are going to be, where are they? Monir and Fizaru, but before we get to watch them, we're most likely going to be seeing Seed 32 versus Seed 12, Marker versus Saphir.
Yeah, and if you see that the PR is actually 103 for Marker, so Seed 32, but yeah, PR 103, so he is really got to catch up with that PR, and clearly that's showing, because to be in the top 4 of the winners, or like be in the winner's side with just 4 people remaining, that is no easy feat at all, especially in a very competitive region as EU. So yeah, and then to go against Saphir, I mean, what is there to say about Saphir that hasn't already been said? You know, a Lance player through and through. We've seen him on the Olgrim, seen him on the Tarot some too. But yeah, he has just been tearing through brackets year after year, and this is no different. He is here in the top and ready to prove himself once again. And in his way, like you said, is Marker, who is making a bit of a name for herself here with this performance. I gotta say, I'm excited to see it.
These two players have had a very different history. Marker has been competing for a little bit, but I don't think is as seasoned as Saphir. Saphir has been like a community bracket demon, and also a bit of a ranked demon for years now, and only has just been seeing the fruits of their labor, and has only very recently, in the past few months, been seeing these top spots, like top 8 in a Moose Wars winner side. So Saphir and Marker, they are a little new to this spot, but Marker with just a few more years, at least behind the scenes, even if it's not in this top 8 spot. We're starting game number 1 on Miami Dome. Not too big of a surprise for picks for either player, and not too big of a lead just yet here.
Yeah, you come to expect both these characters from these players. Saphir has been playing Olgrim for a very long time. He's got the level 100, and Marker has also been playing Fate time and time again. So there's the usual picks. I don't believe Marker will be playing anything other than the Fate, but Saphir might pull out the Taros. We've seen that in prior tournaments as well, so we'll just find out. But at the moment, like you said, relatively even. We're going to see a sidelight cider come up from Marker to pressure off stage. Let's see, recovery is not going to come out just yet. We're looking for a KO. Okay, bread and butter Lance combo. Looked for a dodge in without recovery, but it's not going to land. Both of them starting to creep into the KO percentages. Saphir's picked up the axe. Not really what you want to get the KOs, but okay, nice ground pound. Just getting some more offstage pressure. And ooh, D-Sig barely not going to KO off the corner.
Oh, ooh, that nair would have been really sneaky, but it's the D-Light nair to get us the first stock of, I think, top 8. Yeah, that is the first stock of top 8. That D-Light nair all the way up at the top of the screen to the blast zone. You see every day. Saphir gets on top of the side with a fair Marker. Gonna chase him off, but a lot of pressure off stage. Really, really hungry for this KO. Is Marker gonna be able to defend himself, stand his ground, and get some extra credit? Or is Marker gonna be able to just earlier see fruits of their labor and finally get rewarded for all that chasing they've been doing for the past minute? Marker is relentless today. You're tripped.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like the power of the Cypher right there, right? Able to get that ladder combo, take him up into the skies, and that is really not where Lance wants to be. Look at that, Saphir starting to struggle off stage, and the down air comes through. It's not going to hit. Recovery. Got a lot of damage. creeping into the 150. That is really not good for Saphir. He's got to find his way in, build some damage with those nairs. Those two coming through. Nice side air. Spot dodging to catch some sort of option. Okay, he's doing a good job right now. Spacing Marker out, but there it is. An instinct on the platform is going to take him off the top. Saphir falling to his final stock at game number 1.
Here, despite such a flashy first stock, I'm still not over that trip. Still, Marker is using this Scythe, dare I say, perfectly. That was an incredible display of Scythe with the little one-off strings they were getting, but now Saphir has to pull a repeat of, not even a repeat, has to prevent a repeat of previous, where they have to hold their ground and not let this extra credit build up. And Marker does have a little bit of extra credit, grabbing Scythe yet again. Scythe is going to be fantastic to get some damage done. Marker knows how to get a few extra hits, and however, trying to read that dodge in doesn't quite go through their way. So maybe Saphir is adapting and going to really try and reel this game back in their position. Slows their fall with that ground pound, but a recovery. Good stuff out, some recovery options from Saphir's own hands. Marker, orb, ledge guard. It's reversed though. What's Saphir thinking here?
I'm not sure. He's trying to find the best way to grab a KO and grab this weapon. He's going to get it right now. The lance. Oh, nice exhausted recovery to snipe him in the middle of the air. That's going to be 1-0 for Saphir. My goodness. I thought he was about to run away with it. Marker, that is, run away with it. But no, it was Saphir was able to get it out in the end with that exhausted recovery. You know, Lance recovery is often touted as one of the worst recoveries in the game because it's so predictable, it's so obvious, it charges back really far, and it's just a lot of people can snipe with like a weapon throw. But the exhausted recovery can cause some problems for people, and Marker right there becoming the recipient of one of those exhausted recoveries, showing why it could be very, very good. And we're just getting right back into things. Same pick, same map, game number 2. Here we are.
Don't really blame Marker for running it back. That really could just be a go next. I mean, you had some great moments. You had some moments that maybe were not as beautiful and shiny as some of your better moments. You can fix those up, but you know, everything is still within your reach. You just gotta prevent Saphir from clutching it out, because that's one thing that we love about Saphir. Saphir is a clip factory of a player, and Marker definitely has that potential, but Saphir might outshine him a little bit in those scenarios, so it's hard to say if Marker is trying to outspeed the game or is trying to play a little bit more simple and rely on the fundies and whatnot. But telling by how much Marker is dashing around the stage and speed racer around, although he gets sent to the blast zone very quickly, Marker might actually be trying to out-aggress Saphir, might try and find his way and stop this immovable object. Saphir is so fun to watch, but Marker, Scythe in hand, could accelerate this to a new level here.
Yep. Oh, nice GC side light pushing Saphir off the edge. Saphir's gonna throw up the weapon to try and guard himself. He needs the extra credits. Another side light's gonna come out, but it's gonna take a long time for that to KO. One throw down. Marker getting a little testy off stage. Okay, dipping down. Now he's unarmed. Marker has the orb. He's trying to get himself some down airs to pressure off stage, but Saphir will grab the ledge and get back on. Double down air, weapon throw. Nice GC catch on Nair as well to extend more damage. Marker starting to crumble a little bit here, and Saphir once again grabbing an end light, throwing off towards the edge. He's not afraid to throw out his weapon in order to pressure Marker some more. He doesn't really care what he has in his hands as long as he can provide damage. That doesn't matter to him. Nice, pulling out farther. Ooh, there's the down air.
On an edge guard, Saphir has been a little bit more confident in these offstage scenarios, but that's not to say that Marker isn't tricky. Marker's been playing offstage very, very clever, just sometimes unfortunately loses out 49-51. As slippery as Saphir is, Marker is incredibly smart. If you watch his edge guards, the way he uses his spot dodge here to buffer, the way he fastballs here to bait you out or something, Saphir is just so slippery. You never know what he's gonna do next, as the man is currently up almost an entire stock. This Fate really needs to figure something out, as Fate and Orb in general is finding itself in the meta this summer very, very quickly. It might just be the tried and true Ulgrim, the character of all time, brings Saphir to a better spot, top 8 here.
Indeed it is. And it's so strange because, I mean, Lance is not exactly considered one of the better weapons in the 1v1's meta, and yet he's making it work right now along with his axe. Especially with the kit that's been nerfed over and over again. We've seen in 2v2s, Ulgrim has been so strong, so BMG has definitely nerfed that signature kit time and time again, and yet he's still utilizing it to his advantage. And you see Saphir has done a great job of gluing himself to the ground and not being hit by anything in the air, while Marker has been hovering hovering, waiting to hit the downers on the scythe. And that's just been working out for him quite well. Now falling to his final stock, but a nice recovery that barely hit. And as you can see multiple times where Saphir will go up in the air, throw his weapon up, and get an unarmed recovery. We've seen multiple KOs that way. He is not afraid to get handsy with these fists. Dashing back and forth, not going to go off stage yet, but once again throwing the weapon in the air. He's just playing catch with himself at this point. Nice side air. That is a quick 2-0 for Saphir. And yeah, I mean, this is just looking more and more dominant for Saphir by the second.
All right, Marker, I know I said that this probably was a go next after the first game. I don't think so anymore. Marker very curiously banning out a lot of the usual suspects for Scythe, banned out Small World's End and Demon Island, and is willing to go right back to Miami Dome. This is very curious. You think a Scythe player would at least leave Small World's End for this small chance someone would agree to that? And the platforms, I think, seem to have been helping Saphir out a little bit more. It's hard to say, at least from my experience, how much these the platforms benefit Saphir's weapons, but I mean, the guy's able to make it work. He's able to use all these interesting little combos, like that one axe combo in the middle of the last game. I'm still over that. Like I said, this Ogrim here is a clip factory. You think you've seen Ogrim 1,000 times before, but you've never seen Saphir's Ogrim. Oh, you've seen it. Marker, I'm starting to worry here, little buddy. What you got left in the tank?
You know, I wouldn't count him out just yet. He's still got a game plan cooking out. And, you know, maybe it has more to do with this orb. He has been on the Scythe quite a bit here. And I know that in the past, Scythe struggles a little bit against Lance. So maybe the orb gameplay could be a change in that factor. But once again, Saphir just not afraid to throw up that weapon, get himself some unarmed damage. He is going to be a little bit slower to KO now with these slow KO moves like the side air. So he's got to be good on the punishes. Once again, keeping himself to the ground. Okay, side light, side air. Coming out to this hedge, but there it is, a recovery. You just never know when that thing is going to come out, right? And the hitbox is so large with the 360 degrees, and it'll just, I don't know, sometimes just snipes you out of the air. Marker finding his way around it. Not yet this time. Okay, D-Sig builds some more damage. There's the bread and butter, a nice spot dodge, but still he's taking 100 damage for his troubles. Even with that ground pound, he's still quite a bit behind.
The next minute or so gameplay here, Tripped, is very, very important for this fate here. Can they even it out, bring this game to even, and hopefully bring themselves just close for a chance at a 1-2, where Saphir can knock that all out and really just invalidate what I just said here, but it really could be looking like the first option. I guess you were really right all along here, Tripped, that this Marker still has some juice left in the tank. There is some gas left in the car, and it really has to start accelerating a little bit more, or else Saphir is going to outpace him in this race. But yeah, no, Marker's actually keeping up quite nicely. The game slows down just a little bit. When the game slows down, it slows down usually in the favor of the person who's behind, so they can give themselves more breathing space. They want to spend a bit more time in neutral, so it's actually very nice to see that Marker could be taking this next stock and pushing Saphir onto the back foot. But no, Saphir, slippery as ever, will not go down that easy.
I feel like he's gotten more KOs with unarmed recovery than anything else in this entire set. Saphir, yeah, he knows the tech, right? And like I said before, he's keeping himself very stapled to the ground, not going to jump up too much. He knows he has the anti-air option with that D-Light, and since Marker has been up so much in the air trying to get these hovering options, he knows he can get them. Okay, right now he's unarmed, getting into the 200 damage range. That side air is not going to KO just yet, but it's very close. GC side sig isn't going to get a hit either. Okay, grabbing the lance. Once again, just keeping himself right under Marker's vertical position. But there it is, a quick KO. Only 60 damage built up onto a Marker. Definitely in the best position he's been so far. So this is the time to do it. Come on, what does he got? D-Lights, another D-Light. That's not good. Once again, these platforms, Marker's been using them more, and yet Saphir has been able to get the better of it. Okay, more damage. Here we go. Side air to come back on. A chase dodge will unfortunately buffer against the stage, but still, there we go. Another side air. He is about to take the lead. Nice. Pushing off stage. Side air is not going to hit, but it's a good amount of damage. There we go.
Has been so good off stage, and even when Marker is playing so tricky, the offstage approaches that would catch anyone, Saphir still makes it back, but not against that recovery. Marker, you were right all along, Tripped. Marker still in it to win it, and makes it work on the No, I'm watching the map. I'm very careful to see where we go next. Fear is definitely very careful or comfortable on the dome, and Marker maybe not as comfortable, but still very more than well capable to make this work.
That's right. And you saw right there with that orb recovery. I mean, it is truly a get out of jail free card sometimes. You just hit that thing and it's really hard to punish, and sometimes you just don't feel it's going to catch you, and yet it does. You've got to be really careful when you're going for those jump or dodge up or any sort of vertical option like that, because the orb recovery can catch you off guard. So Marker, let's see what he can do. He has a little bit of momentum built up now that he's got that win, but Saphir is going to be trying to snuff that out as quickly as possible. Now he's got a bit of a matchup here against this site. Marker is starting to heat things up a little bit, getting these openings, dashing in with the end lights. He knows that he can get those vertical ladders. He started that off in game number 1 and got a good lead, but then that's when Saphir started to take things away. So if he can get that again and then maintain that lead, we could potentially see himself bring it to a game 5. We're to find out. Right now he's whipping a lot of side lights, but at least that's building up the damage for the time being. A side light side air is not going to KO, but a disarming instead. Nice dodge through, picking up the lance. Try to get off stage very quickly, but Marker was ready for it. Side air. Will he dip off stage? He will. The perfect down air doesn't work. Nudges against the stage instead. Ooh, good option from Saphir, but it's a side light side air taking that stock, and Marker finally gets himself a good lead.
This could be spelling game 5 here. Look at that Penumbral Crescent Scythe, one of my personal favorite skins here. Talking about that Scythe a little bit more. Come game 1, it was looking fantastic. Come game 2 and 3, maybe it wasn't looking as good. Marker was not able to give himself the room to really utilize it, full potential, and really show off how much work Marker's done on Scythe the past few years of his life. But now, come game 4, the guy has given us yet another Scythe masterclass and is showing some pretty nasty moves over on this Penumbral Crescent. So, and also Saphir is throwing out a lot more touch me nots. We have a lot more lance snares. We have a lot more axe and light, but those touch me nots matter not. Marker is still able to find his way in and accelerate the pace of the game, and this could have game 5 written all over it here, Trips. Marker is still not even getting knocked out at almost 200 damage here. The earth refused to die. Marker showing us an incredible little show with this scythe here.
217. I mean, that is like an unarmed side air territory, but then the side light, you see that? It boosted him too high to even get the true combo follow-up. That is just sickening, honestly. If I was up here, I would feel sick to my stomach not being able to even get your bread and butter combo, but finally, from the opposite side of the stage, a side air will come through. But look at that, about 80 damage built up onto him, and he's got 2 healthy stocks to work through if he wants to not bring this to a game 5. And look at that, Marker pressuring off stage, gets himself a D-light, then a side air. Here we go, down there again. Nice GC and light pushing him off stage. Saphir, okay, wait. Even though he's sweat baiting, he almost pushed him off stage enough. Wow, GC D-Sig was actually really close to touching, but there we go. Oh, I thought that was a KO. And it might be, actually. Yes, indeed it is. Marker throwing down his orb just to confirm it, but no, it's already done. Marker bringing this to a game 5, and what seemed to be a quick 3-0 at first is now going to be a tense game 5 set. I don't know how we got here, but here we are.
They're both so good off stage.
And back to the dome, of course. No swaps, none of that.
They're both, like, look at this last little clip right here. The way they both try and recover and cover their own ground and whatnot, and they're both so smart and slippery and unpredictable players off stage. I don't see off stage movement like that much of anywhere. They're both so good before.
Yep, and here we go, game number 5. Once again, no swaps at all. They are feeling completely comfortable on these picks, and Marker taking Saphir to the sky. Nice, another nair to extend another damage lead. Saphir, I noticed he's not keeping himself to the ground as much as he was before. Could that be part of the issue here? We saw before that Saphir is doing a really good job of keeping himself to the ground, getting those D-lights and the nairs as well when applicable, and it's just not been coming out as often for him. Okay, here we go. Nair as well. Nice side air. Goes off stage with the ground pound, but Marker's been ready for it for the past couple times he's thrown that out. Okay, but the damage build of the axe is nothing to scoff at. Look at it. Here we go. Unarmed gameplay. Both of them without a weapon. Saphir grabbing the axe. Tries to get a reverse Sayer, but it's not going to work. The dashing on the platforms. Here we go. An end light. Might take a little bit longer to KO. D-light as well. That's not a killing option quite yet. but both of them just creeping further and further into the barbecue red. There we go. A D-Light will finally send that stock off. With 150 damage onto him, though, it's not going to take long for that KO to come out, so he's going to get the extra credits now.
It is a little hard to tell if he wants to play more grounded or not. They are giving center stage control to Marker, so maybe they do want to play a little bit more aerial. I mean, they've also been playing very, they've been using a lot of pressure shots. I said the Lance, the Axe, and Light. They really want Marker out of their personal space. The reason Saphir wants to spend just a little bit more time in neutral since Marker was really kind of smothering them. And Saphir is still respecting that and giving Marker center stage control sometimes and just edge jumping around a bit, and it's hard to tell if that's all part of a master plan or if it's going to work out in their favor. But if they get the stock right here, like you said, that'd be a fantastic way to get some extra credit. Marker makes it back. Like I said, they're both just so good off stage, but I think slowing down the pace of the game actually really was in Saphir's best interest, because now the guy is up a pretty good lead, even though falls out of that first stock. That was still like, what, 2-3 minutes in or something like that, and Marker's now 100 damage into this second stock. Although Marker could even this out, Marker has even out stocks before, not only in this set, but also just this season in general. Marker's been pretty good at that as of late. It's still not going to be too hard for Saphir to knock that out. And this is starting to look like game one all over again, where Marker, try as he might, here just barely clutches it out. And we could be ending this set with a clip here. Marker needs something huge.
Indeed he does. Thankfully, he has the weapon to do it, but can he find the right read? Both of them kind of worrying to throw out an option right now. Marker disarming himself. That's not what you want. Look at that. Marker getting extended on with 2 nairs and a weapon throw. Saphir has done such a great job of hitting those weapon throws. Very, very close to Marker. And look at that. Oh, the swap dodge read, the side sig. Oh, that's so good. And once again,
he's locked in.
Recovery. Okay, Marker creeping himself into the kill percent. Oh. I don't know if that was going to be a KO or not. Maybe he just gave up. I don't know. But that was a KO in light poke to get it. And that is a 3-2 win for Saphir. Marker, unfortunately, after trying his hardest, was not able to bring things back. But still, a very well-played game from him. Because, man, like I said, I was looking as it was going to be a 3-0. But no, that was pretty close.
Okay, so looking back at the last headline, we're going to wait for the clips to come around. I'm not too surprised. Once it hit, I'm not too surprised that it knocked out. I'm surprised it hit in the first place.
Okay, no, see, he went the opposite direction. Yeah,
yeah. But, like, how did that hit in the first place? That was barely any time to react. Saphir, I don't even know if they knew for certain if they were going to be on the ground and if Enlight was going to take that enough time to come out. Because, yes, Enlight can be pretty quick, but I don't think it's as fast as a lot of the other moves that Scythe has. And trying to read where Marker was going to go next, how that Enlight even hit in the first place, I don't know. If that Enlight KO'd on its own once it hit, I wouldn't be too surprised. But the fact that it hit leaves me beyond bewildered. I don't know how he thought of it.
I don't know. I mean, it is a good option for KOing on Lance, which can struggle at times to KO, obviously, with those aerial options being your better moves to KO. But yeah, some people expect it way too much, especially if they're not being too jumpy. So I understand it, and obviously worked out, so can't blame him too much. But anyways, we've got to get on to our next match here, which is one that I am personally very excited for. We have Munir versus Fazaru. Now, I talked about Fazaru earlier with that 8 million XP on the Yumiko. And then Munir, I mean, we've all talked about Munir for plenty of times. Munir's been a very top contender for a long time. And actually, right now, he is on the Petra, which is interesting. I was expecting the Taros, but, I know he's good on this Petra too, so it's not too shocking. But either way, I'm excited to see this match because Fazaru is someone, even though they have so much experience on the Legend, isn't someone that usually is on the top, rung of tournaments. And yet here they are, and the top stage of this winner's side. So they have something to prove right now, getting to game number 1 on the Small Forces of Lions. Here we go.
Munir loves playing the hard-hitting characters, so he does play Petra a little bit, but I do agree, maybe not as much as we see some other character picks that are pretty classic to Munir's brand, but still very smart with them. He's not tricky. Fazaru, when people say, oh, don't drown in pools, Fazaru's why. Fazaru is the shark in the water. Fazaru doesn't have to worry about drowning in pools. He is the shark. He will win if you let him. That's why I think you was earlier calling him people's champion, is he's always there. He's always lurking. He will fight. Fazaru is one of those guys who is, like I said, maybe we don't see him too much in top 3 of a major, but You always gotta look out for him. You will win if you let him. And I think a few too many people let him get through their hands. So right now, Pizarro's delivery as ever could be taking stocks 3-1 in the first game against, I think, PR2 right now. Monir demonstrating this is why I'm at the top of the game, but still, Pizarro, this first game, don't call it till it's over. We've seen Monir pull off a miracle and a half before, but is it already spelling F-easy?
Oh, well, I wouldn't count it out too yet. All right, here we go. Monir, nice side light side air, already whittling away that lead that Pizarro had carefully crafted. And here we go, an in light from behind, gonna disarm Pizarro, who's gonna be pressured off stage. Monir's doing a really good job with these gauntlets, staying on top of Pizarro, not allowing him to get the bow, but there it is, picking up in the hands. The recovery comes through. The weapon throw will stop that gravity cancel option, but another recovery. Monir quickly stealing back the lead. My goodness. And yeah, Pizarro's going to have a tough time here because I believe that the hammer is up next, and that's not a great matchup against the gauntlets, but it doesn't really matter when you've got a powerful side air in your toolkit. And here's the question, what is he going to go for? It's going to be that hammer. He wants the consistent options with the side lights, the side airs, of course, the stomp stare combos. Here we go, scoop up, bring him to the air. Monir going to fight back with the unarmed for a little bit until he can pick up those fists. The great unarmed, if you will. Here we go, D-light, or D6, sorry, coming out. Multiple. Oh, Monir getting picked up by it, and then picked up by an inlight as well. Let's see what he can do. Monir's starting to crawl farther and farther away from the lead. Insect's going to come out. Oh, I think that was a
You
miss.
start to see Pizarro has Monir red a little bit more because a lot of these signatures are not quite connecting, but Pizarro does not have enough mats to make it back to stage. Still, it was a very good first game from Pizarro because Monir was not ready in the slightest for those first two stocks and had to just barely hold on to that second. And also, probably if he played that off stage a bit smarter, I think it really just chalked up to one small accident that Pizarro fell out of that last stock. So Pizarro, and also just like you said, doubling down on hammer for the more stable options, knowing that orb is a big threat and you can't really take too many gambles against orb. Orb is, I might replay sword as the most weapon in the game. It's so solid and stable. You stand on it as solid ground, and so Pizarro does also have Monir red a little bit. You see some of those SIGs Pizarro was able to dodge through or dash out of, and Monir was whipping quite a few SIGs, and Pizarro was also might be looking to punish those, but Monir, we're going to see if he's noticed that. If he's noticed, okay, I'm whipping SIGs, I'm not letting them rip as much, or if Monir might just keep letting him go. I can't be punished for him yet. One of these days it'll hit. You could throw out 11 Falcon punches, and one of them will hit, and it will be the most important.
That is the hope, right? But okay, Pizarro, once again, he's
That's the dream for everyone.
It really is. But he's throwing out plenty of signatures still, and unfortunately, not one is connected yet. And I understand why he is, right? Because if you're going to be a master of your character, then you're going to be utilizing that signature kit. Not only that, but also, Yumiko is just such a strange signature kit, being the trapper, right? With those down signatures, you can really trap people in there, get some true combos that you otherwise wouldn't. Monir getting a little overzealous, dipping down too far, and Pizarro was ready with the punish, the unarmed down air, sniping in the head, and it's actually going to be the bow he sticks to for the time being. Now, it is good for damage buildup, but not good for the KOing, so I'm assuming he'll go back to the hammer once it's time to get that KO. Let's see what he can do. Oh, but Munir's actually the one building up damage right now, denying him against the wall, hovering, GC sidelight into side air. Does he have enough options to come back? No, he doesn't. I was thinking he might look for a GC insig with that bow to try and get the vertical options and horizontal at the same time, but unfortunately he wasn't able to. Either that or Monir was looking for it with that down signature, but either way, that is a full stock lead for Monir. Oh, Pizarro's looking to delete it. No!
No!
Oh, did you see that? Just the added salt in the wound right there. Ground pound, down air, ground pound, just to ensure, like, yeah, I know you're in the void, but just to put you in the despair. The void of despair is imminent. And yeah, that is a very, I mean, what was that, like a minute and a half? Like, that game was negligible. That was, oh my goodness.
Did not have to kick the kid down while he was already down. Didn't have to kick him further down. Pizarro banned out Miami Dome as one of their first picks. Is also locking in a lucky skin pick. Monir still sticking with a, mind you, level 45 Petra. Maybe that does explain why some of those SIGs we're whiffing. I don't think that's as that is as high as some of their other picks. We're going to Mos Eisley. I think this has only been played like once before on stream, maybe 3 times before this entire weekend. So a bit more of a funny pick, but still, we're gonna very curiously pick apart Moni's brain, see what he's thinking this, and also I guess a bit of Fusaro for letting this open that platform. I guess people are going to say it is the new Apocalypse platform. It is there. It's not too intrusive if you don't want it. It really is not quite best of both worlds, but it is a compromise in the middle. So it is the middle path. So Fusaro, you could chalk that last game up to like, oh, I you know, wasn't expecting that. I'll do better. Maybe my hands were a little cold. Maybe I was distracted. That last game, I mean, overall in the set, if you're 0-2, I'm a little concerned. But that last game, you could chalk that up to a few things. You can have your excuses, but I don't think there's many excuses for that. Fusaro would already be running out of battery. This is winner's bracket. Fusaro would have more time left in his tournament, but lower bracket is not where you want to be here, Tripped.
What is he doing? This is just... Oh, this is tilt-inducing right now. Watching him go for N-Sig after N-Sig, and he's just not getting punished. Really, that N-Sig is so good. It's so hard to punish. And as you can see, it's ripping it time and time again. It's connecting about half the time, but the other times, it's not even being punished. So why does it matter? An N-Sig in the opposite direction to grab himself some more vertical heights? Okay, that was a good down air, though.
The N-Sig. Use the N-Sig to stall off stage, and that gave him a much better chance at recovering. And that is so smart. There's not a lot of things you can do with that. But yeah, with that N-Sig, when there's a really powerful and laggy move, when you have a Falcon Punch, you can throw it as many times as you want, and the one that matters the most will always hit. It's just, it's the rule. It's like Rayman's third glove, but I mean, sometimes the Mafia comes when you least expect it, so Fusaro's leveling up and definitely does not want to give this away. Fusaro knows the work that's cut out for them and does not want to give up that easily. Fusaro is ready for this reverse 3-0. The man's gonna need it, and whether or not he has it is the question of the day. So far, it's not looking too unlikely, but how does he play this second stock here, Tripped?
He's still doing it. This is unbelievable. Even though he's technically down right now, he is up in the mentality, able to get himself a GC sidelight and decider. And once again, right back to just spamming these N-Sigs. He knows that Fusaro had a really tough time getting around them and not punish them either. But Fusaro now on the hammer. He's got a chance. No! Oh no, he didn't have enough options to get back. That's just so unfortunate. He was looking like he was able to bring it at least to a game 4, but no. Munir brought him off stage with those gauntlets, and it was just over before we knew it. So that is going to be Munir. A quick 3-0 on Fusaro, who'll be falling into the lower brackets. But still, I mean, well played from Fusaro, because like we said, this is definitely a underdog matchup here against Munir, one of the absolute greatest in the region. And Fusaro, I mean, as good as he is, and definitely one of the best Yumikos out there, you know, it's definitely a big matchup right there, a hard matchup, that is. So, well played to him. And Munir, well played, of course, as he'll be moving on. But yeah, look at that damage distribution. You saw Fusaro really start to lock in on the hammer. And I agree, that was definitely the way to go. So maybe if we see more of him later, he'll be locking into the hammer some more too. We'll have to find out. But in the meantime, that is going to be it for the winner's side action. We'll be getting into the lower side soon. And the question is, are we heading to break?
We're waiting on a word from production. I'm pretty sure we are heading on to a break, partially because we might have to give a little bit of time for lower bracket to catch up and make sure that these players get their little butts on in here. But yeah, for both these players, I feel like this is a pretty good outcome for both of them. Fusaro, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really too worried about him in lower bracket, because the guy, when we say like, oh, don't drown in pools, Fusaro is the reason we say that. He is one of those sharks. He is one of those kids always creeping around the bracket and will win if you let him. So the fact that he got this far, very impressive, and I do not have any doubts he'll make it just a bit further. And also, our winner's final is going to be Saphir versus Monir. What is this, a 2023 Galaxy Cup? This is a very funny turn of events. Saphir and Monir, that will have to wait, though. Y'all can have a bit of a break. We're going to give lower bracket just a few extra last-minute chances to catch up and for the players to get themselves ready. They've been playing a lot, so maybe they earned a little bit of a break. We will be back in just a second. Don't go too far.
stop dreaming. Never stop dreaming. Never stop Never stop Never stop dreaming. Never stop, 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 never stop dreaming. Never stop Never stop dreaming. Never stop Never stop dreaming.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms EU. I am Tripped Up, joined here by Graffiti, and we're about to get into some more action in the top 8. Graffiti, how you feeling about it?
I'm feeling really good. We have had quite a movie of a tournament so far. Winners quarterfinals has been that is probably one of the most exciting and flashy winners quarters that we have had in a very long time. And winners semis, not too bad to boot. There are some really funny fun games there, but also now we're going down to lower bracket. The more and more we talk about sharks in the waters and whatnot, this is where they are. This is lower bracket. The first pair of sharks we got coming up to the chopping block. This is going to be Rain versus Borgir. And during the games, we're going to have a bit of a chance to talk about their bracket history. But right now, it looks like we don't really have much time for that.
Nope, that's right. We're getting right into it. And like you said, yeah, these are two sharks right here. We are literally in the shark tank, if you will. Now getting into things, game number 1, we have Borgir versus Rain, and yeah, we've got two classic characters right here. Got the Mordex, of course. Interesting drip, I've got to say. I haven't seen Fenrir with the red before, so he's really experimenting with the drip. Maybe experimenting with some gameplay too. I don't know. We'll have to find out. Right now, Borgir is on the receiving end of some Rain gauntlets, though. Here we go. Recovery to get back on stage. So far, things are relatively even. Pushing back. Here we go. Borgir gets in under, but nice retaliation with the GCD light. Now over onto the sword for the more consistent KOing options. Sword been seeing a little bit less play as of recently, but I do feel as though people are starting to pick it back up again after the nerfs because it is still good at getting those consistent KOs. Let's see if Rain can grab one. He'll throw it away. Still has the sword though. There it is. GCD light of the recovery for a quick KO at the top. He's got a lead.
Borgir picking up gauntlets for the gauntlet Ditto, and Endlight gonna send Rain off stage. Doesn't really quite challenge Aiden Edgeguard too much. Lets him touch back down on the floor. Maybe just a bait him out for that side light recovery. pretty smartly done, if I do say so myself. A minute and a half in, Borgir is trying to prevent Rain from picking up that weapon. Sword goes in favor of the Val against this Mordex Scythe. Borgir probably getting a bit of the better of this damage right here. A few Endlights are not going to be punished, but a third one will. Endlight to send off stage, and Sig charge gets punished. Dare to send off stage. Borgir could be struggling a little bit here, but never mind. That Dare, pretty good reversal tool. Finds his way back on stage with a Dare, whiffs an Ensign. Borgir, that was a very strange choice. Who is the second stock going in the favor of? It's not going to be in the favor of Rain. Borgir.
That was insane. Like, the Scythe ground pound is so very good at just quickly getting KOs like that, because it doesn't have any commitment to it. You can let go of it as soon as you do the ground pound and it'll instantly stop. Most ground pounds are not like that. There's a certain amount of distance that'll go, such as that sword ground pound right there, able to retaliate right back, getting himself into the game. Rain does not want to be counted out just yet, but here we go. Borgir gives himself a bit of a ladder combo before Rain answers back. A spot will just get him out, but a second one, nice combo. The X pivot isn't going to work, but he is starting to get on top of Borgir. Let's see what he can do. So that's going to whiff. Pushing towards the off stage. Nice ladder, but the third nair is not going to connect. Here we go. Gauntlets off stage. This is not where Borgir wants to be. Getting pushed. Oh, that was close. That was really scary for Borgir right there. And a ground pound as well. A good dodge comes out. Here we go. Gauntlets v Gauntlets. Going to see them be taking it off stage for a second here. Rain keeping himself on stage. Doesn't want to challenge Borgir off stage just yet. Here we go. Cider to push off stage. A second one will whiff. D-Sig.
This is a very tough spot. Whoever wins this first game, it's going to be a very, very important position to be in. We can expand a little bit on that later. I just don't want to miss a moment here, Trip, because the game could really end any second. Like we said, this first game will be very important, so I'm keeping my eyes peeled. I'm looking out for any recoveries. I'm keeping my eyes out for any D-like Sayers, any sidelight recoveries, any swaps to sight the gauntlets. It is a Sayer that's going to send Borgir to the Shadow Realm, and this first game is very, very important because both of these players were really just feeling each other out. There were a few big commits, but a decent amount of them whiffed. Neither one of these players have each other read very well. Borgir is a little new to the scene. Rain's I guess spot as a top level player doesn't have as many years on it compared to a lot of other years, but at least it's been an established player in brackets and in ranked for a while now. Borgir is still a little bit earlier in their career than Rain, and Rain has had a few months or maybe even a few years to solidify themselves as a very good player. Borgir not as much. So the fact that both of these players maybe don't play against each other as much, the fact that Rain was able to grab that first game means that Rain might be getting a download quicker. Rain could be winning this first little kind of feel out game, and this little introductory dance into both learning each other. Rain could be getting the best of their first few interactions, at least in a long time. So that first game, very important. Rain proving how they were able to stay on top of the leaderboards for quite some time last year. Wouldn't you say so?
Yeah, no, I do remember that when Rain was definitely starting to top the leaderboards, and I believe he could definitely start to do it again. He is definitely proving his worth against Borgir right now. Okay, but his orb recovery will bring him towards the edge. Once again, picking up that sword, he is very, very good at getting these consistent KOs. He's hovering off stage to grab himself maybe a down air, but Borgir will be allowed back on stage. Nice recovery. Bring back. Oh, the shotgun blast not going to work, but he is going to hold on to the stock for the time being. But no, in a very short time being, it will be done. And with only, well, I won't say only, but 150 damage built up on this first stock compared to one stock only, Borgir will have to fight back tremendously if he wants a chance at bringing this game in his favor, but I don't know. It's looking really, really bad. Nicely done. Another GCD light just to build up some more of that damage again and again. The GCD lights have been unpunished and unrelenting on Rain's part. Getting back to the stage, zipping off stage to get another down air. Look at that. I mean, this might actually be a 3 stock if he lets him. Borgir, though, will not let that happen. It's going to be a stock after the side air, but still, look at how much he has to do if he wants a chance at bringing it back. It's going to be a hard road ahead.
Borger is definitely struggling a little bit here. You can see him didn't even have time to weapon starve. Had to take a bit of a break to shake their hands off and take a deep breath, and then recovery almost ends high. Rain getting the best of that first game was a lot of momentum in their first few interactions. However, if Borger gets this stock right here, that could also be huge. And Light put Borger in a tough decision. Burns their dodge to try and dodge the toss of the gauntlets. Both players with a combo starter. They're both very hungry for a bit more damage, but it's not going to be a combo starter that's going to end out this game. It's going to be a big commit to a knockout. A swift dare is going to send Borger down to an 0-2, and this is starting to get a little worrying. I'm going to talk about some of the people that Borger beat to get here. Borger beat Aquino a little earlier, and also beat Delta 3-0 to get here. Delta, we saw earlier in winner's bracket take a game off of Fizarro, the same Fizarro we saw earlier. Yeah, Borger was able to 3-0 him. So Borger has been upset after upset after upset. But against Rain, yes, Rain is very highly PR'd, but could be proving that could be why this is so far their hardest upset yet. Swapping scythe characters left and right. I'm keeping a very careful eye on how Borger is playing this game 3. That game 1 was looking really good for them. They just had to barely close it out on the clutch, and they dropped just a few marbles, and that was a few too many. And that game 2 was a little tough to watch, especially after that first stock, just clean on the side of Rain. So Borger here, let's hope they're not sweating too much and they're able to wipe off their brow and get right back in it.
Rain, he's just unrelenting with these gauntlets, keeping the pressure off stage. But okay, nice ground pound.
Wait,
he won't find his way back on. Nice dodging around it as well. He knew that he'd be looking for some sort of gauntlets option to maybe grab a hit and get the chase dodge up, but he was able to bounce around below the stage, and there we go. Finally, Borger grabbing a lead. And I gotta say, I do like this pick a lot with the Barrage, because you have the Spear, and the Spear against Gauntlets is a very good matchup for Spear. Not only that, but of course Barrage has a good kit, has a lot of damage with the high strength, so I do believe in this pick. Plus, it's a lot higher leveled than, for example, the Fate, so it definitely has a lot of time on it. So I believe in this pick right now. Hopefully he believes in it too, and clearly so, since he has the lead for the first time in this entire set, if I'm not mistaken. So here we are. Let's see what he can do. He's actually got about 120 damage built up on this second stock, while still holding on with 200 damage built up onto him. Finally, an Enlight, Rain will get himself a KO.
Part of the reason that first game looked a little different compared to most of our others, because most of these players were trying to feel each other out, and they were only just getting a download on each other. And that second game was the result of Rain having a read, but Borger not having a read. Now that Borger finally has Rain downloaded and has a better understanding of how to approach this Val, we could be seeing a lead shift in the favor of Borger. Even in the early stages of this lead, I was still a little nervous for the the Mirage, because Rain knows how to clutch up, but maybe not so much against a lead this big, because like you said it, this Mirage is a great pick for Borger. Rain back on Gauntlets though. This could be disastrous for Borger, but no, Borger has Rain red and is going to show him a thing or two. We could be seeing a few a few finger wags, a few not in my house over from this Mirage. How Rain is going to respond to this is going to be a very, very important question if they want to keep up their momentum, but Borger is looking so much better this game.
Oh, absolutely. He's keeping himself on top of Rain, getting these options very nicely done with both the Scythe and the Spear. I gotta say, he's got a newfound confidence about him. Nice, grab the Scythe. Okay, there we go. Went in really deep there, unfortunately, and Rain will get the Nair, but it doesn't matter. He is gone, and finally, Borger will put a game on the board with this Mirage, which I assume he will stick to, and that he will. And yeah, like I was saying, you could see he's got the 8 damage, or the 8 strength rather, with that Barrage. So it's really, really good that you can build up a lot of consistent damage with the Scythe and whatnot, as well as the Spear, and then of course those signatures. I'm really hoping I could see some of those signatures come out. For example, that Scythe Sig is really good at catching a lot of these people coming off stage, you know, and just a lot of aerial options. So we'll see if he's able to adapt to that, but we're getting into game number 4. Borger having a bit of momentum behind him. Let's see if he can utilize it to his advantage, or if Rain will continue to reign supreme. I am not sure. Okay, well, no, it's definitely not looking that way. He's starting to rain down onto Rain himself. Borger getting some hits in there.
Borger has such a good read on Rain now, maybe even better than the one that Rain had on the second game. However, Rain could be looking at a repeat of game 2. as right now. Keep in mind, Borgir, if he drops a single game, he's out, and dropping that stock is going to be one step closer for Rain, reeling in this victory in their favor, but Borgir still has a few more chances. They don't have a damage or stock lead, but it could be pretty close to an even game to recover. He's going to snuff out that first stock. A minute, a little under a minute here. We got ourselves close to a very, very even game come second stock all. Rain looking to make the first few approaches, but Borgir is more than willing to respond. Rain is getting the first few hits, but Borgir is always following up with an actually. So this is going to be very, very tough debate to come out on top of, but Rain is starting to play a bit more careful. Could be reeling in some of this energy back. Now both these players are really just scrapping. Watching one player read the other, and then the other read the other. Like earlier when they didn't really have too much of a read and they were still just guessing, it was all fun and games, but Rain could be reeling it back in here, folks.
Yeah, I'm noticing something. Borgir is having a bit of an obvious dodge pattern. He's only doing left, right, or spot dodge. He has not done any aerial dodges. Look at that, spot dodge again.
God,
Rain
yes, spot
catches
dodge.
it. It is not looking good for Borgir now. He has got himself lapped in damage with a stock behind. Let's see, nice D-light. Okay, finally gets one, but there it is, the catch. Rain will indeed reign supreme over Borgir, who looked to bring it back, but no, indeed he will not. He will be knocking Borgir out of the tournament in 7th place, and it'll be Rain continuing on to the lower brackets. Wow.
Rain is such a solid player. You don't get seed 7, and I think PR'd somewhere similar. Is he not like PR'd 5 or? Oh wow, PR'd 20. Or wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong tab. Rain is PR'd 13. I actually thought that was going to be a little higher, especially considering that they are seeded 7th. And I honestly, especially considering after the performance of 2024, I thought they would have deserved a bit more of that. You don't get that by just doing nothing. Rain showing us some fantastic fundies, baiting out attacks, and then approaching with this combo setup. And then at that point, not even really reading the dodge, just reacting to reads you've already done. Like you said, Borgir was getting a little bit too predictable. And once Rain had the read, Borgir could slow it down and try and fight the barrage of attacks from the Mirage, but still, Rain, just a solid player. That was just good. If you're looking to learn the game, yes, it's good to watch the flashy plays, and it's always fun to watch that. But watching gameplay like Rain's and just seeing the easiest path from A to B to win a game, Rain is such a solid player. The guy does not falter. The guy doesn't choke clutches. Just a solid player all around. Sometimes that's what you need.
Yep, and as you can see by that damage distribution, all of it was done in the gauntlets. Which, we saw
God,
Rain,
yeah.
he was able to get himself usually at least a D-light recovery or a D-light Sair to get the KO confirms, but no, he did it all on the gauntlets. And that just shows he has prowess on both his weapons, because we saw, he was on the sword before, but especially on those gauntlets, he knows exactly what to do. And we saw that Borgir was not really taking advantage of that spear, only 38 damage onto it, and it's honestly a much better matchup. So, that might have been part of his undoing, but at the same time, like I said, or like you said as well, the dodge pattern, it just got really, really predictable, and unfortunately, Rain got that download and was able to sweep it away. So, yep, that is going to be Borgir falling down, and Rain will move on. So, we got to find out who is going to be continuing on as well. We have...
While you are checking the bracket, I will say you're the one that did call out the dodge pattern, so I really owe that to you. But yeah, I feel like that also sang some more praises to Rain, because you also mentioned the matchup of Spear into Gauntlets and how Rain was still able to find the better, even though Borgir didn't spend too much time on Spear. Borgir was still able to find the better of those matchups and or those interactions in a losing matchup. And I feel like that sings a bit more praises to their fundies, that they don't swap off of a losing matchup. They just learn the matchup, and I honestly, that's really impressive to see. Sometimes you love it.
That is right, but we do have to get to the next match here, and this is one that I'm also excited for. We have Amit versus Bamya.
Both these players, I'd say, in a pretty similar spot in their career, representing a pretty similar times. Both their tournament results go back to a bit of a similar era, and they do have some similar placements all around. They really started to climb and become bracket demons around a similar time. They both started to reach the upper echelons of Brawlhalla around a similar time, around, 2023, 2024, pretty recently so, and are in a bit of a similar spot from Who did we also have earlier that was also in a bit of a similar spot? Rain. I feel like Rain is also a bit of a similar spot in their career compared to Bamya and Ahmet. So this top floor could be looking like it is full of the current era of players without too many new like up-and-comer rising star rookies, without too many old souls. So very, very interesting to see how this bracket is turning out, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I gotta stay in the game here. Tripped up Bamya. Very clean lead, less than a minute in.
Yeah, and he's using the Soul. Now, this is a character that... Oh, wait, hold on. A character that might get pushed off the edge in a second. Nicely done from Ahmet, the ground pound, snuffing out that side air recovery right there. But, yeah, as I was saying, the Azul is just a strange pick. Well, it's strange in the fact that nobody really uses him despite the 10 strength that you can get with him if you use the strength stance. And of course, that is just like the hits that he gets. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, Ahmet looking once again to get an early KO off the KO box. He does not need knockback. All he needs is a big string. And now Bamya is starting to feel the pressure, even after a big lead. Look at that. Nicely done. A three-piece with a side air finisher will bring that down. Was that a perfect stock right there to get that stock right there? Oh my goodness.
So, if not close to it. Ahmet is also trying to defend the weapon from Bamya. And even when Bamya does pick up Axe, don't mind, they're playing more confidently on Cannon. Axe is a bit better as a stable weapon and is a bit closer to a secondary, but Ahmet is still barely touched on this second stock. That was an honorary 3-stock right there. Bamya stole the first stock, close to a clean 0 to KO, and then Ahmet just took and kept on taking. That is insane.
Okay, this is good right here. I see Bamya is swapping over to the Mordex, which is definitely the pick he is more known for. He's got a lot more time on it. So I'm not sure what the Zol was. Maybe a little bit like a counter pick he was thinking of, or just like something he wanted to practice on. But either way, he understands the stakes.
You play high attack. I play high attack.
Right, and Ahmet, you know, he is no one to be scoffed at. So I absolutely understand. He's got to be taking this seriously right now. Get into game number 2. Here we go. Bamya is on this Gauntlets v Gauntlets matchup now. Let's see if he can get the better of it. Okay, getting underneath Ahmet. He's starting to get a little bit more damage. I won't say too much about it yet because we saw the same thing in the first game, and yet Ahmet was able to bring it all the way around, not losing a single stock after that first one, which, like we said, that was an honorary 3 stock because that first stock was just gone within like 7 hits because of Soul's strength. So let's see what he can do this time. Ahmet getting underneath, grabs a nair, but not too much afterwards. He's giving Bamya a lot of space after getting the small open ups. He doesn't want to get too overzealous. Wonder will go down. Bamya now has the scythe in hands. Will take a while to KO if he can't get a big string. Okay, there we go.
Ahmet is actually respecting Bamya a lot. I was about to raise that question if Ahmet is just going to let the momentum go to their head and keep the, what is it, the adrenaline going. But no, they respect Bamya, and Bamya taking full advantage of that. That recovery is going to send out. It did take a bit longer for Bamya to get that first stock off of Ahmet compared to the last game, but it still could be looking a lot better since they're playing a lot closer of a game. Ahmet does even it out, though. You want to talk a little bit more about that? I heard you gasp.
Oh, I mean, it's just, once again, the orb recovery, you cannot escape it. I mean, I felt that in my very soul against someone who definitely plays against orb quite a bit. And Ahmet has been doing really good with it. He definitely is able to do the gauntlets as well, but I believe Orb is his mastery pick. And you can see he's able to extend these strings quite a bit. He uses the Nair quite often. He'll get, for example, the side light Nair side air, or the D-light Nair side air. Once again, extending upwards, he's really good at these vertical options with the Orb, and Bamya doesn't have too much of an answer. He might be ahead, but I feel like the mental is still in Ahmet's favor. So we're going to see Enlight, another damage build up. The Sair, once again, a Nair. That has really been the king of the moves right now for Ahmet, the Nair, to extend not only with strings, but also to build damage. But okay, nicely done. Bamya does get the GC D-Light into recovery to confirm that KO, and he does have a lead here.
Trying to start something up. Bamya really wants to even out the game, but Ahmet says no. We are about 2.5 minutes into the game. Even stocks 1-1 all. Bamya very slight damage lead, but nothing to really celebrate yet about. At least not yet. We got to build up a little bit more damage, and that seems to be the case. Bamia is starting to get a small lead in this game. A few Nair juggles, always very funny to see. A few more Nair juggles. Amit trying to even out the game, but despite their best efforts, Bamia is close behind.
Goodness.
They're catching all of these whiffs, although the high damage of Petra does need these few hits. Amit's getting does pile up, but the recovery disarms. The scythe toss prevents Amit from rearming. Does Bamia throw again after the light? No, he does not. He waits for the recovery. Bamia stepping right back in. You said that Amit really has mastered the orb, and that's what they showed us. I mean, a miracle of a clip, a miracle of that first game. That is just, that is inhumane gameplay right there, that first game. But still, Bamia responding back to the same orb that shut him lights out that first game. Incredible adaptation from Bamia. Maybe the guy just needed to wake up from a nap or something, but we're going right back in Small World's End, which now that I think about it, Tripped, does benefit Scythe quite a bit. I mean, you do have Petra and Orb players that quite like Small World's End because of, yeah, I guess also Dust players too, and Fate players that really like this because of the ceiling and how you can KO off the top. But still, Bamia does benefit from the stage pick. Both of these players get a buff, and Bamia is taking a pretty decent advantage of that. Amit, I think, needs to step something up, or else Bamia is just going to continue learning and learning and learning, and will over-adapt out from Amit's grasp.
That's right, and keeping the weapon off him. Nice GC sidelight to pick him up in the air for the recovery as well. And there's going to be another one coming out. Bamia is starting to pick up momentum here. What will he choose? It's going to be the gauntlets. He is starting to run all over Amit with them, getting all up in his space, not allowing him to have a weapon. He knows that with the orb, he will start to dominate again, so he won't let him have it. Look at that, just taunting it in his face. Just oscillating back and forth, waiting to see what option he'll go for. Oh, a very overzealous ground pound coming out there from Amit. Will get punished just a little bit. Here we go. Keep it to the ground. Finally got to pick up a weapon, but red once again. Amit is getting red time and time again with these gauntlets. Bamia is getting underneath. Nice nair to push him off stage. And that sucks for Amit too, because the side air dropped. Nice double recovery. He's starting to get a little something going. I would be surprised to see him stick to the gauntlets, though. Yeah, it's going to be the orb. We're going to be looking out for those nairs. Instantly, he starts throwing them out again. It's a really easy move to throw out. Cannot be punished easily either. And I don't blame him at all for throwing it out. But at the same time, Bamia is starting to find his way around them and not get chained by them like he did earlier. Sidelight, sider, pushing out towards the edge. Double nair. Third one's going to miss. Here we go. Damage is starting to build up on Bamia. Ooh. Another recovery! There it is! I told you this recovery cannot be escaped. Bamia needs to find a way around it, otherwise he's just going to keep it going. As you can see, priming up the orb as well. He will not be on the gauntlets again, I don't think. This is going to be an orb matchup here.
Gotta say, Tripped, earlier during a Gauntlet Ditto, I was actually starting to get really worried for Amit, because Amit was trying to slow down the game, and yet still Bamia was still getting the better of their engagements, but Amit is bringing it back. Amit just needed a second to say, hold on, I gotta figure this out, and has a bit longer of a break as they're touching down on the last stock just now after that recovery, but still, Amit, I'm actually very impressed, because they were playing a losing game. They were trying to spend a lot of time in neutral, but Bamia was still right behind their tail and able to bait them out when Amit was trying to play defensively, and yet Amit brought it back. Amit said, hold on, this isn't how you win the video game. I want to win the video game. Let's start acting like it. And it's now just a few hits away from bringing the set 2-1 in their favor, and Small World's End could be the place to do it right here. Bamia could even out damage here, but Amit so far is slowly wheeling control back in their favor.
Yep, and like I said, it's just the orb is what's going to do it. You saw, and you pointed out yourself, that the gameplay was starting to slow down, or at least Amit was trying to slow things down with the gauntlets, but unfortunately, Bamia is going to win that matchup. He is very, very good with the gauntlets and keeping pace with that, so if he wants to do something, it's going to be this aggressive orb. It's really strange, because a lot of players with orb are the opposite of aggressive, right? They stay back, they use that down air, they use the larger, longer hitboxes to keep their opponent at bay. Amit says, screw all that. I've got Nair. That's all I really need, and clearly so, because he's built up so much damage. I wish we would see how many Nairs he's thrown out in this set, because it's got to be getting close to like 100 at this point with how many he throws out, and yet it's working. As you can see, 2-1 in his favor. Wouldn't be surprised to see it keep going. He picks up the orb. That's exactly what he wants. Bamia is on the site, so he's looking for a big string. Gets underneath, nice, gets an in light, but answers right back. Once again, a Nair, double Nair, recovery goes high. Was looking for another one, but he was out of options. Side light, side air. This weapon is just destroying Bamia. He has no idea what to do, even going forward with the sight. There we go, recovery comes out. Ooh, I thought we were about to see something crazy. Okay, there we go. Nice option there from Bamia, able to snuff out that stock. But man, still, Amit has all the momentum.
Bamia needs a bit of extra credit. Yes, Amit, all the momentum in the set, but Bamia is starting to bring that to a bit of a halt, bit of a roadblock. Amit does get over the roadblock, but still, are there roadblocks ahead? Is the roadblock because it's what is it? There's a bunch of potholes, and Bamia's looking to break his tires, or I don't know how cars work. Bamia looking for the sidelight recovery, sends Amit high. Damage is still staying even, and it's hard to tell who this game is in favor for, Trip, as right now Bamia had some pretty good momentum in the game, but Amit says momentum in the set, and the games that Amit has won has been looking incredible. The one game Bamia won was only just barely out of the jaws of defeat, so very hard to say who this is in the favor of. Maybe this is right back to square one, like we were saying earlier, as both players are trying to feel each other out. Bamia, fantastic lead. It might still be just a little bit too early to call game 5, but Bamia is looking down the barrel here.
I hear the sirens in your background. That is spelling disaster right now for Bamia if he can't find his way around Amit, because even though he does have the lead in this game, and like you said, in the set, it is all for Amit right now, and he's trying to find a recovery. Okay, but Bamia gets around it this time, but not the second time, pushing him off the edge. Amit will get the weapon choice, and I won't be surprised if it's the orb, but no. Okay, this is interesting. I don't know if this is the right pick, but then again, I'm not Amit, so here we go. Let's see what he could do. Right now, it's the Gauntlets Ditto once again, which does tend to favor Bamia. Maybe he's got something going. No, Bamia gets himself a nice 3-piece to build up damage, and Amit realizes, yeah, no, I'm going to need this orb. But unfortunately, he primed up the Gauntlets by doing what he did earlier, so he's going to have to get through 2 weapons if he wants that orb, and it seems as though he understands, yeah, I might not be able to get another weapon if I do that, so time to just stick to the Gauntlets and see what I can do. Throws the weapon to buffer him a little bit, but an in-light will come out to push him towards the edge. Once again, being pressured off stage, he's waiting. With the exclamation marks are coming out. Did he get the recovery? That was very, very close.
Gotta say, Trip, this is looking really good for Bamia, because Amit was giving Bamia stage control, and Bamia was looking to take some pretty good advantage of it. Even though Amit has orb back in hand, Bamia is still chasing down, and even as Amit read a little bit, Amit is still going for some crazy commits, but an end light sends off, doesn't unarmed though. Amit, yeah, is actually fully respecting Bamia, really not too excited to take center stage control as recovery proves their point. Bamia slowly reeling it in. We have ourselves a game 5 here.
I'm excited for this one, and yeah, no swaps coming up from either player. They are locked into their picks. They know what to do. Back to Small World's end as well. And yeah, no, like I said, Amit is going to have to get onto this orb. He is trying things with the gauntlets, and to be fair, he was starting to bring things around a little bit, but even then, Bamia was still coming out on the favorable side of that matchup. So if Amit can stick himself to the sword, or not sword, a sword and orb, very similar, but yes, on the orb, and get himself those combos, especially with the nairs, that should be able to bring him the victory. But at the same time, now that Bamia has brought it to a game 5, he's going to have some confidence. He's going to have some momentum. Let's see what he does with it. Go, Nair, gets the catch.
Both these players really kind of have all cards out on the table, and we're not wearing long sleeves here. There's no other little cards we can pull out of a sleeve. We know what we're looking for. We know what we're doing, and it's about preventing the other guy from getting what they want. I think the police are responding late to that first game because that was an absolute murder. I don't know why they're getting here this late, but hey, still, Yeah, no, Bamiya wants the Gauntlet Mirror match, because that's where Bamiya wins, and so getting the weapon cycle down is what Bamiya wants. He can still land a few hits on, on Orb, is able to get that recovery from earlier, is able to get that sidelight just now, but Bamiya, we know, doesn't want to risk too much against the Orb. Wants that Gauntlet Ditto, weapon starving, staying on Gauntlets. You'd think that Sight is better for building up damage, especially compared to Gauntlets. Gauntlets has some pretty nasty combos, but Sight is better for building up damage, and Amit completely just throws away the Gauntlets. Bamiya wants the Gauntlet Ditto, but Amit does not. All cards face up on the table, sleeves rolled up, shades down. Who has the better poker face? You just gotta prevent the other guy from getting what they want. Can you do it?
That is right. Okay, will the cards come out? The flop has already been dealt, so has the turn and river, but who has the better hand at showdown? And it seems like the orb. Okay, there we go. Nice Nairn's recovery. That one's a little unexpected coming out from Amit. And once again, swapping over to the orb, wants to keep it primed. Can he keep Bamiya off the weapon? No, he won't. And Bamiya does have his favored weapon. So here we go. D-Light will miss. I thought that was going to connect. There we go. Double Nair. Third one was going to miss, but still not going to get punished. Building up more damage now. Down there as well. He's starting to slow things down a little bit. Nice recovery again. Bring it towards his favor in damage numbers. Here we go. Okay, gets above the down air. Once again, going high. Bamiya's got to be careful. The recovery is
never too
imminent.
far
Okay, gets
behind.
around it. Ooh, and he keeps him off the weapon too. Bamiya, can he pick it up in time, or will there be a sidelight side air coming in his direction? Okay, picks up the scythe and whiffs the sidelights. Oh, but he whiffed a weapon throw, and he's on the gauntlets. Tried to go for an in-sig, but that's not going to work just yet. Bamiya might be able to bring this around now that is on his less favored weapon. What can he do?
Oh, yeah, Bamiya, I mean, yeah, we keep talking about it. Bamiya really wants the Gauntlet Ditto. Amit is on Gauntlet, Bamiya's on Scythe. I don't really think that's what they want. I think Bamiya's looking to have, what is it, like a repeat of Rain's game. Wait, what? Oh my god, Amit did not want any extra credit for that. Amit let Bamiya pick up Gauntlets, knowing full well it could have been sniped out like that. I think Bamiya wants this game to look like that last game with during Rain's set, where everything was just Gauntlets after Gauntlets after Gauntlets. Amit maybe looking for something similar with the Orb. But yeah, watching the ways that they're trying to mess with the weapon cycle, having their favorite weapon double down, and some of them sacrificing a stock instead of weapon starving if they know it means my next stock will be better than this current one. So setting themselves up for success. Amit, damage lead here, and with Orb in hand, so Bamiya has a lot of work cut out for them. But Amit is starting to play a bit more aerial, less grounded. Is that less room for sidelights from Orb and more room from Sayers from Gauntlets as an end light could be setting Amit up for something a bit less than favorable here, Tract.
Yeah, it's not looking good, especially with this arm as well. Gets around the GCD light, but even then, the side sig. Oh no! Okay, I thought he was going for like a recovery right there. Maybe even I don't know, but it just whiffed, and he's on the gauntlets too. Oh my goodness! The in-sig gets interrupted by the recovery, and Amit, the game, the set, it's stolen from him. Bamiya is going to take it. He is victorious.
Oh my goodness gracious! Bamiya taking that away once Amit. I'm looking for the clips back. When and where did Amit have to throw or get disarmed off of Orb? That's when it all fell apart. That's what Bamiya needed. Amit knows that Bamiya needs the Gauntlet Ditto because that happens. And it all lined up for him. 500 damage. Literally 10 times more damage on Gauntlets compared to the other two weapons combined, with around 50 damage on both. And a similar story with Amit, around 100 damage on unarmed and Gauntlets as opposed to the 420 on Orb. So both of these players flexing some specialty and some mastery of their craft, but only one can be the true master of this bracket. Now, Trip, I got a bit of a confession. we've been going for a little while, and I think I gotta get the little one to bed. So I hope you excuse me. I think I have to take my leave. He's getting a little upset with me. I think I gotta get him to bed. He needs his afternoon nap. So I think I gotta take my quick little leave. We will see y'all very quickly. Be sure to follow both of us on social media. We are very, very pretty and funny people. Trip, is there anything you want to say before I take care of some stuff?
No, just keep continuing the tournament. And yeah, make sure you get him to bed though. He definitely needs his beauty sleep.
Yeah, no, he's upset with me. His afternoon nap is long overdue.
The kingdoms! They're clashing! There's a problem abound for Brawlhalla, but guess what? We have the solution. It is us! Actually, it's not really us, it's the players. But welcome back to Clashing Kingdoms or Moose Wars, everybody. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by PJ. Mr. PJ, how are you?
I'm doing pretty well, man. I'm really excited for this one. We actually commentated a EU Brawl League event yesterday. Shout out to Brawl League, and we had a really good time with that. And I'm looking forward to not only see some of what we saw yesterday, but also some new faces, as the winner of yesterday's tournament isn't even in the bracket any longer. So this should be a very exciting tournament.
I'm so sad because I was so ready to talk so much about Ahmed and how great he was yesterday and his unbelievable comeback, but Thamia made sure to shut all that down right away. So, hey, I mean, for the most part, we do have some relatively fresh faces here for the EU side as we head into things. We do have our first matchup here. It's going to be Marker versus Rain. And of course, these are players that have been around for quite a while, but I'm very excited to see what they can bring to the table here. Demon Island, Small World's End, and Fortress of Lions are the last three stages available. It's going to go to Fortress of Lions. We saw those last three stages available a lot yesterday in source code, and it really came down to one player winning nothing but Demon Island, another player in the finals winning nothing but Small World's End, and splitting the difference here for Fortress of Lions for a Terrace Val pick, I think is the best of both worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. Rain, one of my favorite players to watch, and one of the last true bastions of Val in the current meta right now. This sword is in the greatest of spots, so you're seeing a lot of Val players kind of move on to other legends. But we have Rain here still kicking it. Second place at Trial Freya last year, but hasn't found the same amount of success as the previous, and Rain getting started here with a ground pound and gets the edge guard. That's a lot of success to start off the set for Rain with almost a 0 to KO to start us off here.
I feel like this is a running theme for the second half of 2025 is that we're seeing either Taros or Terai dominate or get completely pummeled by fast, high-octane weaponry like the Gauntlets or Orb. And so far, unfortunately for Marker, it's going to be the second option. Rain has been completely having his number. Very early KO. Weapon, well, I guess you could say weapon starved to an extent, but swap over to the hammer for the axe. Has at least found one hit against Rain, maybe two now, but Rain is completely dominating the neutral.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing versus Axe's Gauntlets is finding that like golden spot between where the Axe player can throw out their disjoints and where he can burst in, either with things like GC Downlight or Sidelight, and Rain's been so effective at that and equally effective on these edge guards to side air intermediate weapon toss, and Rain is playing very, very well. This is a return to form, at least from my perspective, of Rain from the last year where he was able to really dominate. And right now it's been all Gauntlets, nice dodge too, gets the down sig as well, gets a little uppercut and sends Marker right back onto the wall. The end light comes out and Marker with the dodge in place has to avoid the very, very fast-paced edge-guarding flowchart of Rain, who gets a side air there, gets another downer, Marker, down sig, GC, and the weapon toss to put the exclamation point on, and Rain with a 3-stock to start off the set.
See, I call games like that storyline games, considering Marker didn't even get 100 damage done overall against Rain. Just a really good way of setting the tempo of this matchup, and it seems like if Rain can continue to be like game number one, this could be a very quick set for elimination, but Marker does swap over to the Fate pick. I think the Scythe Orb will be much better fitting against the Val pick than Taros. We'll just have to wait and see if it goes to Small World's End. But we go to Fortress of Lions once again.
Yeah, this is a complete departure from what we previously saw, where we saw Marker playing the Taros, but definitely not the winning strategy. So you swap off of one OP ledge and you pick up another one. Now you have the Marker pick, which has been a pick that very many great players have been using, including Godly and as well as Use of recent.
I mean, look at that.
Cider. Yeah, 50 damage to start us off. Even on defense stats, you're still 8 strength or 7 strength on Orb. It's really good.
Marker's practically matched up all the damage he got in game number one already. Rain does have a lot of defense, though, on this Val pick. He can hold on at least a little bit tighter. Problem, though, is that now complete stage control, a complete turnaround for Marker. Great string combos once again, barely touched on this first stock. It's Rain to fall.
Yeah, I think that Val has a particularly difficult matchup currently into Orb, as Orb can both beat out the lack of range on the side of Gauntlets and also whiff punish the end lag of sword whiffs, and we saw there just a complete domination on the Orb.
It's kind of the inverse of Taros with the golden spot. Like you're looking for extra spacing, you're looking to catch landings off someone like Rain. But with Orb, you're really looking to initiate and find that spacing yourself and control where someone like Rain will land in the process.
I like the attempt there for Rain to maybe call out Marker going for a very slow and laggy recovery, but instead there we see Marker, who's been stuck in the wall here, gets a down air as Rain, and now Rain going for the GC downlight, trying to catch a landing or a jump potentially for Marker, but Marker has been fighting back and finding all too much success versus Rain here. Rain really needs to kick it into gear, but maybe this won't be the game to do so. The side stick comes out on the scythe, and Marker showing, hey, I might not be able to play Taros, but my fate is the right option for sure.
Yeah, hints of desperation now from Rain, attempting to bring out those ledge guard signatures back on the second stock. Unfortunately, nearly being taken out. Sweat beads available on that final stock on the left side. Does get back on though. Great dare into a recovery. That's going to send Marker down to his second stock. One of the biggest leads I think we've seen so far this tournament, at least on stream. Rain though, gauntlets, fishing for those dares, needs to find aerial gameplay to evade away from Marker, but that's far easier said than done. All Marker has to do is dial back, wait out the dodge, look for an opportunity to strike.
Interesting attempt to go for Marker there, but you're still really comfortable in this position. You get a double nair into Cider. It's nice damage there. Now looking to catch Rain on a landing, maybe either side light or a high or low place Cider. I'm sorry. Nice attempt there from Rain to keep this party going. I mean, it's not necessarily over yet with that dodge read, but we don't find the right timing, and a side light into a recovery will cause really big problems for Rain now, as if you had a chance, it had to be on the back of that big dodge read. Marker doesn't need the dodge read though, and nair into recovery is enough to get a 2-stock win back. So if I have to guess, Rain is going to win now with 1 stock, and then the next game Marker will win with 2 stocks. You know, I think they're just taking turns with the stock advantage going into the game wins, and we got game number 3. No legend swaps though. The fade will be sticking for this next game.
Well, Rain definitely woke up at the end of that second game, realizing, okay, this is the situation now. I'm not facing Taros anymore. I have to play a little bit more reactive against this orb. And correct me if I'm wrong, we really didn't see much Scythe at all in this matchup. So it's just a matter of seeing, okay, well, how do I wait out the orb just a tiny bit, fish for my dares in smaller blast zones and World's End? I think this could definitely be a better matchup, maybe going down to the final stock each.
Absolutely, I'm looking definitely forward to see if we can get this this answer back from Rain, especially versus the orb. But right now, Marker's saying, hey, I still got some scythe chops myself, and this is definitely a scary stage to be getting hit by scythe a lot on. The blast zones are basically non-existent, paper thin, and the scythe will be able to cut you right through them very quickly here. The edge guard sequence as the left side Marker is now stuck in a juggle state. We get the recovery, a GC side light as well, but Marker lands back down first, gets a side light. Nice pick up there from Rain, getting the nair. It's very important that, especially versus a legend like Fate, Rain will start getting these nair anti-airs, as he's definitely fishing for it right now. But right now, Marker getting the end light into recovery, puts Rain on notice. He barely makes it back there.
Hey, great patience off of Marker though, waiting out these initial onslaughts from Rain, looking for the landing as well. GC side light unfortunately does not connect it into downlight into recovery is good for Rain, but immediate comeback from Marker does spell the end of that first stock off of Rain. Marker, really good way of holding on tight, not nearly the same lead as we had seen from either player in the first 2 games. Immediate recovery comes down from Rain. It's going to solidify things, almost like the first stock never happened.
Yeah, we just go 2 stocks apiece now, and Rain having the weapon advantage looks to weapon start Marker for a little bit there, but Marker able to pick up an orb here, something that Rain's definitely struggled with, but a nice read there. The classic Endlight side light orb is a string. It's not a true combo. Rain knowing that, and now puts himself in an advantageous spot off stage, but Marker gets the better of it with the side air, putting Rain back in the corner with the Endlight. An Endlight from Rain misses its mark, and now Marker just holding center stage with another weapon pickup as well.
I see what you did there. Oh no! The charging sync doesn't connect. Rain has an opportunity to get back on stage. Back in the neutral we go. This is good. Marker, perfect opportunity to go for a dare. But will it be enough though? The answer is yes. All it takes is 1 ground pound for Rain to turn things around here off ledge.
Another down air, and that's going to be a big flip there. You said it, ground pound he delivers, but he doesn't deliver on that side air. It doesn't find the right timing, but an air to GCN light will put Marker back on stage once again, but a side light side air, same spot as the first stock as well. Rain gets a little bit too overheated on the side of the stage, and Marker just so easily punishes with side light side air. And with Fate and on Small World's End, all that strength stat is going to definitely go into very early orb KOs relatively.
Yeah, Marker is still with a lead, barely ahead. All it takes is 1 good string from Rain to turn things back around. Remember, he was able to win off of reset, had gauntlets off of the respawn of Marker, but that was a long time ago, a whopping 30 seconds. Now with a sword versus scythe, this is not the matchup for Rain. He needs to take as little damage as possible, get this recovery out, but unfortunately the side air does not connect. Marker, ledge guard, hit with a side air. This is it. Rain is trying to find anything to safely get rid of this second stock, but he's taking damage. Anything against him here. We double the impact until the end. Recovery is out.
We all come down to this last stock here in game number 2. Sorry, game number 3. Looking for the set advantage right now. Rain dodging in and out, realizing, hey, I got to avoid this orb open up. The end light, the side light. Very present threats here. We go for a down air as Marker. Marker with 2 aerials. Rain utilizing that movement to stay elusive. The dodge in place, but no read from Rain. He is unable to react to that one. Another dodge in the face of Rain and no punish once again. D-light, side light, waiting for the dodge. Gets the dodge, and that's 2 dodge in places for Rain. Rain knowing that. Marker as well, dodging away, but a ground pound comes in. Nair doesn't connect as Marker's barely able to jump over it, and Marker flipping it back onto Rain with a Nair into recovery. Doesn't find it. Rain setting off stage with the side air. Gets the side light into the Nair, but Marker fights right back with that side air. We go back to a very comfortable orb position.
Oh, both these players have struggled on recovery, especially Marker. Orb recovery has not been consistent. Gauntlets versus unarmed, not the place you want to be in if you're Marker. Recovery does not connect from Rain. This is it though. Marker has orb, Rain has gauntlets. Both optimal weapons, the best of each of these players facing elimination. One single signature can end it all. Recovery doesn't connect. Marker buys his time. Side air's out. Sweat beads available. Rain barely touches, gets the recovery. But Marker again evades. He dodges, gets the combo, sends Rain away, but not enough to KO. Scythe is out, does not confirm. Rain, a weapon throw, gains distance. No, doesn't connect, can't find the GC downline. But the recovery does! Rain turns it around!
What a crazy last stock there. They both scrambled and both dropped very crucial interactions. We saw a D-light from Rain that converts into a recovery there and KOs, and Marker also dropping the side light into recovery as Rain gave the perfect dodge for it. Very close game, number 3.
Yeah, very, very close. Gotta say, really enjoyed what we had seen there. I mean, big wake up overall from Marker from game number 1. I mean, at this point, you know, you'll take anything over a 92 damage game off of Taro. So, very happy about what we're seeing thus far. Huge turnaround again overall. Really can't wait to see what's going to be happening into this next game. If I'm either one of these players, I'm not swapping my legend. Like, I think things are fine. It's going close to the wire.
Yeah, it should be. It should just be like this is the legend pick. I mean, you already tried Taros too, and you did like less than 100 damage. So it's like, let's stick on the Fate here, and it's definitely working. But Small World's End, I thought was going to be like a great spot for the orb to be in, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah,
And,
it just came off of you know, failed recoveries from both players and just missed opportunities overall.
For sure.
But hey, a clean slate, a nice refresh. Rain now up 1 game. Marker still having plenty of work to do to catch back up. Has had solid leads since swapping over to the Fate pick. Rain does have the upper ledge control. Back to neutral we go, however, in a split of a second. Marker once again fishing for nairs. Unfortunate, though, not to go for a recovery.
Okay, nice down air there to start some sort of pacing for Marker here, who has Rain in the damage deficit, but you're going to need about 40 more damage in order to get a KO, and that'll be a great way to get it. Now a side light into side air will definitely KO, but on the right side of the stage. Rain going for the ground pound there, goes for the wrong way, and the down air sends off the wall. As Marker takes the first stock here in game number 4, looking to even this up and force the game number 5. Rain will have quite a bit to work to do, because this is shades of game number 2, where Marker got a very early KO and kind of snowballed the game, and this is where the snowball starts.
Yeah, big high-risk, high-reward opportunity for Rain off stage. Unfortunately, it was not the high reward that he wanted to get. Scythe is back out now, and Rain has barely had an opportunity to get back onto the stage. PJ, you're completely right. Definitely markers of game number 2. We're seeing the same desperation, ledge guard signatures coming out from Rain. The difference, though, is that signature connected, unlike game number 2 where none of them did. It's just a matter of seeing whether or not Rain can snowball that further, but unfortunately, again, any damage Rain takes now is just going to be insurmountable. Deep red on 2 does take Marker down to his second stock, but damage may have already been done.
Yeah, you know, to think about it, on like the closest lion to the ledge at 150, the side light side air will start to KO, and then it's about like 5 to 10 damage per other lion all the way to the middle. And when you get to 150, it's like the break point of, okay, now I can just go for side light side air in the corner. So a lot of the center play for Orb is like, I'm just going to wait for you to force yourself in the corner. And Marker doing just that with Rain, even at the low damage on the Scythe. Marker having a really solid understanding of how to control this Valve.
Just have good ledge control, however. A great neutral light to start off. Takes Rain away. Weapon starve as well. Gauntlets available. The weapon that we've seen Rain use the most. Remember, sword, not the best option in this meta right now. Oh, he's going to go for it again. Remember, those ledge guards did not work. I'm sorry, off-stage play did not work out well for Rain. Finally does, though. One stock left each.
About 30 more damage for Marker to rack on for side-light side air to start KOing, and that's going to be a great way to start it. About 10 more damage is necessary. You should live this one, but you won't live the next one.
Oh, Rain, we've seen this spot before. Not the place you want to be in. He goes immediately back on stage, and there it is. Good 1-2 punch combo, sending Marker 2-2 to game 5.
Yeah, that was definitely a more even damage spread on the weapons here for Marker. Finding 280 on the Scythe and then 270 on the orb. But the biggest difference being that, like, on his orb, he only took 84 damage, 36% of the time he had orb equipped, and he took very little damage and kind of dominated the match. So this is scary for Rain, I think, where you're looking down the barrel of a potential shutout from just the orb from Marker. We'll see as we get into game number 5 here if Rain can adapt versus it. I think a lot of this comes down to these very flippy offstage interactions. I want to see more stable on-stage play from Rain, but Rain is of the newer generation of Gauntlet players that just love going for those crazy edge guards. I think of Rain kind of similar to Bunny in that sense from North America, but we'll see if Rain can make that high execution threshold work in this game number 5.
I think you could argue that Bunny has a much better option here with the Rayman over the Valve, considering you can use 2 weapons.
Yeah.
But you're completely right. Bunny and Rain love to go for these really wild offstage plays, perfect for the TikTok highlights. But unfortunately, the TikTok highlights are only good if you're able to win off of it. And so far, Marker has been much more stable.
And Light's coming out now as Marker's weaving in and out, going for the side light there. Nice whiff punish there. You do have some traditional footsies in Brawlhalla every now and again, and then other times Scythe ushers you to the other side of the stage. The side lights and side airs have been a problem for Rain to deal with now as the orb comes out, and gonna need about 160 to start KOing with side light side air from the corner here. Gotta be very careful. Pick up a sword though. Should have a chance now for Rain to put up some damage. Downlight into the side air. We go for a Hail Mary ground pound that, if that hit, I mean, you got it, but I don't think that was going to work. Nice side stick there, sends Marker away. Downlight into side air should KO, and it does. Rain from 160 damage, able to come back from there. Off the back of a very tricky GC side stick that a lot of people think would go up the wall, but instead hit on the stage and set up a nice edge guard sequence for Rain.
Yeah, good mastery of the legend there. Rain does have the stock lead, game 5. Pressure mounting now for Marker.
Nice pickup from Marker there to call out the jump and the overshoot from Rain, who is definitely constantly having to gamble that option with the sidelight on the gauntlets. And as I talk about that, we see no gauntlets on the screen. The side getting some action, but so does that sword and light and the ground pound as well. Marker putting himself under the stage, but a side stick comes out from Val and it goes a little too close to the wall, so it doesn't send the spiking hitbox. I wonder if Rain spaced that a little bit farther, if we're looking at 2 stocks to 1 lead now, but Rain can't be thinking about that right now as Marker has an opportunity. It's very even damage. The side light comes out, getting the dodge in once again, but somehow Marker is so not ready for those dodge ins. Rain's getting away with murder in that sense. Side light into recovery immediately, and Marker now scrambling to find a button to hit. The side light comes out, the downer does send off stage, but immediate recovery on a dodge in read. Rain doesn't give it so easily though.
Gotta give props to Rain though. I think if it was any other game but 5, he would have gone for the offstage play, but he's playing much more safe now, and it's working in spades. Great gravity cancel and light. The recovery was out, but unfortunately doesn't connect, but the second does. It sends Marker into the sky. He comes raining back down, but Rain, true to form, sticks to the ground instead. No evaporation just yet. Weapon throw into a sword, tries to find recovery. Such an odd choice, especially when it's this tight of a catch. Downlier.
Oh, we don't
Rain
get the
sends-
downline. That's so crazy that Rain's able to sneak right past it. Just not close enough to the wall as Marker now gets a triple exclamation points on Rain, and Rain shouldn't have an option, but we flip him back into the stage, and Rain still has nothing as a triple exclamation part.
Why did he
breaks
throw the
both sides of the
gauntlets?
stage. I have no idea.
And pity gauntlets given. The Rain into the immediate recovery. Hopefully Marker won't regret that.
Rain on a slight weapon starve here, just kind of waiting for Marker to pick the scythe is the option. The downlight coming out, not finding it. The nair comes out as well, and Rain slowly easing his way in. Marker is going to be able to stuff out that dodge. Nice dash read. Recovery comes out, and an immediate flip offstage with the downer. Rain burning so many resources to mix up his recovery into the down air of his own, and now Marker with an opportunity to get some damage, but instead Rain continuing to push the advantage state. The nair comes out for Marker, and he swaps over to the orb, the thing that's caused the biggest problem for Rain so far, and it seems to be proving more problems. Sidelight into side air won't KO, but one more at this stage will surely do it.
Oh, what a turnaround from Marker. That's the end. No, yes.
Yeah, no, yeah, it is.
Whew. Fake me out there for a second. Starting from game 1, only getting 92 damage overall, swapping away from the Terrors to the Fate, and then winning the entire series. I mean, you really, that's, I don't want to say Cinderella story, but that is a dream come true, especially this late in the tournament.
Absolutely, and we'll move right on into the next match there. That's going to be Rain bowing out at 5th place, unable to make his return into the top 4 of things, but still nothing, or something to be excited about for sure, somewhat return to form into the top 8, and not only just that, but also making it to 5th place in the game 5. But we have our next match here. We got Fizaru versus Bamia, Fizaru being one of the longest tenured Yumiko players versus Bamia and Mordex, Fenrir Mordex at that. And one of the interesting things is Bamia has been going on a great one. Just beat Amit, the winner of the back-to-back Brawl League events for EU. So Bamia putting the end to Amit's streak, and I guess in tournaments this weekend possibly. But instead now facing down Fizaru. Should be a very exciting match.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this one as well. I'm a little sad that we're not going to be seeing Ahmed. I was excited to see the lore continue. Possibly winning 2 tournaments back-to-back in a weekend would have been an unbelievable storyline, but that's in a different multiverse now. Mordex versus Yumiko heading into game number 1. Fortress of Lions, I mean, we've seen how dominant Gauntlets are right now. Of course, the Hammer and Bow are in a great spot as well for the Yumiko. I think it's just a matter of stage control right now for Fizaru. I mean, complete and utter mastery of the Yumiko pick is going to come in handy here, but again, just the anti-stage ledge guarding maneuvers that you have available for this legend has to be paramount against the Mordex.
Absolutely, and of course, want to remind everybody, Bamia is the Winter EU champion. So this is somebody that has found a lot of success in recent times, but as in recently, nice side stick from Fizaru, and Fizaru saying, hey, Winter champion or not, that side stick will find its mark and definitely KO at even center stage there, as Fizaru has the first strike here in the set. We see the Hammer already get activated there with the end light, but Bamia right back in the game with the Gauntlets.
I mean, someone's got to tell Bamia that winter's over. It's finally spring, and Fizaru's proving it. Full stock lead. Again, just catching these landings off of Bamia with the D-light. I feel like I've seen more of that in these 2 tournaments than I have for like the entirety of my casting career at Brawlhalla. So it's worked out well.
Okay, nice nair there, going for the side air as well. Bamia avoiding getting the extra credit built up, but it's around 60 damage for Fizaru now. Get the down signature as well. D-Light comes out, but the recovery does find it, and Bamia getting hit with the side air as he goes for a GC downlight into the offstage, but he gets a recovery to check Fizaru's somewhat lackluster edgeguard attempt. The side air comes out as well into a weapon toss. GC downlight the other way. Unarmed recovery to find its mark onto Bamia, and the D-Light into recovery will find the stock for Bamia, but only after approaching the red now, as you have quite a bit of damage racked up on yourself.
Big game of discovery for Bamia, figuring out a way into Fizaru's kit. Again, with Yumiko, definitely unique properties, ensuring that you have a little bit of extra space to work with, and people can't just immediately pivot and side air into you, or down air, especially with that down sig. Whoa!
It's going to be Bamia somehow stealing the game away again. And light comes out, GC side light as well. Fizaru getting a down sig out. Nair comes out, and Bamia now putting Fizaru on notice as you've lost all your lead, and the end sig comes out. The side air as well. The GC side light into the Nair. He waits for Fizaru's recovery. Doesn't find it there, and Bamia somehow still makes it back, but a down air trades out for stock. He almost had the most legendary combo I've ever seen off stage, but instead it falters, and Fizaru now happy to thank his lucky stars he didn't lose the game outright there, but also happy that he didn't have that much extra credit tacked onto him.
I know, I was ready to say that was such a deflating second stock loss and led into the final one as well, but no, there we go. Fizaru back in full force. Absolutely necessary to see. Unfortunately, the Hammer was thrown, not recovered. Bow back out now against Scythe. A great matchup. Part of the anti-Scythe camp. Red to orange though. Can Fizaru get back in? He does. Gravity cancel. Side sig. The bait from Bamia.
That'll find that kid. That was so crazy, honestly. Like getting the race there, and then Bamia having the knowledge to go for that GC side sig, a way to cover so much of the grounded state in the corner, and catching that one. That was so crazy.
It's only something a 1v1 champion could do.
True.
We'll have to wait and see, though, how game number 2 goes by. I mean, had we not seen the kerfuffle I guess is the best way to say it. In that second stock, I think things would have gone even closer to the end, but overall, really good to see. Bamiya does swap over to the Petra pick instead of the Mordex. So not only do you get your cake, you eat it too. You have yourself the orb on top of the gauntlets. Better for the hard counter against the bow that you would have as the Mordex still. I mean, if it was close game 1, PJ, I think this is going to be probably another game win for Bamiya off the character selects alone.
Yeah, I have to agree, and I really like this swap over to the Petra. I have a lot of belief that Petra is like really strong right now. High strength, orb legend.
Well, we saw Ahmed yesterday.
Yeah, exactly, and I think like it's like, okay, the scythe isn't working, the gauntlets are working. Let's just swap over to an orb and have a consistent way to deal damage. The soft read there with the turnaround Nair as they both expend their dodge, but Bamiya comes out on top, obviously, in the aggressive situation. Very good, strong orb advantage so far. Fazaro looking to put a wrench in that, though, as the D-Light into the Nair gets some nice damage and an N-Sig as well. Bamiya now put on notice. You have to recover very low, but gets hit by the Wisp very smartly there to avoid the ground pound, but it doesn't matter as Fazaro gets right back on his business. D-Light into the recovery. No full rush in, but happy to still get his damage there.
Oh, what's so good about this Petra pick over the Yumiko is that you can bring out your down sig specifically on Hammer from Fezzeru, but the problem is that you could wait out the down sig and still get enough side air range to get into the sig itself.
Nair on the weights. More Nairs coming out. Fazaro struggling to land back down versus this orb. He gets a reversal Nair there and a side light into a dodge in, but Fazaro not too ready for it. Goes for a D-Light to get back onto the stage. And now Bamiya with a very dominant position. Goes for the dash jump into the downer. Off the wall. The recovery comes out. Doesn't catch the N-Sig back to the stage. That's been Fazaro's #1 recovery tool so far in this set. But a downer off the stage once again, and Bamiya one hit away from confirming that stock. Doesn't get it there, but the recovery will be a nice way to get himself back on the stage and hold on to this stock lead. D-Sig does beat out that side light, though, as that converts into a recovery, and Yumiko and Fazaro is able to take a stock.
Yeah, huge combo there from Fezzeru, making sure that at least he can stay competitive in game number 2. Bamiya off stage, feeling comfortable, having this damage lead. Sweat beads are out though, weapon star potentially. The answer could be yes, but no, gives the bow away. Doesn't have to worry about bow versus scythe anymore. Has orb instead. Gauntlet still available. Has to get into the sphere of Fezzeru. And it's easier said than done given the Yumiko kit. Big game of footsies once again. Gravity cancel down sig does not work. Instead baits out the recovery. Bamiya full stock lead once again.
Bamiya getting the action started on the orb. I want to see Fazaro put up some defense to it, but it's really difficult to do so when that side light is so good at beating out that down sig. D-Light into recovery with a good start. Tries to scoop there with the downer, maybe set up for recovery off of it. Bamiya gets another downer of his own, though. GC sidelight waits for the dodge from Fazaro. Another downer, checks the dash. GC sidelight goes for the Nair, doesn't have the jump for it, though. Fazaro getting a side air out. The weapon toss to cover the low recovery. Doesn't get the recovery there, but the ground pound will find its mark, and all of a sudden, Fazaro, with an opportunity to steal this game away, keeps the hammer online as well. The best damage build weapon in the game right now, but a recovery from Bamiya will knock that hammer right out of his hands. We see a weapon toss there, maybe try to set up a cheeky setup, but a swap over to the orb immediately. And anything from the second Lion onwards will start to KO sidelight into side air, but maybe that won't matter. The N-Sig into side air doesn't come out, but that side air does find its mark at 170, and Bamiya takes game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, if we thought game number 1 was close, bringing Petra over is going to make things a lot more difficult for Fezzeru. It's not a hard counter per se, but you just lose so many more options with that legend swap against Fezzeru, or for Fezzeru, I should say. And so really big decision-making needs to come out here for game number 3. Bamiya, with that orb, was just able to get into all those signatures that Fezzeru was relying on for the anti-edge guard and just really catching out these positions. But, I mean, that's the curse of really mainlining one character at a time, is you kind of have to live with that hard counter unless you want to swap away to something you might not be as comfortable on.
Yeah, I have to wonder, like, you know, if there's even anything to do here for Fazaro into like the very dominant orb play that Bamiya is presenting as well, where a lot of the win condition around Yumiko is like down signature and being able to call out like a jump heavy playstyle, but Bamiya is really good at utilizing 2 weapons that are good at staying grounded. And even in that game, like, we didn't even see the gauntlets really do much for Bamiya, but he still has that in the back pocket where if the orb starts getting beat out, what exactly do you do? It's definitely pretty difficult.
I did like the change that we saw from Fezru though, because he would start GC like down sig, GC neutral sig, trying to use like his what are they like fire the lanterns in the air to catch out Bamiya more, and it worked out well. But that final stock that Fezru lost was because Bamiya recognized that playstyle, baited out the GC down sig off of Bo, fires came out, he went under, recovered out, and it was just the end of game 2.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see here as Bamiya, I believe, is restarting his computer, but it looks like he's back in the lobby, so we'll be seeing him make his way back into it here. I want to look at their recent sets between the two, because I know Bamiya obviously has been on has really high peaks, PR number 4 in EU, 5th at Spring Championship, 1st at the Winter Championship, but they are 1-1 in matches. So this is actually not only is it like an equivalent matches coming to this 1-1 apiece, also equivalent games 3-0 and 3-0 respectively. So now this will be Bamiya kind of shifting that into one direction if you can lock this one out.
Fezru bans out Fortress of Lions. We're going to a much bigger stage, and I think this could benefit the Yumiko pick more, just because you have a lot of range on Hammer Sigs.
Yeah, absolutely. And like traditionally, we saw a player like Kaina at BCX counterpick this in game 5. He obviously didn't win that set in grand finals, but it still was like a really good pick. And the South Americans seem to really like this stage, and kind of likes to pick this stage on Yumiko, so it definitely could work out. And like if you put down sig out underneath a platform, it's kind of impossible to like get an aerial approach onto Yumiko in some sense. So Bamiya will have to definitely play very tight on the ground, and Fezaro immediately dealing that by playing both well vertically as well as covering the air very, very well.
Oh, Fezru taking advantage of the fact that Bamiya is using these ledges to recover out. Bamiya, very early stock loss, an entire lead now for Fezru.
Sig comes out, and Fezaro looking to get some damage here on this extra credit, and this counter pick has already immediately bore fruits. And there comes out as well.
This is looking good. Fezru tries to bait out the neutral sig, unfortunate, not able to do so. Bamiya biding his time, playing much more patiently. He played patient at the end of final stock game 2 as well. He just needs to harness that energy again and slow down the pacing. Counterplay Fezru.
Going for the down stick immediately there, Bamiya. Not falling for any of the tricks of the trade. I mean, that's kind of like what you want to do as a Yumiko, is get people to get antsy, especially when you're up a stock, and run into signatures that lead into really great damage finisher. Side stick comes out there as well. Then air comes out to continue the juggle, but doesn't find his side light. Fezaro with so much extra credit.
Here we go, good side air. Sends Fezru back to the ledge. Weapon throw is out, does not connect against Bamiya again. Biding his time, goes for end light. Good to remove that first stock. Bamiya still decent road ahead. Should be able to convert it back up now, playing much, like as you mentioned, PJ, a lot less antsy.
Charging up that side
Look at that
signature.
patience.
Oh, what a dodge! He waits for the insig very appropriately, realizing that Fezaro is going to go for the insig recovery. He goes for it again and keeps getting away with it. Bamiya needs to finally read one of these with the gauntlets, but he did find the correct read on the first attempt in the timing, but there, that was quite interesting. The Shoryuken comes out, but it actually rides the wisps there. That was really interesting.
If Bamiya could read these signatures from Fezru, I think this series is over.
I have to
down the
agree.
stock.
There you go. Another nice stock lead here for Fezaro, who's going to look to rack on more damage with the hammer.
It really comes down to Bamiya's reads and how well he can predict it. And Fezru, whether or not he stays predictable on those signatures, that gravity cancel neutral sig was good. Sorry, down sig was good. Fezru swaps back away to the bow, switch things up a little bit more. Bamiya's right into this hammer so well.
Sig comes out looking to catch, create a runway for Bamiya to fall into, but Bamiya has been very good at being elusive around that bow down signature, which is quite difficult to do, especially on a gauntlet. But Bamiya is going to even up the stocks very, very quickly, and now potentially say, you know what, we're not going to game 4. I can take this set right here, right now. Fezaro putting a down sig out in the corner, the side air out of the corner, but Bamiya getting a side light of his own. Starts some action to the soft platform, but Fezaro is really good at disengaging, using that top platform for a dash landing. I'd love to see Bamiya try to call that out, but quite difficult to do so. You'd have to do a very big GC sideline lead. End up with no dodge versus hammer, not a happy place to be.
Tough to find an entry place in. As I say that though, Bamiya does get a nice little string going on. Waits for the landing off of Fezru. Weapon throw to give himself some extra space. Fezru has to play a patient game himself now. Down light, side air. Bread and butter combo. Fortunate
Nice.
signature doesn't connect. All it takes is one more recovery. Bomia can end this now, and he does! Weapon thrower doesn't connect. But
Tap it in. Oh! We
what?
dropped the tap it in.
Oh no! A breath of life for Fezru. Can he make the landing back on? Sweat beats are no longer out. There it is. Downsig doesn't connect.
Oh no way.
Side air
He
is
sealed the
out.
game right here. He goes for the ground
Oh!
pound. He risked it all. Bomya gets the reversal orb down air and takes the game, rightfully so, and says no to your lead, no to your game 4. I'm just gonna take it to your game 3 and a 3-0 for Bomya. That was I just don't know what Fizzaru is cooking there. Maybe it's an overheat, maybe it's a hard read, but whatever it may have been, it wasn't enough to win that game.
So unfortunate there. So unfortunate. But we actually do move away from the lower side of the tournament and we head back into the uppers. We have ourselves the upper finals. Munir versus Saphir. We got to see remnants of both of these players yesterday for our casting block. Saphir went to game 5 against Akno. Against each other for elimination, and then we got to see Munir versus I believe it was Akno, right? Did we see that?
Was it? It was Munir and Akno, and then Akno won
Yeah.
game 5 because Munir missed the
That's right.
signature, and then the next
Yep.
set Akno also missed the signature to lose game 5. So
That's
yeah,
right.
That was a very funny tournament for sure.
Yeah, it was a little wild to be seen, but it looks like now we do get to see some legend swaps going into this. Saphir was rocking the Olgrim yesterday. We didn't see the Mega Man yesterday. That was certainly new.
Yeah, we're going to be picking up the Munir Mega Man, the Balloon Boy drip, I believe, at that. But before we get into that very exciting match, which you'll definitely want to see who Munir's picking, but in order to see that, you're going to have to stay for after the break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more Brawlhalla action as we get into top 4 of Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms EU. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to Moose Wars Clash and Kingdoms EU. Sorry about the slight delay there. I dropped my controller, and I left the lobby and almost closed the game. I panicked, but we're here now, and I'm very excited to bring you this match. We got Saphir and Munir in the top 4 of things. Do the elimination side, but before that, Keg, how you feeling right now, man?
I'm just happy we're not seeing Taros. I'm not gonna lie. Munir on Taros yesterday was not the prettiest sight to see, but you know, Saphir was one of those matchups we got to see in the spectator view. I'm really happy to see what he can bring out here in full person this time around. But it was Game 5 against Akno. I'm sure Saphir has a lot of vengeance he wants to bring out. And what's a better place for an Olgrim to get vengeance than on Small World's End?
If you are all confused as me on why Munir is playing the Mega Man, he's also using Balloon Boy's color because Balloon Boy asked him to. So it's a nice little friendship here thing for Munir, as Munir is kind of getting outpaced by the axe so far, but he picks up the blasters, GC downlight into recovery. Nice little start there for Munir to get the action on the blasters. And every blasters player is either a downlight or a down air blaster, and definitely Munir likes that down air. He loves playing aerially for sure. But if you're saying, hey, you can do as much jumping as you want, I'll just hit you with an axe recovery and send you right back off stage, D-light into recovery. Not enough to KO, but Saphir has a very handy lead right now.
And to harken back into yesterday again, Saphir very well equipped to fight a high-level blasters player. It was the Diana that we saw quite a bit off of Akno that Saphir had to face up against. Definitely already prepped up against this sort of play style. Munir, though, in a position, well, maybe not the best position in the world, playing off ledge once again. Down air is out. That could convert first stock. Saphir goes for the recovery, touches, but again, another down air. Unfortunate there, not enough to bring things home. 29 damage overall against Munir into this second stock. Basically unharmed.
And Munir was in the lobby chat talking about how, you know, Mega Man has one singular good weapon, and it's the blasters, and it seems that Munir is definitely leading into it in that sense. We've seen no battle boots so far, and I said it, man. You're either a downlight or a down air blaster player, and Munir has only hit down airs this stock. Finally gets a downlight there, whips a N-Sig, and Saphir tries to go off stage with it.
Okay, man. all right. Calm down.
Dude,
there,
how
son.
many down airs are we gonna get? He doesn't even need to convert it into like a downlight into recovery. Munir just catches Saphir getting antsy, trying to get a reversal there, and that's like 8 down airs in a stock. Munir's like, you know what? I found my move, man. I'm gonna just keep using it.
I mean, this is kind of lock and key. I mean, I feel like the 1-2 stock line doesn't really represent how this game is going. Even 1-1 stock line, it feels like this has been mostly dominated by the eye test on Munir's side. Saphir has been keeping up pretty effectively, but once Munir gets blasters, it feels like it's essentially over.
Munir, the side air boots playstyle as well. He just loves it being in the air.
Okay,
He'll find
man.
his first stock and first game off the top with the boots in the air with a GC downlight into recovery. And I know Munir is like a Taros player at heart. He also plays Legends like Thor, but man, he is jumping a lot. Down airs on the blasters, side airs on the boots, and Saphir cannot deal with all this jumping right now.
So do we go to a small stage again? Because that did not work well for Saphir. And it seems like we might. It's either Miami, Small World's End, or Demon. Okay, Demon's probably the best scenario for Saphir here. Having more room to flex his lance muscles. Munir has a lot more work to do on battle boots. There is more room to cover for combos, but a lot more escape and dodge options for Saphir in the process.
Absolutely. As we get into our next match here on Demon Island, and Munir starting off with a nice little 2-piece on the battle boots, downlight into a nair into a recovery, catches it, nair into recovery against Saphir. Hit a button, please dodge, do something, anything really. The flame sword makes an experience, but Saphir gets right back in to the game and into the set with a nice little axe combination for some 3 hits. Sidelight setting off stage, going for the downlight to scoop below the ledge. Saphir knows it, going for a down air off the wall. And the damage is relatively even as Munir gets on top of that with an air into the D-light into recovery. Doesn't KO, but Munir is putting on a show right now.
Absolutely, Saphir, finally a lance available. He tries to go for the reversal. That doesn't work. Demon Island showing its muscles, though. You can't be able to go for the sidelight on stage, excuse me. And Saphir loses that first stock, but it's pretty dang close. Munir, all it takes is anything at all with power, with force behind it, and that should be a reset.
Okay, Saphir just immediately evening up the stock count. Shout out to Olgrim for having very consistent ways to KO. And also a tankier, higher damage legend at that. And Light sends off stage, goes for a GC side light. And we get a side air into ground pound off the wall, going for the down air. Dodging through the weapon toss. Munir is all gas, no brakes right now. He's holding absolutely as forward as you can. Saphir's just looking for any kind of opportunity to get retribution for all of this kind of damage that Saphir's building up. It's so bad to finally getting a signature to get him off of him. But man, Munir rushdown is a real thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw this so much during source code, just the complete, as you mentioned, rushdown strategy, getting inside the sphere of influence for any one of these players, forces a lot of Axe players to go for a down air or pivot away into a side air. It looks like it's working well for Saphir at this point, but plenty of damage has been applied in the process. Munir is at a damage deficit and a life deficit as he goes down to 1 stock.
See the movement from Munir now, who has to fight unarmed, and realizing there that he can't really get a KO, so instead he goes for a D-Light into GC End Light so that he can get some nice damage and also keep Saphir close. He gets a pick up off of that same fact, but Saphir doesn't get KO'd, and Saphir running away with this game there into a turnaround End Light on the stage, and Munir with an opportunity now. Looks like he's going to cycle over to a fresh pair of... Never mind, not a blaster there. Just going to be holding on to the battle boots, but has a second battle boots as well. Saphir dodging up and away. Nice option. Weapon toss into a side air. Doesn't get it. Side light into Nair from Saphir for some nice lance damage. Rocket Lance is... I'm talking a lot about the axe, but the Rocket Lance has done so much for Saphir in this game.
And just the extra range of the side air has helped out instrumentally to reset Munir's positioning. On ledge though, weapon throw, good Nair. Second Nair doesn't connect, but that's okay. Oh, that recovery could have done it. Munir is one single signature, even a recovery away from bringing things to an even series. Weapon throw doesn't connect even after all of that damage. 119, 165, it's going to be so tough. Saphir just needs a way in, and the axe could definitely do it. It's the side air off the pickup.
Who says axe doesn't have true combos, true KO combos? Just hit an unarmed downlight, weapon pickup, side air. One of the
Just
best
hit
combos
Mega Man once.
Just hit Mega Man once. We get the very even damage there. I'd like to say about a 30 damage differential. But Munir swapping over to a different legend, different legend here. It looks like we're going to be seeing the King Zuva make an appearance here, wanting to keep the battle boots, but not the blasters. And we pick up a Hammer legend and another legend that Munir would rather pick over Thor. Take your notes, class.
Interesting. I've never casted Zuba before.
I think I have maybe once. This legend is... I mean, I think the funniest part of the legend is the Boots knee, the Boots Ensig, which is literally just a knee. So that'll be really cool if he can hit that.
Very nice.
Yeah. But this is a fun legend for sure, but hasn't found a lot of success competitively. A lot of strength, though. People theorize this legend will be good one day.
Yeah, I think he will be too, just based off of the stats alone. But this tournament has had some of the wackiest legend picks I've ever seen. I guess this whole weekend of tournaments, I should say. Grand finals, we had a Sentinel actually do really, really well. Right now, the Zuba getting ledge guarded pretty hard against Saphir. As long as we can see Munir find this entry point in, it does find a lot more impact. Gravity cancel neutral sig does not connect well for Saphir. Unfortunately, great combo off of Munir taking the lead.
Building some meter there, whiffing some special moves, shout outs, but didn't get much. Munir's a big FGC player at heart as well, so you'll see that a lot. I'm sure in some of his neutral interactions, but also has that Brawlhalla player in him as well. Very strong hammer fundamentals here. The footsie is definitely coming out on top. Downlight into the side air. Going for a big side stick there. Not finding it on Saphir. Saphir going for some anti-air. Side light into side air. Will KO though, and Saphir back in this game. But about 100 damage on Saphir for his troubles.
I'm committing the caster Cardinal Sim, but I'm glad I am. I'm reading Twitch chat right now, and they're saying Munir said if he got gifted subs, he would play Zuva.
It's a classic for community events, especially these top players. And it's the way that Balloon Boy actually started playing a lot of Mega Man was at a Moose Wars event as well, where someone gifted subs and made him swap over to that Mega Man pick. But Munir saying, hey, you know what? You just gifted me free subs. I'm still going to win with it. GCD light into ground pound, taps it in. 2 stocks, 2 tap-ins. Munir now up a stock and looking to take this game on Zuba.
Yeah, bro's our fundamental Frederick right now, playing so well. This hammer has been unstoppable. Complete stage control. Saphir, again, still looking for a way in. 1-1 right now for the stat line. Put Munir in a great advantage state going into the rest of the set if he's able to win this. Just needs to find more impact on this hammer. Sider unfortunately does not connect. Saphir does eventually find the unarmed entry in down sig, never even given a chance to unleash. It's just Munir looking for the downlight into a setup to end this game. Saphir right now has the chance to maybe bring this back. 193 damage overall onto Munir. Any sort of attack at all should be able to bring this to an even stock line.
Okay, nice Ensig, utilizing that signature kit to get back to the stage. Munir getting a full Russian, not KOing though that time. That goes for the side air as well. DC side sig, nice punish with Saphir, side light into the recovery as there is no dodge. that's a true combo, Saphir now, with a chance to maybe sneak out another game here, but it's going to be quite difficult versus the high strength Munir. And there's the knee I was talking about. I hope he gets to hit that. It's a very cool move to hit.
I feel like if they buff battle boots, we'll see Zuva be top tier.
And just nice and simple. D-Light into side air. 8 strength Zuva is going to be very consistent at getting a lot of damage build, as well as having some pretty good KO options. As you have both D-Light side air and also D-Light side air and also D-Light side air. So
Oh, I've heard of that one.
yeah, it's a pretty
my
good
favorite.
combo. A lot of legends have it, but Zuva is one of them that actually gets a KO off of 3 versions of it. So
Oh, perfect. That sounds fantastic. Level 4 Zuva.
level 4, really?
Yep.
Man, my Zuva has more playtime than that. That's crazy.
Oh my. All right, well, it looks like no one gifted to Munir anymore. Still on the Zuva pick. Can't wait to see how this goes. All right, man.
Munir was saying, yeah, Zuva has 0 signatures. I don't know why I'm playing this. Like, it's like he said he's trying to hit the signatures, but just can't do so. We get into game number 4 now, I believe. It's 2-1 in Munir's favor. Now a Zuva pick has been the success that Munir needs. It's kind of difficult to take it super seriously because it's clearly like a fun content thing, but it's working out, and Saphir definitely has to take it seriously. He's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, hi TikTok.
Okay.
All right, Saphir's woken up.
Good to see him come back into this game. Sidestick does catch Munir, and we go for a GC sidelight into the weapon toss. You can get some nice fun stuff off stage with that, but we don't get it, and Munir now getting back onto the stage, but sidelight into downer, going for the recovery there. Nair into weapon toss into a GC breakdance. Munir gets a flip there with an air, the secondary Nair as well. But no major damage. D-light into recovery will do it for Saphir unarmed.
Good weapon starve now. Saphir back to the lance. Munir, hammer. Needs to find that. Oh no, just goes for the scoop. Doesn't even find the D-light. There it is, D-light into scoop. Good.
I like that sidelight into downer from Saphir, racking on any damage you can, and we go off stage as Munir and gets a recovery anyway. No signature needed. Munir, I think, or sorry, King Zuva has a down sig that's pretty good. It's like it kind of creates like a little mountain around him, and it hits below him as well, so you can slide charge it, and then if it connects, it spikes you. So it could be a good option for Munir into the very like telegraph recoveries that Axe and Lance tend to have, but I don't think we'll be seeing that. Munir is just really consistent at getting those recoveries.
Yeah, it's gonna be so tough to find an opportunity like that against an Ulgrim. If it was anything but Lance and Axe, might be able to. Battle boots are gone, unarmed instead. Good evasion of the D-Sig. Saphir, weapon starving to make sure that hammer does not come back. Give himself a chance in this series. This is upper bracket though, so it wouldn't be the end of this tournament life for Saphir if he were to go out. Side air is available and is procced out. Saphir gains the lead.
And when you're knowing, hey, you got rocket lance, I'm going to stack right on top of you, going for that side light there. And there as well. Down light into end light, setting off stage. And going for a big ground pound, doesn't find it there though.
No, unfortunately not. Saphir though, looking to give that extra space to Munir. Allow the startup to happen, go for the punish. Fortunately though, Munir punishes the punish. D-light does not connect.
Oh, big side air swing. No cigar though. We haven't really hit any of these really crazy hammer catches. We finally do get one there stacked up with the Nair. All right, this is like whiff central right now. No one's hitting anything. Okay, Saphir gets the,
It's a big game of footsies.
Okay.
Oh man. Oh,
Hey, that's the downside.
saw
No
it.
slide charge though. That would have worked. Low key works if it slide charges, but doesn't get it there. D-light into downer. We'll close it off the top. And Munir now scoop and score his way to a last stock situation. One game away from solidifying his spot into the top 3 of things, I believe.
I mean, Munir's just continued to look so dominant mechanically over Saphir in this matchup, but this is the opportunity for Saphir to bring it back if he's able to find proper footing. Good recoveries out now. Good D-light. Just a matter of Munir not getting these unbelievable combos to go through. Weapon throw in the air to stop Munir in his tracks. Back to the ledge. Saphir, only weapon throwing. He goes for the lance instead of the slide charge D-Sig. Little surprise.
Nice.
And there it is. Side air. One more, and that should solidify it. Guarantee Munir spot and grants.
Another scoop off that soft platform. Great movement from Munir, and he'll stick over to the hammer, looking for the downlight there. Weapon toss as well. GC downlight doesn't connect. Another hammer swap. It's a fresh hammer at that. But the great breakdowns connects, but it sends the wrong way. Sidelight will send the right way, but nowhere near enough to KO. And an end light is what separates weapon toss from Munir to mix it up. The Nair comes out as well. Another Nair, another whiff, a downer from Saphir. Pops up Munir. And game 5 potentially in his hands right now with the side air, and it is as Saphir forces game number 5 with a very close game.
Wow. At the very last second, great for Saphir to bring it back, and we move away from the King Zuva. Unfortunate. We're back to Ken. Orb Gauntlet available. Just how strong both those weapons are in these few tournaments have been. It's going to be so tough for Olgrim. It's going to be a long road ahead.
Okay, this is game 5, right? I just want to make sure, like, I'm not...
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
cool. We are going into game
I got
5.
you.
Okay, great. Yeah. We go into game 5 here, and we see a swap from Munir onto the Ken Masters. He's made his appearance in Fatal Fury, coming up here, City of Wolves. He's coming out this summer. He's in Street Fighter 6, and he's in Brawlhalla.
Wow, he's everywhere.
His most famous appearance.
Superstar.
He looks very good in this game comparatively, though. This is before
Yeah, he's aged well.
When hobo mode, you know what I mean?
Oh,
but nonetheless, we're here. Absolutely. Bunch of downers for Munir. No matter the legend pick, either it's going to be Blasters or the Gauntlets, we see a lot of downers coming out from Munir. I guess calling out the fact that Saphir hasn't been juggling him well, but as I say that, Saphir getting 166 damage on that juggle.
Yeah, it's just Munir again, his hyper-aggressive playstyle. He's looking for an entry point into Saphir. Luckily though, Saphir pivoting out of the way, going for the side air, juggling as you mentioned, PJ, has worked well. But the recovery doesn't connect. Saphir's patience, it pays off again. But as I say that was scary with the recovery into a missed neutral sig. That could have gone horribly. But speaking of not horribly, Saphir does get the first stock. But all it takes is a single hit of a breath of air to send Saphir down into the same zone as Munir. He has to rack up as much damage as possible before the inevitable happens.
Yeah, side air here. A side air will catch it, and Ken can't even use air fireballs in his game, but with the orb in this game, he can definitely get a lot of great air-to-air action, and Saphir jumps right into that one, and Munir's happy to be playing the orb, a very consistent way to find those KOs. Side air there, side light into side air, sending Saphir off stage. Side light into a secondary side air, 63 damage racked up off of 4 hits. Orb in a great spot for that reason right now.
Here we go. Home. Attack after attack. Catching the landings of Munir. Struggling to find a safe point in. Saphir picks up the axe. Just catching out, again, these landings. Nothing really major has changed in this playstyle. Munir's playing a lot slower than the King Zuba pick. Does not have the hammer to catch landings and rely on for the D-lights there. Or as you say, the scoop and score.
Here we go. Nice avoidance there. We get a little custom combo for Munir as the down tick does find his connection. Saphir getting a side light into Nair. And Saphir looking to push his advantage state here with the side light. Munir fighting right back up with the side air. GC side light. I like that attempt for Munir, trying to catch a landing there. Saphir going for a risky recovery, and Munir with an uppercut on the uppercut master himself. He finds that KO.
It's absolutely what he looked for. Munir taking the lead. Of course, as I say that, quick on recovery turns that back around. Final stock, game 5. A near reset. Weapons available now for both players. Orb given to Munir. Saphir's been so good about juggling the orb's positioning, though. Weapon throw, okay. Not the start of something. D-light, double D-light, great nair, double nair, triple nair!
Ouch. Okay, nice side air. I like this from Munir, getting some action started with the end light. Going for the big side light. Saphir finally avoids the scoop. Okay, a big
gravity cancel, neutral sig does not connect.
Where are we going, Munir, with that downer? It doesn't even come close to hitting Saphir, but he somehow gets back in top of that situation with a recovery, and now we swap over to the Gauntlets. One dodge read away from taking this game up potentially, but a nice whip punish on the side light sends off stage Saphir with a weapon toss upwards. Munir avoiding it. He burns many resources to get back to the wall, but Saphir loses his weapon in the process, and Munir throws his Gauntlets away. D-light into the DC uppercut, but doesn't find it. The weapon toss comes out. Saphir with the end light, and it's enough. Saphir moves on into grand finals after a game 5 clutch. I thought the Ken swap would be enough, but it just wasn't.
I think if Olgrim had any lower defense, that would have been Munir winning game 5, but that's so unfortunate. I cannot believe Saphir survived that final unarmed neutral. That's unbelievable.
That's a very classic situation where a lot of players go for the D-light into recovery there, and then it doesn't KO, and then everyone's like, oh, if he got GC Ensig instead, it would have KO'd. And there, the GC Ensig, the most optimal option to find a KO off the top, it wasn't there.
Unlucky. Truly, truly unlucky. Though, I mean, the way both the players were playing, I would not be surprised if we see a revenge match going into grand finals. was certainly a wild matchup given some of the choices Munir made with his characters, but the legends overall were very entertaining to see. But I wonder what the lower bracket run's going to look like.
Yeah, absolutely. We have our next match here, though. Marker versus Bamia. Marker, by the way, I feel like I've called like 4 people Cinderella this weekend, but Marker on a Cinderella run. It's a 32nd
There's more than
seed.
one Disney princess!
Okay, well,
A
but it's
Disney
just the expression.
princess collab. Dude.
That'd be crazy. Would it be
can't say
crazy?
Cinderella.
You
What?
could get like Mulan Lin Fei. That'd be kind of sick.
Oh, or
I
like
could definitely see that.
Koji Flynn Rider. I mean, he's not a
Okay.
Disney princess, but you know, he's close enough.
You definitely have your biases here, but nonetheless,
Yeah, you
Marker, Cinderella run, 32nd seed, making it all the way into top 4 versus Bamia, the 3rd seed. So Marker has made like upset after upset. He beat Rain, the 7th seed. He lost to Saphir, but I think in the winner side of things, Marker beat J44L, the 8th seed, and then beat Aquino. So like right now, Marker on a very, very deep run. We saw him pick Taros into Rain. He did less than 100 damage, then swapped to Fate and won the set.
Yes.
So I expect to see more orb play for Marker for sure.
I mean, that's been the defining feature of these last few tournaments, has just been orb, orb, gauntlet, orb, lance, gauntlet, orb.
Yep. Happy time
Hammer.
to be alive in Brawlhalla. Hammer.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes, yeah. Oh, you know, basically, if you have something that combos into side air, you're probably a good legend right now. Actually,
Yeah.
that's not true because Sword has D-Light side air as well, but you get what I mean. Like, side-light side air, consistent way to KO, and then Hammer, D-Light side air, like, damage build on Orb is really good. Especially the 2 high damage Orb options are really good, and then you have Red Raptor. Like, Orb is just, like, such a good spot, and then, like, Thor is all right. And then you got a lot of Hammer legends that are good right now too. But Bamia has been cool because he's been sticking on to the Mordex. He's one of the best players in EU, PR in the top 10 of PR in EU, and he's been doing it on solo Mordex for what seems like the longest time now. One of the Mordex loyalists of EU. Should be very exciting.
Well, we did get to see Bamia swap over to, I believe it was the Fate, right? Or was that Petra? I'm pretty sure it was Fate.
Was it Petra or Fate? I think it was Petra because I saw.
They look really similar.
Yeah, they're also like they both play Orb and they both have high strength Orb and they're both better than Thor.
Yeah.
So it's like kind of like.
It's the difference of one weapon.
Mm-hmm.
One, it's like they're the same character at a certain point, and then they both diverged in different storylines. One, Petra's super angry and edgy, and Fate like never
a
had
cat
any
and
horrible
reads books.
things happen to her. Was just a
Yeah.
bookworm
And has a cat, very famous.
and has a cat. I mean,
Shout out
maybe,
to the
maybe that's
Brawlhalla
why
Book Club.
Fate's cool.
Yeah. Fate is a cat lady at heart. But we get into this match
Yeah,
now,
that
facing down the
tracks.
barrel of a wolf on the lion stage. We go to Small Fortress Lions versus Mordex. Mordex was always right, as people like to say. We get a pickup here onto the Scythe Mirror, a fun matchup here in EU. Mixing it up a little bit. Actually, EU has quite a few Scythe players now, especially with Godly playing Fate. Bamia is going to be the king of that with the Mordex pick for sure.
There we go, double scythe off stage. No chance of recovery there for Bamia. Sweat beads are out. Oh, Marker once again keeping Bamia at bay. Very similar start I think we'd seen in the last Bamia series as well. Struggling to keep onto the stage with early scythe. Game 1. Orb is out now. Marker does not go for recovery, plays it safe, gets back on the stage, catches the landing of Bamia. Quick side air though, takes down stock number 1. Marker 74 damage in total. Still looking good. Orb in play. Bamia hasn't found an entry point in just yet. Scythe continues, no gauntlets yet.
And here's the Orb play. Side light into down light into side air. Nice way to rack on some extra damage and get Bamia into the light yellow of things. That side light into down light. No conversion off of it though. We're going for the recovery, which is a read on a jump out or a dodge away. We get a dodge down into a down air, but then after the down light, you can jump out of that one. Nice full combo there. Side light into the end light or nair into the side air. And Marker's playing very consistently now. The side air will start to KO from basically anywhere on the stage. The down air will just do it off the wall. And Marker, I mean, Cinderella run 32nd seed is making Bamia look like a fool right now. 3 stock to 1 lead.
Yeah, this has been a rough showcase.
Combo.
Oh, lordy. This is very similar to how we saw Bamia's Vortex play before. It's just like the orb is so strong and there's no entry point in.
Oh!
Good lord, Marker. Holy moly. And what do you do from here? Bamia's attempting to fish for anything. Recovery's out. Complete stage control. Signature does not connect. Bamia, recovery does not connect either. One
and
after
there's the
another.
exit. Oh my goodness.
Wow, most dominant game I think we've seen this whole weekend.
And that's great because Marker, you know, obviously had the game where Rain 3-stock Marker. Remember that where he did like
Oh,
70
that's right.
damage on Terra. So it's good.
That's
Marker,
right. That's
like,
right.
took
No,
that energy.
90 damage versus 159. That's a 60 damage difference.
Yeah, like that was really, really funny. It's like Marker took that loss and then he's like, all right, I remember this, and then he brought that energy into this game. He definitely wants this game versus Moonir next, but Bamiya is going to swap over to the a different color here. Gonna get the Skyforge Mordex. This is a scary Mordex to be facing down. Maybe that swag change will be enough to mix it up here for him, but it's going to be difficult because Marker just ran away with that game in orb.
Just need to aura farm a little bit more. That's all you need. Gauntlets are back out though. Bamiya mostly remaining on Scythe. Game number 1. I think this is a good change of pace, but the orb is Marker's first weapon, and that is a scary prospect for sure. And Bamiya is just struggling to find a way in. He can't fish for much. Downlight does connect. Follow-ups have struggled. Nair, 50% of the time missing. Just trying to find a way in. Orb is so strong.
Yep. It's just a really good weapon right now. I'm like,
That's all
dare
I
to
have to
say,
say. Yep.
it just might be like the best weapon, but there's just not, like, there's some legends that are kind of clunkers, but besides that, I mean, I'm doing pretty well. Bamiya getting it in like there into the corner. Marker flips it around with a side air and a weapon toss, and he picks up a fresh orb, so it won't get knocked off of him anytime soon, as Bamiya now can get KO'd from the farthest lion to the ledge and on. That one KO, but the next one will.
Go.
Ooh, okay,
First
nice
stock
pick
a lot
up
more
there.
competitive. Yeah, great for Bamiya now, starting to get these reads against Marker. First stock is down. Easy orb though. Side air just sends Bamiya across the universe. Not enough to KO.
Okay, Bamiya. That's the party started. End light into side light. Nice wait there, waiting for the dodge in place. Finds it, but doesn't get a punish. Gets a recovery on the landing. Another down air to catch the landing, but Marker gets a side air. Coast to coast, not enough. Okay, he waits there in the side air into the wall. That's not enough either. Buff orb. Just kidding. Bamiya off stage once again. Marker now looking for that downlight, looking for really anything to confirm this KO, because somehow the orb wasn't enough to do so, and Bamiya just gets more extra credit. The side air finally hitting its mark.
And there we go. Good start. Well, maybe not necessarily a start at this point. Marker playing footsies now with Bamiya. Weapon starving. Trying to keep the orb, have their cake, eat it too. Marker does make it work. Bamiya's playing a much more patient game. He does attempt to go for the recovery, but it's the quick punish from Marker that makes that painful. Bamiya catches the landing though. He's able to go from behind, get something started against Marker. It's going to be tough to get this KO opportunity. You'd have to go practically off stage, and that's exactly where Marker wants him. No down air. Very safe combo, and that's going to be Bamiya down to 1 stock.
Side light, nair, side air. The full combo, the classic. I've seen Jabba do that for a couple of years now, and it's a great way to rack on that extra damage as well as putting people closer to that blast zone. So Marker, once again, on the back of this orb, has been finding all the right answers. Bamiya putting himself in a bad spot. Ground pound, that's a 1, but you'll need quite a couple more hits. And orb, after hitting ground pound, isn't so great. Side light into recovery will be enough to do it. And now Bamiya, with a chance here, if he can get some damage here to equalize before the weapon spawns onto Marker. But Marker playing really well elusively, picks up an orb, immediately dodge down to the ground. Bamiya getting the side or an end light there, but no side light to follow up.
Marker's looking for the punish opportunity, finds it, but the recovery does not connect. Sweat beads are out from Bamiya. He finds the landing, using the platform to his advantage. Weapon throw is out. Weapon starve once again. Does not want to have the opportunity to face orb versus Scythe. Bamiya, though, again, these gauntlets have worked so well. Be surprised if Marker didn't want Bamiya to somehow go for Scythe. Gravity cancel, neutral light. Keeping things at bay. That's a fatal miss, potentially, but Marker is able to keep calm. Does not go for the ledge. And Bamiya is playing this so patiently as well. Good down air. Just a matter now of finding the final hit. 129 now, 113, both in the 100 range. All it takes is 1 recovery from either one of these weapons, maybe not. Marker in the air, can't find the opportunity. No weapon for Bamiya at all. Gravity cancel does not connect. But will it be enough though? Bamiya sends Marker off stage. No orb available. Unarmed recovery does not connect. Side air does though. It's not enough to remove Bamiya away, but the down air does.
Marker taking that game off the back of another stellar orb performance. 547 damage on the orb. About 30 light attacks connecting and doing almost 600 damage. That's the power of the high strength orb legend, and is why Fate has a lot of success here And we see Bamiya saying, you know what, let me try my hand at a little bit of orb, because that scythe wasn't doing much. 92 damage on the last game, 14% equipped. Really leaning into the gauntlets. Now you'll have the ability to match in the orb mirror, and both these legends having great strength stats for the orb will make this a very interesting game number 3 as Marker. Seed 32 of the bracket. I'd love to remind everybody on the Cinderella run, potentially upsetting Bamiya, the winner of the Winter Championship. So this is a crazy upset if Marker can pull it off.
All I'm saying, Disney Princess collab, these would be 2 perfect candidates.
Absolutely.
Let's see now. Oh, okay, great shot down from Marker right away with the end light. Attempting to find their proper spacing. Good punish off of a quick little startup from Marker. Bamiya, though, moving around so much. Orb available, looking for anything to get these side airs going. Big stalemate. Broken up eventually by Bamiya. A lot happening, but still a relatively quiet match.
Nice end light there. And we're going for a side air, but doesn't find it. Another side air. Marker scouring for this edge guard, but he gives a lot of respect to Bamiya, and Bamiya just cannot find this confirmation of the stock. 162 damage doesn't mean much. If you can't find that stock, the end light will send off save, but nowhere near enough to KO. Nair comes out from Marker. Bamiya jumping in and out, gets another end light, but it's center stage this time, so once again, nowhere near KOing. Marker just one side air away. He waits for it. He looks for it there. Doesn't find it. The end light.
Good landing.
Third time's the charm. Bamiya catches that one. And Bamiya for the first time having a stock lead in this set.
Yeah, great catch of the landing there from Bamiya. Just need to keep this going by racking up damage against Marker as much as possible. Very aggressive Petra pick. Should work out well to do that, but down air does not connect. Great opportunity to catch out the missed shot from Bamiya. Marker sends Bamiya down to that second stock. 27 damage difference between the two. Just a matter of seeing now, can the Gauntlets find return to form? The answer is no. Marker gets something going and does not stop. Ledge guard not available either. Bamiya waits for Marker to get back into neutral, finding some sort of opportunity to pivot back around for the side air. There it is.
Okay, big ground pound. Side air as well. Bamiya
Another side air does not connect. Bamiya goes in deep.
Too low. Okay, nice catch up movement. The side air comes out. Bamiya once again flipping the situation, though he's holding the center stage. I want to see him kind of disrespect these recoveries a little bit more. Go off stage, make those plays happen, man. You got to go for something. Down air comes out. No side air with punish from Bamiya this time. Marco going for a side light. Nice end light on the stack option. Nair as well. And we're looking for this KO option. Closing in on this damage. You need about 10 more damage to rack on for side light sider to start KO in the most corner of position. Side light sider will start to KO. Or sider off stage. Perfect spot for it.
Very tough spot. This is elimination stage 2. Bamiya's got to be very careful. These could potentially be the last 2 stocks that he has in this tournament. Recovery does not connect. Marker back on stage. Orb, oh, recovery. A lead once again. Bamiya's maintained a stock lead this entire match.
Okay. Marker having to swap over the site, not the preferred option here, as Bamiya putting him in the blender a little bit here. Nice little bit of damage as he keeps winning these neutral interactions. And a side stick comes out to whip punish a down air, and Marker now picking up another orb. He's going to look to probably cycle to another one as well if he can. I like that. He kind of forfeits the stage to give Bamiya an opportunity to whiff a move and then get back onto it. But Bamiya is right on top of it with an end light of his own and a down air, an air. We're waiting for the big option. Another end light racking on the damage. You're looking at a very scary prospect of getting sent off stage. Side air into an air, or end light not connecting.
Big change of pace here for Bamiya. Not having to be way down by the scythe anymore. On that Mordex pig, recoveries out. First game for Bamiya in this set. Now only needs one more to even it up and bring things to game 5. Petra pick working wonders, even if it was still a relatively close game, PJ.
Gonna be pretty interested to see if Bamiya is gonna continue to pick this Petra pick. Yeah, we're waiting for Bamiya here to lock in a legend pick, but we see some of these replays go by. It's really cool to see that swap. Okay, so we win a game very dominantly on Petra, and then we say, you know what? You know what's better than Petra? You know what's better than Orb? Let's lock in the Roman Reigns. I don't know what is going on. But
PJ,
right now,
my brain is melting. The goo is coming out of my ears. I don't like this.
I mean, you know, the classic
is this for
expression,
content?
He's there and we're here, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
maybe he knows more than us.
We're just the peanut gallery. I mean, the hammer may be a good counter option. I thought the Petra was fine. It was still a close game, but I don't know. I've seen we have seen a fair share of Terroses get pummeled by Orb this weekend. So I don't know, man. But it's working. Oh my God, it's working. Yeah, the hammer. Forget what we know. I mean, go for it, man.
You want to learn how to beat someone in 8 moves? Pick Terros. Downlight there. One more downlight converts into any aerial into a KO potentially now. Marker looking to rack on some damage though. As Bamia goes back on the scene with a scoop and score. Takes out the garbage with that big shovel. We swap over to another fresh hammer here, and Marker is like, this is like a bad spot to be. Like really, really dire times are coming. The storm is approaching, as Bamia can definitely run away with this game. That's 47 damage, 65 damage, 72 damage in 4 hits, averaging almost 20 damage a hit. 96 now, almost 20 damage a hit exactly. That's the 7th hit of the stock right now, Keg. I'm telling you, this legend is crazy for that reason.
Yeah, unbelievable. Hammer's working so well. Marker now have to think about the pressure being mounted. They've had a lead for so long. Slipping away. One more stock, and this is an even set for elimination. For a Cinderella run like Marker has, you can definitely feel that pressure a whole lot more if you're not used to this upper echelon of the bracket.
And there it is, the game. Okay, no, Marker still has some resources. I thought it was going to be a...
Just gotta believe, gotta believe.
Okay, nice conversion there. Sidelight into Nair into recovery on the no dodge from Bamia. Bamia, in the last stock, it took 8 hits to KO. He has 4 hits, now 5 on this stock, going for the big down stick there. I'm going to break the record a little bit early here. This is brutal, man. This is so difficult to come back from. You have to play almost perfectly as Marker.
Similar to how Bamia felt playing Mordex in the first match here, just struggling to find a way in. There we go. Marker's finding better timings. Been able to catch the landings off Bamia mold before the D-Light can activate.
Scoop, no score. Relatively close to do so, though. Yeah, there it is. Bamia forcing game number 5 on the back of a Terros pick. You know what, man? I never doubted a Terros swap ever again in my life. That I'm convinced of. That was 45% accuracy on 58 light attacks, which means that was a little bit less, like about 26 light attacks to take 3 stocks. I just want to put that into perspective there. That's how much he was able to do. It was like he used less dashes, he used less dodges, he's moving a lot less. He's just doing so much more damage. An average of 37 damage per engagement from Bamia.
Good lord.
I mean, that's just like, what can you say about that? How many engagements is that to win it?
Yeah, that was unbelievable. I mean, Bamia, again, like you mentioned, the swap over to the Terros, I think, worked so well. You know, because I thought the Petra worked really well, but I didn't think the Terros, given just how speedy we've seen Fates and Petras be, would, you know, be up to snuff, but it was. It worked out so well. And Marker, towards the end, started finding the proper timings and getting those landings better, but it was just too little too late. But hopefully now, last game, game 5, between themselves and Bamia, this is the chance to bring it back, sticking with the Fate pick, so it seems. Bamia is nowhere to be seen in the lobby.
Whew, man, this will be an interesting one. We're getting a reset from the side of Bamia. So Bamia, not only, I think it's kind of crazy. Bamia loses game 1 and 2, swatches over to Fate or Petra, and then swaps over to Roman Reigns, and then restarts his computer, and then locks in Roman Reigns again. That's all you need. Fresh PC. Guy has the most amount of, I don't even know if it's aura, if it's just like pure energy, pure meta energy, I guess I would say, because he swaps over right back to the Terrace, restarts his PC. He's ready to get into this game number 5 as a chance now for this reverse 3-0.
No changes whatsoever. Marker still on the Fate, still the Roman Reigns, still on Fortress of Lions. Marker this time, again, timing and positioning is going to be everything for him going into this. Needs to evade, what was it? Some of the stocks being less than 10 hits overall on Bamia's side.
8 hits was the second stock.
8 hits. You have to make sure you don't get hit 8 times with either of those weapons, especially that hammer, which Bamia immediately locks in.
Yeah, it's the second hit for Bamia, and already
upper dodge away. Gets hit with the Nair.
It's bad times, man. This is really tough.
Oh, no. I mean, again, like, if you're not used to being this high up into a tournament, too, it's so deflating having such a big lead and having it shut down like this. That is a complete lockout for stock 1. No? Wow, I did not think Marco would make it back in. I thought Bamia for sure would follow up. He does again, side air, weapon throw. That's the end of stock 1.
39 damage on Bamia right now. He's looking real comfortable in this game number 5. It almost feels like the beginning of the set didn't tell the right story, but this is the true story of Bamia just playing Petra, and then he's like, wait, what am I doing? Let me lock in Roman Reigns, and then it's just a complete steamroll here. Another end light comes out, side light sends Marker away, down light attempt, not finding it, end light sends off stage. But Marker really has a lot of heavy lifting to do to make this comeback happen. A mountain to climb, but Marker on the back of an orb can make things happen. A Cider reversal about evens out the damage there. Another Cider comes out looking for this KO option. Much better state for Marker, but he doesn't get the downer out the recovery. Instead, it bounces off the wall, doesn't KO.
And now Marker's being so respectful of the Bamia's hammer pick that doesn't want to immediately go for the side air off stage. Is afraid of the follow-up or the reversals. Oh, and there it is. A potential grim ending to this fairy tale. Down by 2 stocks. 1 stock left potentially for this tournament. Marker, again, having such a great run. Could be shut down by the Roman Reigns. That's 1 stock gone. Not the end of the world, but pretty dang close. Bamia's on an axe. This is much more convincing for Marker to make those entry points in. You can see the change of pace. As long as there's no hammer, Bamia just has to wait out the clock and try to get the hammer spawn to happen.
And like comes out, Marker immediately swaps it. No dodge off from Bamia, so Bamia has to go for a low recovery, going for the immediate side light there. Bamia tries to flip it with a downer, gets a Cider instead. You have to be scared of this end sig though, because it can spike downwards. Marker making it back with a Cider, avoids that GC down light, but a side light. Same amount of damage as Marker got all from that edge guard off of 2 moves. Side light again, the damage being racked up. Marker with an end light there, looking to force this last stock, looking to hold on to this front. Seed number 32 will not go down without a fight as we go down to last stock, and all of a sudden, it's never over till it is. It is Taros, so any singular move at a certain point will just start to KO, but Marker has a good chance into the sacks right now. Side light into the...
Oh, that could have been it. Spot dodge.
And there it is.
Oh, truly unlucky there. Roman Reigns lock-in changed the entire universe for Bamia. Moving on forward to this tournament, unfortunate end from Marker, but still one heck of a run for him. Gotta give the respect to the Fate pick. It did work wonders until it didn't.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to be seeing a potential Taros mirror into the elimination side finals match. But before we go into that, I want to give a quick, big shout out to, once again, Marker, seed number 32 of the tournament, getting all the way to 4th place. Of course, you want to win the event or even lock in that podium spot, and although we didn't get there, that is a big step up for Marker. EU seed number 103, but has been doing really, really well of recently. 4th place at Winter Championship for Middle East, but has swapped since from that region over into EU here. Or I believe he plays in both EU and Middle East sometimes, but nonetheless, very, very happy to see Marker making a run here at this community event.
That's right. We move on forwards now to Bamia versus Munir. We saw the potential double Roman Reigns. Unfortunately, it seems like the lock-in won't happen. We almost saw it, but it looks like instead we might have the Nimue lock. I'm very excited for this matchup. I think we'll see some wild legend swaps here too.
Yeah, it should be a good time indeed. But before we get into that match, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be right back with the seed number 2 and 3 battling out for 3rd place in elimination side finals. We'll see you soon.
The fate of Europe is at stake. The Great Moose Wars rage on. But in the lower finals, we'll know which of our commanders can move on forward to the grand finals and see if we can survive. It's Bamia versus Moonir, and it's Keg and PJ on the mic. Who will win it out? Will we see double Roman Reigns? Only the future knows for sure as we head into game number 1.
Going to be a very interesting matchup as we get two picks that we haven't seen. Well, we saw obviously Bamia on the Mordex, but we're going to also be seeing Moonir on the Nimue there. So Balloon Boy was in the lobby being like, man, you got to swap off that Nimue, man. It's giving me trauma. But then he's like, okay, I'll swap to Laura's colors as well. And we get the full setup, the full drip swap, as right now Bamia is struggling to land versus the Orb. Moonir swapping over to an Orb Legend as well as a Spear. So no Hammer, no Blasters, no King Zuba. Just back to regular scheduled business as Bamia's on his Legend of choice as well on the Mordex.
Normal Brawlhalla. I never thought we'd see the day. This Nimue is beautiful looking, by the way, with the colors. But you know what else is beautiful? Bamia's play style. Going well for the ledge guard. Great gravity cancel and light. Doesn't quite connect the signature. That's okay. Neutral sig doesn't connect either from Moonir. Bamia waiting it out, looking for the opportunity to catch the landing. Spot dodges out the weapon throw. Saw it coming 8,000 miles away. Bamia, no recovery. Tries to delay it quite a bit. Weapon star once again, 221 damage. Even the colors were glitching out. Human eye can't perceive how much damage Moonir had taken.
Okay, we go for an immediate signature off the end light there for Moonir. Trying to make something tricky happen, charging up that side signature. And Bamia immediately punishes Moonir very heavily for that side light into recovery. Moonir with some very uncharacteristic drops. Stage dodge double forward. Bamia with an opportunity to flip it. Doesn't go for it. Instead, Moonir just gets an orb recovery and a side air to close out that stock. Moonir fighting back here.
All right, continuing on with the orb. Spear worked decently, but the orb, I mean, has just been so strong in this tournament. There's no reason not to. Bamia has struggled against orb in the last few matches that we've seen. This time on a much bigger stage, there's more escape options, much more areas to pivot away and go for the side air in. We're seeing the stars from Bamia being a lot more sufficient. Full stock lead.
Okay, nice little pickup there, and there from Moonir sends Bamia up in the air once again. We go for the GC end light as well. A nice pogo there from Moonir, but he doesn't get a extended edge guard, and this seems to all but be Bamia's game for sure here. The Nair comes out and continuing to get this juggle going. Another Nair, another GC end light, and Bamia is whiffing. He's hitting. He's doing everything he wants right now. He's complete domination of this game. We need to see Moonir get something going, and he'll do it off the back of the spear. That side air finisher, looking for that N-sig, doesn't find the snipe on that jump back to center stage. Side light into weight, dashes forward there. D-light, recovery. Moonir forcing last stock could be a chance for him to take this one.
Up and Starve is out now from Moonir. Like you mentioned, all it takes is one solid signature on anything to take down Moonir, bring things to game number 2. A whiff from Bamia though. Needs to a hit in the air. There we go, and that's solidifying game number 1. Gotta say, spot dodges off of Bamia, absolutely disgustingly spot on throughout that entire matchup, especially when Moonir was on Spear.
Absolutely have to agree with that. And Bamia just completely running over that game. And it looks like Moonir is going to be swapping over to the Roman Reigns to make it happen.
Okay, that's Roman Reigns number 1.
I mean, like, it's... You know, sometimes... I'm not going to get philosophical
It's
here.
going to be
not
game
that
3.
important. It's not that serious. Yeah, we're going to go Roman Reigns. We're going to get a swap here.
Game 3 will be double Roman.
The meta, most effective tactic available. That's a backronym, but still. And this is the best tactic, maybe in the history of everything. You're talking about generals. They'd definitely be spamming this if it was a real war.
Yeah.
Swap over to some axe and hammer. Make it happen.
These are our world leaders in charge right now. Dare, down light, side air. Honestly, Napoleon, I don't think he would have stood a chance.
Nah, definitely not. They're not ready for the 9 strength Taros, man. Okay, but Bamia is with the ground pound there, setting it into Moonir, trying to go for the GC D-light into ground pound and tap it in, but it goes the wrong way in Moonir. Taking his lucky stars there, the downer comes out. And I'm noticing more and more Moonir loves his downers, man. That's exactly a great way to mix up people that aren't quite ready for stacking right on top of someone, and a downer would be the first way to get a first strike for Moonir, first lead of the set for Moonir.
I mean, everyone's just playing Orb and Gauntlets right now. Down air is such a good response option to both of those kinds of attacks when they're so in your face. We're going to see that again. Get off me. Bamia evading away, now recognizing again these early axe swings. Had played a pretty patient game against the spear that Munir had. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing more of that patience again to punish the hammer specifically, but again, that requires the hammer to come out. Axe, ledge guarded effectively. Bamia now keeping up the stake with Munir, 50 damage of a difference.
Down light comes out there, looking for that end light on the side here. Side light, waiting, going for that end light, but Bamia hasn't been really finding the extended combos, and this is exactly where Roman Reigns will take over. When you're going for the 1-2 hit trades, Munir in 8 hits, once again, will be able to take that stock.
I wonder if there's someone that can min-max how many, the minimum amount of hits that someone like Munir would need in a tournament like this. Like, if you play like a 2 defense legend, yeah, but I'm talking like, what's like the maximum, or the maximum minimum amount? Like, I want to see someone take a stock off in 3 hits.
You can definitely, I mean, that's kind of easy to do if you end sig, ground pound, like they just kind of get KO'd. So, I mean, we could have saw it there for Munir as he went for the end sig in the corner. Again, going for an end sig. He wants to show you, like, yeah, I could do it in 3 hits if I want to.
Come on, Munir, let's see it.
Bamia looking at not make it so easy though. The recovery comes out now, and Munir cycling over to another hammer. He's like into the recovery. We'll take that hammer off of Munir, so he'll have to contend with the axe here.
Axe has worked pretty well for Munir's side. Those down airs, he's been fishing them out, worked effectively. Bamia keeps falling into them. He did play more patiently on the gauntlets once he started racking up damage with it, but the scythe is a different story. He's on top of Munir, or below, I should say. He keeps getting dared to oblivion. One hit, and this could be an even set.
And another down air, taking potentially the stock there, but a nice side air from Bamia. Great adaptation to deal with that tap-in, but as he like into the GCN sig, and unlike the set versus Saphir, will actually find a game win and move forward here into game number 3 with a 1-1 set count.
And still lock for Mordex into game 3. I'm surprised. No Roman Reigns.
I'm gonna swap over to the Taros from the Roman Reigns, same legend.
I do not
skin.
like that skin.
You don't? That's the kind of classic.
I don't know. Something about it just feels weird. It's like Roman. Like I don't know. It feels like it's missing the beard like Roman. Maybe I'm just so used to Roman Reigns.
Probably. Also, Taros is not like a human most of the time, and whenever he is a human,
yeah, that might be
Roman
what it
Reigns.
is.
Yeah, Taros is like he's a Minotaur, Centaur, Minotaur.
I don't
Minotaur?
know. No, Minotaur's the horseman with like the legs. So I guess that
he likes to stomp a lot,
Centaur,
so maybe that's where he like got that from.
That's where the other 2 legs went.
Yeah, into all the power into the one he downlights with. Exactly. The end light comes out for Munir now, and no matter the species of player, Munir got the dog in him, man. He's looking for this KO right now. The D-light, he's stomping. He wants that KO.
Munir's his own species. Here we go. Attempting to fish for the down air. Unfortunate, not able to find it. Weapon throw does not connect. Bamia on ledge. Not a lot of room to play around with. Great setup though off of scythe. Cannot connect the nair, however. Munir, he tried to find something that did not exist. But there we go. He saw into the future. Second nair does connect. First stock gone for Bamia.
Okay, he's looking for that extra credit on that nair, but Bamia is able to dodge right through and picks up a set of gauntlets, looking for that GC side light, maybe a conversion into a recovery. Another nair, another big damage swing. Side air as well. 73 damage in 3 hits. A recovery does come in, and Bamia puts an end to the chance to take a stock flawlessly again, but Munir will get right back into his business with the unarmed side light setting off stage again, but the end sig doesn't connect. Munir really wants to make that happen, but it's not. Going for the full rush in there. Only gets the starter of it.
Unlucky. Munir keeps going for these pre-reads. Unfortunate that he's not able to connect it. That would be great for the content. There it is. Speaking of which, full stock lead now. Bamia slipping away. It was so competitive in the beginning, but Munir has just found so much value again off this hammer. Unbelievable.
Okay, nice snare. Good start. Boom, another one. The damage, I mean, he's building so much right now. He's already lapped him in damage and up a stock as well.
Yeah, Bamia just no way in. Anything he does, he gets immediately punished. Great spot dodge into the D-light. That does not connect, but punished immediately afterwards. So much value.
Almost got that recovery there. If Munir gets it, could have been the end of that stock, but a D-light side air will put Bamia In a guess for game situation, Guess is right on that, jumps away from the wall immediately. Moonier, stomp, side sig, end sig, down sig, really anything, side air, straight up this time.
Big ledge guard opportunity though. Bamia calls the bluff. Moonier into the air, does not connect to the side air. Good punish from Bamia. Side D-light, side air, bread and butter combo.
Player 2 wins.
Player 2 wins, exactly. I mean, the Terra swap on Moonier has found big success in games number 2 and 3. We'll see Bamia swapping over to a pick that I have known Bamia for a long time. The Zol, the high strength, the high defense, the tankiness of the Zol, bringing that same power that Terros has, but with a cannon instead, and could be the big difference maker in the hammer matchup that he might be needing to hopefully break the mold and get that run back, or no, stop the run back from Mooney or Saphir. We're going to see if Bamia could force game 5 here, but I'm not too sure about this legend swap if I'm being honest, but we'll have to see.
Really? I think it's interesting. Like, I have it down in my notes, of course, but like just seeing it visually next to each other, the Terros and the Zol with the same stat structure have the same exact stats. So I think just having the cannon with a little bit more side air velocity would be really beneficial for Moonier, especially on a larger stage like this. There are escape options, but just how the cannon operates, it should be good for the punish opportunities against this Terros. We'll have to wait and see if it plays out, and so far the answer is yes, but not by much.
And that comes out there, looking for that side light as well, going for the side air, but gets immediately interrupted by the down air. Or down light, sorry. And it's really cool to see Bamia actually keeping up with the damage pace. The end light comes out. Moonier tries to go for the weapon toss into side air. Bamia now scouring for the GC Sig. Does get it there. Now the axe pickup for Bamia. Nice down air. Clean stock for Bamia. Only 100 damage. That's the first strike of game number 4 going over to Bamia.
Not bad at all. Moonier's got to play catch up to figure out how this cannon works. Not something we've seen a whole lot in this tournament, especially this high up. It's worked out well though, and like you said, Bamia, very well known for the Zol. Has these combos on lock, great for the ledge guarding, and this is where Moonier really shined quite a bit in the upper parts of a stock, but as I say that, it's gonna be the side air, removing away that first stock from Bamia. No weapon at all, very similar stats. Both legends need to be so careful about what damage they input. They can receive a lot back.
Downer into downer into downer into downer. Bamia going for a downer of his own. 4 downers exchanged.
Mutually assured destruction.
Another down air. Weapon toss. And the Enlight gets sent away, and Bamia now looking for the down air onto Moonier, and Moonier tries to get a down air of his own, but an Enlight's the one that finally connects in a recovery to call it the high recovery for Moonier. Closes out that stock for Bamia. Bamia now with a cannon pickup here. Side light, side air, full combo, no dodge, gets a down air instead, goes for another down air, looking for the ground pound now. Moonier knowing that, waiting to making sure that he doesn't burn recovery and dodge at the same time, going for the GC downlight, but gets a recovery anyway without the conversion. Bamia unable to make it back. Moonier taking that stock.
1-1 now. Moonier still with that lead. Bamia potentially facing elimination off this stock. The Zol pick has been confident so far, able to keep that lead.
Okay, Moonier.
100 damage. Good catch out. He's about to catch up in damage, however, but look at this, Bamia. He's able to keep up. Hammers out, however. Downlight side air. Just cannot be caught by another one, or it could all be over. This is it, though.
Moonier. He wins the weapon exchanges. He gets
Ground
the pickup
pound,
and
side air.
That's so crazy that he goes for the breakdance there to close out that game, but doesn't find the sign light. Comes in and the cannon. 1 end light away from taking this game. 1 D light into Nair, and we go to game 5, and Bamia takes that game with his Zol counter pick.
1 hit difference between the two. The Zol worked wonders, but it was still scary at the end. Moonier swaps back into the Terros, and we waste no time back to the stage bands. We're going back in once more. I don't even know if we'll have enough time to look at the stats, but there was 100 damage difference between the two. And we're going straight back to Dima before the replays can even end.
Moonier still holding on to the Terros pick, but we've seen Roman Reigns, we've seen human Terros, and now we're seeing reindeer Terros. But no better skin to get into game number 5 of this Moose Wars Elimination Tide Finals than this one. Nair's coming out now. Bamia getting the first weapon pickup. Moonier fights right back with the Terros and a side light into downlight off of the end light. Getting some nice damage build already.
Okay, there we go. Cannon. Good evasive opportunities. The down air, an effective way to get in. Both of Bamia's kit has such great dare opportunities.
no.
Double ground pound, nearly a triple. Recoveries out from Munir instead. Neutral sig does not connect. Could have been a great opportunity to reverse the spike back around. Not the case. Okay, there we go. Side air into weapon throw.
Oh,
Almost
recovery.
A combo on top. Munir would have been a god for that, but unfortunately, not quite just yet.
He had a straight conversion there, but he didn't believe in it. Went for the GC downlight and plays the ultimate price as Bamia gets back on stage with the cannon, gets the nair. Munir down to stop with Bamia having a chance here. This stock lead might be snowballed into something great, but the down sig from Munir puts an end to that. Dead even.
No weapon. Munir takes advantage. Goes for the down light, side light. Bamia finally picks up cannon. No appearance of the axe. Munir can take advantage. All he has to do is wait out the side airs, go for a side air of his own, wait out Bamia. Bamia's going to go for the ground pound once again. This is a pivot point for Munir. He knows that Bamia's always going to try to fish for the ground pound. And there it is. Just a matter of whether or not we see the pickup into the axe. The answer is no. There it is, down air. Unfortunate, tries to read for the nair. Unable to do so. Weapon throw is out. Similar circumstance. The Munir, he goes up into the air. Follow up by Bamia. Another follow-up. Back to the cannon we go. This could be it.
The low hitbox of that scoop is going to be such a big deal as Munir thought he got
damage.
Below it. Another end light towards this side of the stage will definitely do it. Munir getting right back, fighting his spot in the dead zone of the downlight hitbox, and now Munir whips a side air. Bamia putting Munir potentially on his last stock of the tournament, picking up the cannon. Now Munir will have to fight to stay alive. Nair's coming out, 2 nairs.
Double nair. Not a good start for this final stock.
Oh, but there it is. The big reversal of the GC and Sig, and Munir forces last stock. And we know what a Taros can do in this situation. The damage means nothing. The previous stocks mean nothing. It all comes down to this, and Taros loves these odds.
But remember, both of these legends have identical stats.
There's down air. Bamia landing back down with the down air of his own. A side light into downlight, and now one end light away. Bamia knowing that all he needs is one big hit. Downlight into the down air, looking for the recovery off that down air. Juggle a side air, whip punishes the side air from Bamia. Bamia going for the down air there, doesn't fight it. When you're picking up an axe as well, Bamia getting a down air center stage. They're both dashing in and out. They both have the axe online. Bamia not pulling the trigger on any move, knowing that any whiff could cost him the game, could cost him the set, could cost him a spot in loser side grand finals. And we go for the breakdance. The GC downlight into down air. It's not enough. Bamia with the unarmed side light. No whip punish from Munir. And Munir having the weapon advantage. Just needs the one big hit, but Bamia flips it with the side light. And Bamia with the dash up down air into the wall. He clutches the game and wins game 5 and moves forward into grand finals. The counter pick worked. Munir just couldn't find that last hit, and Bamia on the back of the cannon that I doubted was able to do it. That was so close at the end.
Oh, cannon on demon, name a better combo. You have so much extra range on that side air to create so much space denial against different characters. Unbelievable. Such a great job overall. You just have so much more mobility, it feels at times, against the Taros pick when you're a Zol with the same exact scary axe and a cannon to boot. Makes things very interesting as we head on forwards to the remainder of this tournament. That's going to be grand finals now. Saphir versus Bamia.
This should be a very exciting matchup, I think. 2 players that I guess... I mean, if you're looking at the seeding, it's seed number 12 and seed number 3 of the event. So, you know, kind of not anticipating either of them to make it all the way into grand finals, but yet here they are. And Saphir, seed number 12 has been making upset after upset. Would love to see him get that exclamation point for this run.
He's been able to make it work well with the Ulgrim. I'm very curious to see what Bamia is going to choose. His arsenal is very deep, so I don't know. What's going to happen, PJ?
You know, it's weird because like every single pick from Bamia has found success in its own way, and I feel like the thing that might do it for him is the Zol, man. Like I love Bamia Zol. I think it's very explosive and very good at dealing with the heavy weapons that Ulgrim presents, and hopefully he swaps to it because I think the Mordex just doesn't have the legs to do it. Mordex, I was talking to Marckiemoo about the current meta versus heavy weapons, and he's saying that Mordex is kind of struggles with some of these matchups. So I think Bamia keeps the axe, keeps the cannon, and hopefully has enough momentum to reset the tournament. And Bamia looks to be doing that with the Zol hover here.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. We see the Zol lock in now against the Ulgrim. Should be going to stage bans pretty soon. I mean, there it is. I'm very curious to see if it's going to come down to whether or not the stages are large or have platforms that could benefit either one of these two legends. I wouldn't be surprised if we go to Demon Island first, and yes, we do. Benefits both the Lance and the Cannon for the Zol and Ulgrim. The Axe should be able to find its place on engagements. We've seen both of these players find so much value out of down airs on Axe each that I wouldn't be surprised if that's the main damaging tool throughout this entire set.
Let's get into this grand final. Saphir and Bamia both with an axe in hand, and both rocket powered or explosive powered weapons for sure with the cannon and the lance as well. And we'll see if Bamia can do what Munir could not versus Saphir.
Good start early on. Saphir keeping Bamia in the air. Nair. Maybe a triple. Yes. Quad Nair. No. Oh, quad. Yes. Weapon throw. Five Nairs. No. The Nair streak ends there, but Bamia's taking a wealth of damage. Pretty characteristic of Bamia so far that we've seen in these tournaments, having a bit of a lackluster game one. Of course, we're not even a stock in just yet, but a lot of damage applied. First side air is out. Saphir does take the first stock away from Bamia. Just a matter of whether or not his adaptability will be now or into game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Bamia has had to play like a plethora of different legends. Saphir, he's like the Ulgrim player at heart, but Bamia's like, yeah, let's put an end to that discussion. The ground pound comes out, and Bamia makes this game very, very close.
Does make it very close. Great way to rack up that damage once again. This cannon has been a great unknown factor, it feels, for a lot of these players. So used to orb, hammer, axe, and I guess some gauntlets into this tournament. It's a breath of fresh air, thankfully.
Okay, the down air from Saphir there. Oh, I love that GC sidelight into the down, like into the nair, into a ground pound. So much extra damage there. Look at this. Spike Bamia downward, but Bamia is doing the opposite to Saphir. The nair is looking for the KO off the top. Doesn't fight it there, but the end light sends away. Saphir looking for that last hit he needs. Goes for the big signature, but doesn't get the all out that he wants. And Bamia looking to scour out this KO option. The end light comes out. Is it enough? It doesn't spike, but it sends away. And this is a very tanky matchup here, as both are living quite deep into the reds.
Good setup though. Bamia now without a weapon. Recovery does not connect. Can't get the slide into the recovery against Saphir. Bamia's almost out of options, but he lands back on. Saphir catches the landing, sends Bamia away. One stock left. Game number 1. Remember, there's resets possible. Saphir only needs to get 3 games, but Bamia, it's a very different story. It is 1 stock each. We had another tournament yesterday in Europe that ended all 10 games. 5 games for the reset, 5 games post-reset. Could very well be a possibility here for another European Brawlhalla tournament 2 days in a row. Bamia with the weapon, Saphir without, does not care, dash jumps around, pivots behind Bamia, tries to pick up a weapon, but it's simply too far out, and it's a cannon in Bamia's control.
Nice end light there from Saphir, going for the downlight, but an end light from Bamia instead. And been a very even game number 1 here, going for that torch on that downlight, but doesn't find it. Bamia, no dodge. Saphir dodges right into Bamia's hands, but Bamia wasn't positioned for it. The down air into the side air doesn't connect. D-light into ground pound doesn't connect. It does connect, but a lot of down airs, and the damage build up for Saphir is really big.
Axe versus Axe. All it takes is 1 solid hit, 1 solid side air from each, a recovery instead. Bamia sneaks away game number 1. Saphir, oh wow, a 40 damage difference, not even that, between the two. I want to see the stats really quick, but we're already in stage select for game number 2. Now, riddle me this, PJ. Have we seen a single Zol signature come out yet?
No, definitely not. And I think that is a product of kind of the bell curve that or no, it's not even a bell curve. It's just like when you're new to Brawlhalla or you're like climbing up the lower end of the elo, I feel like the Zol sigs are really good, but I think at the top level of play, because Zol has found so much meta prevalence over the years, it's really hard to hit the signatures. You have to kind of fish for them a lot. So it makes sense that Bamia's like kind of fully relying on the light attack hit, but it's always a mix-up you have to be careful of for sure.
I mean, I'm kind of spitballing here, but it's very similar to Mordex, where he was strong for so long and you were able to fish for those slower, higher start time signatures. But with Bamia now on a Zol, it's a very similar prowess that he's just not able to figure out. Difference is, though, the damage output is insane! A huge first stock against Saphir.
Side air. Oh, that's a big
my
read.
God!
Bobby almost KOing Saphir off the side, off of the dodge and read. Do not dodge.
He keeps
The
going!
cannon players.
He keeps going!
Coast to coast. Needs the end line.
Mayday!
That's it.
Mayday!
Bamya. Zero to KO. Coast to coast. Cannon highlight reel. Bamya is a combo machine on the cannon. You cannot fall asleep at the wheel. Do not dodge into cannon players. That's what's gonna happen every single time. No signature needed, man. Bamya is lights out on the cannon. It cannot stop.
Nothing can stop Bamya. The devil unlocked himself. Off the stage, though. Cannon still available. Easy access back in. Slide charge. Neutral sig does bring Bamya away. It gives a second for Saphir to breathe. Yesterday it was a wild Diana pick against him. Today it's a Zul.
The down air's coming out now. Bobby getting put in a really bad spot. The air's coming out as well. The down air. Saphir with an end light. And Saphir, it's not over until it is. Bamya getting a D-light into down air. Trying to set up that ground pound. Trying to end this game right here, right now.
Yeah, mine as well. I think that is game. How does Saphir get back from this one? Down air, you don't. How long was that game?
I don't even know, but it was the Bamya show for sure. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that one. Besides, we gotta go next, and Saphir is gonna be swapping over to the Terros immediately with some haste.
Naturally.
This Bamya clip is crazy. He gets the downer, chase dodge upright, and then he side airs. He wins the race back to the stage. Saphir dodges in again, the second time in a row. We're dodging in on cannon. It's 2025. GC and light the other way. Bamya is crazy, man. You cannot be giving Bamya that much, man. That's too much.
Yeah, I mean, just simply caught off guard there. You're not really, probably expecting a cannon this far deep into a tournament when you've had nothing but other weapons and, you know, just the nerves. Being in the heat of the moment, not expecting the cannon to make its way back to stage in pivot the way that you were landing. But we're back to Demon once again. Cannon central. No obstacles to evade away from the cannon whatsoever other than your own life. Saphir, like you mentioned, PJ, does swap over to the Terros pick. Axe v Axe will remain, but the hammer difference might be able to catch the cannon off guard depending on its positioning. Would not be surprised if Saphir tries to go for gravity cancel D-light side air.
Okay, Bamya is literally running away with everything right now.
Hey,
We
a
see
signature
come out. At the end light as well to punish off that down tick, setting up a carpet where Saphir couldn't land. Saphir gets back onto the stage with the Karaston, and the Nair comes out for Bamya.
There we go, side air. Clean stock one. Less than 100 damage applied against Bamya. Cannon back out. This is the real test for Saphir.
Side light Nair. Nice little juggle state going. A side air sends back into the stage, but there's the big Terror side signature.
How many hits was that, PJ?
I wasn't even counting, to be honest with you, but it was
Four?
not that many. Yeah, not that many, I tell you what.
That's a certified Terros moment. There it is.
Oof.
Another signature. A little bit slower play style when you don't have a lance to go up against. You can set up more for these ledge guard sigs. That's two now that Bamya's been able to bring out, one of which now connects. Fear dodges behind. Picks up the weapon, does get the axe control. Might try to set up for the side sig of his own. That did convert Bamya's first stock. It's gonna be hard for Saphir to find a landing back in. He goes right into the neutral light.
Weapon tosses up. Bamya, I mean, he looks kind of unstoppable right now. I don't know what is in order for Saphir, if his Terros pick was enough, but so far Bamya showing it's like, you might have the same weapon as me, but you definitely don't have the same energy. Because we're going to a grand finals reset. We got true finals coming up here at Saphir with 3 swift games on the back of this Zul pick. What does Saphir do?
I was going to ask you, PJ, like, what do you swap off of Terros on? I feel like Terros has been the inevitable for most players in this tournament, but Saphir's like, look, that did not work out well at all. I'm banning Demon Island. Most importantly, I'm going back to the Olgrim.
It really is like the only thing you can do when you're swapping off of Terros is to go to your legend that you have thousands of hours on, and for Saphir it happens to be the Olgrim, but it looked really tough as Zul kind of had the number versus it, but you get a reset, you get a fresh new set, and this could definitely not be This could definitely be good for Saphir, but it's going to be tough. Bamiya has a lot of momentum.
Oh, but on World's End, though, I mean, we've seen how strong a Taros can be on this stage. Like you mentioned, Blast Zones are paper mache. Bamiya, similar stats to Taros with a little bit more speed. I don't see Saphir getting away into this one. What?
I just don't even know. You know, like I was like, I'm gonna let that one ring out, Keg. I'm gonna let your sentence kind of like let that sit there for a moment because Bamiya, he's not messing around, bro. This is like
Okay,
a
that'll
different.
be be for the Vondake video. Let's see. Continues on forwards. Bamiya once again, these down airs unstoppable. Saphir attempting to find a way back onto the stage, does so, gets an air to connect. And it's just the punish. A single hit just racks up so much against Saphir, dude. I can't think.
You know, he swaps back to his level 100 Ultram. He's looking for the mental reset coming into this Grand Finals reset, but Bamiya, I mean, he is same animal, different beast, man. This is just a complete domination. He's picking the same legend. It doesn't matter what you're playing against Bamiya. It's all the same for Bamiya as he's up 3 stocks to 1 now on Saphir.
I just don't see a way into this for Saphir. I'm being as generous as I can. Okay, Saphir, Axe, control, could try to ledge guard, but the cannon just stifles that so much. It's able to allow Bamiya to get a getaway, go for a side air directly in off of a pivot, and Saphir just does not have the range on this Axe to battle it out consistently. Weapon throw does not connect. Bamiya dodges it out. Saphir, again, he goes for something, gets the side air, gets back onto the stage, but damage has already been done. He's like, there's no way. This stage is not it. We went for the largest stage to the smallest stage, 185 damage overall. Have we seen Saphir play Fate or Petra? Like Orb?
Nah, Orb's not. I don't know, man. I don't think he's gonna. I don't think Saphir's got it. He's just like, this is it. This is like, if it's not gonna happen here, it's not gonna happen in any other way. It has to be.
Yeah.
It has to be this.
I mean, that's bottom of the barrel, a desperation pick. Maxing out damage here for Saphir, attempting to make something work. We're going back to World's End. I don't see this being any different from the last game, but Saphir, hopefully now it could just be the macro difference, understanding how Bamiya likes to operate and just play a little bit of a slower reactive game.
Like, do you like swap the playlist? Do you like, what do you take a sip of water? Like this, you have to like completely mix up, maybe stand up or something. Like this is going to be very, very, if this continues on, it's going to be a swift 6-0. Saphir putting up a much better fight in this game, man.
Saphir's playing this so much scrappier now. He was trying to go for some pivots and reactive plays like I mentioned before last game. That didn't work. I thought he would double down into it and give Bamiya a little bit more respect and maybe side air off of him, but he's just getting directly in Bamiya's face. It's working to an extent until the cannon comes out. And then again, Bamiya plays spacing so well. He allows the setup, the lance, entry point in. Maybe Saphir can get the first stock, and he can't. But it is close.
It's closer for sure. I mean, it's no 15-second first KO, and that I mean, you could never get worse than that versus Bamiya here for Saphir. I want to give him credit, man. He's a great player. He's played Brawlhalla for longer than I've been in the community, and he's thousands of hours in this game. These are some of the best players to ever do it. But when something like this happens, where you're dodging into ground pounds, where Bamiya has every read on you, what more is there to say? Saphir with another end light setting off stage. But it's just nowhere near enough. Bamiya doing another side air again.
This is such a good, this is good footage to watch to how to beat Azul, maybe in the future, learn to counterplay it, but certainly not for Grand Finals post-reset. 1 stock left. Bamiya, he gets this next stock. He'll be 1 game away from being the champion of Moose Wars.
And they often say it doesn't go out with a bang, you go out with a whimper, and no other way to say it is Bamiya is just completely taking the fire out of Saphir, the old flame of EU. Okay.
New flame is ignited.
Back into this one with that Nair, but it's gonna be enough. Multiple side lights coming out. Saphir now fighting back with the rocket lance, but Bamiya, I mean, he is putting.
Shut up.
I don't even. There's just how many more metaphors could I like put out there to explain
well, we're
that?
Casters. We only talk in metaphors.
Metaphor merchants, man.
It's our entire language. Oh,
but
but he goes straight into the T-Sig. These or I guess a peek behind the curtain. These are always kind of the hardest games to cast, especially grand finals. But I mean, again, Saphir, one final attempt to change things around, maybe swap away from the Ulgrim. Okay, we see the Zol mirror match. I'm not against this. I don't know how Saphir plays Cannon. I wouldn't be surprised if he just doubles down on Axe.
I mean, if it didn't work on Teros, you're gonna have to really pull something out on the Zol here, and
yeah,
like you're picking it for the cannon. It's 9 strength. It's relatively decent defense. We'll see if Saphir can make it happen here on this Zol counter pick. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's never over till it is. Been played since 2021. He's had his fair share of close sets and comebacks, and I'm sure he can do it again here. But confidence from this is not looking great. We're whiffing a lot of side lights and siders. Bamiya seeing right through this counter pick, and that's going to be a sider setting off stage and disarming Saphir. Now, can he make it back? No, he cannot. It's a 0 to KO to start it off. This is a complete and utter wash as Bamiya continues forward here. Another 0 to KO added to the books.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what Saphir can do at this point. It is, like you mentioned, it is a shutout. Saphir does find some impact early on with the Axe. Bamiya immediately pivots and gets damage of his own. A complete stock ahead of Saphir. He's got to put in work and a half to do so. Attempt for the D-Sig, unfortunately, is met immediately by a side air. Bamiya catches the landing once again of Saphir. Proper timing. Saphir's trying to be scrappy once again, just like that Ulgrim pick and play directly in Bamiya's face. The cannon's working well. He tries to match out the neutral Sig. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. And this is the end of stock number 2. Bamiya is now 2 stocks ahead. At this point, Saphir again, final stock, grand finals, post-reset, no games won. Not a lot of stocks won at that. I hate to say it.
Yeah, Bamiya is taking more games in this grand finals than Saphir has taken stocks in this grand finals. It's a tough reality, but one indeed.
It's a true reality.
Yeah, this is the one we're living in. Bamiya absolutely tearing through the competition.
Yeah, this is a force to be reckoned with for Summers. Absolutely, for sure.
Okay, no, dodging to the ground pound. Saphir still holding on, but it's not enough. Bamiya. Oh, Saphir getting the recovery. No 3 stock.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
One hit, though. A one-hit wonder. Saphir's playing on ultra hard mode. If he can bring this back, he'll be the greatest player of all time. But he has to start here. Bamiya waiting out the spacing, knowing he has full control. One more hit of anything from the Zol kit will end Saphir, end this tournament, and declare Bamiya winner. And there it is. Great work from Bamiya overall. An unstoppable run on the Zol. Completely undefeated.
Bamiya is your Clashing Kingdoms EU One's champion, taking his throne, his very custom throne. I'm sure we're going to be getting that graphic soon, but I want to give a big congratulations once again for Bamiya for sticking to his guns, bringing back what we all knew and love him for. Obviously the Mordex, but also the Zol pick, the 3-0 in Grands and the 3-0 in Grands. Bamiya was an unstoppable force, seed number 3 of the event. Want to give a big congratulations to Saphir, though, seed number 12 of the bracket, making it all the way to second place, as well as Marker getting 4th at 32nd seed, and Munir at 2nd seed getting 3rd. EU showing up and showing out, and kind of shows, hey, we got a new person to look out for as Summers approach. Bamiya is looking unstoppable on this all.
Yeah, Clashing Kingdoms winner here, Bamiya, looking fantastic. I really can't wait to see him during Summers and what he can bring to the table as well. These tournaments just before the majors are always really good practice to try something new. And who knows, maybe we'll see Saphir double down on the Zol pick going into Summers and transform and bring something else new. But you know what, PJ? You know what's wild about today?
What's wild, man?
We're done with Europe, but something tells me we have other regions to cover too.
Absolutely. We got NA on the other side of a break. I want to give one last thing about this event. One last thing. I'm just reading the chat. Saphir in the chat after the game says, "You're the only one with Godly," to Bamiya. So Saphir just kind of telling and giving the respect to Bamiya. Man, what an exciting storyline going into next weekend. We're going to see Godly, I'm sure, at the official for Summers. But for now, Bamiya is your EU Moose Wars champion. Clashing Kingdoms is in the books for EU. We got NA right around the corner here, but once again, big congratulations to Bamiya for making it happen. That was a fun tournament, I'll be honest. You know, we got some really fun picks. We got a lot of fun stuff, but yeah, sometimes grand finals, you know, you often go out with not a bang, but with a whimper, and unfortunately for Saphir, that is the case. But for Bamiya, hey, nice and easy 6-0 for him in grand finals.
Absolutely. And with that, Europe has concluded. Bami is looking pretty dang good. We're going to have to wait and see how North America plays out, but we do have to go to a small break before that happens. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
stop dreaming. Never 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 stop dreaming. Stop dreaming. stop dreaming. Never stop, 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 never stop dreaming. Never stop dreaming. Never stop. Never stop. Never stop dreaming. Never stop. Never stop dreaming.
Give
Never stop dreaming. Never stop dreaming. Never stop, 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 never stop dreaming. Never stop dreaming. Never stop. Never stop. Never stop dreaming. Never stop. Never stop dreaming.
Give
And welcome everyone after a long 1 hour wait because production is hard. Welcome to the Clashing Kingdoms for North America Tournament Series for 1v1s. My name is Jiro Todet alongside my man here, Tripped Up, and we're going to carry you into a very special, first of all, I gotta mention, very special top 12 match against Darwin and Marckiemoo. So that's going to be very exciting for the first, let's say, serving of gameplay here. But yeah, Tripped, what do you say?
This has been a really long weekend. Not in a bad way. It's a very good long weekend. A lot of tournaments.
Productive.
We've got a lot of Moose Wars for 4 different regions, but now we're getting to North America, my home soil. So I am very much happy to be here today casting for it. And yeah, like you said, we've got a lot of interesting contenders, including Darwin, like you said, someone who has not been in the tournaments for a very, very long time, and yet are beginning to prove themselves. And we will see that later. That is actually the first match we will be casting. But before that, we've got to be talking about some things. For example, our predictions. So I want to start with you. Who do you have in your top 3 for this tournament?
Okay, Tripped, let's take our time, okay? Because chat definitely loves us yapping before any sort of predictions. Because I gotta mention, okay, Bamia tearing through the elimination side all the way after getting upset by Fezaru and won the EU Clashing Kingdoms. That's crazy. And again, the upset was insane by Fezaru, but just he could not make it after that. Bamia just proved himself in the elimination side and became the champion after all. That's crazy. Don't you think, Tripped?
Absolutely, yeah, because I was casting for him in the top 8 lower side, so he really had to run through that bracket if he wanted to make it there, and clearly he did. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he of course is a really good player. He does have the Winter 1v1 championship for 2025, so he is definitely a good player, but even so, it is no easy feat to get all the way back from the lower side in such a early part of the tournament. I mean, top 8 isn't early, but at the same time, compared to being a winner's side, for the semifinals or even winners finals, that is a lot easier to get into the grand finals than at the bottom of top 8. So congratulations to him. Absolutely. That was an absolute tear through the bracket.
That was so good, exactly, and such a lovely tournament overall. I hope some NA peeps also watched it because it was definitely worth it, And now we're getting for their own regions. Shout outs to all of you at home from NA. Yes, it is finally time for your region. It's been a long time coming this weekend, but here we are. And speaking of, let's get some predictions going, Tripped.
Oh yes. All right, you start. I told you to start, so let's see. What do you got for your predictions?
Okay, all right. I mean, it seems like it's just fate, okay? Marckiemoo versus Darwin, and guess who's my number 3?
Let's hear
you
it.
have a guess?
Let's hear it.
It is Darwin.
No.
Is it indeed Darwin? Why? Because he's a Jiro main. Yes, I'm fully biased. I do not care. And again, he kept stating that he is the best in the world. This is the one and only chance to prove it, at least to the community side, for now, right? Because he will definitely play in the summers. He will definitely play probably at BCX as well, right? And so. Yeah, I'm very exciting. Exactly. I'm very exciting indeed. Because it's a Jiro main.
Yeah.
It's a Jiro main.
Don't see too many of those.
How can I not? Not at all. I mean, shout outs to Phazon, but how long has it been since we've seen Phazon on Jiro?
It's a couple years. Well, I mean, since we've seen him play in any tournaments, it's been quite a while. So yeah, that alone has been quite a while. The only player besides him that I can think of is Rage, So besides that, and you, of course, I can't think of any Jiro players. But Darwin representing you guys, that's nice for y'all.
Yeah, and right after Darwin, I'm not gonna lie. I have a lot of faith in Darwin, right? I'll put it as my 3rd, just so I'm not fully biased, right? But now, speaking of biases, one of my favorite NA players of all time. Pretty much the Zariel prodigy, the VV connoisseur, Balloon Boy for 2nd. And yes, a lot of people might put him at 1st, right? Because, yes, he pretty much won a lot of Moose Wars tournaments. He won a lot of majors. But I don't know, I feel like for my first as well, if I'm just gonna rush a bit through it for my first place, because it kinda leads into the storyline of Balloon Boy versus Marckiemoo for first place. Why? Because he is the next gen GOAT of Brawlhalla, still in the heart of my hearts. I love this man. I love his positivity. I love how he plays. His aggression is amazing. He is like the next gen Sandstorm, in my opinion. He is the next pinnacle of this game.
Yeah, it sure does seem that way. I mean, his play style is something else. Yeah, there's no doubt that he's probably in everyone's top 3 at least, right? So that's no surprise at all. Yeah, that is a very good top 3 prediction. In fact, mine is pretty similar, but we'll start with number 3. It differs a little bit from yours. So my third pick is Raydish. Now, this one, it seems a little obvious, and yet sometimes I don't hear too many people talking about him anymore. I feel like in 1v1s, he's been kind of falling off of the conversation. He's in 2v2s with Balloon Boy, he's been doing very well, but in 1v1s, I don't think many people have been talking about him, but he is still such a good player, right? Of course, the Red Raptor, through and through, he has found so many different ways to abuse the tech on that character. I mean, we know Walt, he'll go caw every time he does the insig, right? You know, it's classic at this point. So I completely understand that. But I think that he is going to have a good time through this brackets and could potentially be in third place. That would be my prediction there. Then in second, I would have Marckiemoo. Now, as being the savior of North America, right? I mean, you got to have him in that top 3. And I put him only in second place really for personal bias reasons. I'll talk about that in a second. But I do love Marckiemoo for the exact reason you said. He is like the Sandstorm prodigy, right? He is the new gen. He is the Mordex throne holder, you know, after Sandstorm unfortunately kind of fell off. Sorry, my goat. But, you know, now we have him playing the Mordex mantle, right? He is upholding that throne, and he's done a really good job at that. But let's be honest here. The first, it's going to be obvious here. Balloon Boy.
Okay.
Right? This guy, the way he plays makes me so excited for everything, right? I mean, let's be honest. When we saw him at mid-seasons, he got robbed. Okay, not only in 2v2s, but in 1v1s, he was robbed. He should have won at least one of those, but unfortunately, he was not able to, and that is unfortunate. But he played very, very well, and that is why I still see him being a top contender, if not first place, and I would put him at first place. Like I said, it's kind of a personal bias thing. I could see either Marckiemoo or Balloon Boy taking first place, but I would love to see Balloon Boy take it because the way he plays Vivi, the way he plays those blasters is exciting. The boots, of course, with the reeds. He's just such an eccentric player. I really, really hope to see him in the future. Well, not in the future. We'll see him in this tournament, but still in the top stage of this tournament, I would love to see it.
I 100% agree with you. I mean, yeah, honestly, very close top 3 predictions because honestly, this is kind of an A at this point, right? After Stingray pretty much left with a win, and now he is pursuing the music career, which, hey, good luck to him, you know. I cannot wait to hear some of his music.
Check out his Spotify. It's goated.
Yeah, check out his Spotify. Do it. Like,
Ayo Witty.
From Brawlhalla Pro to just a music extraordinaire.
Pro DJ, yeah.
Yeah, pro DJ or like whatever he wants to do. That's crazy. And honestly, I couldn't do it. I'm stuck here with you guys forever.
Well, that's not like it's a bad thing, though. It's a good thing. We're glad to be here, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Yeah. But yeah, and I agree. You know, like obviously, like you said, our predictions are pretty close. And in fact, I would have Darwin in the top 3 if it weren't for the fact that he is going against Marckiemoo very early in this tournament here. So there is a chance he pulls out this win. And if so, then he is absolutely going in my top 3. But preemptively, he is, of course, not favored in this matchup. Marckiemoo, of course, has all the experience of the tournament wins, the title, everything. So Darwin has something to prove here. But if they're able to bring this out on Marckiemoo, that is going to flabbergast everyone in the audience. It's going to be the match heard around the world, okay? So we're going to find out. That's actually the first thing we're going to be casting. I'm very excited for that one.
Yeah, very exciting, man. Such an exciting start. And this is our first, I'm pretty sure, like top 12, this sort of special situation. I mean, we probably casted top 12s before. Let's be real. But this is crazy,
this is the
right?
top 12. I believe this is the top 12. It's just we're actually before the top 12. We're casting. This is the first time we're going it. Yeah, before the top 12.
Right.
So
Right. Upper round of 16. I mean, very stupid as per usual. But yes, it's very exciting nonetheless. You know, Marckiemoo versus Darwin. This is it. Honestly, this is it, and I'm really looking forward to this at what Darwin's performance is going to be, and we're seeing the Hugin pick.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sad. Can I be honest? Where's my Giro?
You've been robbed.
Okay. I actually have been robbed, but we'll see. Maybe we'll see a swap, okay? It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, that is just, that's so interesting, though. I mean, Munin, or Hugin, I guess that is technically, that's so interesting because the only person who has used this character in tournament that I'm aware of is Impala. And of course, Impala has been, you know, kind of drifting out of the scene, unfortunately. Please come back, Impala. I love you, man. But, you know, as far as anyone else goes, I haven't seen anyone on this character. So maybe Darwin has something figured out, right? Of course, I do know that Bo tends to counter Scythe. I actually talked to Marckiemoo about this one, and he told me that that's the hardest matchup for Scythe, in his opinion, is the Bow. And I would, trust me, I will believe anything he says on the Scythe, okay? So if he says that,
Absolutely.
I believe it. And yeah, so maybe that is the plan against here, or maybe it's just he feels confident on the Munin. I don't know. But either way, yeah, it is definitely an interesting pick. I did not expect it. And the brown Munin, of all things. I mean, what a drip.
It's definitely statement, a drip statement here. I did not expect this. I hoped for the Dullahan Giro, but you know what? Okay, let me stop my bias. Let me stop before I just keep crying about him not picking Giro, and we're going straight into game 1 on Demon Island here.
All right, yep,
Okay.
That is indeed it. And we have Scythe v Scythe already. I'm sure we're going to be seeing quite a bit of this, if not the Bow, for a bit of a swap situation to counter the Scythe. Speaking of which, getting the ladder combo already, Marckiemoo knows exactly how to get that. Okay, but a good dunk coming up from Darwin. And then reversal situation. That's just stock gone. 25 seconds, it's already deleted. Look at that. Marckiemoo showing his prowess on this weapon.
Yeah, and I mean, 25 seconds stock already from Marckiemoo. Darwin, come on, man. I can't have you in top 3 and getting dunked on like that by that ground pound, but you know what? He can definitely bounce back. I've seen him on his streams. He can definitely bounce back from this. Reverse Nair though coming out from Marckiemoo on the side. Okay, getting a bit more grounded now. Marckiemoo, nice and light. Wow, immediately denying that down. Did you see that?
Yeah,
Seems
the
like he
animation
has
still
some
came out.
experience. Yeah, he has some experience on the against Hugin. It seems, at least so far.
Yeah, I mean, it is the Bow so far that he's been fighting against, and like I said, he knows that it's the counter, so perhaps he's been specifically matching up against that. You know, perhaps Balloon Boy Zariel, for example, is something he's probably played against quite a bit at this point, so he has that experience, but then again, he's going against a player he probably hasn't played against too much here.
Okay.
Whoa, what?
The DI into the weapon throw, the downer. That was ridiculous, but somehow Marckiemoo makes it all the way back.
I know,
There's
I
still
thought
some
that was
options left.
done. I mean, like,
Yeah, that was...
he just teleported.
Yeah. Oh,
I
what,
mean, like,
what is happening? What is this match? I love it. They're just trying to clip each other. This is fantastic.
this is what you like to
the
see.
GC Silent recovery though coming out, and now with a 3-stock lead. Man, Darwin, come on, wake up, man, or at least pick up the Giro. See, this is why you need to pick up the Giro. This is exactly why. With nice there to retaliate some of that pain away, getting that 3rd stock away from Marckiemoo, and now Darwin definitely needs to do some crazy stuff on this side. At least now until Marckiemoo, but he does pick the gauntlets. Nice and light, try to get the silent as well right after. Darwin playing very risky here on his last stock.
Okay, there we go. Nice read from Marckiemoo, able to get the dodge away. That is going to build some more damage as well. Nair, it's just haunting, staying on top of Darwin. He's not giving him much room to breathe here. And Darwin's finding small openings here and there, but the damage lead is just way too much. He's got to get much more than just a couple piecemeal hits if he wants a chance of bringing this back. But honestly, it's looking very much like a GG go next. And like you said, perhaps that Giro swap will be coming afterwards. But
I hope
we'll
so.
find
I hope
out.
so, man, because the Hugin so far is definitely not it. No options left. Marckiemoo saved him with the recovery. Is this aura? With the 2-stock lead, you can't do that. The Enlight as well coming out from Marckiemoo. Now Darwin is pretty much on his last lag with 176 damage on his last stock. Recovery takes him off the top with 2 stocks left on only 74 damage. Marckiemoo, honestly, a statement so far. A 2-stock against someone that said that he's the best in the world. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like pull any legs here, but that's just his statement.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, he's just, going right back to it. So he does believe in this counter pick with the bow against the scythe, but I don't know. He's going to have to do some major adaptation because that was a complete Marckiemoo show right here. So getting to game number 2, back to the Demon Islands. Let's see, what can he do a little bit differently? Picks up the weapon first. Let's see if he can keep Marckiemoo off of it. Nope, not for long. He's on the gauntlets instead. And, okay, a bit of neutral coming out from the two. Maybe a little bit more respect between them. Arwin gets hit by the Nair, and then here comes the ground pounds. Okay, he tried to grab a dodge or a jump up with the GCN light, but it won't be caught. And he's keeping himself at the stage. Oh, down air.
Oh, wait.
Too obvious.
This could be it.
What?
Oh, no! Marckiemoo did not touch Insider of the way with no options left. That is crucial for Darwin right now. He needs to push this lead all the way to the skies on the side, but it seems like Marckiemoo not gonna allow that. Immediately going on the side, trying to clip him with the weapon throw upwards into the down heavy. Did not work in his favor though. Okay. Insider as well. Neutral sig whiffed.
Like ground pounds, he is being so aggressive off stage. Won't give Darwin any room to breathe, but once again dipping off stage, kind of strange. Like tries to go for a ground pound. Will that be on us doing? Okay. Let's see. Okay, recovery's gonna get back. Another recovery. It's gonna get him down air. He could take the stock. He does. Darwin has now a 2-stock lead against Marckiemoo. A complete reversal from last game's situation.
Yeah, mind-blowing 3-stock situation against summons such as Marckiemoo now. Oh no, the overzealous side heavy there, the punch to the face, and now Darwin definitely punished it, got some more damage as well, 43 damage on the side. Gonna get the downside connect, side there into the weapon throw. That is definitely gonna be enough to shut down that 3rd stock away from Darwin. Marckiemoo needs to step it up, honestly, because Darwin can get away with this and equalize the set.
Yep, and honestly, Marckiemoo does have to be careful against Darwin's offstage. This guy knows exactly how to read you, and we saw right there, he was able to take 2 stocks that way. He's probably itching to take a 3rd. There's a nice down signature to maybe spike him, but the way it hit against the edge, only pushed out forward, but there it is, a GC side sig sweeping Marckiemoo into the blast zone. That is a 2-stock coming out from Darwin to bring it 1-1 against the King.
Against the King. I mean, again, this was his statement. Dethroning the king to become the new king. That's honestly how it works, right? For you, for example, Balloon Boy is your king instead of Marckiemoo. But it seems like Darwin has a statement in all of this. The storyline is, very interesting. An unbanned player coming back. This is pretty much the pinnacle, right? You got Marckiemoo. I mean, sure, some people might say, no, it's Balloon Boy. But it's honestly a toss-up. So this is a very important set to just keep the momentum if Darwin wins this.
Most definitely.
Here we go now.
Miami Dome. Okay, got some platforms in the mix now. I can see this changing up some dynamics a little bit since they didn't have the platforms before. They're gonna have to glue to the ground, but now this may give some more offstage options. We'll see. Okay, Darwin getting in behind, grabbing himself an in light, and once again you can see the offstage prowess that Darwin shows with these down airs. He's able to juke him a little bit with these dodges, for example, mixing up the direction he's going in, and Marckiemoo honestly kind of struggling a little bit. The ground pound down air. Then the dodge is caught with the GC in light. Down air as well. Marckiemoo is falling. And then the taunt. No,
that
Darwin.
is almost a flawless stock coming up from Darwin with the double read taunt on Marckiemoo of all people, chat. This is ridiculous. And I mean, again, this is why he is my top 3rd in my prediction. This is exactly why. And now, Darwin showing that almost he has like more prowess on the side off stage, at least for now until Marckiemoo adapts, maybe.
Yeah, there is still plenty of game left to be played, so there definitely is room for adaptation, but I feel like part of the adaptation needs to be on-stage gameplay, because when it comes to the offstage, Darwin has a complete stranglehold on Marckiemoo, and oh no, he didn't jump! He wasn't able to get it. That would have been a huge, good situation for Marckiemoo, but instead he's going to have to receive some more damage. That he does.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Look at that. It's just piling up. Marckiemoo getting lapped in damage onto the 2nd stock. Finally grabbing himself a side light recovery, but it won't even KO yet. The KO boxes from Miami Dome not allowing for that yet. Disarmed by the side air. Now over on the scythe. That's going to take a while to KO. He's going to need a recovery, a side air, or a signature.
Oh.
Okay, there it is. Nice grabbing him off the ledge. There we go. Finally equalizing the stocks, but 143 damage. That's going to be a difficult comeback.
Yeah, getting that no active input D-Light to get that stock away with the Sair. That was crucial for Marckiemoo, honestly, to equalize because he has a, like 156 damage, and as you said, he got immediately lapped in damage. What a dodge now coming out from Marckiemoo as well. And light into Nair, not working out. Getting a Sair as well, trying to go for the slide charge ground pound. That's how I call it, even though it's not really a slide charge. It's mostly like a hovered around. I don't know exactly how to call it.
Ooh. Honestly, I feel like Marckiemoo could have maybe gone for a D-Sig there. Maybe it would have been too late. I don't know. He'd know better than I do.
Oh.
But okay, there we go. Weapon toss up into the unarmed recovery. Will take that stock. So he does take back the lead, but just by a little bit. With 170 damage, it's not going to take much for Darwin to take this stock. So the extra credit needs to come out quickly. Okay, the option. Oh, nice.
Oh, no!
And wait, will he have enough to come back?
makes it
Yes,
back!
he will. Okay, Darwin. Thinking his lucky stars right there, because Marckiemoo could have easily taken that stock, but unfortunately was not able to. Picking up the scythe now on the onstage. Like I said, okay, gets the read, but he wasn't able to continue the ladder combo. Throws his weapon. He wants the gauntlets, it seems, unless that was a preemptive weapon throw. I'm not sure, but he picks him up now. End lights. Grabs it.
Yeah, he tried to get that weapon guard going on Darwin, but Marckiemoo immediately on the gauntlets now. Trying to approach with the sidelight, did not work. Immediately punished with a pristine down air there. And it seems like Darwin's trying to get in Markiemoo's head with this sort of spacing, a bit more lenient type of gameplay here. Like, look at this. Okay, nice down air. And it feels like, definitely, as you said, he got like some sort of chokehold on offstage neutral Darwin here. At least in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, I've not to compare myself to Marckiemoo or anything, but I've fought Darwin in range before. This guy will dismantle anyone off stage. You cannot leave the stage for 1 second. He will destroy you. So, Marckiemoo, even he is struggling a little bit as the king. So that just shows the prowess that he has in this offstage situation. But still, he does have himself quite a bit of a lead here. It could be quickly taken away, which is why he's being so careful. As you can see, no longer taking aggressive options. He is waiting, giving Darwin some space, making sure he doesn't get too close. That way he doesn't get punished. He does have the gauntlets, which requires him to be closer. But as you can see, sidelight whiffed and Darwin was ready. And lights.
Yeah, trying to be some options now. Enlight, whip and throw upwards, almost got it.
Ooh,
but somehow Darwin makes it all the way alive. Jumping on the double grab pound into the double stun weapon throw just for the good measure. And 2-1 against Marckiemoo. Darwin on the Hugin.
This is just unbelievable. I'm speechless right now. I cannot believe this.
Is he the next GOAT? Is he the next gen GOAT Slayer?
He's looking like it. Yeah, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. He's about to get the king off of his throne right now, booting him with this Munin of all characters. Like I said, not a character you see at all, and not one that's considered meta by any stretch, but yet Darwin's here making a statement with this character. Right back to Miami Dome, game number 4 with Marckiemoo in top 16, about to fall out of winner's bracket if he loses one of the next 2 potential games. What is he gonna do?
I mean, he needs to do something quick, and I mean quick, and it feels like off stages might not be. Wait, never mind. As soon as they say that Caster's Curse, GC Silent into recovery. What is it? What? What happened? How did that weapon throw hit? Did he throw it upwards? The down like ground pound with the gravity cancel to get that quick stock away. That's a like 20-second stock, by the way, chat. Crazy. 25 damage to his name, Darwin. Yeah, he's definitely gonna play a lot more scared now. Just throwing that weapon away, he's like, hey, leave me alone. Let me get my side back.
I just cannot believe what I'm watching, but okay, Marckiemoo finally able to get himself back the lead, but okay, Darwin to the ladder combo, grabs a downlight as well. Going off stage, Marckiemoo was able to grab something against him with the first stock, but then Darwin's able to answer right back. No options. Darwin's gonna quickly take back that stock. And like I said, even though Marckiemoo was able to get a good offstage interaction against Darwin, overall, he has been completely dismantling him offstage, and yet he still doesn't seem to be afraid, at least in the beginning phases of this matches, to go offstage. And I'm a little bit scared for him, honestly. I'm curling my toes watching this because he is just getting kind of destroyed. But he does have a lead at the moment, so not too big of a problem.
I would argue, Trip, like, yeah, sure, it's scary to go off stage, but both of these players are side players. This is our second nature here, but it seems like Marckiemoo is his first nature with the side there to KO! Oh my god, what a brutal offstage play there from Marckiemoo, and now with a full stock lead pretty much, flawless stock, almost 13 damage, absolutely nothing. Try to get a Sarah as well, Darwin. Try to get, okay, nice weapon throw. Yeah, going back to the side, you definitely need to do something on the side there, Nair. Something, but nothing connects. Marckiemoo's just hunting on the gauntlets now, Trip.
Indeed he is. He's found
Oh,
a
wait.
newfound confidence on the offstage.
Wait.
He is definitely
Oh!
really good at that, but still, Darwin's also so
Oh my
good. This is
God.
what happens when you mash two offstage players together. You get some crazy offstage shenanigans. Darwin, he is absolutely hunting this offstage interaction. Here we go. Ground pound still has options, but no, the corner is going to get guarded, and that is Darwin taking down that stock. Marckiemoo potentially on his final stock in this winner's brackets, but there is a chance. Of
I'm
course,
telling
he
you.
is 75 damage up, so it, you know, he is in the lead, but at the same time, watch how quickly that lead goes. If Darwin gets one dodge read, it does not take much, and there, that was really close right there. A good read, or sorry, good dodge from Marckiemoo to get out of that, but that could have been detrimental. Ooh, Insig, that
Yeah,
was
and I mean-
hasty, Marckiemoo. Okay, went under, good job. Side light comes through. Darwin once again, he's hovering in the right area. The down sig this time not going to connect. Here we go. He's hunting for a recovery. I can feel it. There's another down sig. Just space him out. Darwin is approaching with the down air. Ground pound. There we go.
Oh!
Okay. Quickly reversing that ground pound situation. Darwin goes down 2-2. I can't help
going
but
to game
laugh. I mean,
5.
this is just unbelievable that we've got this already. What a situation.
What I wanted to say, Trip, but he went into an absolute monologue mode there. I wanted to say that, honestly, platforms and the stage are an option, not an obligation for this set, because Darwin's definitely making it look like that, but same with Marckiemoo, even though, again, he got those strengths with the GC Silent and the Silents into recovery reads that he's so good at, and he got so many KOs off the top with. But now here we go in game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Already, we're in a heating moment of a game 5 with Darwin and Marckiemoo, of all people. Like, what is this? What timeline is this? I love it.
This is Brawlhalla 2, baby. I don't know what we're playing, but this is
Yes, sir.
insane. Okay, Marckiemoo hunting
Okay.
off stage once again, grabbing Darwin down with these gauntlets, who throws away his weapon, trying to get some sort of off stage down air with the unarmed. But okay, and lights pushing him farther away. Darwin can now rearm. He has the scythe in hand. He's known for these big strings off stage, but Marckiemoo sticking himself to the stage for now. He has center stage control. Nice recovery. That is bringing him to the 140 damage range, but Darwin once again eager to get himself off stage to potentially get a gimp. Here it is. In lights again.
And light.
And hunting. Nice side air. Marckiemoo taking that stock.
What a beautiful side. They're going all the way there into the KO zone after him, snatching his soul with that cider on the gauntlets. And now Darwin is definitely on the run, but I don't think this is the right option. Darwin, you need to aggress now. It's full stock lead, only 57 damage, and so much more damage piling up already on your second stock. Look at these gauntlets masterclass coming up from Marckiemoo now. Got that grounded recovery perfectly on the edge there. As well, side there. Okay, weapon throw almost connected. Trying to go for the cheeky down like ground pound, did not work though. Darwin immediately ducked under it.
Okay.
Silent recovery! Oh, that was so close. Nicely dodged by Darwin now. Trying to play some more neutral. Whew.
Yeah, I would be
Crazy
too.
set.
I mean, this is tense. You're game 5 against the
Oh!
best player arguably in the world, right? And you yourself are claiming that you are the best player, so if you want that title, you've got to beat him now. And the fact that you got him to game 5 shows he definitely has that prowess, but at the same time, Marckiemoo is very good at these game 5 situations. If the fact that he is, you know, almost, no, not almost, he is 2 stocks in the lead. If that doesn't show it, I don't know what will. Marckiemoo has a stranglehold on this game. It's going to take a Darwin miracle if he wants to take this out.
100%. And honestly, this feels like shout outs to all of you wrestling fans out there, like some sort of CM Punk versus John Cena, the best in the world versus the greatest of all time. Then Marckiemoo's trying to look, seem like he's the greatest of all time, but gets reversed there with the gravity cancel down sig of all things on the Hugin. And now he has 2 stocks left, but Darwin definitely needs to do a lot more of that to at least equalize the stocks and get some of like extra damage. It's game 5 though, anything can happen.
Oh yes, and he's throwing
Darwin
away his
tossing
weapon,
away.
Marckiemoo. He wants these gauntlets, and okay, got some huge neutral. Marckiemoo being careful, and Darwin, he especially being careful, being on that last stock. About 5 or 10 seconds there, just, well, not 10, but still there a lot of time, just standing there, waiting for the other. It's like an old Western duel. Who will draw first? Darwin hovering on the platform, once again giving each other a lot of space and respect. Going in, recovery goes early. Darwin taking his time, goes in, gets red a little bit there, but not too much damage yet. And yeah, they're just being so careful on
nice
what
recovery.
options to throw out. Very, very careful.
Yeah, but as you can see, if you look at the damage rate really carefully, okay, Darwin's finally winning it, but as we're about to say, Marckiemoo keep getting those recoveries. Crazy gameplay going on from Darwin now on the side. Nice here as well. The downer does definitely no options left, and somehow he manages to equalize the stocks, even though 115 damage to his name. That's not looking good. That's like just a few silent recoveries coming up.
but the
Oh my
read!
god!
But the
What?
read!
No way. Don't zero to that. The GOAT. There's
No.
no way, Darwin, you're doing this, and you're reverse 3-stocking him to get into the winner's side top 8.
Okay, Inlight comes through. He's got the gauntlets now. Marckiemoo, I don't know if that's what he wants right now, but either way, this is really, really tense for both these players. Inlight open up, but the dodge comes through. Once again, another open up. There it is. Recovery. Marckiemoo finally puts an end to what would have been the most insane comeback in this game's history. Like, what the heck was that? I mean, my goodness. I actually thought Darwin was going to do it for a second, but no. Marckiemoo proving himself as the king, stomping down on him, showing he is indeed the throne holder. But wow.
Yes. Indeed, still at the top for now, even though, man, what a crazy set. I'm not going to lie, Tripped. A lot closer than a lot of people thought out here, okay? I'm just saying. And he did do his thing. Darwin is definitely 469 damage on the gauntlets. That's ridiculous. But if you look at the opposite part at the opposite spectrum, you see 389 damage on the site. So it almost feels like Darwin has mastered the site a bit more than Marckiemoo, at least in this exact matchup, right? At least so far.
I would say so. You know, like I said, I speculated that the Munin pick was to counter the Scythe with the bow, but clearly neither player went to that weapon. You saw Marckiemoo not really on the Scythe, at least in that game, and then no bow coming out, which I understand because the Scythe was absolutely tearing. And as I saw someone point out, the Darwin always has less damage than Marckiemoo. Even when he won, he had less damage. And that just shows the offstage prowess that he has. He doesn't need the knockback necessarily. He just needs the offstage string to get him down. And that just proves it right there with the damage numbers. But man, like you said, much closer than many people expected. And that just shows, even though he wasn't able to win, Darwin is absolutely a top tier contender and is going to be a bracket threat. And I guarantee you will be seeing later on in this stream, even though he's falling down to the lower bracket now, he's most likely going to tear through his competition and we'll see him later.
You know what? I'm going to be also petty and say you should have picked Jiro. That's exactly why you lost and you know it yourself. I'm just saying. If you had that Jiro down sig on the side, trust me, you would have won, okay? Marckiemoo wouldn't have known how to counter that because nobody knows how to counter Jiro down sig on side. I'm just saying. It's a broken sig. Carry me to 2400. Anyway. Here we go to the next set, and we still got a heater, honestly. We still got Marckiemoo, by the way, versus Wubbs.
Is that what we're going
the
to?
Cassidy. Yes, I'm pretty sure.
No. I'm not sure. It would either be Marckiemoo and Wubbs, or it would be Raydish and Monihalla, which right now I do see Monihalla in the queue, and also it says they started it.
All right,
so
yes, we got.
I believe that'd be the case.
All right.
But
right, that's fine.
Yeah, my goodness. Okay, yeah, so we're going to give Marckiemoo a bit of a breather, because he's certainly going to need it. I mean, I'm sure he was sweating harder than he has in quite a while in that that set right there. Like, he was definitely getting a run for his money. So, let him get a little bit of a breather before he goes against Wubbs. So we'll instead have Raydish versus Monihalla. Now, Monihalla, let's talk about him for a second. So we know he's obviously been a greatsword player for a long time, but now that greatsword isn't nearly as good as it has been in the past couple of years, what do you think he'll be playing?
I mean, as you saw from Taif, shoutouts to Taif, Cassidy is definitely viable, and I've seen Wobbs, especially in the money matches. Shoutouts to the money match scene. Some of you are cool, and I really enjoy watching those streams. They're actually very fun, especially when it comes to like pro players going head to head with each other. And yeah, I might see the Cassidy, honestly.
That would be something interesting, I've got to say. And you are right. Yes, Taif, of course, winning the South American Moose Wars just earlier the other day. So proving so, he is definitely a really good player in that character. And it's a really good character. Yeah, I mean, the hammer is so strong with the 9 decks. Of course, you got that stomp into Ensig that so many players do with the Cassidy. And yeah, it's just such a strong legend with 2 top-tier weapons. Absolutely going to be a bracket threat if he pulls that out. But at the same time, I would wonder how much experience he has on a character like that. I haven't really seen too much of that, so I don't know if that would be what he pulls out. And it seems from what he's pulling out right now, not sure if it is going to be his final pick, but he has the Umugi locked in. So even though it's not as good as it once was, still a decent character. You got, of course, the high damage and the high defense, so don't have to worry too much about getting knocked out early. But on the same token, you do have low speed, and there's a lot of characters, for example, orb characters that can catch you in the air, and if you can't move fast in the air, you're going to get strung along like nothing else.
Absolutely.
And Raydish, of course, he's got that orb, so it's going to be difficult.
But I would argue, Trip, that Monihalla usually has very great movement on stage, and that's critical when you play a character such as Imugi, right? Because you don't want to, as you said, get on off stage. But we'll see what happens. I mean, he got that great signature kit as well, and yeah, definitely an interesting set coming out here. Raydish now on the battle boots, though. Monihalla with no weapon for now grabs the Popsicle Greatsword. That's definitely a fan favorite. Especially in the NA, I've seen. Oh, nice recovery as well. So much damage already, 132 damage, but Raydish immediately retaliating with a Nair recovery on the orb. Cider as well. And I made some sort of option. Nice Sunlight as well. Okay.
I'm wondering when we're going to see the signatures start flying out from Raydish. We see them all too often on this orb. Okay, recovery's not going to KO just yet, but it does get very close. There it is. Oh my goodness, what a nice punish. Monihalla, he knew how fast that motorbike goes, so instead he used a GC downlight finisher to grab it at the end. That was such a nice option, and he was able to get the stock because of it. Monihalla showing why he's still such a great sword demon.
Yeah, I mean, he is. Monihalla is definitely undisputed when it comes to the greatsword prowess, but Raydish as well. I mean, he is such an analytical player on the battle boots, which again, those kind of those statements clash on each other because the battle boots seem like some sort of a mashy weapon, right? You got the downlight stare and all that.
Yep.
Just trying to mash some end lights as well into some combos, but no, Raydish, honestly, very patient on the Red Raptor usually.
Most definitely.
As you can see right now.
Yeah, I mean, Orb is that type of weapon where you can play very patiently. You've got the longer hitboxes that'll extend out. You can keep yourself distanced from your opponents. You, of course, have your down air, which you can use both on stage and off stage to keep your opponents away and off the stage. Nice dash away right there, getting away from that side stick coming out from Monihalla. Recovery's going to come out, build some more. Nice unarmed heavy right there. It was going to knock him out of the weapon, but he's back onto the boots and a D-Sig. That's going to take another stock. Monihalla continues to hold the lead, and he's going to keep to the greatsword. Haven't seen Axe at all so far, and that's what we've come to expect from him. I don't think we'll be seeing much else. Keeping himself nice.
Oh.
Okay, Raydish answered right back with the ground pounds, and I believe he's also going to be sticking to that orb. Very strong weapon right now.
Yeah, what a great read there. On the ground pound on the orb. I mean, again, it's pretty much a dejected hitbox there, so great choice from Raydish. He absolutely knew how Monihalla just kind of likes staying on the wall a lot, especially if he doesn't have the stage control. And now, nice Sair coming out. Just trying to build up damage. Street Fighter 6 neutral footsies here.
weapon throw. Nice spacing out, coming out from Monihalla there.
There,
Almost
there.
got the read. Oh, but a little bit too slow on that side light opener. And there it is, the stomp coming through. The boot comes down and gives him a first game. Raydish is going to be getting an early lead here. But that was a close game, relatively so. And Monihalla did have a lead in most of that game. So he only let it slip at the very end. So if he continues on that trend, we could definitely see a very close set here.
Yeah, and I mean, it was kind of close, right, Trip? I would argue that this can go definitely either way. But Raydish, it feels like he got advantage of how, as I said, Monihalla likes staying on the walls a lot and tries to like get to those exclamation marks, and no. Immediately with a chicken leg, denied that with the down signature, getting that first match, locked and loaded away from Monihalla, and now, you see what happens, still on Demon Island. Nice airs coming up from Raydish. And Light trying to convert with a nice chase dodge in, side there again. Side light.
Okay, nice pickup.
Light's there. Neutral sig. Wow, he went for the classic. Honestly, I see that so much in like lower elo as well because it's such a good jump read.
Indeed it
Expect
is.
that they jump in from Monihalla.
Because it catches at like the start of the signature too, not just a little blast that it does.
Yes.
It catches all the way along. So even if you don't feel it's gonna pick you up, it can. There goes a weapon throw to send Monihalla down into the oblivion. He will take a lead. Raydish looking to keep it and extend. Let's see how he can build up damage. Monihalla on the axe, definitely not his preferred weapon, but let's see how he uses it. Backing up. Okay, nice. Able to get that side light into Nair to build some damage, but a weapon throw comes out, getting close to the 200 damage range. Nice! Sniping him out of the air with the down sig. The motorbike as well. Okay, here we go. Raydish now unarmed against the Greatsword. That is probably a really bad, not probably, that is a really bad matchup. One of the worst I could think of for unarmed with these huge hitboxes. So let's see what he can do. But he's over on the orb instead.
Oh,
Gets the
no!
perfect down air. And that's what I'm talking about right there. The low movement speed of that Amugi is going to be really hard for the offstage movement of Monihalla, and you could see he was able to snipe it very, very easily, clashing with that recovery, and that just sent him down, and he's extending more and more damage. Monihalla is starting to struggle.
Yeah, definitely struggling here. Finally getting a Sair. No options left, side sig, and once again, that's so satisfying to look at, by the way. That down stick snapping into the motorbike and getting that KO now to equalize stocks. Monihalla looked kinda dire, but now just equalized like it was nothing, honestly.
Indeed, actually, he's taken a bit of a lead.
Yeah. Even a bit of a lead, even though Greatsword, I would argue it can be pretty good against Orb, but it's honestly a toss-up. Depends on who hits the Starlight or the Starlight first, honestly. Nice here though, coming out weapon throw to stop that motorbike once again! This is the third time in a row, Raydish! Getting that down sig to catch the motorbike away. And getting that game too. To equalize the set.
Indeed. Yeah, and once again, it was relatively close. In fact, it was the opposite this time around. You saw in the first game how Monihalla had the entire lead until the very end and Raydish stole it away. Well, Monihalla reversing that. Although he did not have the lead until the very end, he was able to bring the game, which at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. Who wins the game and who doesn't. And it's Monihalla will be taking that second game back over to Demon Island. This is game number 3 to see who will take the momentum into game number 4, which is certainly something both of these players will be fighting for. So let's see who's got it.
Yeah, let's see who's got it. Raydish with the first weapon pickup, but immediately Monihalla as well on the axe. Ooh, down like whiff. That's a high committal move, especially against someone such as Raydish. As you can see, he's so aerial with it because, again, as you keep saying, he's profiting off of how slow Imugi is in the air. You can definitely like do laps, but man, what a nice Grandpa read on that spot dodge from Monihalla on the axe. SLite though, getting some of that damage off and trying to equalize. 61 to 109 now, 72 damage on Monihalla, but now Raydish is almost in KO percent. Honestly, could be in KO percent even if he gets a side sig. Right?
Yeah, especially with that higher damage you have on the Amugi. But okay, there does come out the side sig, but unfortunately not going to connect. And okay, he let it go, running himself right into the weapon throw of Raydish. Here we go, dipping off stage once again. Not the place he wants to be. I don't know if that was the wrong way or not, but either way, it's not going to connect. Here we go. Monihalla, he's in the air now. Spot dodge is not going to get connected, but nice down air into recovery. That's going to take stock. He's going to take a bit of a lead, but he does have about 160 damage onto him, so a stock will be falling very quickly. The question is, how much extra credit can he get? He does have the axe, so he can get like a side light nair. Nope, it doesn't matter. The recovery is going to come through. Raydish equalizing very quickly.
Yeah, very quick equalizer there. Only 16 damage to Raydish's name. Nair downlight. Wow, nice choice there as well from Raydish just to get a bit of more early damage in the second stock. Sidelight whiffed, but then the downlight clashed right after into, I think, Raydish's sidelight. That was a very interesting interaction.
Okay, you could
Down
see
air.
Raydish is kind of playing more bait heavy right now. He's kind of keeping his distance more. He knows that if a whiff comes out, now Greatsword is a little bit more punishable than it once was, so he can get in there, get a sidelight punish, a down air, something of that sort. So he's playing that to his advantage, but at the same time, Monihalla is no fool. He knows exactly when to go for something, and there we go. Tried to go for the finisher, but it's not going to work out. A side sig, very large in-lag frames on that, so he was able to get the punish, but a weapon throw down nicely placed to keep that bird from calling out. Here we go. Nice D-sig though, a little bit too high, and then the recovery is barely not KOing. Raydish, he primes himself up the orb next time, and there we go. Sidelight into side air, gets that stock.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to want to stay on the orb. Definitely the better choice out of the battle boots. It seems even Raydish is a bit more comfy when it comes to this matchup with the orb instead of the battle boots. Nice nair. Okay, trying to figure each other out once again, trying to find some sort of opening, baiting some attacks. Sidelight, downlight, recovery, immediately shut down by that down there from Monihalla. That was so good. 218 damage. Pretty much a recovery is definitely going to do it, and that's exactly what Monihalla was fishing for. Probably staying on the Greatsword, if I'm not mistaken. Indeed.
Yeah, that's what you're going to see a lot of times from these Greatsword players when they get really high into the damage range. They're going to be going mostly for either nairs or recoveries because it's just not very good at KOing otherwise. You know, the finishers, of course, are only going to come out after the starters in the bridge unless you do a gravity cancel. That is super duper risky against good players. So instead, going for recovery is a smart option, and clearly there worked out in his advantage. Now, he is about to even things up. A small lead on Raydish's part, but it can easily be torn away, and in fact it does after 2 hits. Monihalla going piecemeal style right now, getting a little bit of hit there and a little bit of hit there, but instead it's going to be getting a lot of damage built up. As you can see, the Mugi damage is going to be hurting Raydish more and more. Weapon throw to buffer him out, but this time it's going to miss, and now he's unarmed. What can he do? Grabs another Greatsword, sidelight, side air, comes out, a downer will miss. The recovery just barely stock goes through, but still, he's about to sweat beat in a second here. If he can get onto the stage, he can, but the recovery's going to come through. Side air, pushing Raydish off. He's pressuring off stage. Okay, gets the ledge. Now he's got the axe, throws it away. He's trying to get his Greatsword again. Oh, this is tense.
Yeah, this is so tense. Recovery coming out, maybe. Monihalla not enough. 182 damage on Raydish. This is definitely the last few seconds of this match. Just fishing for a recovery, and I mean, I don't blame him. It's such a good hitbox and so many active frames going on. Raydish as well trying to get some sort of D-light into recovery, but gets the Sir Monihalla to get the lead in this set with a 2-1. Man, what an intense end there.
Yes, absolutely. And finally, Monihalla able to get it. But you saw that he was only throwing out finisher moves. He did not want to go for any openers or bridges because it's just like, well, what's the point of that? It doesn't KO. It's never going to KO. No matter how much you hit those openers, it's not going to do any sort of knockback. So might as well go for something that has a bit of force. And those side airs indeed will do it. Raydish falling, and that is going to bring a 2-1 in the favor of Monihalla. So... for a second I almost asked, do you think we'll see a swap? That was, of course, a sarcastic joke because we would never see a swap from Raydish. I mean, when was the last time we saw Raydish play something other than the Red Raptor?
I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I've seen him like once, but I don't know exactly or not, but I've seen him swap once. It was so weird. It was so weird that I don't even remember on what he swapped on. But yeah, no swaps. That was just a bad joke. We're sorry, Chad. 100 to 100. I mean, come on. You gotta show your prowess and dominance with your own main here in this matchup, especially.
Yeah, Raydish,
honestly,
I don't know. Like Raydish picking something other than Red Raptor is as strange as Zinker playing something other than Koji. Shout out to Zinker. I don't know if anyone who's on Twitter saw the tweet the other day from Marckiemoo where Zinker was playing Hattori instead of Koji, which if anyone knows Zinker, that is absolutely out of character for him, figuratively and literally. So here we go though. Zinker's not in this one. We are going Monihalla versus Raydish 2-1. Back in it with the Demon Islands. Here we go. Raydish, he's got quite a battle to fight here. He's on the battle boots, definitely not his preferred weapon, but if he can get some sort of offstage string going, he could carry Monihalla away. He's looking to pressure off stage, but Monihalla battles back with an air.
Yeah, and as you can see, it feels like Monihalla is decently comfortable on that corner as well, though. As much as Raydish profited in the last, two matches, definitely feels like Monihalla adapted and almost even baiting Raydish there on the wall, just to get some more damage. And I mean, look at this. Okay, even Steven damage pretty much. The Kaka coming out with the neutral sig on the orb.
Ooh. Okay, nice haymaker.
The punch!
Barely KOing right there. My goodness, what a good option coming up from Monihalla, who now has the choice of weapon, and of course he will be going with that greatsword. So let's see what he can do. He does grab the weapon, but it is not his favorite one, especially in this matchup. The battle boots with those small hitboxes, it's going to be difficult, but okay, a nicely placed Insig will KO off the side, and now he's got his own choice of weapons. Of course, it's going to be the orb. Let's see how long can he keep Monihalla off the weapon. I'm assuming that's what he's going to be going for here. If he can, nice. Sniping out of the air with that GC side light. Now Monihalla is armed. He will get the recovery, taking Raydish to the sky. Here we go, recovery. Nice, building some more damage. Every whiff, we see Raydish is able to get underneath, get a Nair, Sair, or GC side light. That's building up some consistent damage like that. Double Nair and the side air. The weapon throw barely misses too. Nice clash as well. Okay, we're starting to see Raydish take this away a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Sidelight. Raydish definitely wants this KO. Probably a downline recovery coming out on the battle boots or something. Though, trying to fight back. Monihalla nice and light with the weapon throw as well. Just trying to add bits of more damage. And as you can see, you see the baits what I'm talking about? Like, he's just staying there on the corner, hoping that Raydish will take the bait. But no, not this time. Even though he did get a bit of extra credit on the axe with the weapon throw as well to finish it off. Maybe interesting side stick choice. Was that a bait? The downer into the weapon throw all the way down. That must have been a bait.
I had to imagine there, and it was nicely placed as well. And Monihalla was able to come out on the better side of it. Here we go, pushed out towards the edge with that side air. Nice down air as well. That should be a stock. I don't see him having enough options to come back. Raydish throwing out that foot just in case, but no, it's not going to matter. Here we go. He is on potentially his final stock of the winner side run, so he's got to pull out something pretty big here. Let's see, he's got the orb. That's definitely his weapon to favorites. He's probably going to be playing more back. He wants to wait for these baits to come out, or bait Monihalla himself. Here we go. Recovery comes out. That's big damage. Oh, he gets 2 bridges as well. That's big damage. Look at that, 157. He's in the KO range. Raydish, you got to be so careful. Okay, opener, wrong direction, but still, that's more damage. Just every time it was more and more, but there it is, the down air into the Nair. Raydish will be taken out 3-1, and Monihalla will go ahead and just continue in the brackets. My goodness.
Yeah, and man, such a showing from Monihalla, and as you said, honestly, he was like in a neutral disadvantage because of the slow speed, but he somehow still pulled it off. An absolutely hard and difficult set as well. Like, Raydish is not to be played with, and as you saw, very close set, absolutely.
Yep, that is very indeed true, and you can see he was starting to pick up the battle boots a little bit more in that set compared to his other, or sorry, not set, but that game than the other games in the set, but still, it was the orb that was doing the most for him, but in the end, it was Monihalla's greatsword that put the kibosh on his winner's side run. But like I said, that is winner's side, so he will still be in the tournament, and potentially we could be seeing him later. I would hope so, because he was kind of in my top 3 predictions, so hopefully we'll see him battling it out there in the lower bracket. But either way, well played from both players, and yeah, Monihalla will be going on to fight the winner of this next set, actually, which is a set that we thought we were going to, but not quite yet. But now, finally, we're getting to it. What is it?
We are getting into it. Marckiemoo versus Wobbs. Very exciting as well. I mean, I just love to see more Marckiemoo, in my humble opinion. So yeah, Wobbs once again, hoping for the Cassidy, I guess. But
we psyched you out once again. We psyched you out once again, guys.
We got
I'm sorry.
juked once again. lovely, you know. Shoutouts to production, you know, they gotta take a break as well, and that's, I mean, fair enough, dude. 2 tournaments in 1 day is no easy feat, and yeah, don't worry about it though. It's not gonna take 60 minutes, we promise. We'll be right back with some more Brawlhalla action.
Alrighty, welcome back to the NA Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms 1v1 tournament. I am Tripped Up, joined here by Jiro to Death, where we recently just had quite the exciting matches with some very interesting players, and we're going to continue that trend. We have some great matches coming up, including this one, which is, Jiro?
Oh, which is Marckiemoo versus Wubs. Nice, nice, nice. I like that.
Yeah, we saw Marckiemoo
on to me
just a second ago. Like I said, we saw Marckiemoo against Darwin, who almost took him out in top 16 with a 3-2 in Marckiemoo's favor. But it was a very close game 5 as well. And yeah, I mean, it was really just a great showing from Darwin. So Marckiemoo, we had to give him a little bit of time to breathe through that one. And now he's got to go against Wubs. Now, Wubs is a player we've seen for quite a while now. And if I'm not mistaken, he'll probably be on Cassidy, maybe, or could be the Jiro. It seems like he's locking that in for a second. But I do know, yeah, no, I don't know if that's troll or not, but I did see it. I'm not kidding you. But like I said, Cassidy, yeah, the Cassidy, that is definitely the thing that he is often known for. We saw him in tournaments time and time again with that Cassidy, and I don't blame him at all. We saw Typh earlier in South America able to take the tournament with Cassidy, so certainly a great character to pick, and I would not be surprised to see him pick it right now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm looking forward to some more Cassidy gameplay. I've seen on Twitter recently a crazy like 6-piece combo on the platform. I don't know if you saw it. I think it was like stomp, scoop into stomp, like platform canceling, sidelight, and like some crazy stuff, like some crazy 6Ps that I've never seen before. So people are already labbing 9 Dex Cassidy. So that's scary.
Of course. I mean, yeah, gotta do that. The labbing is essential, especially if you've got 9 Dex, because the amount you can abuse with that is quite a bit, as you can see. Now, it's funny because Dex is often regarded as the most useless stat by far in this game, and I can understand why, because in other and very specific circumstances, it doesn't really affect much, so I can see why that's the case. But when it comes down to 9 Dex on Blasters and Hammer, that's gonna make a difference.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I can't really call a stat useless, because if you had, for example, 0 Dex, what do? Tell me, Tripped. If it's really that, if Dex is really that useless, what can you do with 0 Dex? Tell me and I'll give you money. Like, come on, man. There's no way.
That's a good question. Would Brawlhalla ever make a character that has 1 of a stat? Because then they'd have a 0 stat.
Nah.
If yeah, I guess they wouldn't be able to do that, because that doesn't make any sense.
Nah.
Imagine having no defense, like on white health, you get hit by an unarmed sidelight and you just instantly get KO'd. But yeah, no. So, anyways, like I said, it is regarded as the most useless stat, but it's not useless. Because, like I said, it does allow for some very crazy shenanigans in certain characters. For example, this is one of them, Cassidy, being able to get, for example, D-Light into N-Sig. That is very abusable combo that Wubbs is very much known for, and I'm sure that is no different if he chooses to pick it in this tournament.
Absolutely, and I mean, we might see it. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. Marckiemoo, there he is, my boy, on the level 65 only, which again is so surprising and shocking to me. You need to get that level 100 Mordex. Come on, it's your character. I need to see it. I hope you get it soon. But yeah, and as you see, Blowbox locked in by Wubbs, aka the Cassidy, on the 9 Dex as well. So yes, this is gonna be the Downlight and Sig show.
Yeah, I can only imagine it will be. And we get to see, of course, that 9 Dex Cassidy, as so many players choose. Now, some people do go for the higher defense, because as you can see, 4 defense is a little bit detrimental, especially in a meta where a lot of players are choosing higher strength legends, such as Teros. I mean, we've mentioned that time and time again. And of course, Marckiemoo is, of course, running that Mordex, which has 7 attack with that strength stance. So it will be a little bit difficult for Wubbs to stay out of the KO range for too long. But if he's able to keep him at bay with this 9 Dex, maybe that won't matter at all. Here we go, game number 1 on the Small World's End. And we got that Glowbox. I'm excited to see that, because we never see Glowbox at all.
Honestly, never. Yeah, even Type didn't play Glowbox. But oh man, Wubbs is already getting mercilessly cooked by the site. But as soon as I say that, he comes all the way back, and also in damage. Wow, I tend to forget how good blasters are, man. Like, you can build up damage so fast, but no options left. Oh, he did. He does touch with the side sig. What? Okay, weapon throw down now. Oh, somehow he makes it back to the stage stripped. I would have been terrified if I was Wubbs.
Oh yeah, I mean, this guy is absolutely known for his offstage ability, so I would be really afraid, even with the hammer, which is of course such a great offstage weapon, but it doesn't matter. Marckiemoo will adapt around it no matter what. And you can see it right there, able to grab that ground pound to get the KO. Wubbs now on the blasters, try to get Sidelight into recovery, but it's not going to work out this time around. Marckiemoo was ready for it, and then unfortunately D-Light in the wrong direction. Marckiemoo able to get himself a punish in that regard. Weapon throw forward to get himself some spacing. There we go, nice D-Sig. Wubbs fell straight into it. Now he's got the weapon. Wubbs, okay, going, but no, picked up, and he's thrown down into the void. That's a 2-stock lead now for just about a minute and a half in.
Yeah, a minute and a half in, and man, Marckiemoo was already such a menace off stage. It almost feels like he got fueled by Darwin's set, right? In terms of offstage, he plays a lot more offstage than usual. Is it just me? Like, wow. Especially against Wubbs here, it feels like it's definitely Wubbs' weakness as well. Like, look how much he's trying to straight ground it. There he goes. That's gonna be the first neutral sig on hammer of many. Oh my god, so much damage on the hammer. Shoutouts to that 9 Dex. Again, as I said, you can get pretty much a 6-piece with a platform, which is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, but what is Wubbs doing?
Hey.
Is he just...
I mean, he ran out of options, clearly. That was not his plan. I don't think Wubs wanted to fall down there. But hey, look, he's now level 98. He just got level 97 to level 98. Wubs
Hey,
showing he's got that
W.
prowess of the character. But yeah, that was unfortunate on his end and fell to his doom. So that is going to be 1-0 now for the King Marckiemoo. And yeah, just looking like he's trying to take things away very quickly. We saw just a minute and a half in, he had 2 stocks down. So let's see if Wubs will adapt around that. Now, we did see that he got a big hammer string in there, and that is the good part of that 9 decks for sure, is that you can get these really strange hammer combos that otherwise would not be possible. So he is going to be utilizing that to his advantage. He did in that situation, and I'm sure he will again. Over now on the Mishima Dojo. That is one we certainly don't see very often.
Yeah. I mean, Mishima Dojo, and as we spoke about the platforms, the soft platforms now, it feels like Marckiemoo doesn't care though, just slaying with that sight, with that optimal combo right there, and the read. Now just hovering around Wubs. Is this like a no contest match for Marckiemoo? This is how it feels. Almost no damage. Man. Like, tripped. I'm seeing the difference in skill live.
Yeah, I mean, let's not understate that Wubs is definitely a good player, but I mean, when it comes down to it, Marckiemoo is the king. That is why he has the title after all, right? And yeah, he's also just playing a really good character into this this Cassidy, because Hammer kind of struggles against the Scythe and the Gauntlets, and of course Marckiemoo's Scythe is nothing to be trifled with.
God.
Look at that, the ladder combo coming out from Marckiemoo to grab himself some more damage, lapping him now in the damage, throwing it up to give himself a little bit of a buffer, goes in. Look how fast that movement is, almost punishing a practically unpunishable side sig right there. Okay, there we go, nice pickup with the recovery as well. He's trying to look for another 2-stock lead in this game, number 2. Throwing his weapon down. He's not afraid to tussle unarmed. Looking for a recovery. D-Light will not hit, but there we go. We got a breakdance coming out, but even then, that's not going to KO yet. Unfortunately, Wubs is going to be feeling that one.
Whoa, interesting recovery. I think he just wanted to run away from Marckiemoo, and I don't blame him. And like recovery will take that second stock away from Wubs, and honestly, Marckiemoo feels like an experimental unranked 1v1 now. There you go, though. As we've seen a lot, even in unranked 1v1s, the stomp into the neutral sig on the Cassidy will take that third stock away from Marckiemoo. And Wubs is showing some sorts of signs of life, but is it too late? I don't know, man. It looks like it. Like, look at this. Okay, there we go. Getting that 9 dex action on the hammer.
It's never too late, especially when Marckiemoo was trying to just give up his stock. Okay, that was interesting.
Never mind.
But no, instead, a reversal with the ground pound, and there is a 2-stock coming out from Marckiemoo. My goodness, that's disheartening from Wubs, because he was looking really good there for a second. Got a big string with the hammer, bringing him off stage, and looked to continue it, but instead getting reversed, and now bringing things to a quick 2-0 in Marckiemoo's favor. Wubs, he's got to pull out some tricks now, because otherwise he's about to get swept.
Yeah, and honestly, a sweep so far by the king of Mordex. I don't know, man. I don't know if Wubs can do it. I'm gonna be very honest. Like, no sort of download even happened, even with the Mishima Dojo stage swap. That's the thing. Like, it didn't help much, right? Like, 2-stock?
No. I mean, you know, part of it was, of course, the unfortunate ending of not only in the first game that for last stock, but, you know, in the second game too. There was just 2 unfortunate ends to the final stocks, and that just does not help the mental at all. I'm sure Wubs is reeling from that one, but still, he does have an entire game to work with here, so he could bring things back a little bit. It is going to be a tough bargain, though. Here we go. He's got the hammer in hand right now. He's going to get himself an inlight into side sig.
There we go.
Okay, styling a little bit. There we go. Showing that hammer prowess we've all come to know. And Marckiemoo is actually
no more options.
Miss. He now has triple exclamation marks. He's going to get the D-Sig, but
wait,
what? Marckiemoo got
What?
the touch. Barely. That's so
Oh my
clutch.
God! How?
Oh my goodness.
The GC silent into Cider as well, Nair, just to hunt him more. The second Nair to put the nail in the coffin of that third stock away from Wubs. And man, how does Marckiemoo do it? I really thought he was gone.
Yeah, he should have been gone, honestly. It just, like, he touched it by a pixel, certainly, because it didn't even look as though he touched the stage, but he was able to, and then he reset the options. That is so detrimental for Wubbs, because that would have been finally a lead for him in a game where he's just being ran over time and time again. He really needed that, but now Marckiemoo continuing to stomp all over him, but there's actually a stomp coming out in Wubbs' favor, and another side air as well. Okay, that was nice. An equalizer in the stocks, but not in the damage, and especially when you got that lower defense of the Cassidy, you've got to be careful. Let's see what he can do. Now Marckiemoo is on the gauntlets, gets a nice 2-piece. Once again, rushing in. He's being very, very aggressive on Wubbs' space right now, and Wubbs does not know what to do.
So
nice
much.
nair into side air. There we
my
go. Weapon
God,
throw.
don't!
Okay,
Don't do
we're
it!
flipping now.
Oh my god, I was so close with that nair. But now Marckiemoo is pretty much doing a highlight reel on this Most Wars Clashing Kingdom for NA. Like, my god, man. You gotta put a stop to this. What did Wubbs do to you? Like, my god. I'm starting to feel bad about Wubbs. Especially after that crazy touch that he did not get the KO after the 3 exclamation marks. My Bento would have been gone. And speaking of gone, that second stock is gone from Wubbs with that end light coming out from the gauntlets. And now Marckiemoo probably just hunting more with the sight.
Yeah, as you can see, he's staying glued to the ground where the weapon spawn is, and Wubbs was taking his time to get down because he knows an end light could come out and grab him, as it does right there. It's always these end lights into nairs, the ladder combos as well, building up so much damage, and Wubbs cannot find his answer, but he's going to be trying his best here, trying to get some sort of opener. A side sig is not going to do it, though. A little bit too hasty on that one, but he goes for a second one, and as you can see, very quickly KOing. That is a very, very powerful signature. Okay, so he's actually got things in a decent situation. Decent considering the the situation that is, you know. I mean, it's definitely not good. You're down 0-2 against Marckiemoo, but at the same time, this is definitely possible. He is going to need a big string offstage with this hammer, but he's not going to be able to do it. It's going to be a sidelight into recovery to bring it a 3-0 in Marckiemuu's favor.
Yeah, an absolutely devastating 3-0 here from Marckiemoo to Wubbs. Just as a small gift from the king, sending him into the elimination side. Marckiemoo moving on into the top 8.
Yeah, you know, it was crazy. In the top 16, you know, his top 16 match, Marckiemoo was brought to game 5, but here now in the top 12, he had such a dominant performance. And now the reason I actually want to bring that up is I saw something. I saw that Darwin, the person who brought Marckiemoo into a game number 5, he was 3-0'd in the lower bracket by Raid. That is really surprising because, I mean, no diss on Raid, but he is definitely a lot lower on the rung of players than Marckiemoo. So the fact that he got 3-0'd when he was able to bring Marckiemoo to a game 5, potentially that was the mental. I mean, I understand, you know, if you were that close to being the best player in the game and then you were unfortunately not able to bring it around, I understand why that would put a damper on the mental, but still, that is something definitely to note.
Yeah, perhaps it was like a win-all, lose-it-all type of mentality when it came to playing against Marckiemoo, and he just lost his steam. And honestly, it's fine. You know, he definitely probably learned a lot against Marckiemoo in this set. But speaking of sets, we got one more coming right up: Balloon Boy versus Bunny.
I'm excited for this one. I mean, two very, very creative players right here. We've always seen Bunny's plays absolutely inconceivable. The way that she bounces around, she's able to get like the weapon throws against the stage, passing it to herself, and then getting like the side airs or whatnot on the axe. She's done it time and time again, and it's been so good. And on the other hand, you have Balloon Boy. What is there to say about Balloon Boy that hasn't already been said? This guy is the king of creativity. He's able to get such great plays with this Vivi. Of course, the Mega Man coming out. We've seen it already in the mid-seasons and prior tournaments as well. Getting right into it, we've got the Small Fortress of Lions. Here we go.
Yeah, Small Fortress of Lions, and I don't know if I should mention this, but I have a mod on this current Rayman skin, and it's literally the Discord head instead of the Rayman's head, and it's so funny seeing this against the Vivi.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, but anyway, here we go now. Nice downlight as well.
Okay, got some unarmed already coming out from Bunny, who is getting a little bit lapped in damage, but it's not by too much. Here we go, GC D-Light to try and catch the fastball option, but it's not going to work. Instead, it's going to be a D-Light recovery to almost KO, but not quite yet. Here we go, once again, battling around. See, they're both taking their time here. They're trying to feel each other out at the current moment, as game ones often go against these pro players. Here we go. There's a quick stock coming out from Balloon Boy, picking up those blasters. He's going to try and build an early damage lead if he can. Bunny picks up the axe. She's really, really good on this weapon, so Balloon Boy's got to be careful.
Yeah, here we go. Just trying to get some more damage. Bunny, even though Balloon Boy is quite in a healthy lead now. Gonna get a nair there into the GC neutral sig. I mean, as you said, king of creativity. I expect nothing less from Balloon Boy's VV. Nice recovery as well. Coming back to the stage, barely though. Okay. Just hovering around with those downers as well. Nice and light. Sidelight recovery. Getting that third stock away though from Balloon Boy. Definitely needed to do that, Bunny. She was struggling.
Yes, you know, they're playing very methodically right now, not going for anything too huge. They understand the stakes right now, especially with the caliber of players that they're going against right now. This is certainly something you don't want to be too hasty about. There we go, a recovery coming out from Balloon Boy to take that off the top. That is basically an entire stock lead for Balloon Boy, so Bunny's got to figure something out quick. This, once again, is still just the first game, so often adaptation will come in the games to come, but at the same time, you do want to win that first game. It's nice to have that buffer.
Absolutely, and having an advantage, it's also, you know, a mental game. Brawlhalla is 100% also a mental game when it comes to like pro playing and just top 8 overall. It's, you can't really deny mental, and this is definitely going to do it if Balloon Boy steals 2 stocks. Bunny here, interesting neutral sig option. I mean, what else can you expect from Bunny as well? I would say she is also the queen of creativity when it comes to just offstage axe.
Yeah, it is very true. Okay, now back on the gauntlets. Okay, nice D-Light pickup, able to get that. The side sig will whiff though. And now we can see that Balloon Boy is very much respecting that off stage. But once Bunny tried to go high back on stage, we saw a D-Sig come out. That was very, very nice. Now Bunny into the KOing range. There we go. Side sig to snipe out that jump. And it's going to be Balloon Boy taking an early first game.
Yeah, and a 2-stock game. And as I said, that can definitely pile up on the mental from Bunny. But we'll see. I mean, she's a very confident player. A very poppy player, I should say. Like, again, she is definitely out there with the options, but same thing with Balloon Boy, so this thing can definitely clash. Once again, a war of attrition, but this time in offstage creativity, I would say.
Oh, yes. No, like I said, she's very, very creative on the offstage. We've seen it time and time again with that throw to the weapon. That's honestly what she's known for. That and also GC Sig on Axe on stage. Like, it'll just be like a random on-stage interaction.
And it
because,
works.
of course, you know that down sig is usually used as a ledge guard option to try and catch a jump up, but you know, she likes it on stage, and it actually works quite a bit in her favor, so I don't blame her one bit. It is a really good mix-up. Not very many people expect it, but we'll see if she's able to use that coming into game number 2, still on that Small Fortress Alliance.
Alright, each player picking up the weapons now. Ryan trying to get the landlight, but immediately punished by the sidelight. Coming out from Balloon Boy now. Okay, trying to hover around. Yeah, a lot more neutral than the other sets so far. Wow, nice GC light though. Retaliate some of that damage away from Balloon Boy. Nair Sair coming out, down air.
Ooh.
Oh, what a crazy side there into the wall and spiked all the way down. Bunny is crazy on the Axe off stage. As soon as I said that, she proved me right.
Indeed. Okay, but Balloon Boy's trying to fight back though. He knows he needs something big here. Nice down sig as well. Hunting up. He's looking for a side air. Doesn't get it this time. Bunny will find her way back on stage. Hovering around, we get a side light, big open up there, especially able to get the dodge afterwards, and that's actually going to be a KO. A quick equalizer with only 3 damage on him. That is negligible right there, so basically even stocks here. Let's see what he's going to do. Honey, we're getting whipped right there as side lights punish. Seeing a lot of side lights coming out. Very hard to punish those. Bunny's got to find a way into them.
Yeah, now a lot more neutral. Nice and light though to break it a bit. Oh my god, those blasters are moving from Balloon Boy. The downlight recovery, absolutely pristine, true combo option. GC downlight Sarah as well. Almost no options left from Bunny. Sweatbeats coming out. But again, this is her comfy spot off stage, so she doesn't really care. Just comes back to the stage casually. Now grabbing the gauntlets. And I get a sidelight, but immediately punished by a mean side zig there with the leaf shield.
That is it. Okay, so we got another stock lead coming out from Balloon Boy, looking to extend it. Nice catch right there, knowing he was out of options. Okay, Bunny is starting to get ran over a little bit by these blasters. Balloon Boy showing why he's called the Bow Blaster Balloon Boy. There's no bow here, but yeah, that is what the BB stands for, at least in my head canon. Okay, here we go. Now we got ourselves an end light, and there's an instant coming out, but the side side will punish it instead. Still, though, being lapped in damage, this is going to be a tough fight for Bunny here. Bouncing around, waiting for something to come out. That is going to be a quick punish with the down air onto the D-light, but an in-light opener throws away the weapon. But oh, good pickup coming out from Balloon Boy. He is so good with those GC D-lights. Knows exactly when his opponent is going to land down and showing right there with the side air, blasting him into the side zone. That is going to be a 2-0 for Balloon Boy.
Yeah, and speaking of 2-0, another 2-stock, mind you. Another 2-stock. Just 1 stock lost from Balloon Boy in each match so far. It feels like Bunny needs some sort of mental reset or something. Just some time to breathe, because I don't think she can keep going this way. Even though that was a beautiful KO with that reversal on the side there to get that spike off the wall straight into the blast zone. But I don't know. It's looking kind of dire for Bunny. I'm not gonna lie.
It is looking a little dire. But at the same time, Brawlhalla is absolutely a game where you can reverse sweep someone with grace.
Yes.
And Bunny is someone who can absolutely do that, right? She is a very good player, so I wouldn't put her past her. But at the same time, going against Balloon Boy, that is no easy feat. So we're going to find out what she's got in the bag of tricks here in this game number 3. Balloon Boy up 2 in the set. Here we go. Oh, with D-lights. Okay, he's done a really good job of not whiffing those.
Oh.
Could that first D-light whiff spell disaster? Okay, not in this case. Nice GC Insig, though, to get that back on stage. And now Balloon Boy is kind of struggling off stage with the options. Here we go. Weapon throw down. Nice GC end light towards the stage. The recovery is not going to hit, but still, that's a good amount of damage that Bunny's managed to build up now. There we go. Being very pressuring. As you can see, she's staying on top of Balloon Boy now, not allowing the side lights, for example, to get underneath. But okay, there we go. G-light into recovery. It's very close here. Much closer than it has been.
Yeah, a lot closer. And Bunny, as you said, so much pressure going on these gauntlets now. Nice side there as well, just to knock Balloon Boy into the offstage. But man, the double recovery. Immediately getting back up there where he wants to be. What a spot dodge into the downlight Sarah as well. That was beautiful coming out from Balloon Boy's battle boots. Just throwing that weapon away. Also Bunny, perhaps hoping for gauntlets. No, just unarmed into the gravity cancel down sig tornado from from Balloon Boy's VV, I should say.
Yeah, every single time that someone is hit by that down sig, there's like a cry of anguish that goes out somewhere in the world, because so many people have... That was you? Yeah, no, I mean, so many people have fallen victim to it, right? It is such a good signature. It used to be even better, but thankfully it was nerfed, but even now it is such a good signature. So using it to his advantage, Balloon Boy is very smart to do so, and equalizing the stocks now with just a little bit more damage built up onto Bunny, but that can be quickly turned around. Let's see, pushing on stage, Balloon Boy is pressuring a little bit here with these battle boots. Okay, now giving some space. Bunny is definitely giving some respect to Balloon Boy right now. Down 0-2, you definitely need to.
Yeah, definitely needed. Nice near into recovery as well, just dealing a lot more damage. 100 on the damage now, right now on 20. And the side sig catch, trying to get that side sig away from Bunny, immediately doing so. Throwing back to the blasters, recovery all the way across the top, but it doesn't work. No, not enough damage. 161 on Bunny. Okay, nice and light. Oh, the neutral sig to come back to the stage and also get some damage. What a ridiculous choice from... Oh my god, and that GCN light. That was just perfect.
Absolutely. And yeah, no, that is a really good option with that GC Insig to come back off stage, because it's kind of like a Scythe recovery, for example. It's got that horizontal, but it's also really, really fast and definitely covers a lot more than the Scythe recovery would. So that just shows the power of it right there. Okay, let's see. What can Bunny do right now? Falling down to her final stock of this set, potentially. We're going to see what bag of tricks she has to pull out. She tried to catch a dodge-up option of some sort with the GC side light, but it's not going to work out. Now she's disarmed, picking up the axe now. Whiffs a side air. That's not good. But Balloon Boy does such a good job with the back end of that nair. And then here comes the D-Sig throwing out with the active input. Nice. That is going to be a stock. That is going to be the game. 3-0 for Balloon Boy in dominant fashion.
Yeah, man, such dominance. Once again, the third second stock tripped. Come on. Like, this was definitely a pattern, and man, Balloon Boy's Vivi is just so scary. Even against such a player as Bunny. She is so scary off stage, but it seems like Balloon Boy definitely adapted and even challenged the Bunny's just overall aggression on off stage.
And you see from those damage numbers, for once, it was actually the boots that got more damage than the blasters. It was usually the blasters show in this set, but instead, it's going to be the boots. So he does have prowess on both of these weapons. It's not just a blaster's carry, but still showing the dominance of both these weapons. Balloon Boy will be moving on into the top 8 winners side, and Bunny, unfortunately, falling down to the lower side, but still could make a good run, and I absolutely believe she can do it. But now we have to go on to a match that I am very excited for, because it's got someone that you're not usually seen here very often in the top stages of tournaments. We got PR41 Mr. Clench versus Guichibu. Mr. Clench, definitely the underdog here, and yet I'm most definitely rooting for him because I've played him a lot in ranked, and he's a really strong Fate player, and I would hope to see him have a great showing against Guichibu, but at the same time, that is going to be a tough battle because Guichibu is a very strong competitor.
Yeah, and one more thing before we go into that real quick. Rutsme just upset Raydish in the elimination bracket. Yeah,
oh no, my third place
crazy.
Prediction, it's fallen apart. But hey, Rutsme though, my goat, good job.
Yeah, good job to you. And now, anyway, we're just gonna go straight into Mr. Clench and Guichibu if they are locked in. It seems like Mr. Clench is indeed in the lobby. So let's yap a bit more.
I would be ready if I were him, right?
Yeah, I mean, he seems very locked in for this top 8, which I'm very much looking forward. I mean, have you seen Mr. Clench play? I mean, I assume you did.
Yes. But I'm not expecting this. So, like I said, Mr. Clench, usually when I fight against him, he is on the Fate, but right now he is on the Petra. Definitely not a pick I'm arguing with, though, because Petra is a very good character. You're still maintaining that high damage of the Fate, and of course you have the Orb as well, so it's definitely a good pick. And you have a good signature as well. But I've not seen much of Mr. Clench's gauntlets, so I'm interested to see if he's going to stick mostly to the Orb, or if he'll, kind of bounce around and use both. And then, of course, on the other hand, you have Guichibu, who's on the Sakura or the Lin Fei, which is pretty interesting because, of course, he's played it a lot, having that level 100. But at the same time, it's been recently more of the Queen Nai. So to see him back onto the Lin Fei is actually pretty nice because both Queen Nai and Lin Fei are two characters that are not often played. So I'm glad to see it. But here we are getting into game number 1. We're on the Miami Dome. Here we go.
Here we go, Miami Dome. And I kind of want to add to that. I mean, Cannon is still a pretty good weapon even in 1v1s right now, so I don't really see any sort of blame on Guichibu for going on the Lin Fei. Man, what a good dodge already from Mr. Clench on that neutral sig. He definitely has those reflexes in check.
He does.
Nice.
Okay. Got the cannon gameplay that we're known for Guichibu.
Yeah, and by that you mean just trying to oppress with 3,000 NSIGs while staying grounded on the cannon. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much fair. Oh my god, another side sig as well, coming out with the gravity cancel, trying to slide charge off the platform with the neutral sig. The second one just to bait a stare out, and Mr. Clench already going out with only 56 damage on Guichibu.
Yep, absolutely. And it's starting to show, a little bit of that skill difference, but at the same time, it could take a good string here off stage. Mr. Clench now on these gauntlets. Here we go, bring him off stage. Guichibu getting kind of overzealous off stage. It did work in that situation, but he did do this weird gravity cancel NSIG off stage, which is like a very slow option that can be easily punished if in the right position. So you gotta be careful. Oh, nice from Mr. Clench right there. Weapon throw as well, perfectly placed, bouncing off the wall. That is gonna be a quick equalizer, and only 61 damage built up onto him when you got this low defense legend of Sakura versus, of course, the high damage of Petra. I honestly don't think this is a bad position for Mr. Clench at all. Until he gets hit by that, and okay, good dodge around on the side sig, but here we go. A side air is going to come out, getting around it. Nice, touching the stage to reset the options, but a delay into ground pound is going to send him lower and lower into the blast zone. Now Guichibu is on that cannon. He's going to be throwing out those signatures. NSIG will connect. He's trying to get that weapon, but okay, stolen right up from under his nose. Mr. Clench fighting back.
Yeah, definitely fighting back, but not enough to keep that second stock alive. Sared away by Guichabu. And now, I think staying on the cannon because he had no choice. Mr. Clinch immediately getting that. Oh god! Oh my god! Oh my god, that was so scary. Jesus! Guichabu, calm down on the cannon. That was. I really thought just the stock was gone and I couldn't even finish my sentence there. My god. Yeah, as soon as Mr. Clinch got those gauntlets, he got immediately cooked in that dodge read. And
Okay, wait.
so much damage. 166, but Guichabu is ding. Okay. Some sort of breathing room now. Staying on the gauntlets, it seems. And down heavy. That's
Okay.
it.
All right, production, is there a chance, like a tiny chance that I could see the signature numbers? No, unfortunately not. But still, though, I would love to see how many signatures that Guichabu threw out there, because he was just doing sig after sig. And like I said, that is what he's come to be known for. When you've got that high dex, you can kind of just throw him out willy-nilly, right? And it's not going to get punished too often. But still, Mr. Clinch did do a relatively decent job of getting punishes where he could, and still was able to bring it down to a one-stock situation. So he is playing pretty well here. But what I do find interesting that is he's staying to the Petra. He is not going to the Fate. He's feeling confident in this Petra pick. And let's see if that is misplaced confidence or not. Here we go. Big open up in the beginning here. Coming up from Mr. Clinch to build up some good damage. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. And now changing scenery as well on Demon Island. And one more thing I want to add up on here. That Petra is not low tier. I don't know whoever thinks that. I have a few people back in the scenes say that Petra is low tier. Absolutely not. You got the gauntlets, you got the orb, you got 8 strength to go with that, and you got pretty good signature kit as well. But I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough against Guichabu here with the side sig on the cannon, getting 148 damage. Oh man, but what a crazy counter from Mr. Clinch with that side there to get that neutral sig sorted out. But then the second one inevitably hit him. And yeah, that's just how it is. Getting that stuff taken care of.
Well, that's the way the story goes, but okay, here we go. A nice unarmed sider to pull him out into the offstage. Guichabu gets hit by that down air. Nicely done. With only about 40 damage built up onto him, Mr. Clinch is absolutely in a good position to bring this back if he can get a good open up or keep Guichabu off the weapon, but unfortunately will not be able to at the moment. Let's see, can he pressure off stage with the orb? Nice recovery. Keeping himself a little bit distance, but he's going in. But a bit of a hasty insig there will get punished quickly, but still pretty even coming up from both players right now. Guichabu getting underneath with that recovery, nicely placed. Another D-light as well. Dodge read might have been there, but Guichabu did not go for it. Here we go. Inlight is punished that time. Insig as well. Connecting. Here we go. He is disarmed. Mr. Clinch, can he keep Guichabu off the weapon? No. Another nair will come out to keep him down.
Oh, wow.
Here we go. Ground pound. He's going for another one.
Whoa.
That was a weird hit right there. The back end of the recovery.
Yeah.
Was able to connect.
And nice there to get the lead. Mr. Clinch showing himself here against Guichabu. Now with a pretty much flimsy lead, but still a lead nonetheless. But recovered twice unarmed. Into the air, into the heavens, and now Guichabu trying to probably get some stage control against Mr. Clinch. He definitely doesn't have a weapon for now. Tries to get it, but he doesn't manage to, and now Guichabu's gonna tear with those Qatar's reads that you know and love from him. Okay, but Mr. Clinch back on the orb. Down here. Tries to go for the second one.
Oh, another read.
So, and oh my god, the chase dodge in and down to get that beautiful side there. On the Qatars, what is Guichabu doing with that down sig? I think he just did that to get some more airtime and get above Mr. Clinch there.
Oh no!
The downlight into the gravity cancel neutral sig to end that game 2. Blazing fast matches here, Tripped.
That is right. And that's 2 times now that Guichabu has done that, the D-Light into the N-Sig. And even though it's a very, very slow option, that N-Sig, it can catch very easily if you drift into it. And both times Mr. Clinch did that and unfortunately led to his demise. And that's going to bring it to a 2-0. But things are going to stay the same here. Mr. Clinch, like I said, he's staying to that. And I'm sure right now he's got to be clinching because being down 2-0, you know, that's definitely not a good position to be in. Of course, he is in the winner side of things, so it's not too dire. But at the same time, you definitely want to get this win. So let's see what he can pull out. Okay, nice. Big string already. the GC End Light to extend afterwards, and we got some big damage. Here we go. Like I said, he does have a high damage stat compared to a low defense stat, so if he can get a big string, that would be really, really bad for Guichibu, but at the same time, he's doing a really, really good job of keeping himself outside of those hitboxes and getting the strings himself. But there we go, side light cider, pushing out to the side, recovery a little bit too low to catch, but he is going to get away from that D-Sig, and now Guichibu on the cannon. He is going to need probably a signature because that's all he really does on this cannon. And the GC End Light though, and now he's pressuring. Of course, there is the ground pound, and he takes that stock away.
Yeah, man, what a brutal undertaking of that stock from Guichibu. With just no more options left, that ground pound is inevitable. You just cannot do anything. That's just it. That's just how it goes. And Mr. Clench trying to get the side eye there, and he does on the orb to equalize the stocks. And honestly, not too far behind. He's doing pretty good against such a player, such a steam, such as Guichibu, as Guichibu has.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is PR 41 versus PR 7. So I mean, this is absolutely insane. Either way, even if it does go 3-0 in the favor of Guichibu, and it's absolutely looking that way with a huge cannon string coming out from Guichibu, able to snipe that stock away. That is the one thing about cannon. A lot of people, they don't really think it's good in 1v1s, and compared to other weapons, it's not. But the one thing it is good at is if you get a dodge read, you can absolutely take stocks away like it's nothing. And Guichibu proving it so, bringing Mr. Clench down to his final stock of potentially this set. So let's see what he can do to fight back. He's got himself on the orb right now. He's done a good job, but oh no, the end part of that signature and a ground pound. Yep, that's just going to be it. Throwing out a GC end sig, maybe to cover himself, maybe just to throw out a little, I give up type of thing. Either way, he's going to be going down 3-0 against Guichibu.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, shout outs to Mr. Clench, he did pretty good against Guichibu, but nonetheless, it just showed the prowess. It just showed the experience when it comes to like tournament play and everything like that. Guichibu honestly felt like he was in a way toying with Mr. Clench, which is fair enough, right? To get a pro to respect you in terms of gameplay, you gotta threaten them, right? And if you don't manage to do that, especially when you're just a 2-0 in a loss, Guichibu's just gonna do whatever he wants with you. But yeah, nonetheless, very well played by Mr. Clench. And hey, you're still in the elimination side.
Yeah, most definitely. And maybe he'll try things up with that Fate down there, or he'll just continue with the Petra and potentially could see him later in the top 8. We do not know, but we'll find out later on. But for now, that is actually going to be the end of Jiro and I, so hopefully you all enjoyed us. Thank you for having us, of course. And we'll be passing it on to the next set of casters. So I've been Tripped Up. Jiro, got anything else to say?
I gotta say, this weekend has been absolutely amazing. Alongside you, Trip, for the most part. That was great. And this is our end of the weekend. We thank you so much for listening. If you have any feedback, let me know. My Discord is up there. Tripped Up, you can probably find him as well. Hey, subscribe to his YouTube, by the way. He's great.
Thank you.
And shout outs to production. Shout outs to AJ for giving me the opportunity. I love you guys. And stay tuned for more crazy NA Brawlhalla action. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
See you guys.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms North America Edition. I'm AJ Moore. I am with Keg Shouts. Keg, how you feeling tonight there, my man?
I'm feeling good. I just watched partied a lot of the last few games. We saw some amazing gameplay. Marckiemoo did Marky things. Gotta say, pretty surprised about the Monihalla Raydish matchup. It is what it is, right? But hey, we'll get to wait and see if a faster character this time around might be able to beat the Amugi this time.
Hey, we'll definitely have to see, and we're going into this next game, and Marckiemoo kind of been the embodiment of North America, but he's also been the embodiment of Moose Wars. His first ever win was a Moose Wars LAN, and he's been going crazy ever since. So now with him going into Monihalla in the semifinals, it's almost like kind of expected to kind of see him here.
So what you're telling me is that you're responsible for all this?
Not for his gameplay. But
I think it is for his gameplay. You harnessed his raw energy. You created Captain North America.
Hey, but we have more Captain Americas in this bracket, such as Monihalla here going against Marckiemoo, and now we got Marckiemoo Scythe coming in, trying to take Monihalla in a little bit of a spin, but we'll see how he uses that greatsword a little bit. Yeah,
this is going to be either a really great or a really devastating match for Marckiemoo. There's really no in-between, just purely because Imugi's entire playstyle is anchoring down a certain point, forcing you to approach, and you're just facing up against a tidal wave of destruction. And guess what? Just hit by a tidal wave of destruction. That's Monihalla taking first stock off of Marckiemoo.
Yeah, for sure. And then that's a pretty big deal there for Monihalla, just because he has a lot of, he needs to be on the platform a lot to be able to do damage build up here. Oh, Marckiemoo coming in with that KO, with that sight to make things even. And as they say, Monihalla has a lead, the less of a lead he gets. And now we're kind of seeing more even gameplay going back and forth. And you're seeing Monihalla now on the axe. Let's see how he does a little bit here. Let's see what happens.
Again, yeah, Marckiemoo fighting a battle tank right now. It's just a matter of getting the out-positioning done, get inside Amugi's face and control his spacing. But similar game plan can be said here too, except with a lot less mobility. Make sure that you can catch out Marky's landings, go into the pivots, and make sure you don't fall into his combos and strings, or you just go for a rogue neutral sig and send them away. A near full stock lead, AJ.
Is indeed almost a near full stock lead, but we've seen Marckiemoo come back from these, but as I say that, Monihalla comes in with these great sword strings, and oh my gosh, Monihalla with that 2-stock win.
Unbelievable.
Game number 1.
There's really, again, there's no in-between when it comes to small worlds, and you either find so much success or you don't. There's no blast zones on that stage, so if you get hit by any signature from the Amugi beyond a Pantone color of canary yellow, you're essentially saying goodbye to that stock.
Yeah, for sure. And, for Marckiemoo, that's a pretty big deal of what just happened. I mean, they go back here. Okay. I think maybe Marckiemoo just has to regroup a little bit, and he's like, okay, I'm ready to go back on this map and kick some butt.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about earlier. I think it was PJ and I talking in the green room after our first block. It's that, it's... Oh, good lord.
He's gone! Are you kidding me, Money?
Struggling in this meta right now. You have the greatsword, sure, maybe not the best option, but the axe and how strong defensive legends can be, it's just so hard for a character that for so long has found maximum opportunities to get the same value as before. Marky might have to swap up more decks if it continues like this.
I don't know if he's going to want to swap it, though. He does have some backup picks as well, but I mean, his gauntlets are what got him through the match against Darwin here in the winner's top 32 that we saw.
Go to game 5.
And they went to game 5, but allowed him to win, though. And now Marky now with a double dare, that KO on the Money. And Money's going to go down into that second stock now. So if you're Marky, you're like, okay, I need to get this damage built up again and see what you can do.
Things continue on again. Marckiemoo has a bit of a hill to climb. Monihalla axe back in hand, does not connect against the side air. Marckiemoo, the same for dare right off stage, does not connect. Monihalla attempts to go for a brazen sig off stage, does not work, but a ground pound doesn't connect either. The battle of whips right now connects and regroups, as you mentioned, AJ, back onto the stage. Marky does have the weapon advantage, throws it away, now facing a greatsword unarmed.
We do have a great sword now coming in. Marckiemoo now with those gauntlets gets that signature, the very powerful gauntlet signature, but Monihalla coming in with that 5-piece string. And now we have Monty with the lead over Marckiemoo. That overall platform control that Marckiemoo had in previous matches, he can't really take advantage of anymore. He's kind of has to change his style of playing off ledge or just being overly aggressive against Monihalla, but it's not working out very well for being overly aggressive.
That's right. Distance made by the scythe hasn't been that much. Then off stage, the knockback potential weapon throw does not connect. Monihalla gets back onto the ledge. You have gauntlets though. Stifled by the weapon throw, but only for a second. 1-to-1 stocks now. A better game 2 for Marckiemoo for sure, but 84 damage so far into his final stock this game. He still has to play extremely carefully and watch out for that greatsword.
Yeah, he definitely does. He's got to be very, very careful for that greatsword coming out. Now we're seeing him kind of go left, right, and center. Now we're starting to see a little bit of falling side airs and weapon throws coming in from Monihalla. Marckiemoo's able to come back though. Oh, Monihalla spamming that signature. That's what he's used to doing, and Marckiemoo knows that from playing him back at Black Fight back in December. So now if you're Marckiemoo, oh, the clutch for Monihalla and the dare allows him to get that game into his name. Is he going to 3-game Marckiemoo?
It's looking like it's a possibility. A damage difference of 1 between the two players. I don't think I've ever seen this spread that close. But you did bring up a good point though towards the end. There are a lot of options for Marckiemoo, making sure this isn't 0-3 for him. Even if it's not a swap off of the Mordex, you could just not go to World's End, maybe. Have platforms, maybe a bigger stage, bigger than, anything.
Jump there. He went through the dodge too. Jeez, okay. Looking at that replay there, but yeah, I mean, Monihalla did a lot of great sword combos. He had that clash. Realistically, if that clash didn't happen, it would have been a very big opportunity for him to be able to punish that. It would have won 1-1. But now we got Marckiemoo swapping from the gauntlets over to the spear. So now going with the Mirage.
Very important note too that Marckiemoo banned out Small World's End to make sure you don't go back to that stage. That was not working out well, man. But we do go over to, I believe it's Fortress of Lions for what could very well be the final game of this set. Marckiemoo, absolutely a chance here to fizzle out. Does have a lot of advantages going back into things to reset the playing field. New stage, brand new legend, same site that he's comfortable with. Now Monihalla has to figure out how this spear is going to operate against him.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to kind of see what happens with that. Monihalla starting to be a little bit aggressive off that ledge, and you're seeing Marckiemoo with that Mirage pick trying to use that scythe gameplay still, but then kind of go back to spear a little bit. Now we're seeing that spear gameplay, and it's in a pretty good spot. We're starting to see that a little bit from Marckiemoo right now. Look at these strings already.
Yeah, look at this. Straight denial there. Good side air, keeping Monihalla at bay. Forcing him to the bottom near the blast zone. Only after an unarmed recovery is he able to get back onto the stage and pick up an axe. Good control though with the Nair. Marckiemoo can't overheat. He's got to be very careful. Not nearly the same defense as he did with Mordax. And there it is. Recovery. Off stage. A spear in play. He tried to read for the down air. Did not work, but the recovery does. This stock could be everything now, and it's a ground pound. For the first time this series, Marckiemoo starts off with an advantage lead.
Which kind of makes sense though too, because he went with the spear, and then I think now while Monihalla is unarmed, he was going to try to weapon starve him a little bit. We do see that spear come out again though. I thought he was going to do some sort of damage build up thing here, but Marckiemoo is doing that spear. He's going to down light sider, recovery, tries to go for a silent, but Monihalla with his own 2-piece, not getting any damage build up or KO options on, finally lands it. And now you're seeing Marckiemoo on second stock, but has a tad bit of a lead.
I'm just so surprised. Nobody else I have seen in any region of this tournament has played Greatsword except for Monihalla, and he's making it look so effortless.
Yeah, for sure. And he's making it feel very, very clean compared to what the other previous games were. Marckiemoo now having this almost like one stock lead. He needs to get the KO option, but Monihalla's known for doing these strings that do all these damage build up. And now you're seeing him just go in with these one attack hits. He's gonna try to change it probably here in a second. And I think Marckiemoo gonna come in with some sort of KO option. Oh, tries to go with that recovery. He's gonna see what he can do.
Such great patience off Monihalla, catching the landings of Marckiemoo. Now without a weapon, tries to gravity cancel off of the weapon throw. Unfortunate there. Marckiemoo was able to capitalize off of a sight sig. Monihalla now down a stock still. Just needs one solid hit to even things up for a complete reset. Once again, remember, this is for Marckiemoo. Facing elimination this set. 56 damage difference now.
Is a very big deal. Is Monihalla going to 3-0 Marckiemoo, or will Marckiemoo go back? It can come back here in game number in this game and go to game number 4. We'll have to kind of see, but right now Spirit coming in from Marckiemoo. He's kind of using these signatures now a little bit more. We saw that neutral signature come out. We see these side airs coming in. He's trying to do these side light combos, but he needs to land the initial, but Monihalla's expecting him. Helicopter grab pad coming on in right now. Spirit's thrown away.
Great patience.
Marckiemoo gets weapon started by Monihalla. Monihalla knows he's gonna pick up the weapon. Marckiemoo grabs it. Oh, but Monihalla trying to go for the KO option, down to the wire.
Oh, the evasion off of that super punch. That could be enough. The spot dodge comes out from Marckiemoo. No weapon still. Spear has worked well against Monihalla. Off stage though, has to go for the recovery. Tries to fish it. Blocks the down sig. This is it. This is all you need. Sends Monihalla away. 200 damage. Anything will take him out. And he evades it. He wins. No. Marckiemoo lives. Could this be the moment you're looking for? No. A shutdown of 3-0 from Monihalla. Marckiemoo, the gift goes down to the lower bracket.
Monihalla 3-0ing the people's champion Marckiemoo, and going ahead and advancing further into this bracket with his greatsword and axe gameplay.
Unbelievable. Going as far against the grain as I think you can possibly go in this game right now. This Imuki pick has done wonders. Defeated Raydish, defeated Marckiemoo. I mean, who's left on the checklist that he really needs to watch out for in this tournament?
You know, I think there is a couple other players he's got to watch out for, and we'll have to figure out who that next person's going to be. But looking back at the damage, 472 damage with greatsword, by the way, with the Imugi on the Marckiemoo, and it's because of the neutral control Monihalla was given to have, like, allowed to have against Marckiemoo. Marckiemoo was, you know, needed that neutral control a little bit.
Yeah.
To be able to win against Darwin, I think a little bit against Wubbs. Wubbs is kind of, I think Marckiemoo just took him off ledge. But with Monihalla specifically, he allowed him to have that, you know, Marckiemoo allowed Monihalla to have that neutral control and do the strings that he needed to do, and damage buildup, 0 to death, everything. So now with Monihalla going forward, you know, that's a pretty big deal for the bracket.
It is a big deal, and again, Monihalla, if he keeps playing the way he does, I mean, this could very well be a championship under his belt. Doing great so far, but of course we do move on forwards, and we have someone pretty special locking into the lobby, AJ. Got ourselves Balloon Boy in here first. I wonder what's going to happen.
I don't know. I think Balloon Boy and Guichipu have had a history of facing each other. You know, it's a lot of it's in the Moose Wars events too. You have Balloon Boy is known for playing Diana and the Mega Man, which is like the VV, and then Guichipu is known for playing guitars. And guitars are one of those weapons that Balloon Boy has a difficult time against. And Guichipu knows that. He's pulling at the level 100 Sakura on purpose to see how well he can do against Balloon Boy in game number 1 and the rest of the set.
It's worked out well in other series that we've seen today. I think it was against the, first of all, the greatest name I've ever heard in Brawlhalla, Mr. Clench. And Guichipu made good work of the Clenchster there. So we'll have to wait and see if it's going to be a similar story this time around. The Cannon worked wonders in that matchup here. And I'm thinking, you know, you're talking about Guitars versus Balloon Boy. I'm thinking, what is it going to look like to have Cannon versus the Blasters? Can you get past that initial blast hitbox?
Well, I think he definitely can. And I think Guichipu knows the Cannon quite a bit too. We know him for being notorious with strings and being known for becoming a YouTube short player where he just gets these strings out of nowhere and just catches players off guard. And at the moment though, we do see Balloon Boy doing a lot of damage build up onto Guichipu, and you know, it's about like an 80 to 90, almost 100 damage difference. Balloon Boy getting the KO there onto Guichipu and taking a big lead in the beginning of this game.
huge lead. Absolutely huge lead early on. Really good to see. Balloon Boy, if he can just maintain this overall control and read the positioning and just overall the approach structure of Guichibu, it'll be an easy day.
Oh, it is. Oh, Guichibu getting knocked out of that hitbox there that he was trying to throw out at Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy now launching Guichibu in the 70 damage range. Right now, Balloon Boy at 120, almost a clean 100 stock or 1 stock difference there between him and Balloon. But Balloon now using unarmed gameplay. Guichibu kind of weapon starving Balloon as well. Tries to, but Balloon Boy's battle boots are out. They clash. Guichibu pre-firing that by mistake.
Waiting for a prime opportunity to strike. The weapon throw was the edge guard. Once again, another weapon starve comes through. Guichibu does have that cannon, and that's going to be complete control of the stage. It's going to be tough for Balloon Boy to find a landing, but Guichibu JS wrong. He thought Balloon Boy would pivot behind him, but the answer is no. That's not the case. Blasters have returned once more. Go back to what you said, AJ. Full stock differential between the two players. Guichibu needs to play this carefully, but as I say that, a great setup into a side air does allow that second stock to emerge from Balloon Boy. Unfortunately, though, Guichibu, he has to play this very carefully to even it up. Oh my god, he might.
Oh, he
did he go too
tried
deep?
to, but he went too far deep. He gets punished by Balloon Boy, and he also threw his guitars away, and he wasn't able to get that recovery back up, and Balloon Boy maximized on that. So now with Guichibu going down to his final stock, Balloon Boy weapon stars, and Weapon Stars expects him to kind of go back to that weapon, and now has launched him into the orange already of that final stock. Silent coming in there as well. Guichibu now with platform control. Goes a little bit too far off ledge, and you're going to see Balloon Boy get this punish onto Guichibu while he's trying to come back. That grab pound comes in clutch as well. Oh, the sider goes through the signature, but he misses the 3-piece. The grab pound misses.
Guichibu's got to be very careful. One signature will end this entire run, and there it is. That's a clean 2-0 coming out from Balloon Boy. Gotta love the patience that we saw off the Mega Man pick. The fact that he would purposely wait and see where the Sakura would land, go for the down airs, start up all those battle boots combos, worked out unbelievably well.
Yeah, and oh, we're seeing a different character swap coming in from Guichibu too, and you know, he's not going back to that Lin Fei. I think he feels more comfortable with Sword, and we're going to go into this next game with Guichibu on the Azuri.
I think it's interesting to go from the Cannon Katars to Katar Sword, especially going the Demon, which I would say is one of the best stages for Cannon. You know, when we were talking with PJ earlier in the tournament, he was talking about how, you know, Sword's not in the best spot right now at high-level play, so I don't know how I feel about this, AJ. This might be a downgrade.
I don't know. I think the signature set of Azuri's Sword is really good, and I think it will catch a lot of players off guard. Plus, the signature set of Azuri is phenomenal as well. But as they say that, oh, Balloon Boy comes in, gets the KO on the Guichibu, and takes that lead in the beginning of this game number 2.
Yeah, I don't know if this pick has been working out too well. Wouldn't necessarily say that was because of the Ahsoka pick. However, just raw positioning power Balloon Boy has been able to maintain throughout the entirety of this tournament has looked so good. Look at this control. He's reading exactly where Guichibu will go before Guichi even knows it.
Yeah, for sure. And now, oh, Guichibu goes a little bit too far in. He can get punished. There's that sword signature that he was trying to throw out, but it wasn't close enough. And Balloon Boy gets that punish with Guichibu going down into that final stock. He's got to figure out something to be able to get this KO and do damage build up.
Yeah, this has been so quick from Balloon Boy. Again, we're looking at a prospect right now where we have to start thinking, yeah, it might not matter who you swap to if you're Guichibu. This is just a player that knows how you play fundamentally and can read your every move. A complete obliteration. 3 stock from Balloon Boy.
Dude, he's just reading those that Qatar gameplay coming in from Gui, and he's just trying to find something, but the overall speed of Balloon Boy and the tactics that he has with those battle boots, Guichibu just cannot find a way against. And a lot of it's coming down to Guichibu throwing out these different attacks and the recovery frames of him missing them, where he's just getting punished.
All right, heading over to Miami. Might be the best of both worlds. The Lucian combo. I'm going to be honest with you, AJ. I don't think I've casted Lucian in like 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a Lucian pick is not what we usually see. The last person we've seen play Lucian was going to be Squared or Pierre when he used to main it. So now we're seeing Gooey on a brand new pick that we are not used to seeing. And we'll see what happens coming out of Gooey here with this pick. It does have a pretty cool down signature that a lot of players are not used to, and the neutral signature is also pretty clean.
Yeah, I want to go back to my previous point where it feels like Balloon Boy just knows these guitars, specifically how Guichu plays and what positioning he's going to opt for. He's purposely evading away. He's pivoting and punishing almost every guitar attack that Gooey's been bringing out.
Well, because Gooey's just going in for pre-fires, and you're seeing Balloon Boy just maximize on him, expecting to miss. Like, look, he's expecting to be in a certain level of momentum, which he's not. You're seeing Balloon Boy maximize on his own momentum, and Gooey just can't come back. Look
What
at the
is
crazy control coming in from Balloon Boy getting that KO.
SGDQ just ended, but this feels like a Mega Man speedrun.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy moly. Dr. Wily's running out of robots, good lord. Alright, we'll have to wait and see if this continues on forwards. Blasters v Blasters. Gooey has not had a chance to set up at all for these Blasters. It is just a complete shootout, sure, but Balloon Boy has had proper positioning again the entire time to set up for these downlights into side airs like it's nobody's business.
Oh, and here's the thing though, Gooey's trying to ditto Blasters against the best Blaster player in North America, which is Balloon Boy, and he's getting punished hard, man. Balloon Boy with that KO again.
Oh, AJ, we can see a
Gooey
6
do
stock.
anything?
Okay, not a 6 stock.
Okay, not a 6 stock. Now he came in with the unarmed recovery. He was able to go ahead and at least land that. If you're Gooey, it's like you gotta go over to guitars or something.
Alright, well, potential final stock of the upper bracket run for Guichu. Hold on tight. All the odds, every single card you can imagine, stacked up against him. Survivability is going to be key. Great recovery, sending things down to a final stock. Balloon Boy, a fatal mistake, overheating with battle boots. No chance he does that again.
Dude, but here's the thing though, he just did that to Balloon Boy on the weapon that he's known for playing. I guess he wasn't expecting Guichu to be that overzealous, but overall, I mean, Guichu now with guitars, now having the opportunity, he's gonna go for a down signature if Balloon Boy gets off that ledge again, but I think Balloon knows that because I think that's one of the main signatures he's been throwing out recently too. Gets that damage build up with the light attacks. Nice down light, he's starting to land his stuff again, misses that down, so Balloon Boy's getting that punish. And he's expecting that attack, but he isn't able to do much about it because now Balloon Boy gets back on that platform on the map, gets a dare coming in. Guichu is trying to find something, but gets
shutdown.
punished by a 2-piece.
That was absolutely what Balloon Boy needed. He was floundering in his final stock, but now finally having that positioning, gets that gravity cancel D-light and sets up a combo, leading to a recovery, and that's all you need to see. A clean way for Balloon Boy to move on forwards in this tournament.
Yeah, that was a very, very clean KO option coming in from Balloon. Even with that way that stock was removed, that second stock was removed from him, he was able to just go ahead and take the lead that he had and go crazy. And he was finally able to kind of show to the world that, hey, you know, while I used to have issues with guitars, especially Gooey's, because I remember that back in the day when Gooey used to be crazy against Balloon, Balloon basically came around and said, hey, I'm able to adapt. I adapted against this play style, and I definitely have a good chance of winning this event is what he's showing.
Bro just got so much better.
You did?
Balloon Boy has really elevated over the last few years to a unholy level. Really proud to see. You know, you mentioned how he's like the best Blasters player in North America. Absolutely. Would you argue that Balloon Boy's also the best Boots player in America? Maybe even the world.
I don't know. I'd have to kind of think that through a little bit more, but you know, Balloon's really, really good. I know there's players like Raydish that are out there as well that are really good with the boots too.
That's a good point.
It depends. I mean, it would have to come down to the placements and how successful they've been with it, but Balloon Boy, especially recently, is definitely showing a lot of that. So very nice job coming out of Balloon, and you know, I'm sure we'll see Gooey we'll definitely see Gooey a little bit later in the bracket as well.
That's right. We're going to be having Balloon Boy move on forwards. He's going to be facing up against Monihalla. And I believe into the lower bracket, I'm checking the bracket as we speak, we have ourselves quite a few banger matches.
We do, and there are matches I'm going to talk about real fast before we go to a quick 2-minute break. That way ads don't pop up on Twitch for you guys.
Hooray!
But a quick TLDR, in the elimination bracket, we now have Raid versus Zinker. Now, Raid beat Darwin and beat Mr. Clench to be here, so he's definitely showing his prowess and trying to win this event. That is a very big deal for Raid, so props to him there. And then Zinker went ahead and went through the whole elimination side, just beat Bunny in Game 5, and will be going against Raid. We have the legendary Koji main Zinker on stream. Glad to have him back. And then on the second set, we have Rutsme, who came in for them from the elimination side, beat Sweaty Meat, who's C10, and then beat Raydish in a Game 5 situation to be on stream later against Wubs. So some really good matches coming up for sure.
Nothing but bangers, but of course we got to get ourselves all set up and ready to go to make sure these bangers are the bangers you've ever seen. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. The Moose Wars rage on. Many have been lost, but plenty have been found too, and plenty of victories to see up ahead. We have ourselves a great lower bracket matchup ahead. It's one of the biggest ones I think that's been anticipated for a while, AJ. I know you were very excited for it.
Yeah, I am very much excited for it too, because we have a player, we have Raid that's coming in here that's fairly new to the Brawlhalla scene and has been doing very, very well recently. Met him at, I believe, CEO and was an amazing person.
Aww.
And now he's kind of going against this ominous style player Zinker, who's known for playing Koji, plays default Koji, no avatar, nothing. Doesn't talk to anyone on social media or Discord, nothing. He just comes in the event, plays, whoops butt, and then disappears.
So no one knows anything about this guy?
I think the only person that does is his old twos teammate, which is Glue.
Okay.
And they were playing twos for a while, but Zinker doesn't really talk to anyone. He doesn't add anyone on social medias or talk to anyone.
So,
he just is ominous.
What you're saying is we can make our own lore.
I think he's built a lore for himself though, with his placements.
But what I'm saying is like this could be like, you know, father of 3 gets home from work. He's like, you know, I'm gonna play in this tournament. Run default Koji.
It could be. It definitely could be. And I think you know, well, his styles is very neutral based. And I think we'll definitely see that more maturity in his gameplay going into
That's what
our
I'm
first
saying.
game. But
The father
hey,
of three
we'll
play
go
style.
for it. Yeah, the father of 3 play style. PR number 94, bro. I mean, he's known for beating some huge players, such as, for example, Megd, Anime Fan Squared, Java, Santi, Anonymous, Alex, all when they used to play as well. And you know, he's also beaten like Sandstorm. I don't think he's beaten Marky yet, but he's facing some of the upcoming gem, which is going to be Raid. And I want to see how Raid does against the Koji Master.
You know what? I have a lot of respect for Zinker. I think he might be my new favorite pro. A, because of the lore we just built for him. But B, also, I've also been a Koji main for, oh god, 10 years. So I feel him, you know, like a massive respect for, I think, the first time I've also seen a Koji and casted one in maybe 10 years as well. Right away, though, going in for a lot of dare work early on. He's looking to shut down aerially above for this Olgram, but Raydish struggling to find an entryway. And great nair after nair after nair after nair!
He just went in with these phenomenal sword light attacks. This is what we know him for going in for stuff like that. And that is why he's a legend on that Koji. We're now seeing Raid starting to come in here a little bit, trying to make amends and use that axe range to his advantage. But now Zinker's off that ledge. Raid goes a little bit too far down with that jump ground pound, but does get that falling cider, picks up the lands, tries to take advantage of it with Zinker. He does land that cider and makes things 2 stocks all.
Even scoreline. 42 damage difference now, Raid. All it takes is a few decent hits, maybe even a signature just to even it up. But Zinker is unrelenting, continues to play neutral, as you mentioned, AJ. Does not care at all.
He does, and well, and that's one thing with the fighting game like communities as well, is like they're all based around neutral. Brawlhalla is one of the only games that has so much floatiness with it. So, you know, we're seeing Zinker have a more traditional FGC fighting playstyle, and we're having Raid with the Brawlhalla playstyle. And at the moment, we're seeing Zinker launch Raid into the orange, but Raid also launched him into the orange as well. That cider comes in, he misses that signature. The GC down like ground pound comes in. The cider comes in from Raid. Oh, Zinker with no jumps is able to come back. The cider lands. Zinker is just trying to bait him into attacking.
Zinker maybe tunnel visioning just a tiny bit. He's looking a little too hard for this final move. He knows he's unbelievably close. A single hit will take Raid down to that final stock, but setting up for it can be incredibly difficult. But what am I saying? It's Zinker. He makes it work. The samurai himself has returned.
So now we're going into, you know, the situation where Zinker has a little bit of a lead. Raid needs to go ahead and get the KO. He does land it, but Raid is in the yellow of that final stock. Zinker has that lead, but can Raid go ahead and come in and beat the damage into Zinker and get this KO option? I think it's going to come down to Raid, you know, being able to get the damage build up. He's trying to do it with Lance because the sword has a rough time against the Lance range, but I don't know. He was doing a lot more damage build up with that axe, and I think Zinker's starting to punish him. Oh! Ground pound comes in. Raid's able to come back there, though. He's so low in that final stock. Zinker coming in with that 3-piece combo, and Zinker takes game number 1 over Raid.
Zinker's the best player to ever exist.
I'm not gonna say. I think based off our lore, yes.
Yes.
But in general,
Lore's all that
usually,
matters.
I don't. He's a legendary player, man. You know, you got people in chat, you know, the Twitch chats as well, recognizing Zinker as, you know, he was a top 5 contender in Moose Wars back in the day, and he's starting to come back a little bit. And this is his first placement since February of this year. Shoot.
Kids are
I don't
finally
even
home
play
for the
more at this
summer.
point.
He's got some spare time. They're off at summer camp.
With-
He's setting up
They're
for
off his, yeah, with his 3 kids there, just watching in the background, just watching their dad be masterful at the Koji. And now we're seeing.
Sure it is.
Woo! And oh, there we go. Zinker taking that neutral control over Raid there, and Raid is going into the red at 156 damage. Zinker comes in with that Koji neutral signature. It does not KO. And Raid's trying to take that weapon neutral light, lands it, misses the neutral air, and Zinker gets a sword recovery. Raid comes in with that dare. He gets a KO.
Oh, good recovery. Raid throws the weapon, gives himself a little bit of extra room. Gravity cancel. Down sync doesn't connect. Zinker looking for one hit. Recovery in the air.
Oh.
Raid. Cider doesn't fully KO.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Absolutely, and the responsibility is in the hands of a side air. 211 damage now for Raid. A breath will take him out. Or a fist.
Yeah. Or just that. It's funny too, because now we're seeing, like, you gotta consider, like, Sword has gotten gutted like a decent bit compared to the other weapons, and Zinker is still going crazy in this bracket with the Sword nerfs. So he's kind of showing like it's possible to do some stuff against players. And I think we're also seeing that experience of going against players like Postlix and other EU players as well, because this Algrim matchup that he's doing is just phenomenal compared to what we're used to seeing. And oh, might be a KO. There it is.
Struggling. Great control, great conditioning coming out from Raid. Able to control the movements and land the positioning against Zinker properly. Downsync doesn't connect. Speed, high octane from Zinker has been unreal.
Oh, it didn't have the force with that neutral air. If it did, Raid would have been gone already. Zinker with a downlight side air on the Raid. Raid trying to come back. Oh, GC silent lands, and Raid barely able to touch.
Great recovery once again, no weapon at all. Just a matter of landing it. The lance has proven to be a problem for Zinker. 14 HP though. Weapon juggle. All right, this is it. Zinker's already one game up ahead. Raid has to be careful. If it's up 0-2 against him, maybe facing elimination.
Yeah, he's got to find a way to get into that neutral gameplay of Zinker, and that's really going to be difficult. But now Raid not having jumps, Zinker tries to maximize on it, but Raid gets that two-piece. But oh, the downlight, the dare into neutral air lands. Oh, the side stick lands, the recovery misses. Zinker's still alive, but Zinker tries to go for the jump ground pound KO. Raid tries to do the same thing, but Zinker now takes that neutral control. It's even exactly in damage. Raid's got the lead.
Good patience from Zinker. All right, recovery could do the job that high up. It does not. No nair. He goes for the cider option instead. Another recovery and still won't be enough. Downsig tries to catch the landing. Unable to do so. Weapon throw does not connect. Neither does the unarmed recovery. Off stage though. This is it. Raid, now or never. Even up the series, but the cider does not connect. Zinker, prove yourself now. Keep yourself in the tournament. Another recovery. And there it is. The setup into a 2-0. But there's still one more game up ahead.
Dude, and you gotta consider the amount of KO options that Zinker took against Raid. It felt like he should have KO'd him 5 hits beforehand, but he couldn't. He kept trying and going and going and going, and he was able to prevail and get that second game into his name. But if you're looking at Raid, you have to find a way against that neutral. You do not want to be in that situation again. And if you're in that situation again, you gotta get the KO. Whoa.
It's just, I think that might be the weakest part of Koji's kit overall, is that he doesn't have a lot of great KO options. Like, if you're thinking at like a ranked level, he doesn't have a lot of like signature KO options that are like consistent. But just because he doesn't have a lot of force on either of his weapons until very high damage, it's so hard to convert those KOs a lot of the time. But he makes it work.
Yeah, and we're getting jump scared by Raid going over to his old Choose teammates pick Imugi, which is Monihalla's notorious character, and he's gonna see how he can do against Zinker with it. He's doing a decent bit against him though. He's trying to take the new age weapons and characters against Zinker to see how he does against them. And right now, looks like Zinker's doing okay, but Raid trying to step in with that great sword. He's getting a little bit more damage than we saw last game.
Well, naturally, what's going to beat a sword? A greater sword. And Zinker is making it work, though. He chooses not to bring out his own sword. A bow instead. Gravity cancels sidelight. And Raid cannot get back on stage.
He cannot. He even tried using the signatures to get back, but Zinker's overall movement allowed him to be able to come back there. Oh, he tries to get the sidelight, and as I say that, we do see the KO from Raid, and it is 2 stocks all. Zinker is getting weapon starved by Raid, but Zinker's unarmed is also known for being phenomenal. As I say that, Raid's coming in with that axe.
The human samurai himself, lowering, draining the HP off of Raid, has worked out well. But again, we can't discount Raid just yet. So much extra defense, huge firepower behind both weapons in the Imugi kit. All he has to do is play still. Anchor a lot more, force Zinker to do the positional work. It's easier said than done though. All it takes is one more solid recovery, and Raid will take the lead back, have a game potentially in his hands in this series. A stock lead for the first time so far, down 0-2. 2 stocks left potentially for Raid in this set. However, you can't count anyone out.
Yeah, Zinker just went in for like 5 different unarmed attacks, and he was just too far away to hit Raid. Now we're starting to see this bow gameplay from Zinker. That neutral light comes in. This bow's also really good. We haven't seen a lot of it tonight, and we do see a signature KO is down to 1 stock all. Will Raid be able to get this game into his name, or will Zinker come back and prevail?
This is it. The human Koji himself. One solid signature from Raid's kit will end this game, not in Zinker's favor.
Oh, he went for that sidelight. The recovery frames on sword allowed for Raid to come in like that. That axe recovery comes in and finishes Zinker's final stock in game number 3 and gives Raid a game on the board of this best out of 5 set.
Let's see though. Will this Imugi pick continue? We're continuing. It looks like back to Fortress of Lions. No. Small World's End. This is a huge advantage for Raid now.
This is. And now we're gonna kind of see what he can do. I mean, I think for Zinker, his goal is to take that neutral away from Raid, and I think he was doing that, but the axe gameplay is what allowed Raid to do that damage buildup. He doesn't even need the greatsword, he's only doing it for the axe.
Lack of platforms too. Great for the great sword. You can have entirely grounded gameplay. Zinker's been good about these spot dodges and dodging upwards, which can be good leading to a dare, but it's also very readable for someone like Raid. He knows how to pivot around that.
Yeah. He definitely does, and I think it comes down to his overall movement control. Look at him go against the greatsword of Raid. He confirms that KO on the... Oh, he did, but he allowed Raid to hit him and allowed him to come back to that ledge. But now Raid trying to base Zinker off that ledge a little bit so he can take that neutral control. That falling side lands. That recovery comes in as well. Zinker with no weapon tries to pick it up. Raid with weapon pickup. Does weapon starve? Oh, Zinker misses that bow recovery, gets the silent. He keeps on going for ground pounds as if it's going to land, but Raid gets the side air KO.
Raid is just barely tailing ahead. Again, a breath of Koji, maybe perhaps 2. Koji does not have a lot of force with any of his moves. 2, 3, another recovery? Something more than just the Fist of the North Star to bring it home. Let's see, will it be enough? No, not quite. Great spot dodge. Can it be enough? No, not yet. Another recovery. A huge lead for Raid. The Samurai now down by 2.
Raid coming in with that phenomenal string in the air, that 0 to death, and Raid is up. As we say, that Zinker gets the bow dare. Can he bring this back?
A monstrous advantage now for Raid. A miracle given to him. He needs this next stock to tie it up, have a chance to not face elimination, but Zinker could fall. This is it though. Keep the streak going, win by 2. The Imugi, proven unstoppable. The turtle cannot be cut, but there's one last attempt for Zinker.
There is one last attempt for the legendary Koji Master to go ahead and win this set over Raid. He's not going off of his legendary pick. He was practicing others, but he's going back with it against this Imugi to see if he can prevail. And let's see where they go. Small World's End. This might be a benefit for Raid, but can Zinker use that ceiling a little bit better?
How could you tell a samurai not to use this blade? It's improbable,
Right?
unthinkable. And yet Zinker, here he is once more, facing elimination, chooses to go head on to the enemy, directly into Raid. Raid strikes back. A great start early on. Remember, he can output so much damage and Zinker cannot. He relies on speed, his dexterity, the fast prowess of constantly moving his attacks and never being caught off guard. Raid has to figure out Zinker's positioning. He has to anchor and be stalwart in his process. Recovery could have been lethal had the second connected. Zinker spot dodges too early, plays off edge, tunnel visioning abound. Red on that first stock. It's a recovery once more from Raid. The weaknesses of Koji showing once more on a stage like Small Worlds, and that stock should have been the one to end, but it just simply won't until now. That's the first stock gone. Zinker, a small lead.
Yeah, a small lead indeed, and this is what he wants. Can he do something with this bow now? I think Raid says otherwise, but Zinker says otherwise. Drop down there, coming in. He missed the follow-up. He did a jump by impulse, and Raid is able to come back scot-free there and get that sword recovery, or the great sword recovery. He is down by a little bit, but can the Koji Master go forward against this?
The Koji himself. Raid.
He's the embodiment of it, and I think
He
Raid's
is.
starting to become the embodiment of that Moogie. But as I say, that Zinker's Ultra Instinct is kind of coming out here, launching Raid into the orange of that second stock.
This is looking so good for Raid. He's biding his time.
This
He's
is.
out jumping Zinker, waiting for an opportunity where he can no longer strike, have that extra range to go for a down air, setting up for a neutral sig. Exactly what you want. If you're in the Raid camp, one sig left. One stock, I should say. Zinker barely holding on to a lead. He has to keep playing still. He has the bow. He has that extra range to go and match the grounded gameplay that Raid would want with the great sword. The ops for the axe. A signature connects in reverse.
Oh, one more stock. As Zinker's disciples look in the Twitch chat, in the TikTok chat, they're trying to watch their master win. We're seeing Raid become this ultimate villain to go ahead and win and go forward in this bracket. If Zinker can control this platform and not go in the air, I think we see him win. And we're starting to see that damage control. It comes down to what Raid does in the air and how Zinker does against the axe. That
baits it out.
Cider comes in.
Cider doesn't
Is he
connect.
gonna be able to do it? Oh, the jump grab back comes in. And Cider lands.
That
Is
it?
it gonna be the KO? Sword recovery, no weapon. Cider lands. Raids off that land. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your Koji Master, Zinker, beats Raid in a game number 5.
The Zinker continues on forwards. The legend continues. Raid, a great swap to the Imugi in the second last 2 or 3 or so games. Worked really well to shut down the potential, is the Koji Master himself, but it fell just barely short by only a few signatures.
That was so good. And that's why we love Zinker in this house, okay? Zinker is the embodiment of Koji, and we are seeing that with the gameplay from Raid. I don't care what or from gameplay against Raid, and no one else can say otherwise at all.
Master of the Blade. Zinker has proven that even if Sword's not in the best spot right now, he sure as heck can make it look like one of the greatest things ever conceived by humankind.
Jeez, and we are just having these guys go be absurd. I mean, we saw a lot of amazing gameplay coming in from Raid. This is not, we cannot bash Raid here. He adapted pretty well with that last minute pick of a Moogie. And, you know, Raid did really well tonight. So props to him. Congrats on getting into this top 8. But Zinker prevails. And we are going to have a matchup of him a little bit later. And I can't wait for it. Marckiemoo versus Zinker in the quarters a little bit later, too. Oh, my gosh.
Battle of the old, potentially
Ooh.
battle with the new. We have ourselves another banger matchup. If you thought Zinker Raid was great, we may, I know it's hard to believe, chat. We may have something even better here. Raydish versus Wubs. We're heading straight into game number 1. There is no time to waste. General Grievous himself coming into the fray against the Glowbox Wubs. I wasn't really that impressed with Glowbox back when we were watch partying earlier. I wanted to see more out of, say, the blasters in general. Hammer looked good, but I think towards the end, Wubs started to find his footing, but a classic case of Valhalla of when you adapt, but just a little too late.
Well, and here's the thing, too. Wubs has a challenge. Okay, Raydish broke his top 8 curse. For those of you guys that are in the Brawlhalla community, Raydish started as a viewer, being that one person shouting for the Brawlhalla players that land in North America to win. And now he is having his top 8 placement in a Moose Wars event. He's known for this overall Mako pick, the General Grievous. He's known for guitars. He's known for Greatsword. Let's see how he does against one of the best prominent players in North America, Wubbs, who's almost kind of this gatekeeper for top 8.
These
in
colors
the
for
North American
Grievous
scene.
look awesome.
Yeah, very colorful for sure.
It's very Starry Night Van Gogh coded.
I definitely agree, and now we're kind of seeing overall back and forth here coming in. We're seeing Rutsby take this big lead here over Wubbs with these guitars, and he's showing his experience there with those guitar signatures as well as Mako. Is he gonna get the KO?
And it's looking like a possibility to get this KO fairly early on. Wubbs again struggling initially with an onslaught of aggressive damage early. Just waiting for a good opportunity. Unfortunately, recovery comes out far too late. No follow-up off of Rutsby. Great recovery in return for Wubbs, though. Can't quite find the neutral sig. Second one does the job. And Rutsby, unfortunately, had such an early lead, but fell short to Wubbs in a great combo sphere.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're kind of seeing, Rutsby trying to get the KO option. He can go for a guitar neutral light recovery. I think that's what he was trying to do. But he just needs to land it, but that backward sider lands instead. It's now 2 stocks up, but Rutsby's already in the orange. He's already at 71 damage. That's a pretty big deal and a pretty big lead for Wubbs. But Rutsby's got strings with those guitars. He just has to be careful of Wubbs' range.
Yeah, Wubbs does have the range advantage, but once Rutsby gets into that hurt box, there's really just no stopping him.
Rutsby!
What a bait.
What an insane bait. What a 4-piece combo that led into that bait. He's overall taking that lead away from Wubbs. Wubbs trying to come in with his blasters, but Silent Neutral Light comes in. He misses that neutral stick. He gets overzealous. He's expecting Wubbs is going to dodge above him. Doesn't land that. But now we're seeing these guitar strings. Neutral air lands. Misses that neutral signature again. Silent Neutral Light comes in. Tries to get down light. Neutral light leads into down light, and Wubbs expects that and gets that punish.
I just love how Rutsby brings out every attack possible, and then Wubbs comes in with just like one signature and just blows him away. It's unreal what the hammer can do. All right, but great sword, finding value. One recovery could do it, but no. Unfortunately, Rutsby's not there for the follow-up. It's something it seems like that's been a consistent struggle in this first game, but Rutsby eventually does find the recovery. Just finding a way to convert these signatures early on needs to be something that Rutsby has to figure out going into game 2.
Yeah, and I think, going into this next game, they're going back to Spaceport. This is a Star Wars crossover themed map. So we have to consider Rutsby's on General Grievous. Maybe he has an advantage there.
Well, I mean, he's a alien robot though, and you're on a planet full of sand. I feel like actually this would be bad for both characters because Glowbox is like a weird sticky frog.
True. So they're both kind of at a disadvantage. So maybe it crosses out. We'll have to kind of see how Wubbs is able to, change things. If he's able to adapt, it's going to
tries out first.
Who tries out first for sure. But at the moment, we're seeing Rutsby try to take this neutral control away from Wubbs. Silent Neutral Light comes in, down light there, Neutral Light misses the neutral signature, down light cider, misses that cider, neutral air lands, misses the neutral signature. There's a lot of really good guitar attacks on the Wubbs, but Wubbs has hammer. He could just come back and do a bink and a bunk, and Rutsby's gone to that first.
When it needs to see that bink and bonk happen, though, Wubbs is biding his time, looking for an opportunity to pivot around and punish Rutsby. That recovery could have been it. The second one, though, converts well. Rutsby takes the stock lead.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're starting to see. Oh, he's got the guitars again. Wubbs is off that ledge. He's feeling the exclamation points a little bit. Rutsby allows him to get back to that ledge, and Wubbs picks up those blasters. Oh, he's trying to be risky on the arm, but it's going to allow for Rutsby to be a little bit more aggressive, and that's not Wubbs' goal. He needs to be able to control that neutral, and he gave him this in that, is allowing him to do damage buildup.
Yeah. Big buildups overall now. Wubbs finally with a hammer. Great nair from Rutsby to shut down any possibility that Wubbs wanted to start.
Okay, neutral air coming in.
Battle took damage.
Yeah. And keep in mind, Rutsby's up an entire stock. He's just trying to get any damage he can without getting KO'd by Wubs. But that 2-piece does go ahead and come in, and we do see Rutsmy going down into that second.
Classic Caster's Curse. Wubs, though, is incredibly close to losing second stock now. Rutsmy has been playing the game of chip damage, waiting till the last possible moment to go for these confirms. Weapon throw, unfortunately, does not connect. Wubs now looking for an opportunity to catch out Rutsmy in a jump for the side air. That didn't work.
Sidelight, neutral light into recovery, misses that recovery due to a down dodge by Wubs. Wubs taking that neutral, gets that 3-piece with hammer. Oh, the guitars. Oh, the dare comes in. Wubs is out off that dare because he got overzealous off that ledge.
Overzealous off the edge there, yeah. Absolutely. It's a much more of a stalemate heavy game here. Just chip damage galore. Gravity cancel neutral sig does not work for Wubs. He's been fishing for that for so long once Rutsmy goes to orange.
See, we're not seeing dares from Rutsmy off that ledge either. And, you know, dare options, one of those weapons, one of those options that a lot of players get really confused on as well. But he's just going in, trying to mix Wubs up rather than, you know, going in for those tried and true attacks. But Wubs came in with his own signatures and knocked Rutsmy into his finals. 1 stock all currently.
There we go. Good combo starter for Wubs. Rutsmy back to the guitars. Unfortunate, not able to find the dare early on. A good sidelight, though. Chipping that damage away. There should be all the opportunities in the world for Rutsmy to end this 2-0 right here. Fortunately, though, it's been a struggle for Rutsmy to find this final necessary hit.
Definitely has, and I think if he keeps spamming that side signature, you're gonna see Wubs get this punish. But that guitar recovery does come in, is very quick. We see Rutsmy with the weapon start and the recovery KO. Rutsmy is up 2 games over Wubs at this current point in time.
Only needs 1 more to solidify a spot farther into this tournament. Rutsmy, again, one of the much newer players in the Brawlhalla scene, as you've said, has definitely made a name for himself over this past year.
Yeah, without doubt. And, you know, a lot of people are watching Rutsmy and really rooting for him. They're kind of rooting for him like they did, or like he did for them, you know, at these lands. Him getting his first top 8, him having a possibility of getting 5th, not just 7th, and being stuck there. He is improving a lot. And this is a very big deal here for Rutsmy. Wubs, if he wants to come back, he's going to have to do a lot, but we're going to game number 3. We got 3, 2, 1, and brawl. Let's see what happens in game number 3 between these guys.
That's right. Early blasters for Wubs. Has had a difficult time at times finding a way to find the proper positioning.
Yeah, we're seeing Wubs kind of moving around, trying to get that hammer pretty quickly.
Yeah, Rutsmy's good at finding the entry points. Maybe it gets the hammer not so much when Wubs can fish for the down lights into a side air. Or side light. Dealer's choice.
Yeah, Derek comes in from Rutsmy. We see Wubs coming in with that hammer. Sidelight down light from Rutsmy. Neutral light comes in as well. Misses that neutral signature just barely. But gets that sidelight, goes back to platform. Tries to do that signature, but Wubs takes that overall control by approaching Rutsmy off that ledge and picks up blasters.
Rutsmy has the advantage right now. Stage advantage, weapon advantage, all the advantages possible. Side air is out. Wubs, any potential to get back on stage? The answer is yes. No follow-up. Wubs plays for safety, grabs the hammer, neutral sig. Unfortunate not to connect, but neither does Rutsmy's. Wubs follows up again. Powerful attack, weapon throw, barely evaded. That's okay though. Another neutral sig. Oh my god.
Yeah, that neutral signature coming in with that Cassie is such a powerful opportunity for that character. It just grabs you and you can't really do much about it. I think now Rutsmy, you know, being on the second stock, is going back to Taurus, is going to go in for that like side air recovery KO, a side air to lands, but doesn't have a lot of like, you know, knockback force. And Wubs is maximizing with triple neutral lights unarmed. And Rutsmy keeps going for that side stick, but has so many recovery frames, he's getting punished for it. And Rutsmy's down already in a low second stock.
Downlight into neutral sig for Wubs is so nasty to watch, but Rutsmy makes it work. Still has plenty of work to do on this second stock to even things up. Goal right now needs to be that chip damage game that the guitars are so good at.
Yeah, and right now we're kind of seeing, you know, Rutsmy trying to approach Wubs back on platform. He doesn't want to go against Wubs off that ledge. I think he kind of feels like Wubs will maximize on him a little bit.
You maximize as in 2 moves.
Yeah, 2 moves, and that's all he needs. But Rutsmy on this platform comes in with a phenomenal strength and that GC down like ground pound. And that is the way you take your advantage from your opponent.
Oh, Wobbs wasn't able to downlight neutral signal on Hammer. He didn't have any other options.
He needs one more stock. If Rutsmy can go ahead and take the stock off of Wubbs, he wins 3-0 and is guaranteed top 5 in this event. Wubbs is not going to let it down without a fight. One stock all clean. Can Rutsmy do it, or will Wubbs make this go into game number 4?
So far, so good for the stage control. Rutsmy waiting for Wubbs to get back on. He's baiting out these D-Light potential positions to go into.
I did 82 damage. Hold up. Wubbs is starting to come back a little bit, but it's not a lot of damage. Silent Neutralite comes in. He's trying to do something here. Silent comes in.
Rutsmy seeing the value of this neutral sig.
Yeah, he's starting to do it.
Wubbs is looking for the entry point. Come back down. Oh, it's so tough in there. Wubbs, no weapon now. Rutsmy, stage advantage, looking for the landing. But you know, he goes for the side sig too early. Wubbs isn't quick enough to get that weapon in time. It's still a hammer. Keep that in mind. Recovery's out. That's all that's needed. A 3-0 for Rutsmy.
3-0 from Rutsmy. Silent Neutralite recovery lands. And Rutsmy, the crown's champion, the Shoutmaster, is now in top 5 of Moose Wars Classic Kingdoms North America edition. And that's a proud way of doing that in a 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, Rutsmy again. I think probably one of the most improved players I've ever seen in this game from start to well, I won't say start to finish just yet, but from the start to now has looked so good every single tournament. It's been night and day, each iteration.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. And, you know, overall showing, you know, what he's made of, and, you know, kind of showing everyone, like, you can go from the Twitch chat, you can go from the crowd, and you can place in top 8 if you're consistent with these events. And he's the best way of showing that. So congrats to Rutsmy. Wubbs did very well. Congrats on getting top 8. Good, sir. You beat Seeing Shay to get into that top 8. You faced a hard opponent, but you definitely deserved it on getting the top 8. Congrats, homie. And with that being said, though, that is the last elimination top 8 matchup there that we have. And now we currently have top 6, don't we, there, Mr. Keg?
That's me. I'm Mr. Keg, and yes, we have you know, very few players left in this tournament, but you know what? They're all very interesting players, and they all have great storylines. I really can't wait to see Zinker versus Marckiemoo.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool, man. Because you know you got the Moose Wars champion. You have the guy that's known for doing so well in the Moose Wars events, going against the Koji Master. And I think realistically in that match, the Koji Master is going to be the crowd favorite. He came in and went game 5 against Raid, won that. And then on top of that, you're going to have Rutsmy versus Guichibu. There's a Ditto Guitar matchup there. So you have Guichibu, who's known for being a notorious guitar master, and you have Rutsmy coming in both with guitars and greatsword against Guichibu. That's going to be huge. And then we have Monihalla versus Balloon Boy. Both of those players being phenomenal in their brackets, and now in the winners final, and trying to figure out who is going to be in Grand. It's going to be a wild ride for top 6.
Absolutely, but wild rides are what we specialize in, and us casters love doing it. But guess what? We have a break coming up. We got to make sure all the players and our talent are ready. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms. We are here in North America, and because we're back, that means it's time for the top 6 of things. We got a really great lineup of players. We got Marckiemoo, Zinker at Elimination Side quarterfinals, Guichibu, Retsumi, as well the upper side with Monihalla and Balloon Boy. I'm PJ the Pup, joined by my good friend, and I think this is the second time working with you this week. And Hackle, how you feeling, Hackle?
I'm feeling good. I couldn't be more excited with our first match coming up because we obviously have the Master of the Blade, Zinker, up against the current GOAT of North America, really. I mean, Marckiemoo is such a powerhouse that statistically this matchup is not very much in Zinker's favor, but it's still going to be an absolute treat seeing him here back again after so long time, seeing him in a high placement in a tourney. So, still very excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy to see that. And just a little flex, I was in the lobby. I was like, oh, wow, I've heard a lot about you, Zinker. And they're like, nah, he doesn't type. And then he types, bro. So that's the aura from Zinker. Yeah, I don't know if that means he's less locked in, but we'll see here as we get into game number 1. Marckiemoo looking to contest the weapon first. But Zinker, I mean, this is like his legend. I mean, I think every single Brawlhalla player that has graced the upper elo knows of the legend of Zinker and his ability to pay this Koji pick. And I don't think we're going to be seeing any swaps on the side of Zinker, but Marckiemoo getting started here with the D-Light into the down air. Marckiemoo taking control of the game early. He is not happy to be an elimination side already, and he's showing that off with that crazy sight string.
Yeah, that's just the Marckiemoo special at this point. He is an absolute thief when it comes to stealing away stocks, especially on this stage with how close those KO borders can be. Question is going to be, can Zinker kind of stem the tide of Marckiemoo's aggression? Because we can see right now, Marckiemoo just loves to go in deep, and 45 seconds in, 59 damage taken for Marckiemoo and 2 stocks on the side of Zinker taken. So, not exactly the best start.
I mean, holy macaroni is the only thing I have to say about that. It's an absolute massacre right now for Marckiemoo. The end light comes out. Zinker looking to fight back, but Marckiemoo is putting on a show right now. I don't even know if he swapped off to a different site. It's just been the same one. The downer sends off stage. Zinker with sweat beats. Marckiemoo with a 3-stock. We get the style to end it. Marckiemoo, he's already gone, man. Give him a break. Marckiemoo not happy. The king does not want to be here right now. He wants to move on. Give him back his throne.
82 damage on the side of Zinker coming out that game, and Marckiemoo demonstrating just the gap that can come between players who are known entities in the ranked space and players who are consistently winning major tournaments. I mean, it's a very big hill for Zinker to climb, and in a game like that, there's very little you can say on, like, he needs to adapt, he needs to find certain... He just has to play better than he did last game, unfortunately.
72 damage is the least amount of damage, or 82 damage, I'm sorry, is the least amount of damage I've seen in a tournament set in my entire career as a caster. So I think that's going to be the motivation Zinker needs to potentially bring this one back. But right now, Marckiemoo gets the recovery onto Zinker, and Zinker, not in a great spot, gets hit by that ground pound there. And I mean, I've been in positions like this before where I'm playing someone that is definitely like at a completely different caliber, and you just try to get what you can. And I like Zinker trying for that downer there, but Marckiemoo reversal, and with about 30 damage on Marckiemoo here, it's not looking so good for Zinker's chances in the set.
No, Marky immediately picking up another dodge read with the scythe. Doesn't catch the recovery there. Zinker will manage to make it back on stage, get the bow in hand. But it's just these individual interactions that Zinker is occasionally finding, and Marckiemoo is extending so consistently. Finds the ground pound there as well, so it can be done, dodges through. But another ground pound, Marky just laying on the ground pounds, and takes another sock in under 2 minutes. Under 1 minute, rather.
And, you know, we can talk a lot about Zinker, his legend, and the story, but the new story is revolving around Marckiemoo right now. The future of North America, the savior of North America at that, and showing why everybody is calling him not only the king, but also has the king title, winning the most recent Royale. They're coming out there, doesn't find it. D-Light into side air from Zinker. Signs of life here, taking a stock back. Zinker doing infinitely better in this game than the last, but is it going to be enough? I mean, maybe he gets some momentum here. You know, Sword's not in the greatest of spots, so it's going to be quite difficult to do so, but a side air puts Marckiemoo off stage, and Zinker looks a lot more comfortable in this game.
Yeah, Sword definitely not in the greatest of spots. Better spot than it has been in recently, though, with a couple of small buffs in the most recent patch. Marckiemoo, just one good interaction away from closing up this game, though. One recovery in the right spot will do it, and Zinker knows it. Dodges through the first. Weapon throws down, though. Marckiemoo just getting a little bit stylish with it. Weapon throws repeatedly. He's looking for anything here. Weapon throw down as well, Zinker. Finding the value where he can here, but Marckiemoo again knows what he needs, knows his game plan.
Marckiemoo taking a page out of Zinker's book there, playing into the ranked ladder Mordex gauntlets. Making sure to hit a lot of side light buttons, but in the end, the down air into recovery is what it takes, and Marckiemoo, the king, moves forward, but Zinker is showing signs of life here, so you know, I have to say maybe he takes 2 stocks, and if this is a best of 7 set, he might actually take a game as well. You never know.
I was gonna say at this pace, he took 1 stock and he tripled his damage. So next game maybe he'll get him down to last stock, but
if he triples his damage again, he's going to win the set. I'll tell you what.
True.
So it's very possible.
It'll be over 700 damage. So I think that's a tall order, but
yeah, you know, I want to give much love to Zinker, obviously making it very far in the bracket, but sometimes you face down the barrel of somebody that is at a different caliber, and this is, most people would like to say, is one of, if not the best Brawlhalla player in the world right now. The differential seed number 36 with a Cinderella run. I've been saying that all weekend long. But they often say you go out with a whimper and not with a bang, and Marckiemoo seems to put an end to this run. The end light comes out, the side air into the nair, the weapon toss up, going for the recovery into the weapon toss. Doesn't find it there, but man, Zinker is getting put through the vortex, man. This is a bad spot to be in. We've all been here before, and it just so happens to be an elimination side quarterfinals of Clash of Kingdoms. Zinker finds himself in this one.
At this pace, Marky could possibly win the game in under a minute. If he finds one more offstage interaction here, he could do it. He has 14 seconds to take this stock. Doesn't active input that nair, probably won't be able to find it now. 9 seconds remaining. And Zinker actually gonna get a little bit of a swing in here. Almost catches that side sig as well. Goes for another. Marckiemoo managing to get out the second time as well. Winning this damage here.
Big signature read for Marckiemoo, doesn't find its mark. Side light sitting off stage, weapon toss as well. Marckiemoo going for the GC D-light to try to flip it off stage. Marckiemoo with sweat bead. Zinker finding his mark there with the down air on the bow. The Koji showing signs of some sort of life.
Instantly rips that NSYNC weapon throw down into the unarmed combo as well. Zinker clinging to life, and it will fade. Marckiemoo closes out in a very swift 3-0 over Zinker.
And that'll be Marckiemoo taking it in a 3-0 fashion. And yeah, we're gonna say GG's to Zinker, who made a very big run at the 32nd seed, and unfortunately not going to be able to take it over Marckiemoo, but still have to give a shout out to one of the legends of the Brawlhalla ladder in Zinker. You can never count out a player like that.
Absolutely, and like you said, I mean, coming into this tournament as seed 36 and ending the tournament in 5th place really is nothing to sneeze at all. A very strong performance by him today.
Absolutely, it's good to see that from Marckiemoo, who fell into the elimination side of things in a 3-0 fashion versus Guichibu, and I can definitely tell, maybe not too happy to be in the lower side of the bracket. But we get into our next match here. We got Guichibu versus Rutsmi to kick it off. We got Guichibu rocking the Sakura, and then we got on the other side the General Grievous coming out of Rutsmi. Total caster tangent, PJ clip farming or making it about myself, but I started playing Sakura in Street Fighter 4 recently. I actually just picked up the game. So I'm a big fan of Sakura, like as a character design. They made Sakura really cool, and then you play in Brawlhalla, and it's like pretty interesting. I'm not going to say they're similar in any way, but it is cool to see, you know, this really cool Linfei crossover. Maybe pushing some propaganda for Sakura in Street Fighter 6. But we move forward here. Guichibu and Rutsmi, and then General Grievous was my favorite character in Star Wars for a while as a kid. So it's like the two sides of me clashing right now. Maybe not. I shouldn't say that probably. But we get into this next match here in elimination side quarterfinals. How you feel about this matchup, Hackle?
I'm very intrigued because it's going to be a Katars mirror match. Unsurprisingly, I mean, Rutsmi being pretty much a Mako one-trick at this current time, and Guichibu being known especially for the oppressive Katars. We don't really see too much Katars play outside of these two players at this level, and Guichibu actually going to fall first to Rutsmi, the underdog here.
Yeah, that was a very cool string there, and this is like the prime example of two players that have definitely played a lot of the Katars and feel really confident in it. Nice whip punish there, sidelight into the end light, going for the N-Sig there, doesn't find it, but recovery comes in from Rutsmi again, and Rutsmi happy to take this lead. A definite more close matchup than I believe we saw in the last set, but so far Rutsmi is showing kind of shades of that previous one, maybe taking that energy from Marckiemoo.
Yeah, no, I was trying to sort of mention before Rutsmi actually deleted Guichibu's first stock that, like, outside of these two, you don't really see many pro players, especially in North America, playing Katars. Guichibu kind of being the one who's known for it, especially in current meta as well. So this is very interesting to see this once again. So far, very scrappy, as you would expect a Katars mirror match. Is very much just seeing who can catch the dodges out of the sidelight N-light or sidelight D-light. Guichibu shut down the first stock of Rutsmi, but still 150 damage taken on this second stock of Guichibu. A lot to make up here.
Yeah, but if anybody is going to be able to do it, it's going to be Guichibu. Not saying that you wouldn't believe in it, but Rutsmi gets a 3-piece there with a side light connector finisher off the top. Rutsmi looking real real on top of this game, I should say. Looking for that end light in Decider. Doesn't find it. A Decider from Guichibu, and Guichibu is hitting buttons, and that's exactly what you want to be doing on the Sakura pick. On the fresh drip, too, I don't really see Guichibu rocking the lighter colors. It's cool to see. Not sure if it's been helping all that much, but he's moving right now for sure. He's trying to get back in this game.
Absolutely. We didn't see too much of the can at the start of the game. It was brought out for a second. Now back into this scrappy Katars mirror match here. Guichibu going to play the patient game on the wall. Rutsmi showing signs of aggression towards the side. They're going to get punished quite handily by Guichibu, who finds 3 in the way of recovery, sending Rutsmi up off the top and equalizing stocks by number. Damage still marginally in Rutsmi's favor, but definitely something Katars can make up as you see Guichibu hitting those very signature Katars reads. Clash out on the side as well. Ground pound, and the second one, Guichibu just completely reversing.
And just like that, the Qatar master himself is able to do it, getting that big reversal there, man. And this is a very, very crazy momentum swing for Guichibu, who's able to steal that game away versus Rutsmi, and now Rutsmi in the back seat. I mean, that's a very big way and a very quick way to kind of strangle the oxygen from a flame of somebody trying to make a big upset once again. Another player on a deep run, not seeded to be here, but man, this is looking tough. I know the Greatsword players out there are already making their tweets saying, you know what, Greatsword can't do it, but no one can do it versus Guichibu when he's getting those big reads off stage, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such an oppressive way to edgeguard someone the way Guichibu played that, and that is one big thing about Guichibu as well, is he's so good at swinging momentum when he needs to. One issue that both these characters do have, I'd like to mention as well, is they have weaker KO power, but as far as Rutsmi's concerned, the Greatsword can just do it all. Kept it in the pocket for the majority of Game 1, and now showing what it can do in Game 2, but still, edgeguard turn on the Guichibu, finding Sig after Sig.
They're coming out there. Rutsmi looking for something big. The side signature comes out from both players, but Guichibu comes out on top of the whiff punish. GC side light into side air, knowing the limit test that it's going to KO and also put him in a good spot to get back to the wall quickly to get a weapon starve. I mean, this is the top level echelon Qatar play that almost unmatched by anybody but Guichibu.
You know, Rutsmi the one playing from behind, which we didn't see at all last game until the final interaction. Guichibu got something going with his cannon, catches the dodge, doesn't find the down air. Rutsmi manages to jump out, but still the damage racking up very quickly here. Rutsmi needs to find something. The options are dwindling off the side.
Down air comes in, and the air comes out as well, as Guichibu is looking for this juggle state, as Rutsmi is getting somewhat overlapped by this strength of the Qatar master himself, Guichibu. See triple exclamation points, gets an end light, doesn't get much more than that, but Rutsmi fighting back with a breakdance, but not going to be nearly enough there. Almost center stage, coast to coast almost with that ground pound, not enough, but that end light surely will be, and Guichibu up 3 stocks to 1, and rightfully taking his lead in this set as he is the higher seed in the bracket, and very clearly showing that.
This is something that can... Rutsmi.
Oh my
he's
goodness,
just...
it's a Guichibu special.
Goodness! And that's more, I think, what we expected from this set going into it. I mean, it can happen quite frequently that the upstart player who's a bit less known in a match comes out at least on top at the very start, maybe the beginning of the game, or maybe even the full first game, and then the more experienced player has more time to adapt, has more time to flex their tournament experience, and I fear that may be the case here with Guichibu, who just very quickly took hold of that second game and completely obliterated Rutsmi.
Yeah, you know, as a caster, I'm a bit of a metaphor merchant. I think we all can be at some times, and they often say, you know, not with a bang, but with a whimper. And it's kind of the story of this elimination side quarterfinal so far. Zinker, seed number 36, getting 3-0'd by Marckiemoo. As Rutsmi resets his PC, a similar case, seed number 15 versus seed number 6, and it just looks very, very, very difficult for Rutsmi to find an option here. I mean, especially when your legend is like in a direct mirror in terms of one weapon. It's going to be quite difficult for him, but I definitely think that he has what it takes to do it. We saw in the first game, he was able to handedly get a lead, even weaving in the Greatsword a little bit there, but it's just difficult when Guichibu is getting these big edgeguard reads on you. And I feel like that fear and respect that you give every player, Guichibu just feeds off of it really well. You start respecting, you start going for the typical good option, and then that's exactly what Guichibu wants. Starts getting those signatures, starts getting those really deep down airs and nairs and ground pounds, and it just looks all but bad. But what do you think, Hackle? You think Guichibu or Rutsmi got something cooking right now?
I think he definitely has what it takes. He's shown that he has that explosive moments that you need to try and shut down a player like Guichibu. I like what you mentioned with He should be very much feeding off respect and fear. He's a player that if his opponent is forced onto the back foot, he will absolutely capitalize, and he's very good at positioning or pacing himself around those explosive moments to really pressure. And so Rosmi clearly knows or has found the moments where he can move past that, but it has to be consistent. I think consistency is going to be the very big question here so far. Good opening read, and even more damage going the way of Rotsmi.
And Guijibu is fighting back as much as he can on this cannon, but sometimes the Great Sword can cause a big problem here. Nice snare from Rotsmi, getting underneath all of that trickiness from Guijibu, and sigging nothing there was Rotsmi. Guijibu doesn't punish it, but Guijibu finally does get right back in this game with the Kikoken and the down signature to get that KO. Yes, you do find another air fireball off that GC down sig. Guijibu's looking real good.
And landing a projectile D-Sig like that in the perfect position is kind of a hallmark of someone who has that knowledge and experience on the character, because that Sig is deceptively difficult to position if you haven't played enough Lin Fei because of the way it moves your character at the same time as shooting the projectile. So Guijibu showing that prowess. Rotsmi is going to be able to close out the first stock here. We're sticking with the Great Sword for the second stock. Haven't seen too much of it being used or damage towards, favoring the Katars for certain, both players here in fact, but Rotsmi guarding the weapon here with the Great Sword.
I really do love that he's like heavily leaning into the Greatsword now on the General Grievous pick. He's like, you know, the Katars weren't quite working out, and I mean, obviously, Greatsword isn't in the greatest of spots right now, but you know, you got to make it work. This is what put yourself on the map. Is this Greatsword pick? Going off stage, and a GC N Sig is Rotsmi definitely struggling to deal with some of these signatures. Finally getting punished on that side signature. And a side sig on the cannon will be able to cover almost a third of the stage. Rotsmi unable to get the dodge out in time, and Guijibu with another GC side sig, and Guijibu now one stock away from moving forward into the top 4 versus Marckiemoo.
Rotsmi, I'm noticing, is getting a little bit trigger happy on just swinging in front of Guijibu with not necessarily the most safe option. Like, got taken out there by just going to go for a walk up and light onto Guijibu, which got handily punished, and now Rotsmi falling very heavily behind here, almost completely lapped in damage here as well. Doesn't find the side off the down air there, needs to try and find the stock as soon as possible, but Guijibu consistently trapping these overextensions on the edge by Rotsmi. Can't find the dodge read to save the stock right now.
And right into recovery, Rotsmi is able to find that stock, and hey, if there's any time for that adaptation, it's going to be right now. He's got to play almost flawlessly versus Guijibu. Guijibu's going to pick up a weapon, and I was just going to say it, go for a signature. He finds the signature. Guijibu moves forward in a 3-over fashion over Rotsmi.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably the fastest way that Guijibu could have just picked a weapon and shut down the stock and the game in that fashion. The N-Sig going to come through, and Guijibu, despite strong moments and signs of life from Rotsmi, will shut down the set, and Rotsmi will be going out in 5th as well. It is a weird thing to mention that Guijibu is seed 6 for this tournament, which just feels low to me. Like I remember back when Guijibu won his first major, the Trial of Boulder, and at that point Guijibu was such a talented and strong player in the region. To now be down to seed 6, which by no means is something to sneeze at, but still lower than I would have expected for this player.
Yeah, you know, Guijibu is really, really good, and I definitely have to agree that there's a little bit of like really, the Guijibu is only seed 6, but right now I think North America is in kind of like a resurgence of power. You see Marckiemoo, you see Balloon Boy doing really, really well, getting second at CEO. Marckiemoo winning the most recent Royale. You got players like, I mean, so many big threats, and I mean, even so, right now, Marckiemoo is able to, or got upset by Monihalla. So no matter what side of things you think you're on, whether you think you're, you know, at the best and you can't be beat, you can always lose your spot, because right now, in the winner side of things, we got Monihalla and Balloon Boy. But before we get into that match, we're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with more Moose Wars Clash of Kingdoms. We're in the top 4 things. You won't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Welcome back on in to Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms North America Edition. We are deep now into the top 4 of the tournament. Things heating up, and I am still joined here by PJ. How are you feeling with the upcoming matches?
Feeling pretty terrible. No, I'm just kidding. We got some really great matches coming up here. We got Marckiemoo, Marckiemoo and Raydish in the elimination side of things. And then on the upper side, Monihalla versus Balloon Boy. Monihalla with a 3-0 win over Marckiemoo, which I believe... Now, I have no stats to back this up. This is 100% vibes-based commentary. But I think that's the first time Monihalla has beaten Marckiemoo. Monihalla, I'm sure, will correct me pretty surely here. Let's see. Am I right? We're looking down. No, at a Frostbite tournament in 2024, Monihalla beat Marckiemoo 3-2. So the second time at a community event taking it over Marckiemoo. But the first time he 3-0'd Marckiemoo.
Yeah.
So that's the first time. So Monihalla, happy to be here versus Balloon Boy, though.
Yeah, I'm honestly been really impressed, especially by how Balloon Boy's been playing today. He's been making that Vivi pick just look absolutely terrifying in a meta where you don't really see Vivi. Not that Vivi's a weak character by any means, but you don't see her pick that often in either game mode really, because there are just other options that players are more favoring. And to see a player who, like Balloon Boy, who consistently has picked characters that are just behind the meta consistently, like seeing Zariel, seeing Diana, and now seeing the Vivi, picking this character is very characteristic for Balloon Boy, no pun intended, and very, very fun to watch.
Yeah, I'll have to definitely see how he's going to be able to compete versus this level 100 Amugi. Oh my goodness, and he's bringing back the old school drip with the Ice Pop Greatsword, which I'm happy to see. We got Amugi versus the Avivi. 2 picks that maybe might not be in the best of spots right now, but we'll be happy to do it as they are both character specialists going into game number 1, Balloon Boy versus Monihalla.
And the big question here is going to be KO efficiency for Balloon Boy as well, because Vivi does have a decent bit of strength, but without hitting a D-Net recovery on blasters, the KO confirms that Balloon Boy has are going to be a bit weaker than some weapons like Hammer, for example, unless Balloon can consistently hit those signatures, which we know Balloon Boy does like to rip, especially that blaster's side sig. So it'll be a battle by 1,000 cuts, it would seem, for Balloon Boy. On the other hand, has a lot of force in the kit. Gonna find an opening there with the signature. Nothing too crazy with that tornado. Deceptively difficult to play around if used correctly.
Yeah, you know, a lot of players like to talk about crossovers and, you know, feeling different than the original Legend, but I do think that VV, especially on this Mega Man skin, feels incredibly different. The punish, the timing, the animations, just all in all feel very difficult to deal with. And we saw Monihalla there, punishing the tornado, but doesn't get anything more than just a side light. Might be a product of the Legend, might be a product of the weapon, but the side light into the turnaround side sig is a Monihalla classic on the Amugi. You see Balloon Boy now trying to rebuttal. Monihalla is playing pretty lights out so far. Side light there, waiting for the dodge in place. Gets it, 3-piece combo. Balloon Boy getting sent upwards. Either a 2-piece, but Balloon Boy dodges out and away from that situation altogether. And there comes out as well. And Monihalla looking at these pokes in and that extra credit, but Balloon Boy gets a downer into end light. And we send off stage. That side stick comes out, but no KO quite yet. Down air. Oh,
Balloon Boy just floating around above, yeah, waiting for his opening. Can't find it with the dare, but manages to get back up, finds the side sig. Not too much damage taken. Only 73 here for Balloon Boy, and can definitely make that back up with a nice blaster string. We've seen how Balloon Boy has been able to just cradle his opponent into falling directly into where he wants them for these blaster strings. And Monihalla definitely be careful around positioning by Balloon Boy. Still does have the neutral control right here with the Greatsword. Both players now just looking for their openings.
Okay, a little open up there from Monihalla. Doesn't pull the trigger on the finisher though, as Balloon Boy somewhat struggling here on these blasters to really find meaningful strings. The end light comes out, no dodge, goes for the end sig. Monihalla gets the dodge back in time though, side light into the bridge, but doesn't get the finisher. Nice weight there into the recovery. Monihalla making the most out of these situations, realizing that, hey, you know, they took away my true confirms off of the side light, so I'll just go for big reads. We saw a side sig and a recovery, find pretty early KOs, all things considered, but I mean, can you really call any KO early when Amugi has that much strength stance? Who really knows?
Yeah, Mugi just one of those characters who will catch you off guard if you're not expecting a KO coming super early. And I think what's especially scary in this game is despite the slower speed of a Mugi, at least in light attack fashion, Monihalla is doing a very good job of keeping pace with Balloon Boy in these neutral scraps, which by character archetype, Vivi is much more of a close range sort of faster character. So to be able to get down and dirty in that neutral space with Balloon Boy is a very big testament to Monihalla's skill.
Shades of the Moonier Mega Man there with a lot of down airs coming out from Balloon Boy, but Monihalla looking to close out that game with the side air. The side air doesn't connect. Balloon Boy getting a side stick out, but no punish for Monihalla. Sidelight into Reed is the name of the game for Monihalla now, as Balloon Boy is jumping around, not wanting to get hit by the starter, and Monihalla knows that as well. Big side stick, Balloon Boy with punish side air, very appropriate. Another side air, another swing. This is the 5th attempt for Monihalla to get a KO. And all 5 have missed so far, looking for these down airs, recoveries, literally anything here that has enough force to knock out at 158. Then air comes out. We swap over to the axe. Side air, down light, end light. Name of the game now.
Oh,
Or
that's
that
just
one.
a nasty catch with the D-Sig. Monihalla does manage to stem the bleeding. There was a moment of concern there where Balloon Boy was really slowing it down and Money seemed a little bit desperate for those KO swings with the Greatsword. That is one of the bigger weaknesses of a Mugi. Despite having so much force, if your opponent knows how to position around your consistent KO options, it can be pretty difficult, especially with the amount of startup on moves like Axe Side Air, Greatsword Recovery. A talented player can position around them very, very well.
Looking forward to see if Balloon Boy kind of gets it together in terms of the punishes in this next game. You know, that's something that I love about Balloon Boy is he always seems to like just have different punishes compared to the other blaster players in terms of like getting those big reads, getting those big extensions. You're definitely going to need to do so versus Monihalla, especially if Monihalla is getting this many hits in. The damage build is really, really good on the side of a Mugi.
Oh my goodness, Nares into Nares into Nares, almost 100 damage built for Monihalla already. Looking for the down air now. Players stacked above Balloon Boy. A lot of moments where the two players are crossing over each other in neutral, trying to see who reacts first, who throws out an option to be punished, and Balloon Boy so far going to be struggling here with the blasters just a little bit as Monihalla significantly more healthy on this first stock, going to try and open up the downlight, punished by the combo from Balloon Boy. Side tick comes through, not going to be anywhere near enough just yet, but gives Balloon Boy the space to breathe. Goes for the down air, doesn't land it.
And then airs from Monihalla. Balloon Boy looking to space out Monihalla as the triple exclamation points come up, but the side air comes out, and now Balloon Boy looking to find the spiking hitbox with that down air. Very active move. Side air comes out, doesn't get it right, neither does the recovery. It's both players. I mean, one definitely has a clear way to KO with a true confirm. Monihalla, though, more relying on his ability to get those big hits in the neutral. The down air doesn't reversal, but that down air will. The weapon toss, but Monihalla still makes it back, but he taps it in. Balloon Boy, GCD like ground pound to close out that stock, and Balloon Boy still in this set for sure.
Yeah, I like Balloon Boy swapping over onto the boots here. We saw a lot of attempts to open up strings with the blasters on the first stock, and while we were talking before about how good Balloon Boy's flowchart and optimization is with blasters, hasn't been able to find many moments like that in this set so far, so tries to go for something with the boots, is going to get punished going for that GCN light. A bit of a daring option trying to catch an inwards dodge there from Monihalla, who just wakes up with a side air, shuts it down, and now a much more even two-stock game here.
Side air comes out there, and a dash away from Balloon Boy as he's kind of tempting the fate of Monihalla in that sense. Side light comes out, down light for Monihalla, and a slide charge on that down sig. Really great at covering most of the wall, but Balloon Boy seemed to see right through that one, and the strings on the battle boots come and waits for the recovery, barely outside of the threat range of it, but no GC down light as Monihalla saves the dodge at the last moment. Really great discipline. Side light comes out, so this is a down air. Monihalla having to recover low. The down air comes out. Monihalla can't make it back, though, and that's a very big lead for Balloon Boy now in this game number 2.
Yeah, focused on trying to intercept the edge guard out of Balloon Boy, just falls down to the wayside as Balloon Boy now has a much more sizable lead. Look for something more out of the ground pound there, can't find anything, but still pressing the advantage, almost lapped in damage now. There it is. Balloon Boy, the boots really putting in work in the second game.
Okay, a slide charge on that tornado. Monihalla seeing through that one. A tornado of his own with that down sig. Now the eye of the tornado, we got the calm. Yeah, there's a lot of spinning, and then a lot of nothing. It's exactly what a tornado is, or a twister, if you will, maybe.
Oh, dodge burn right in front of the face of a boots player. I like the optimization for the chase dodge side air. They're going to give Balloon Boy more distance to work with. The ground pound comes through, and a 2-stock victory for Balloon Boy in game 2.
It feels... This is a very interesting, like, pace of the game. You know, I try to, like, figure out exactly the energy the players are bringing, but it seems like very bursty, where like they get like their 3 hits and then it like completely stops a lot of times, where like they just have to respect each other because they both have signatures that have like egregious amount of range. So it's a lot of like getting 2 light attacks and then waiting, and then one of them throws a sig out, and then they most of the time don't even go for like a big punish. So it's pretty back and forth here. I'm excited to see if Balloon Boy kind of got lucky with that very early Monihalla SD, or if we're going to see Monihalla kind of return to form here, or if Balloon Boy will take over as the PR number 2 in North America.
I think that pacing change is just very much a symptom of them playing out the first game in a certain way and both trying to adapt to what worked and what didn't, because they played a much more scrappy first game, both sort of jockeying position and neutral, and then what seemed to work more for Balloon Boy was slowing things down. But speaking of pacing, turns up the heat on the side here, but Monihalla going to reverse with the side air. Balloon Boy just scampers back up, doesn't want to keep playing that dangerous game off stage.
Oh, 3 nairs, man. That's not a good way to start off on a recovery to boot as well. And Balloon Boy takes that stock. And speaking of boots, going to be holding on to the boots as he cycles through to another weapon. Look for that damage build. Also, the ability to go really crazy off stage and really push your lead here. Trying to light up that ground pound. Monihalla once again. Got to give props to the defensive game. Really waiting out when to pull the trigger on some of these recoveries and whatnot. Side air from Monihalla, coast to coast. Weapon toss as well. And a great sword pickup. Looking for that sword in the stone with that down air. Doesn't fight it. The side stick gets immediately punished by down air. Very tricky move to punish. But Balloon Boy is very on top of it right now. Balloon Boy, I feel like, is activated. Sideline into recovery. Somehow not KOing. That's very unfortunate. Great sword players out there, for sure, feeling that one.
I'm very surprised on that. I feel like that must have been like the very last frame that Monihalla could have caught that recovery off the spot dodge, because Balloon Boy spot dodged very early, and Money left it very late to hit the recovery. Dodges through the end light, going to get even more value. Side air as well, not opting to pick up a weapon, just wants to try and get value before losing this stock inevitably. Yeah, we see it. Balloon Boy was directly on top of the weapon, doesn't want to risk a weapon immediately using it. Down heavy, gonna send Monihalla off the side. Can Balloon Boy secure the stock with the unarmed here? Goes to the side light, can't find it. Ground pound's down. In danger here. Edge guard potential. Money finds a D-Sig, but still so much value there for Balloon Boy.
Absolutely. You're very happy to be taking that stock there for Monihalla, but Balloon Boy equally as happy as now. A D-Light into recovery will be enough to take it. Hey, sometimes they make our job easy, huh, Hackle? It's just pick up the KO move and then hit the KO move and then win.
Yeah, I mean, if you push the right button in the right place, you're gonna win the game, but that's very oversimplifying right now. Balloon Boy, full stock ahead and still getting scrappy with these boots. Monihalla looking for anything. Wake-ups with the end-light looking good for Balloon Boy. Was in danger for a second there. Chasing by Monihalla with these great sword aerials, but Balloon Boy not afraid to get a bit more high pace. Gonna face a bit of punishment for it though.
Nice wait there, avoiding that end stick as Monihalla is really trying to push any sort of advantage, but it's been tough as Balloon Boy saying, I got a sword too. Down, mine's a lot but hotter than yours though. Down air into recovery. Balloon Boy looking for that KO option as D-Light will start to maybe KO? I'd have to be hard-pressed to believe it, but a side air comes out. Balloon Boy makes it back up. A side air will put the end to Monihalla's dream as Balloon Boy puts himself in the grand finals with a very confident last couple games. Was that last game, or was that just game?
Oh, that was game 3 for 2-1 for Balloon Boy.
Oh, okay. Right. I'm sorry. I thought that was game 4. My bad. It's not over yet. We see a switch from Monihalla over to the J and I'm excited for that. That could be a good pick. What do you think?
I think one of the biggest weaknesses of Mugi, like I was saying earlier, is the fact that you don't have consistent KO combos. Like you have to go for raw individual moves unless you find like a well-positioned down air into neutral air on greatsword. So having the sword on deck is going to give Monihalla more consistency for KOing, but also a bit less chunk damage that we didn't really see. We never really do see too much axe play out of Monihalla, so maybe it could be the right optimization. We'll have to wait and see here.
Nice nair there from Balloon Boy to contend, but Monihalla is locking in the sword here and making it happen. The side air comes out. Oh man,
no.
I was gassing you up, man. And oh wow, he avoids it.
Oh no!
It's so unfortunate, man. I'm so sorry. I was trying to gas him up on the sword, but he went so deep for that ground pound. That maybe a lack of discipline there. That didn't look very confident for Monihalla, and now he's gonna have to play from behind here on his potential winner side stock or life.
Yeah, possibly even overheat just in general after hitting like 3 unanswered hits on sword on the edge, and maybe feeling that he was catching Balloon Boy off guard, going a little bit too deep with the ground pound and paying the price for it. Now Balloon Boy holding the edge here. Decent bit of damage done with the blasters. Dodges through the sides. He can get so much value out of that burn dodge as well. Balloon Boy, that optimization on the blasters coming in clutch right there. Recovery catches as well. The neutral air. Balloon Boy just chasing.
There comes out one more time. Monihalla looking for the recovery or the D-Light. D-Light from Balloon Boy as well, saying, hey, I got a sword too.
Monihalla couldn't even catch the landing there. Balloon Boy stood out almost all of his options, and Monihalla went for a overzealous side air play. Does manage to find the KO, but once again, 150 damage taken on the second stock. Balloon Boy just maintaining a winning pace in this game. Monihalla needs big strings on the greatsword to turn things around, and Balloon Boy's going to deny it. Finds the D-Light recovery off the platform. Perfect positioning for that as well. And Balloon Boy a full stock ahead to work with.
And there comes out Enlight. Not a happy spot to be in for Monihalla. Taking some time on the wall, trying to think a little bit about it. Enlight comes out. He's just getting the one hits here and there, pot shots if you will, and now it's becoming quite difficult to make this comeback happen, especially because Balloon Boy's really giving nothing nair into nair into nair. Side air for Monihalla though. Can't count him out yet. Big read there. Gets the dodge away, but goes for the wrong option there with that side light. They went for Enlight maybe there to get the anti-air, but nonetheless, can't be thinking about that right now. You got a lot of work to do. Side light gets the side air, the double side air, but it sends up. That's so unfortunate. No, what an unfortunate swing. That would have been a crazy way to get back in this game, but now Monihalla still having to do the heavy lifting to bring this back to an even stock situation. Balloon Boy knowing, taking his lucky starts for sure there. So unfortunate.
Thousands of hours in this game, and I've never seen a DI angle like that off Greatsword side air. Monihalla is going to win the majority of interactions there, going to bring the game down to a one-stock game. Balloon Boy looking a little bit lost, with Monihalla turning up the heat on the Greatsword. Now back over onto the boots, we saw him struggling a fair bit to find the openings here against the Greatsword earlier in this game, contrary to previous matches, but now just finding these vertical options and chases all the way up for the recovery, turns up the pace at the right time, and shuts down Monihalla.
And this time, Balloon Boy moves very comfortably with a 3-1 over Monihalla into Grand Finals winner side. PR number 2 in North America. Going to be cementing his spot in the top 2 of things. But yeah, a great showing for Monihalla, I want to say it there. As the Amugi had a nice little game there, but it wasn't enough versus Balloon Boy. As he now awaits to see the winner of this next match, we got Guichibu versus Marckiemoo coming up.
Yeah, very, very well played. I mean, with that first game in that set, I just want to say, like, I had full faith that Monihalla was just going to win this whole thing. Like, the way that Monihalla was dominating the neutral space against Balloon Boy looked very, very lost, and then just turned things completely around, optimized towards the boots in the second and third game, and just completely dominated with them. In that last game, a bit more scrappy, but still, Balloon Boy showing very, very strong signs. For Guichibu and Marckiemoo, however, I'm going to be curious to see. We're seeing the Queen Nai, it looks like, locked in for Guichibu at the time being, which is interesting because today we've seen the Lin Fei and we've seen the Asuri, but we haven't seen the Queen Nai that's been played predominantly recently for Guichibu.
Yeah, it'll be a cool kind of showing here for Guichibu, but Guichibu, obviously the other half of the Hexo Guichibu team comp in 2v2s, which is the Nyx and the Queen Nai, so definitely going to be good at this legend, but looking to present maybe a little bit of range versus the Onslaught, and man, I don't know how any single person sees what Marckiemoo did to Zinker on this stage and say, let's go back to Small World to start this set. I feel like kind of Marckiemoo's comfortable spot for sure. Every Mordex player's comfortable spot, if you will.
I mean, not even just against Zinker, but against so many players, Marckiemoo has so many moments of just absolutely devouring stocks from people. Not that I'd ever end up playing against him, but if I was to play against Marckiemoo, I'm perma-banning out this stage every chance I get.
Okay, side light comes in. Guichibu slowing down the pace of the match quite a bit, not trying to give anything away here. Okay, big ground pound. As I say that, Guichibu immediately retaliates with a Qatar recovery of his own there.
So far, damage definitely in Marckiemoo's favor. Having the Queen Nai on deck is going to give Guichibu more survivability than you would find on that Lin Fei, but a D-like ground pound with the sweat beads at the very top of the stage there is going to be more than enough for Marckiemoo. And very little damage taken on this first off, looking very, very comfortable in these 2 sets we've seen so far.
Big side air from Guichibu there into an immediate ground pound, looking for the deep side air. Marckiemoo, no! He flips it though, and Marckiemoo takes the stock away. 3 stocks to 1 in Marckiemoo's favor. You thought you had me. I'm not trapped here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Oh my goodness, Marckiemoo somehow stealing away that. You think that you're good at those edge guards, man. It's crazy. Uh-oh. Not again, Marckiemoo. Don't do it to him again, man. Guichibu avoiding that weapon toss. That was so scary.
Guichibu looking a little bit frustrated, I think, there. Just picking up the weapon and just waiting for Marckiemoo to come at him, knowing that He's not really in a position to take too many risks. Fully okay, taking a page out of Wes's book, perhaps, with that fully slide charge Ensig, and Marckiemoo has the prophecy foretold, falling for it. Oh no.
Okay, Marckiemoo flipping it with the GC side light into recovery. Nice bit of damage. D-light side light, waiting for the dodge. Goes for recovery. Guccibu not giving the timing he wants. Goes for the nair to extend. Marckiemoo with sweat beads. But still, even with sweat beads, Marckiemoo is so good at getting those hitboxes out and realizing, like, I'm only just momentarily on cooldown until I get right back into the action. Guccibu scouring for this KO, going for the down air there. Marckiemoo not giving anything too easy. Immediate recovery that time. Just got to wait a little bit. Ground pound sends into the stage. Marckiemoo down air into the recovery. Doesn't find the recovery. Side light, recovery. Let's not dodge in place 4 times versus Gauntlets. Marckiemoo taking game number 1.
Yeah, and there were moments there where Marckiemoo seemed to be struggling a bit as Guccibu was consistently mixing up those dodge options, but now Guccibu sort of left to wonder what the character pick will be. And while we do wait, I don't want to bring up an interesting stat. I saw a message in chat saying that I don't think Guccibu has ever done well against Marckiemoo, but statistically, according to pro stats, it's actually 3-2 in favor of Guccibu, which I wouldn't have expected.
I could definitely see that. That might be a product of them playing a lot when Marckiemoo was kind of getting in, getting into the upper echelon of play in North America. But nonetheless, we got a counter pick here, taking a book out of Sandstorm's page, maybe, with a pickup onto the Queen, or sorry, not Queen 9, Loki, the interloper, I think is his name.
Interesting to see this character pick, obviously carrying over those katars. This is the second time today that we've seen Guccibu swapping to a character that holds onto his opponent's main weapon and the katars. I guess trying to have a moment where he can say, look, I'll just show you. Your weapon's broken. I'm just going to play it on my main weapon and show you how easy it is. We saw Guccibu earlier today. The Lucian into Balloon Boy did not go very well. And now, so far, I mean, this very characteristic... or expected play out of a Loki, just lots and lots of signatures from Guccibu, but pretty even so far.
Big side stick attempt there. We get a nice recovery from Marckiemoo, and he's looking to continue on with this damage lead. But Guccibu answers right back with a GCN light into recovery and a side air that I really wonder who that was going to hit, but the name of the person that it hit was not Marckiemoo. Marckiemoo gets the ground pound there. Struggle to make that point, but point given to Guccibu for sure, as Marckiemoo gets that very deep ground pound. Guccibu kind of getting overly aggressive, I want to say, on the guitars, which is crazy to say because that's like his #1 game plan, but right now Guccibu's showing, hey, I could do it on the side too.
Yeah, Guccibu going to find that offstage interaction, take away the stock. Going to be starting for the katars, it looks like here. Expecting a lot more of that signature kit being utilized immediately. Yeah, rips the side sig. Marckiemoo ready for it. Going to be looking for these reads on the gauntlets. Tries to wake up Guccibu. Marckiemoo just finds the punish, but a big string out of Guccibu. Gonna give some breathing room and Marky straight back into the neutral.
Ooh. The big flip there on the Marckiemoo with the signature to send it right back to where Guccibu came from on the offstage play. That was so tough.
Okay, Guccibu getting a little bit silly with it on the unarmed for a second there. Marckiemoo taking maybe some unnecessary hits. Now offstage with the scythe. Guccibu gonna give a lot of respect to it. Yeah, less respect there though with the GC N-Sig as his opponent is below him. Not quite sure what the game plan was there. Marckiemoo off the scythe. Punish the side sig. Punish the dodge as well.
Ooh, nice recovery there from Guccibu. He finds the stock as well, and it's never over till it is. Guccibu gonna be holding on to what weapon is the choice. You're gonna be picking up some katars now. Looking to pick up some gauntlets. Okay, a side stick from Guccibu. Immediately throws away all his stage control with a ground pound there. Marckiemoo now having the corner to Guccibu as the recovery comes in again. A second recovery, not enough to KO, but Marckiemoo's like, I know exactly what I need to hit right now. Weapon toss, recovery, Marckiemoo 2-0 in the set. Looking to get that run back versus Monihalla with a swiftness as he's there. Quite a big lead.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, Guccibu getting more work done with the Loki. And now another character swap. Guccibu consistently just swapping characters on Lost today. Over now onto the Ragnir for game 3.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a classic saying. It's like they're there and we're here commentating, but I really don't have a clue what's going to be going on with this pick on the Ragnir. I have very low expectation, but that's exactly where you want to find yourself when you're trying to make a comeback. You know, maybe this is the sleeper pick that Guccibu has been working on, and Marckiemoo always round start recovery to get the weapon first. That's an interesting tactic. And you get the first Qatar here, you're happy to be getting your signature weapon for sure.
Marckiemoo trying to find a down dodge read out of that recovery for the neutral out on the gauntlets. Guichabu hitting a consistent amount of GC end lights here on the Qatars. Very scrappy opening stocks here. Guichabu trying to find something with these Qatars. Both players now being pushed into that early orange damage range. Marckiemoo is going to pick up the scythe. Goes for the immediate side take, and I think Guichabu flying. Gravity cancel down light, not quite enough. Marckiemoo looking to execute the confirm on this stock right here. Holding onto the edge guard.
Nice ground pound waiting. Just a immediate weapon toss into an end like Guichabu. Sending Marckiemoo say the down tick comes out, so does the down light. And the ground pound as well, but Marckiemoo weaving in and out very appropriately here. But Guichabu is definitely looking better than the previous games, but Marckiemoo avoids that signature once again, gets an end light, avoids side light, wait, recovery. Doesn't get the recovery that time though. Charging up the weapon toss, the Marckiemoo special offstage. Cider comes out unarmed. The scythe online now, going for the big GC side zig for some distance towards the wall, but we see another one in the recovery into the wall. Is it enough? Yes, it is. Guichabu with the sweat beads has no more resources and no more chances of holding on to that stock. Marckiemoo with a very slight lead, but I feel like a legend like Ragnar will be able to find this KO. You can get that straight hit or maybe a conversion to a signature. We'll have to see here though.
And no KO confirmed combos on the kit of Ragnar here for Guichabu, which can be a weakness, although if Guichabu can find, like you said, a cheeky signature confirm, it's going to be enough. Marckiemoo unarmed for the moment. Guichabu over onto the Qatars, going for that down sig. Marckiemoo just going to give a lot of respect.
Oh, big side air coming out the recovery as well, but doesn't get it there. A nice recovery going for the nair as well.
And Marckiemoo consistently, I think, trying to read for either a down dodge or a fast fall out of that recovery on gauntlets. And Guichabu just jumping out consistently. Marckiemoo not catching the extra nair afterwards, but Guichabu will find the stock. Not too much damage take on the second as well. Definitely a playable position. Marckiemoo onto the scythe now, though, can completely just steal things away with this weapon. Goes in immediately for the downlight.
Big ground pound attempt there, but a weapon toss from Marckiemoo. Marckiemoo ground pounds it before any of those special effects come out. And Marckiemoo looking to take this set in stride. I mean, this is looking farther and farther from doable for Guichabu.
Now over onto the axe, a weapon we really haven't seen Guichabu play in either game mode. I can't remember the last time I've ever seen, if ever, Guichabu playing this weapon or this character. Marckiemoo is getting pretty chunked up by this axe, though. The full charge on that ground pound, going to cover the spot dodge. Marckiemoo to find something almost side airing into that down signature as Guichabu just, with all respect now, playing a lot slower. Pivot side air, not quite going to be enough. One more will certainly do it. Can Guichabu find the edge guard? The clash comes through. Marckiemoo is down.
Now wait a minute. Guichabu has a chance. It's never quite over till it is. Marckiemoo definitely want to seal this stock away as Guichabu gets an end sig. Ooh, doesn't find a Marckiemoo. Doesn't get his either though, so Guichabu still in this game for sure. Looking to rack up the damage here. The down air onto the top platform. No follow-up into a side light. Grounded, GC side light. No dodge. Marckiemoo sees that, gets a three-piece D-light. Side air from Marckiemoo. He comes out on top of that situation. The ground pound charges up, but doesn't quite activate as the nair interrupts. And the end sig from Guichabu. The weapon toss as well. Guichabu seals the game away. We're going to game 4, ladies and gentlemen. It's not quite over till it is. The Ragnar proving me wrong, but the signature was exactly what he needed in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect timing to land that one signature, and Marckiemoo, hopefully unfazed by that, going to be banning towards Mishima Dojo for Game 4 here. Not a map you see picked too often, especially in North America. Question's going to be who that favors more. I think having the neutral on Axe is going to be a very big strength here for Guichabu. Downlight as well, to be able to cover quite comfortably on these platforms. So, Marckiemoo going to have to be careful of that.
Alright, nice snare there into the down air. Guichabu with the weapon toss as well, or Marckiemoo with the weapon toss as well, the down air as well, and saying, I got the edge guards too, and Guichabu still sweat beads, gets to land himself back on the stage and pick up some Qatars, but that ground pound's going to send him right back down. Another one to boot. Marckiemoo racking on so much damage in this offstage interaction, and it's so crazy because you're happy to be alive, but you're taking a lot of damage in the process, and that's just the property of Marckiemoo literally dominating at every phase of the game, and this is one where he's the best at offstage. The ground pound comes in again. Guichabu looking for that downlight, but Marckiemoo right now looks unstoppable on Mishima Dojo.
Yeah, the platforms don't really matter if you're only playing offstage, as Marckiemoo finds that recovery off the top. Now a very dominant lead again, but the question is, will Guichibu do the same thing? Slow the game right down, force Marckiemoo to play at his pace, and manage to snake it out from under, and Marckiemoo just currently sentry turreting around that weapon spawn. Guichibu does manage to get the katana in hand. Now both players have their string weapons on deck.
Recovery from Guichibu, side charge onto the end. Sig doesn't find it. The GC side sig comes out, but a GC downlight for Marckiemoo in the ground pound as well. Guichibu trying to hold on to all the resources he can, but he just meets his end at the hand of Marckiemoo's edge guarding. Maybe the recovery comes out. He might make it his way back. Yeah, he does actually. Okay, I thought it was going to be over on that ground pound, but Guichibu somehow always staying alive just for that one last hit, and that Ensig, what took the last game, is going to be able to take that first stock on Marckiemoo now.
150 damage almost exactly dealt onto Guichibu in the second stock. Marckiemoo needs one good conversion with the gauntlets here, but is going to be picking up the scythe first. Didn't prime the more comfortable KOing tool. Guichibu looking to rack up this damage with the big chunks of that axe. And that comes through.
Alright, the weapon tosses one more time. Okay, side light into recovery from Guichibu. He's trying to get the action started here versus the scythe and light from Guichibu. Puts himself off stage and then side airs nothing. And that's a scary spot to put yourself in now. You lose a lot of resources for that, but a side air comes out and a GC side sig as well. Marckiemoo looking for that side air, and is that a mind gimp? No, not quite. He still had a couple more jumps in his back pocket. The down air comes out. GC downlight doesn't find it. Marckiemoo is he going fully unarmed right now? Is he taking it acapella? It looks like it. Oh,
no.
It works! No! Marckiemoo steals that game away once again and moves forward into elimination side finals for his run back versus Monihalla. But oh my goodness, what an exclamation point way to end that set with the unarmed.
What an interesting final two games to that set as well. I think Guichibu swapping over to the Ragnar was very interesting, something we haven't seen before, and did have moments of glory, but also some moments that are a little bit more questionable. Both players playing very well though throughout the entire set. That being said, Marckiemoo will be the one to move forward, get that rematch against Monihalla.
Congrats to him, and the King will not be denied of his chance to redeem himself from that winner's side of things there. So with that being said, we got our top three sorted out in Grand Finals. Balloon Boy sitting and waiting, the closest to the throne so far, but on the other side of the bracket, Monihalla, Marckiemoo with chances here to potentially get into that grand final spot, but I feel like this is going to be a banger set. Marckiemoo was able to take it over Monihalla at this tournament. Monihalla took it over Marckiemoo at this tournament 3-0. This is the big run back though, so it's definitely not going to be so clear. But before we get into the run back of the century, we got to go to a short break. But when we come back, we're going to have elimination side finals and grand finals. You won't want to miss it. Stay tuned. And for the last time this weekend, welcome back to Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms. We're here Sunday. It's the last bracket of the weekend. There's been 4 big tournaments happening from Moose Wars. 3 thrones have been claimed, and we're looking to see who's going to take the North American one. We are in elimination side finals. We are in the top tier of things. We got Monihalla versus Marckiemoo. For those of you that missed it, Marckiemoo fell to Monihalla in the elimination side because Monihalla 3-0'd him in the winner side. Now the big run back. Hexo, how you feeling about this match?
I honestly don't know how to feel because, like, just usually I would say, okay, Marckiemoo, he takes this. Like, he's the current king, one of the most recent Royale, has the most accolades in the game mode. But I would probably still say that even if Marckiemoo lost like in the game 5. But the fact that Monihalla won 3-0 earlier is a very big change to what I would expect. It says to me that perhaps Monihalla is just playing a different game today.
Yeah, absolutely. Monihalla activating a different level of gameplay, but as we get into elimination side finals, I think he'll have to go further beyond versus Marckiemoo, who's been having an absolute tear through the elimination side of the bracket. Hey, wait a minute, the side light for Marckiemoo. And okay, like, is this a joke at this point to come back to Small World's End? I don't believe in this pick, but Marckiemoo and Monihalla maybe know a little bit more about Brawlhalla than I do. They definitely do. But what is this pick here for Monihalla, you think, Hexo?
I think it's the confidence just saying that, like, I don't really mind playing on a smaller stage like this. I have confidence that my character's tanky, and I have confidence that you might just SD the first stock as well, it would seem, as Marckiemoo just mind gimps himself off this right side of the stage, and Monihalla absolutely is going to take that.
They're looking for the recovery there. Off that side light, looking to start something here. The side air does find its mark, and the sweat beads come out. Monihalla unable to make it back because Marckiemoo gets the big dunk there with the ground pound, closing out that stock.
Marckiemoo now does have the weapon advantage. Monihalla going to find the side light to make space, gives him time to pick up that greatsword. Now both players have their damage-filled weapons in hand. Side air for Monihalla, making use of that aerial kit of the greatsword there into the neutral area as well. Marckiemoo can't find the answer back. Dodge caught as well. Dodges out at the last second though. Monihalla keeps the train going.
Oh, Monihalla is looking lights out with that extension and finding that KO as well. Monihalla happy to be in this stock lead, and I was doubting, I'll be honest, that Monihalla was going to be able to replicate the same success we saw in the winner side semifinals match. But if he can keep doing this, it's going to look good. But if this happens, Marckiemoo the best player in the world.
What am I watching?
Yes, he is.
I seriously have to ask, how are we consistently seeing Monihalla dominate in neutral, then the second he gives Marckiemoo an offstage situation on Gauntlets, it's just lights out, and it goes right back to an even game. This is such unorthodox or unexpected play for pro level. As it would seem Monihalla just doesn't know how to play around the offstage gauntlets of Marckiemoo, perhaps not even the onstage gauntlets of Marckiemoo, who has now taken the lead in terms of damage here, looking for a read out of that side light. Can't find one just yet, but has so much room to work with over 100 damage lead onto Monihalla. Finds the Light weapon throw as well.
Wow.
Monihalla could be in trouble.
Yes, he is. Marckiemoo taking that game in stride. I love that GC N-Light turn around and get Monihalla right back off stage. That was incredibly clean. And then following it up with the chase dodge up weapon toss to call that out. Instead of chase dodging up and then going back to the stage, wanting to respect the recovery, he charges up the weapon toss off that chase dodge, uses all of the resources afforded to him. And Marckiemoo now looking real good here in this game number 2. Almost like a combo exhibition at some points where they stat fully into the offense, very little into the defense. But if Marckiemoo can get away with one clean edgeguard every game, which is kind of what Marckiemoo does anyway, it's going to be very scary for Monihalla here. Let's see what his rebuttal is in this game number 2.
Yeah, I think the really scary thing is that if Marckiemoo starts to adapt to figuring out how to play around the greatsword in neutral on the ground, especially in the Scythe matchup, it could just be curtains for Monihalla, because that really was the moment where Monihalla was finding the most success in the last game, was just in that on-the-ground neutral against Marckiemoo's Scythe. And so far, Axe definitely not the weapon that Monihalla was looking for at the start here. Gonna throw it away. Marckiemoo guarding this weapon with the aggression on the gauntlets. Greatsword is gonna go in the hands of Monihalla though. Can he make it out of this edgeguard? Yes, he can.
Nice side air there, and he's getting right back into this game. He's trying his best to rack on any damage he can, really. Holding on here. Looking for that nair, didn't find it there with the side light. He's fishing for that option, and he finds it there with the side light into recovery. Fishing for it, finds the turtle, gets the stock for it. Marckiemoo now up a stock here. Monihalla definitely in the back foot here as he's trying his best to kind of seize control of this game, but Marckiemoo seems to be in his head. He's getting these whip punishes very accurately as well.
Risky ground pound there. Side air gonna shut down with the aggression of Marckiemoo. Recovery does fall through. Dodges through the recovery as well. Monihalla could just fall right here. Sweat beads through. Marckiemoo gonna sacrifice the stock, but that's absolutely worth it for him.
I will definitely. I mean, you definitely take those for sure. And like comes off stage sidelight as well. Okay, the downer doesn't connect, but that recovery will. And sorry, that downer will onto the recovery. And Marckiemoo getting a nice sidelight into recovery there. Monihalla swinging on the way down as much as he can. He's just trying to put a hitbox out, man. We've all been there before. Just looking for any sort of respect from Marckiemoo off stage. And even there, going for the deep ground pound. Not really caring about what Monihalla has in store.
Ooh.
He barely touches the stage there with that side air, but he taps it in with the DC downlight into ground pound. The down sig or the end sig won't mean anything because Marckiemoo gets the big ground pound and double thumbs up from Marckiemoo. This is a complete and complete and utter annihilation
Oh,
from
goodness.
Marckiemoo here as Monihalla swaps over to the Roman Reigns.
A seemingly very desperate pick coming out of Monihalla here, not really characteristically known for the hammer by any means. I mean, did have a small stint on the Magyar, so, and obviously as a pro player will know how to play the character, but at this level, there's so many micro adjustments and small interactions that make up how you play a weapon and a character that it'd be a big question mark on how Monihalla can play. Obviously, on this stage, Terra's very at home, can find those KOs terrifyingly early, but Marckiemoo, no stranger to fighting this character or on this stage.
Okay, a scoop to start us off. Monihalla, some success already on the hammer. Okay, goes for the deep side air. Marckiemoo seeing through some of these more common options. Okay, Markiemoo's just dodging every attack now. This is not looking good.
Yeah, that's kind of what you're afraid of if you're Monihalla, like your weapon swap just not going the way you want it to. If Marckiemoo, you don't want to look desperate, you don't want to look kind of predictable, and Marckiemoo so far making it look that way. If Monihalla's hammer does find the side air, they're going to keep him more space. A lot of damage on that move as well. Marckiemoo going to dodge another side air. Struggling to find an in though, despite the fact that Monihalla isn't landing too many moves, neither is Marckiemoo right now. Jump Sarah as well going to equalize up the damage. In fact, if Marckiemoo or Monihalla a small lead, the down heavy is scary.
Looking for some way to close out this edge guard with the recovery. We'll rinse and repeat the situation. Marckiemoo picking up a pair of gauntlets, and there's the big down stick for Monihalla to take the first stock. And if I'm not mistaken, this might be the first lead for Monihalla in this entire set. Go back to the Taros counter pick.
I think game one we did see Monihalla. Yeah, we saw Marckiemoo mind gimp himself, but that wasn't really like a hard fought lead for Monihalla. It is going to fall. It's a little bit of value onto Markiemoo's second stock, and now Marckiemoo over onto the scythe. We saw the most struggle coming out of Markiemoo's gauntlets into the hammer of Monihalla, so now we're seeing two completely different weapons on the field in this neutral. Marckiemoo going to open up the neutral with a soul string on the scythe, trying to find something bigger.
Okay, he goes for the insig there for Monihalla. I can definitely respect the option, but it doesn't meet its mark. And Marckiemoo now getting the big edge guard down into GC downlight true combo. Side air to call out the recovery, and Marckiemoo, he's ready to move on to grand finals. Hacko, I don't know exactly what Monihalla is going to do here.
Yeah, I mean, Marckiemoo was just so at home in the situation. Like, the second he takes you off the wall there with Scythe, he's just like, he's in his bedroom, if anything. He's just so ready to find... Again, everyone's just taking notes out of Wes's book, and it's not working! Does find the recovery, manages to save both his stock and his tournament run, but 2 ground pounds in a row is enough, and Marckiemoo shuts it down, moves forward into grand finals.
Just like that, Marckiemoo proves his point, gets the run back in a big way. Monihalla tries to make it happen on the Roman Reigns counter pick, but this is really, I believe, what we are all here for after these replays play out. We got the run back, not the run back of this tournament, but the run back of dominance of the region. We got Marckiemoo versus Balloon Boy right after these replays, and this is the match that I think everybody was looking forward to seeing. Monihalla might have delayed it, but he couldn't prevent the inevitable as we get into the stage banning process here. Balloon Boy Marckiemoo ready to battle it out here. This is going to be a very exciting matchup. How many times have we seen this at this point? I don't even know.
I can double check.
Yeah, these are clearly the best players. It's 10 matches in total, but most of them going to the favor of Marckiemoo. 7-3 in that sense. So Balloon Boy looking to hopefully take this grand finals winner side and snowball it into a win, but he's definitely going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here to do it.
Absolutely, yeah, and interestingly as well, we saw a lot of unexpected seeds coming into the top 8 and finding some good placements for their seeding, but And perhaps a testament to Moose War's seeding skill. We see seed 1 and 2 taking their places in grand finals, although seed 2 will be on the winner's side. Marckiemoo tries to find an early offstage interaction there with the Scythe. Balloon Boy keeps his cool, manages to make it back up, now finds a small read there with the boots, keeping the damage very even.
Okay, the downer from Balloon Boy, and it's a lot of respect from both players. The tornado will come out though. Marckiemoo tries to close in on that landing, but Balloon Boy gets a D-light into side air. Now Marckiemoo having a recover low, the big side signature as well, and light coming out, double exclamation point side light, N-Sig. The anti-air doesn't find it.
This is one of the differences between Vivi and Mordex. Oh, dropping the combo there. But Vivi has a much more sort of overall usable SIG kit where you can just kind of afford to throw some of them out for the right opportunity, where Mordex, majority of the SIGs have to be a pretty, like, hard read, where the character's been out for so long that the SIGs aren't catching anyone off guard, and very few of them are sort of like unpunishable, unreactable type things. Marckiemoo is still making it work, however. With GC down heavy. A very scrappy first stock, not too much of a lead for either player, as Balloon Boy does close out the first stock, but I imagine Marckiemoo won't take too much time, immediately equalizes.
The pickup of the Scythe now for Marckiemoo is going to look to potentially get this weapon starve angle and hopefully get a big read to get some damage built up, but Balloon Boy side-like weapon pickup side air on the battle boots. A clash there. He took 10 damage on the clash? That was crazy. Anyway, the dare comes out from Balloon Boy. He avoids Marckiemoo there. D-light into side air, since Marckiemoo off stage, looking for this side air or maybe an edge guard sequence, but a lot of respect over to the side of Marckiemoo as he flips the tornado off stage and continuing to just play off of these reversals. Down air into the N-Sig comes out. Marckiemoo with a down air into side air of his own. Balloon Boy now off stage with sweat beads. Side light resets the situation. Ground pound there. Great wait from Balloon Boy, waiting for the dodge to come back. Gets a GC side sig or side light there, but doesn't get it. Doesn't get the ground pound either. Marckiemoo with 2 unarmed recoveries. What is going on off stage right now?
This is, I would expect nothing less from a matchup between these two players. It feels like every time they play, the amount of, I see something new off stage. It's just ridiculous. Marckiemoo will find the N-Sig, shut down Balloon Boy. A very small lead here, not quite within the range where I don't think a D-light into recovery on Blasters may KO, although I could be completely wrong. That combo always surprises, and Marckiemoo might not even be in danger of one, as right now the site is going crazy, finds so many hits onto Balloon Boy, who, despite surviving, like you said before, even if you survive that offstage interaction, you've taken, in this case, 90 damage just by getting back to the wall. And now Marckiemoo can poise to take this game on.
Down air to N-Light, doesn't find it there. Another down air sends off stage. Balloon Boy having to recover high, and Marckiemoo goes for the breakdown slide off, but doesn't get it. Balloon Boy gets the recovery, though, and it's not going to be so clear if Marckiemoo will be able to take this first game in Grand Final set 1. But you're definitely happy with this lead, 136% damage, sorry.
I feel like you're also 136% happy with a lead that big if you're Marckiemoo as well. And Balloon Boy
for sure.
is trying to claw his way back in, looking for anything. Downlight is going to send Balloon Boy flying, not quite off the KO yet. Gonna slow things right down, look for those safer options. The N-Sig is going to send Marckiemoo up, finds the N-Light as well. N-Sig as well, Marckiemoo getting a little bit too desperate as Balloon Boy sitting back, finds the punish onto that, catches the dodge as well. Wait a minute, does Balloon Boy have what it takes? The recovery, going to stall out the ground pound,
Oh, what a weapon
in
toss.
an even spot.
Saving him literally the entire game. The N-Light comes out. Balloon Boy with the side signature. Marckiemoo avoiding both of the burst options. The downlight coming out. Marckiemoo with the dodge. N-Sig comes out. No recovery. With punish from Marckiemoo. Going for the big side light. No punish. No punish on the recovery either. But that N-Light, will it be enough? No, it won't be. Chase dodge upward. The weapon toss as well. And Balloon Boy
what a
can't
chase.
make it back because Marckiemoo makes sure it gets done himself. It's a job for a legend, and he goes off and does it. Oh my goodness. He didn't even leave it to chance with that weapon toss. I'm going to go off stage, get the side air, and take game number 1.
And characteristic of Balloon Boy, bringing it so close right at the end. I feel like of all players in North America, he might have the best track record of clutching up losing games, especially recently on this Vivi. Those boots, when he feels he's behind and he starts to slow things down, he's so good at positioning for only the most optimal things that he can find while staying out of his opponent's threat range. You saw how hard Marky was trying to fish for those Gauntless recoveries, and Balloon Boy was just micro-spacing in positions where Marckiemoo had to get uncomfortably close to an N-Sig out of the boots, for example, to go for that KO option.
I definitely think that not only could we see, you know, a long first set, but I feel like this could definitely go to game 10. But okay, as I say that, Marckiemoo is like, all right, PJ, I'll show you what this is gonna look like here, because he's getting some very crazy ground pounds off stage, nice damage build as well as Balloon Boy. Tries to get some downers of his own, rack up some damage, but we haven't been really seeing any of those crazy extended strings, neither on the battle boots or the blast route. But maybe it starts here, and light into downer, doesn't connect. Marckiemoo just lands right back down, punishes Balloon Boy, stacking on top of him with an N-Light, and I like that from Balloon Boy, going for those blaster nairs very close to the wall, forcing the respect out from Marckiemoo. That's really cool to see.
What's interesting as well as these games have been, at least so far, pretty close. Marckiemoo will take a decent lead on this first stock, but characteristically in previous sets these two have played, it's been very much a pendulum swing where it feels like one player is much more dominant in the game, or if anything, Marckiemoo tends to win much more dominantly, and Balloon Boy's wins come as a bit more of a clutch. But right now, Balloon Boy could be staring down the barrel of a more dominant Marckiemoo game as he takes a second stock in under a minute and 20 seconds. Marckiemoo taking no damage in that second stock in the time it takes to take Balloon Boy. It's not Balloon Boy. Kind of a loss as the dodge read automatically caught by Marckiemoo as well.
All right, the down light comes out. Balloon Boy stuck off stage, going for the reversal with a down air. Marckiemoo sees right through that. Gets a ground pound, an obliteration as we get a 3 stock coming out from Marckiemoo there. Oh my goodness, it doesn't even look close sometimes.
Honestly, respect to Balloon Boy for sticking to this Mega Man going into the next game as well. I think you've seen today how dangerous it can be to just desperately swap to another character, where I don't really think I agree with Balloon Boy that the character isn't really the issue. It just felt that his defense wasn't quite up to snuff there, especially with how Marckiemoo was just running him down and consistently catching so many dodges, making full use of the strength of Scythe's kit. So now Balloon Boy needs to be digging deep to try and find an adaptation that makes him more safe in the face of this aggression from Marckiemoo.
We get right back into it here. Marckiemoo looking for this swift 3-0. Swift 3-0 and a reset into Grand Finals, set number 2. Balloon Boy won't make it so easy, though. Marckiemoo. Dash up side light, gets the dodge read as well. End light into Nair, going for another Nair there. Doesn't find it. Big charge up on the Sig. Doesn't get what he wants there with that down signature, but Balloon Boy gets a side Sig and puts Marckiemoo off stage.
And what's tough as well is that fighting Scythe with blasters can be historically pretty difficult because of that diagonal angle that Scythe has such strong access to, and blasters really do struggle to cover that. I mean, their only option to really try and answer is a jump side air anticipation or just catching a lucky angle on the end light. So, Balloon Boy, now that we see the blasters into gauntlets match up a bit more even, finds the D-light side air as well. It's going to be barely just enough, and Balloon Boy takes a slight early lead here.
The breakdance coast to coast, Marckiemoo. Kind of shades of what we saw in game number 1, where, you know, we had a slight lead in the advantage of Balloon Boy, but Marckiemoo equalized pretty quickly, and this is about when he'll start taking over the pace of the match. If history repeats itself, Balloon Boy is going to do everything in his power to make sure that doesn't happen. End light into recovery, sending off stage. Balloon Boy having to recover low, but all you face is a ground pound and a second one for your troubles. A third even. Marckiemoo, third time's the charm with the ground pound.
3 for 3, bro. I mean,
he didn't even need a cycle to a new, sorry to cut you off. He didn't even need a cycle to a new scythe because it was a 0 to KO. That's incredible, by the way. That's insane.
Surgical levels of precision with that ground pound all of today, even not just in this grand finals, but against every opponent he's fought. He's been so precise with those ground pounds, and now almost catching that spot out of Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy looking kind of lost here. Finds the recovery. There's still a full stock behind Marckiemoo, and it's looking like it could be another 2-stock victory for Marckiemoo here as Balloon Boy hanging onto the edge, slowing down the pacing, and Marckiemoo just not afraid to get down and dirty. Finds the D-Sig as well. Before he goes out here, Balloon Boy's just done.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. We got a reset. We're moving into the second set of grand finals, and oftentimes we talk about the difference in the stories of every region, but the story of EU was also a 6-0 coming out from a player in the elimination side of the bracket that plays Mordex, and now we're going to be seeing a very similar fate potentially as Marckiemoo looks to get this 6-0 here. This is going to be quite crazy, but I definitely have faith in Balloon Boy, a great player in his own right, and definitely should have what it takes to potentially win this game. But man, it's looking real difficult right now because Marckiemoo is playing almost perfectly on this Mordex pick. Oh my goodness, it starts already, Hackle. We just begun Hackle. The set just started, man. It's just the reset, and Marckiemoo already putting Balloon Boy on notice off stage. See dash jump movement, Balloon Boy. Looking to weave in with that downlight, doesn't get it. A ground pound comes out, but doesn't find it. Another D-light as well.
The hard part as well,
happy.
If you're Balloon Boy, how do you avoid getting tilted over this? I mean, if you're fighting someone who's just so oppressive, if you're not finding, you need to find moments where you feel like you can hold your own, and right now, Balloon Boy just feels like he's struggling to find anything. When he does find things, it's individual stray hits or perhaps the individual signature. Nothing really big like a string or a consistent dodge read. And so while he is keeping the damage a little more even at the start of, or towards the end of these first stocks, still feels like very much it's in Marckiemo's control.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with that one. Marckiemoo, quite a big damage lead as well. And Light sends off Sage, disarms the weapon toss. Balloon Boy having to burn the dodge early, forces the low recovery. Marckiemoo with another weapon toss. I have to assume that might have been a misinput, but who's really to say as the D-Light into recovery unarmed is going to be able to do it. Marckiemoo swapping over to another Scythe here. As Balloon Boy looks to make a rebuttal, looks to really find any sort of semblance of confidence and moxie in this set. The sidelight sends off Sage, gets the dodge down read with the downer, and another downer for Marckiemoo into the ground pound. He trades the stock away. No matter where you are, no matter what you get hit by, if you're on the stage with Marckiemoo, you're always at risk of getting put on a clip, man. This is just Marckiemoo at his finest right here.
I mean, yeah, I think that was just a demonstration of Balloon Boy getting kind of like frustrated and overzealous, thinking like, I need to get a desperate play here. I need to find something to shut down the momentum, because Marckiemoo as well, with him winning this confidently, the more you let him feel comfortable here, the harder it's going to be. And he touches the wall there as well. Balloon Boy, I think, just thinking he needs to find something, and unfortunately Marckiemoo able to capitalize on that wild swing from the down air. Balloon Boy manages to slide off the edge of that D-Sig, doesn't get hit by the icicles there, but could find the stock here.
Really smart from Marckiemoo for the weapon toss up to get a straight vertical unarmed recovery instead of giving a very easy to punish Scythe recovery with a lot more lag. But Balloon Boy sees right through that and gets the KO nonetheless. And Balloon Boy, hey, we see some shades of fire, man. The flame coming back inside of him, but it's looking real tough now. As Marckiemoo gets more damage, 115 now. There, downer, doesn't find it. There's side air that comes out as well.
Double down air. Marckiemoo, no dodge burn there, so Balloon Boy can't afford to overextend for more, but the damage now even once again, approaching the range where Balloon Boy needs a few more hits for D-Light recovery to secure the game. And Light's a good start, goes for the pivot side air, can't find it, but Marckiemoo struggling to find the answer back here to these blasters. Finally, the Scythe recovery will be the first hit back. Ground pound does not land. Balloon Boy now is within range for a D-Light recovery to close out this game, and you see it there as he goes for it, and Marckiemoo immediately answers back.
You thought you had a chance after I clipped you, man? Not a chance. Big haymaker from Marckiemoo, and oh my goodness, what a statement way to close out that game. This Balloon Boy is all but locked in on this BB pick, but hey, you got to definitely take that game in stride. Although you lost, you're still very happy that you're able to take that to the last stock and really put Marckiemoo on notice there, not giving him any free lunches in this bracket. But my goodness, that was tough.
I feel like that was just a sign of Marckiemoo knowing that, like, at this point, okay, my opponent, he is going to be looking for a downlight, and he was just so ready for, like, okay, he used it, I have the button, I push the button, and my opponent's gone, and what was really a chance for Balloon Boy to get back into this set, stolen away at the worst possible time. Now Balloon Boy already pushed off the stage by Marckiemoo, does avoid burning his dodge and getting caught out, goes for the gravity cancel there, which is going to be immediately guaranteed damage for Marckiemoo. He was just so consistent on punishing these wasted dodges. Balloon Boy needs to be so careful with them, and already Marckiemoo just racking up so much damage. Catches another dodge. He's just freestyling on him, man. It looks like he's in creative mode.
Man, it's so crazy, right? Because this is what we saw in, like, the Marckiemoo set versus Zinker, but this is not Zinker. This is the number 2 PR in North America. The person that was in Winterside Grand Finals. This is Marckiemoo just completely, no matter what level of play you're at, Marckiemoo sometimes kicks into a gear that literally no other Brawlhalla player I've ever seen is able to get into.
And now Balloon Boy, I mean, you could just see the fractures in his mental. That's another stock gone, and if you're Balloon Boy, you just want out of this set. I mean, this second game is all but lost. 1 minute in, and Balloon Boy is on final stock, 52 damage put onto the first stock of Marckiemoo, and Balloon Boy, respect for still going in and scrapping with these boots. But at this point, what more is there that Balloon Boy can go for? I mean, he finds the down air, doesn't catch the ground pound, now in danger of just losing the stock once again. Weapon throw up, doesn't have the options, and it's a 1 minute 20 second
87
game.
damage.
That's one more damage than Zinker did.
87 damage, one more damage than what Zinker did. And this is the parallel of what we saw in the set with Bomya and the EU side of things. That was a crazy way to close out that game, man. That's an 87 damage game versus PR number 2 in North America. Balloon Boy just got second at CEO mid-season, by the way, only losing to Lores. This is what Marckiemoo just does to people.
Okay, it looks like we're going to be seeing a restart of the game for Balloon Boy. Just a little bit of exterior information reporting in after checking Balloon Boy's stream. It looks like at least from the chatters. Now, obviously, this is his chat, so it could be some Hopium and some Copium coming in, but a lot of people saying that it looks like he's lagging on his end. So might explain a little bit of why Balloon Boy seems a little bit lost here, but still, Marckiemoo playing out of this wild in this set so far.
Yeah, absolutely. No matter what, I mean, see, the thing is, right, it's like everyone could say, okay, well, this is a community event, you know, this is not exactly an official, but we have an online official going on next weekend, and if this is any indication of the energy Marckiemoo is bringing, the king for a reason, this looks very, very scary for Balloon Boy. But let's keep it within this tournament here, the confines of this. Balloon Boy gets a reset. He's swapping over to the level 100 Devil Jin pick. We'll see how it goes.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Over onto the Old Faithful. Now, that's going to be an interesting choice because obviously neither of the weapons carrying over from the Vivi pick. Marckiemoo going to be starving out Balloon Boy, going over onto that side. Balloon Boy going to go high, avoid any of the aggression Marckiemoo can put out over the gauntlets. Now, haven't played any of this today, it would seem. So, the question will be, can Balloon Boy just put those old comfortable shoes back on and start running?
I definitely could fully believe in the reverse 3-0 on the back of the Devil Jin pick. The thing that put Balloon Boy on the map at the same time that Marckiemoo did as well. Balloon Boy getting a big ground pound. The Enlight comes out from a Balloon Boy, and the Edgeguard looking much more confident here on a weapon that Balloon Boy has spent so much time on.
Marckiemoo is going to find the Enlight, get a bit of space there, but Balloon Boy answers back with a recovery. No damage in favor of Balloon Boy here. Marckiemoo very capable of turning things around, but Balloon Boy looking for one good opening here in the neutral, could find the stock with the recovery, but the ground pound sends at a strange angle. Marckiemoo now forced onto the edge, but Balloon Boy returning to stage. Side sig, a bit overzealous, and Marckiemoo will punish. No dodge catch for Balloon Boy here. Needs to try and find that to get the stock with these gauntlets, and so far can't find it. The only other way would be a straight recovery or a straight ground pound, and there it is. Balloon Boy takes a lead in game number 3.
Really, really happy to see Balloon Boy getting some fire back, getting some moxie with the reset. Into the Devil Jin pickup. The downer comes out, going for the Enlight into the N6, side light into Cider, doesn't find it, but the side light does send Balloon Boy off stage looking for a ground pound, a D-light, any really of those great ways to close out those edge guards, but Marckiemoo won't find it here, and Balloon Boy will get some extra credit on the bow. The Ciders are coming out, nice side signature, sends downward. Balloon Boy going for the ground pound as well, and a second down sig on the gravity cancel. Marckiemoo now, one chance to make it back, but the ground pound comes out from Balloon Boy, and just didn't hit its mark. Ciders
Same story.
Yep.
Same story as Marckiemoo's Scythe though there, like even though Marckiemoo does survive off the edge and makes it back from that interaction, 110 damage taken, and Balloon Boy a completely different beast now back over onto this Devil Jin. We're starting to question why he ever swapped.
Okay, side light. Yeah, that's the end light from Marckiemoo sending off stage, but it's nowhere near KOing. Balloon Boy gets that big hit there, and N-Sig as well, and you know, we talked a lot about Balloon Boy early on, about not hitting any signatures. That's kind of the Balloon Boy special, but this is a different beast from Balloon Boy right now. The side air from coast to coast. But you can't be comfortable if you're Balloon Boy here. You can't be like, all right, this game is all but over. Because Marckiemoo can easily... I mean, he was able to beat you with only taking 87 damage, but that GCD light at the ground pound makes it all but over. Wow, what an aggressive fight back off the stage. DC sidelight into the recovery immediately. He is going absolutely crazy on the Zariel pick. The swap was good. And I definitely could see this reverse 3-0 happen.
We have a set, PJ. We absolutely have a set now as Balloon Boy. Yeah, looking like a different beast on this Devil Jin. And I'm curious to see. Over onto Miami Dome, it looks like, for this next game. I'm curious what the thought process is for this. I suppose, I mean, you have that neutral signature on Devil Jin that can probably reach up that high. And I guess maybe having that area to retreat through. We've seen Balloon Boy go high to avoid the aggression of Marckiemoo's Scythe quite consistently. And I think perhaps having those platforms to be able to reset his options higher up in the air might be what Balloon Boy is searching for here.
Okay, Balloon Boy starting off there with a D-Light into a conversion on the bow. It's really good to have that range versus Marckiemoo. Marckiemoo keeping this relatively even in the damage so far, but Balloon Boy's definitely coming out on top in these neutral interactions. Gets a nice downer into Nair, but no downer to follow up. Looking for that dodge in place read. Sider sending off Sage, and Balloon Boy just continuously holding the center stage from Marckiemoo. Nice D-Light into Sider once again to rack on some damage. A side signature. Marckiemoo not quite ready for that one as Balloon Boy is looking for this big edge guard exclamation point, but he won't get it there. Marckiemoo going for a very anti-ground pound, and as much as we were gassing up what Marckiemoo can do, he also has nerves too. He's also a human, but Balloon Boy faltering in a big way as he sends himself off stage, and Marckiemoo gets a big ground pound to close out that stock and have quite a nice lead here.
I was gonna say Balloon Boy sent Marky off stage and opted to not overextend onto the side and just like respect Marckiemoo returning to the wall. Rightfully so, I think, with how aggressive and powerful Marckiemoo has been off stage with these, especially the side recoveries, but then he just completely turns that around and goes off stage on his own, overextends and finds out for it. Now, looking to try and equalize up these stocks. One Gauntlet's recovery will most definitely be enough, rather, but Marckiemoo knows it, going to play very grounded, avoid getting hit by a dash up recovery. He's up with the side air. Balloon Boy playing very safe, finds the end light there, and doesn't take too much damage on the second stock.
Side light comes out, and Marckiemoo with a big dodge in read with the end light. Goes for a ground pound as well. The recovery, Marckiemoo. End light, end sig, doesn't find it there. Side air into the downer, looks for the nair as well. The recovery comes out. Marckiemoo getting juggled a bit by Balloon Boy. Balloon Boy goes high, tries to bait out of a dodge, but the nair into the GC end light will send off stage, and a big end sig whip from Balloon Boy flips all that momentum back into Marckiemoo's favor, who makes it back up and gets the ground pound, and Marckiemoo putting Balloon Boy on tournament stock potentially, as Marckiemoo just needs one more clean stock to close out this tournament and become your champion, but you can't count the chickens before they hatch. Balloon Boy still in this game for sure. Recovery comes out from Marckiemoo, looking to get that edge guard out. Side light into recovery, doesn't find it there. The end light, the anti-air is coming out. Nice dodge with that side sig.
We're now at a range where one well-placed side light into recovery read for Balloon Boy will close out the stock of Marckiemoo, and there is the read. Just narrowly, I guess I stand corrected there. Perhaps a tiny bit more damage, but now Balloon Boy looking to get back up off this wall. Marckiemoo going to space out with the down air on the scythe. Balloon Boy still living, finds the recovery and keeps us down to a 1-1 stock game.
Game 5. The prospect for Balloon Boy, the tournament. The one for Marckiemoo, as Marckiemoo gets a side light there, starts the gauntlet mirror action here. Two sides of the same weapon for sure. Marckiemoo gonna get that open up there, but Balloon Boy gets his first side light of this stock. A side light comes out and gets punished by the recovery, and they're recovering. They're trading the blows right now, but no big swing here. Side light, but to the dodge. Gets the dodge, but doesn't find the right spacing for it. Marckiemoo now going for the nair. Gets hit with the recovery. Side light into recovery. Chasing high with the exhausted recovery. Balloon Boy doesn't get clipped by it. And then light sends off stage, and Marckiemoo now one edge guard away, one ledge trap away, but Balloon Boy's not going to give it to him so easily. The end light sends off stage. Marckiemoo throws his weapon away as well as he weapon stars Balloon Boy. The recovery isn't enough, but Marckiemoo knows that one hit separates it, and that'll be it. GC downlight recovery, and Marckiemoo is your Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms North American champion. The king finds his throne, and no matter what throne it'll be, but today the throne will be the custom one from Moose Wars North America. Shout outs to Marckiemoo for taking the tournament.
Absolutely, and you can see, ironically, in the damage number stats where the falter came from Balloon Boy. You saw that offstage interaction replay where Balloon Boy went too deep on the gauntlets, got caught off guard, and taken out in the orange. And Balloon Boy did, in fact, do more damage in this game than Marckiemoo, but just lost that stock too early, and because of that, you said that they were trading out damage, they were trading interactions on that final stock. Not quite towards the end there, but at least for a bit on the final stock, they were trading the damage on the gauntlets. But because Balloon Boy had lost that stock earlier, because he was on the back foot, even though he was matching Marckiemoo for a period in interactions, he was just falling behind because of that deficit.
Congratulations to Marckiemoo for taking that one. Balloon Boy, I want to give a big shout out because it's very easy to be demoralized after the way that game ended, but that second game of the set, last grand final set ended, but he was still able to rally back, take the game back, deny the 6-0, but you can only deny so much from the king as he sits upon the North American Clashing Kingdoms throne. The king is back, and I'm so excited for the officials next week. It's going to be absolutely banger as the rivalry continues between Balloon Boy and Marckiemoo. I mean, this is going to be, I hope, a rivalry we see for many years to come. But for today, the rivalry goes to Marckiemoo in the grand finals.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, it's always such a blast to watch these two players play. They're both so incredibly talented, and they're both pretty aggressive as well as far as modern Brawlhalla standards go. So it's always a bit of a slap fest between the two of them. But again, congratulations to Marckiemoo, who played impeccably today, especially bouncing back from going down into the losers bracket a bit earlier than expected.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Monihalla was able to send Marckiemoo into the elimination side, but I feel like that momentum that he was building up, it just kind of crescendoed into that last grand final set where he was able to, I mean, do a pretty dominating win to the second best player in North America right now. And, we're going to be waiting a little bit longer here as we get the bracket of Marckiemoo sitting on his throne, but I want to do a quick recap of the top 8 of things. In 7th place, you have Wubs and Raid. And tied for 5th place, Zinker and Ruxme. 4th place, Marckiemoo. Sorry, I keep messing this up. Weechibu in 4th place, and then Marckiemoo beating Monihalla in the run back, which was a big deal. Monihalla bowing out at 3rd place, and then Balloon Boy getting 2nd. Marckiemoo taking 1st place. There's your top 8. A little scuffed. I'm not used to reading the way the bracket looks, but I will be eventually. But yeah, man, that was a really fun weekend of Moose Wars events. We got 4 major regions represented here at Clashing Kingdoms. You know, I know we commentated 2 of them together. Hackle, what was your favorite region this weekend?
Oof, I mean, I have to say South America. I mean, just like watching how innovative some of the players in that region can be, and especially watching Typh on that Cassidy was just an absolute blast. Seeing him hit some things that you just would not expect to see in pro play on the hammer was an absolute treat.
Absolutely, I'm really excited to see, you know, how these regions take these tournaments as really great practice into the officials next weekend. I think my favorite was AU. I thought like Bamya making that 6-0 with the Zol was like super hype. That was definitely one of my favorite events of this weekend. But there were so many great events, and they're all brought to you by a very passionate team of TOs. The community TOs are people that work incredibly hard to make sure that there are events throughout the year between the officials, as well as the casters in production that make the show go on for you to watch at home. But also big shout out to Brawlhalla for the Brawlhalla Community Tournament Initiative, giving money not only to the prize pool for the players, but also to TOs, production, and casters to be able to have a great show for those of you at home and also make a little bit of money in the process. Big shout out to Brawlhalla for making it happen time and time again. You know, we'll be thanking Brawlhalla as we conclude a very fun weekend of 4 tournaments. I want to do a quick reminder that next weekend is the officials, which means North America, South America, Europe, Southeast Asia, and Middle East, North Africa will have events going on for singles this weekend, and then the weekend after will be for 2. So if you haven't found a 2's teammate, you still have a little bit of time, but make sure you register on Challenger mode. Make sure all your links, your accounts are linked together, and get registered, because these summer tournaments are incredibly fun to play. Sign up for summers, challengermode.com/Brawlhalla. Make it nice and easy for you, as we got our graphic here of Marckiemoo sitting on his North American throne, rightfully so, the red color North American
That's a very
king.
good looking throne.
Very cool, and no other way to end it but this awesome graphic as Marckiemoo is your champion. Before we go, Hackle, anything you want to say before we close out this stream?
Thank you for joining us over such a fantastic weekend of Brawlhalla Esports. I mean, it's been an absolute treat, a blast to commentate and a blast to watch as well. So I hope everyone at home enjoyed it as much as we did, and get excited for the officials coming up and more Brawlhalla action soon.
Thank you all so much for tuning in. We're going to be closing it out there. That concludes Clashing Kingdoms. Shout out to Moose Wars once again. Shout out to production. Shout out to all of you at home for watching it. Make sure to sign up Brawlhalla.com or challengermode.com/Brawlhalla to sign up for officials. That's going to do it for us here at Moose Wars. We'll see you all next time. Goodbye.
Never stop dreaming.